Chapter 2674. Heaven and earth were divided into 4 directions, and the universe was divided into 8 directions. In terms of the entire great wide world, people divided it into 8 directions. And this division just so happened to be based on the 8 great saint domains. The locations of the 8 great sacred realms were very particular. They were located in the center of the 8 directions of the great wide world to protect the 8 directions of the great wide world. In this way, the great sacred realms were relatively far apart from each other. Therefore, without a certain level of strength, one would not dare to walk in the great wide world. Ordinary 4-step celestial venerables would not dare to easily go from one sacred realm to another. The endless universe ocean was not only vast and boundless, but it was also filled with endless dangers. Many unimaginable dangers existed in the endless universe ocean. There were natural dangers, but what was more terrifying were the pirates who walked in the endless universe ocean. These people were also known as universe hunters. They specialized in walking in the endless universe ocean and doing some shady business. After walking in the endless universe ocean for a long time, it was inevitable that one would encounter universe hunters. Qin Shao also encountered a group of universe hunters along the way. However, Qin Shao was an experienced ancient sage. Those universe hunters naturally couldn't hurt Qin Shao in the slightest. They could only send themselves to death. Even though Mo Luo Si was the closest place to the immortal domain, it was still much further away than the immortal domain to the primordial universe. It took Qin Shao 50,000 years to finally see Mo Luo Si. He was close to Mo Luo Si. Walking in the boundless universe ocean was a rather boring task. Fortunately, with Xiao Gu and Baby Mo accompanying him, he felt that time passed faster. Baby Mo was also a clown and could make people happy. Qin Shao suddenly frowned and looked out into the distance in confusion. What a strong sword chi! In terms of sword chi alone, this is definitely the strongest sword I've ever seen. There's a fight over there. With such a strong sword chi, it's very likely that a second-step ancient sage has made a move. My luck can't be that good, right? Did I run into a battle between ancient sages as soon as I arrived? Big brother, this doesn't seem to be a battle between ancient sages. I can only feel a surge of holy might. Looks like it's another blind universe hunter. Look over there. A few universe hunters were killed by a single slash. TSK. What a powerful and domineering sword. Even though we are so far away, we were still shocked by this sword. If we were to get closer, wouldn't it pose a great threat to us? Xiao Gu clicked his tongue and said as he looked at it. Qin Shao nodded. When he got closer, he could see the situation clearly. It was not a battle between prime saints, but a prime saint had killed several universe hunters with a single strike. These universe hunters deserved to die. Killing them would make everyone happy. The sword rose, fell, and then retracted. When Qin Shao looked again, the ancient sage had already retracted his sword. However, he was somewhat interesting. His sword was not stored in his inner world. Instead, he held it in his hand like a mortal swordsman. Looking at his clothes, he was also dressed casually like a swordsman. Let's go out and take a look, Qin Shao said to Xiao Gu and Baby Mo. The 3 of them walked out of the flying device and approached that side. Naturally, the ancient sage had already noticed Qin Shao and the others. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he began to size up Qin Shao and the others. With a wine pot in one hand and a sword in the other, he wandered the world. This ancient sage exuded an air of elegance, carefreeness, and heroism that soared to the heavens. This was a kind of chivalrous demeanor. Therefore, his whole body was emitting a light, and he gave off a unique feeling. However, there was also a sharp edge on his body, which was the sharpness of a sword. Therefore, he gave people the feeling that his whole body was like a sword. Even if this sword was in the scabbard, and even if he restrained his aura very well, it was difficult to completely suppress the sharp aura. It was like a peerless sword. Even if it was hidden in the scabbard, it still could not hide its true sharpness. Originally, that kind of free and easy, forthright and chivalrous aura would make people feel that he was very approachable, very casual and easy to get along with. and people could approach him at will. However, the sharpness emitted from his body made people a little afraid to get too close to him. These two different feelings appeared on the same person at the same time, so it felt a little strange. Why do I feel that this person is a little scary? Even Xiao Gu, who is usually fearless, felt a little guilty. His aura seemed to be a little weak. Qin Xiao was also secretly analyzing in his heart. According to the feeling of his aura, the person in front of him should only be a one-step ancient sage. Unless he deliberately concealed his aura, he should only be a one-step ancient sage. However, Qin Xiao felt that the person in front of him was very fierce, enough to make him vigilant, and he felt that he was someone who could fight. Of course, Qin Xiao was not worried about anything. With Xiao Gu and Baby Mo by his side, they had previously defeated a two-step ancient sage. This was more than enough for Qin Xiao, a highly skilled expert, to be bold enough to approach the ancient saint. I feel that you have immortal qi on your body. Are you from the celestial region? The ancient sage took the initiative to speak. As soon as he spoke, he seemed to have put away his sharpness. There was a slight smile on his face, and his tone was very gentle and friendly. Qin Xiao did not expect that the other party would speak first. In an instant, he felt that the distance between them had been shortened by a lot. From the looks of it, the person in front of him should be a friendly and easy to get along with. Qin Xiao had never rejected people who he could get to know. In particular, now that he had entered the great wide world to adventure and gain experience, he needed to get to know more people. It would always be beneficial to him. Yes, we're from the celestial region. From the looks of it, you should be a sword cultivator. You should be from the sword cultivator saint region, right? Qin Xiao nodded and said. The other party also nodded and said, yes, I'm from the sword cultivator saint region. It seems that you should also be going to the Mo Luo C, right? The Mo Luo C is ahead. Since you've been coming in this direction, it should be the Mo Luo C. However, as he spoke, the other party's gaze swept over Xiao Gu and Baby Mo. He laughed and said, it seems that you have quite a background. You came out to adventure and gain experience, and you even brought two ancient sages and two beasts with you. Judging from their bloodline, this young lady's bloodline should be very high grade. If I'm not wrong, they should be the descendants of ancient divine beasts. Their level of life can be considered very high. However, they're still too young. They haven't truly reached adulthood, and their strength hasn't reached a truly powerful level. Since you brought them out, it could be considered as traveling and gaining experience together. Xiao Gu grinned and said, we're not Big Brother's followers, we're Big Brother's spirit beasts. Oh, spirit beasts? The ancient sage was surprised to hear Xiao Gu's words. He looked at Qin Xiao in surprise. He'd actually taken in two ancient sage spirit beasts at such a young age. It was truly incredible. He never seen such a person before. He had to admit that he was somewhat impressed by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, I don't know if you believe it or not. Although I cultivate in the immortal domain, I'm actually not from the immortal domain. I'm just a life that ascended from the universe. Although I have some status now, I don't really count as someone with a great background. I took in Xiao Gu and Baby Mo by chance in the past. It was all pure luck that they broke through to the Saint Realm one after another. What a coincidence! The ancient sage smiled. Coincidence? Qin Xiao smiled. Oh, is that so? Then you're also a lowly life form that came out of the universe. It's indeed a coincidence. Although we cultivate in different sacred realms, we all came out of the same lowly and weak universe. We walk step by step from being extremely lowly to where we are today. Now that we've met here, and we're going to Mo Luo C together, this could be considered a kind of fate, right? Ha ha ha. The ancient sage laughed heartily and nodded. Yes, it's fate. Since it's fate, I think we should cherish it. It's our first time coming to Mo Luo C, so we don't know much about it. So why don't we travel together first, so we can take care of each other? If we need to go our separate ways later, then we'll make other plans. What do you think? That's what I'm thinking. Qin Xiao nodded and agreed. He really knew very little about Mo Luo C. Although he didn't know anything, he wasn't much better. So, If they had someone to travel together in the early stages and they could take care of each other, it could be a good thing. Most importantly, the two of them could share information. This way, they should be able to enrich their understanding of MOLUOC. There would always be some benefits. In addition, Qin Xiao had always believed in fate. It was fate that they met. By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Xiao. I've told you about these two just now. This is Little Gu, and this is Baby Mo, Qin Xiao said. The ancient sage cupped his fists and said, "Hello, Brother Qin Xiao. I'm Lang Jinghong, but there are also many people who like to call me Lang Saint, which makes me very melancholic. I don't feel like I'm Lang Saint at all. I should be called carefree. As long as I have wine and a sword, I can wander the world alone, and the four seas are my home. Drinking wine and dancing with a sword. Isn't that great? Haha. Lang Saint, this name is really cool. Calling you Lang Saint, don't tell me it has something to do with women?" Qin Xiao said with a smile. Lang Saint, it was really a very awkward title. Lang Jinghong shook his head and said, "That can't be. There's absolutely no such thing. Although I'm indeed more elegant, I could be considered to have walked through 100 flowers without a single leaf touching me. Compared to women, I still prefer wine and swords. Beauties can only bring me temporary happiness. But wine and swords are different. They can always bring me happiness and will always accompany me and be with me at all times. This is true love." Qin Xiao was also a little speechless. For a moment, he did not know how to respond to this. If he answered, he would not. He chose to skip this topic. Qin Xiao was indeed not good at talking about this topic. He could not continue the conversation at all. "Brother Jinghong, you're really amazing with a sword. Just now, we were all shocked by your sword. As expected of a sword cultivator, your experience with the sword is indeed amazing." Qin Xiao changed the topic. Lang Jinghong laughed faintly and said, "You're exaggerating, right, Qin Xiao? Can a sword just now shock you? It was just a casual sword just now. It's not worth mentioning." Chapter 2675. With the addition of Lang Jinghong, Qin Xiao's group of four quickly entered the Moro Sea. The Moro Sea was a very magnificent and strange celestial body. If one looked down at the entire Moro Sea from above, it would feel like a huge nebula or a huge black hole. To use a very inappropriate metaphor to describe it, the Moro Sea was like a huge whirlpool. Therefore, as soon as one got close to the Moro Sea, one could feel a strong suction force that wanted to drag one into the Moro Sea. Moreover, the deeper one went into the Moro Sea, the more terrifying it was. The suction force and the suction force were stronger, and it was harder to escape. According to the book Spirit, the center of the Moro Sea could completely devour all the light there. Even the law of light could not shine there. It was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. It could be said that even if a world god went in, he would be devoured and never be able to come out. It was so terrifying. However, the Moro Sea was indeed very big. The entire Moro Sea was probably twice as big as the immortal region. Standing in the endless universe sea, it was indeed a huge celestial body. It was also a relatively strange celestial body. Looking from afar, one would feel that it was very magnificent and shocking. It was indeed very magnificent. But when one got close, one could really feel the terror of the Moro Sea. That terrifying, devouring power was enough to make people shrink back at the sight of it and not dare to take another step forward. The entire Moro Sea lay there, as if a peerless and incomparably huge demon was lying there. "Master, Baby feels that it's very scary. Baby is scared. Are we really going in there?" Baby Mo said with a little fear. After all, Baby Mo was still young and had not experienced anything. At this time, he was frightened by the terrifying aura of the Moro Sea. It was normal for him to have such a feeling. Beauty patted his chest and said arrogantly, "Baby, don't be afraid. Brother Gu is here to protect you." "That's not right. Brother Gu, you can't beat Baby. How can you protect Baby?" Baby Mo immediately asked truthfully. This, how could they still talk in a friendly manner and play happily? It said that you shouldn't hit someone's face when you're beating someone up. Why are you specifically hitting someone's face? Brother Qin Xiao, how much do you know about this Mo Luo Si? Lang Jinghong asked. Qin Xiao shook her head and said, I only know a little about it. I don't know the specifics. Most importantly, Qin Xiao didn't ask the book spirit for details, so she really didn't know. Lang Jinghong said, then it seems like we're all pretty much the same. We've all gathered our courage and came here. We don't care about anything else. Ha ha ha, I don't know much either. I only know a little about the situation. The Moro Sea is very, very large, and there are many complicated and strange phenomena inside. There are also many dangerous life forms hidden inside. Furthermore, there is also a native race in the Moro Sea called the Moro clan. These life forms will have a huge advantage in the Moro Sea, so they will become very powerful. These creatures can only live in Mo Luo Sea for generations, and they also guard Mo Luo Sea for generations. Enmity between the devil and the devil. So, as long as there are life forms from the outside world that enter Mo Luo Sea, they will think of ways to kill them. But the good thing is that there aren't many Moro clan life forms, so they can only guard the core territory. Very few of them come to the outer regions. According to the situation I know, with the half-line as the boundary, there are very few Moro clan life forms in the outer half-line. The inner half-line is the territory of the Moro clan, so we have to think twice before going in. So we have to pay attention and see if there's a need to break into the inner half-line. But I think that just the outer half-line is enough for us to explore. Qin Xiao also knew some information about the Moro clan life forms. Previously, the book spirit specially reminded Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded. He also felt that the outer half-line should be enough for them to explore. Far behind, the enemy's hatred will be met by a lonely fortune. After all, the territory of Mo Luo Sea was several times larger than the Immortal region. Just the outer half of the territory was already much larger than the Immortal region, so it was enough for them to explore. If they didn't break into the inner half-line, it should be very unlikely that they would encounter Moro clan life forms. The outer half of the territory is mainly inhabited by life forms that enter Mo Luo Sea from the outside world. Some life forms like the environment of Mo Luo Sea, so they deliberately live in Mo Luo Sea. But the most terrifying thing in Mo Luo Sea is not these dangers, but the natural dangers of the celestial bodies themselves. That is the most terrifying thing. We have to be careful. Lang Jinghong continued. Qin Xiao nodded and said, yes, that's right. It's best to be careful. But as the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. The more dangerous a place is, the more it can train people, and the more likely it is that there will be an opportunity. Although Mo Luo Sea is extremely dangerous, it is indeed a recognized place that is very suitable for training and cultivation. It is also a place where it is easier for opportunities to appear. That's what we're here for, so we're not afraid of encountering a lot of dangers. Ha ha ha! Lang Jinghong laughed again and waved his hand. Brother Qin Xiao, don't say that. My purpose for coming here is different from yours. I didn't come here for the opportunity of demonic cultivation. I was actually a little bored, so I came to Mo Luo Sea for a moment. I just wanted to have some fun. I like to wander the world and go to places that I have never been to before. The great wide world is so big, so I want to go out and take a look. My goal is to be able to walk through the entire great wide world one day and leave my footprints in every part of the great wide world. Qin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or say something for a moment. Enemy, 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 after learning Mo Yang hateful observation. However, as the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. The more dangerous a place is, the more it can temper people, and the more likely it is that there will be a fortuitous encounter. How big was the great wide world? Who knows? Perhaps no one could say for sure. If one wanted to traverse the entire world and leave behind their footprints everywhere, that was something that even world gods would find hard to accomplish. Even though world gods could live for countless years, Who knew how long it would take for them to reach such a level? If it was just a simple walk, then perhaps it could be done. But to want to leave footprints everywhere, what was he thinking? Well, I hope you can achieve your life goal as soon as possible, Qin Shao said helplessly. Come on, let's go inside. Indeed, I didn't really come here for training and opportunities. I just want to come in and have a look. Therefore, I might not stay in Mo Luo Sea for long. It is possible that I will leave after 10,000 years. So, Brother Qin Shao, I'm also telling you in advance. Don't mind it when the time comes, Lang Jinghong said. Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a smile, It's fine, it's fine. We just met by chance and felt that we hit it off, so we became companions. Perhaps it won't be long before we have to split up. If there's a chance, we'll explore it. If not, it's fine. Lang Jinghong nodded and didn't say anything else. The four of them entered Marua Sea. As soon as they entered, a powerful force rushed toward them. It was as if they had jumped into a whirlpool. There was a terrifying, devouring force that pulled them toward the center of Marua Sea. Furthermore, this devouring power was like countless sharp blades, madly stabbing at one's body, trying to tear one apart. If an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate came in, they would be torn to pieces in an instant. There was no way they could walk in there at all. A fourth-step heavenly venerate might be able to walk 1 or 2 steps, but it would definitely be like walking on thin ice. It was very difficult. The enemy was far away, and Cha Sa was alone. Master, Baby feels that it's very scary inside. Baby is scared. Are we really going to go in there? Baby Mo asked in fear. Baby Mo was a little scared. Marua Sea was a terrifying place. Only ancient sages were suitable to enter. As soon as they entered, Qin Shao and the others felt the terror and power of Marua Sea. Even Xiao Gu couldn't help but shrink his neck and move closer to Qin Shao. Although it was called Marua Sea, it wasn't a real sea. There was no water in Marua Sea. There was only the black devil wind that was strong in the Whirlpool Nebula. But in the Devil Luo Sea, in addition to the devil wind, there are also many small celestial bodies, such as boulders, small continents, or strange rivers, or even mountain ranges, all of which can be found. As soon as they entered the Mo Luo Sea, Qin Shao immediately perked up a bit. No enmity, no ghost, no hatred, no one after carefully looking around. Qin Shao and the others began to adapt to the harsh environment. In truth, for ancient sages like Qin Shao, no matter how harsh the environment was, it was all the same as long as they could adapt to it. Kiki after the art of love. Now it's time to compete for luck. Brother Jinghong, which direction do you think we should go? Qin Shao asked. Lang Jinghong shrugged and said, I don't mind. I'll just follow you. It's all the same to me. Since that was the case, Qin Shao did not hesitate. He picked a direction based on his intuition, and the four of them headed in that direction. Just like that, 100 years had passed. Big brother, this place is just so. At first, we were frightened by its terrifying aura. I didn't expect it to be so ordinary. We've been walking for 100 years, and we haven't encountered a single fart. It's been empty all the way. We haven't encountered a single life. Although the environment here is very harsh, after 100 years of adaptation, I feel that it's just so. Now I don't feel anything. Xiao Gu curled his lips and began to be arrogant again. In a faraway place, the art of love Qin Shao said seriously, Xiao Gu, don't be careless. Many dangers will come inadvertently. They will catch you off guard when you're completely unprepared. Don't underestimate the danger of Marua Sea. Although we haven't encountered any danger for the time being, it doesn't mean that there isn't any danger in here. It's just that we haven't encountered any danger for the time being. But as time goes by, we'll definitely encounter danger if we continue to walk. Brace yourselves. We have to deal with sudden situations at any time. That's right. Xiao Gu, be careful. Don't hide behind us when there's danger and let me and Master save you. Baby Mo added. Xiao Gu smacked his lips and did not say anything else. Lang Jinghong suddenly let out a cry of surprise and quickly flew in a certain direction. Qin Shao immediately looked over. There was a floating stone in front of them. There were many runes and marks carved on the stone. From those runes and marks, Qin Shao felt a powerful sharpness, an incomparably sharp sharpness. This was sword qi. This aroused Qin Zhao's interest, and he immediately flew in that direction. This book came from Chapter 2676. The four of them quickly approached the floating rock. One side of the floating rock was very smooth, as if it had been directly flattened by a sword. It seemed that the runes and sword marks on the floating rock were left behind by someone. These runes were somewhat incomprehensible. It was difficult to understand what they were trying to express. Those sword scars seemed to have been deliberately left behind. If one looked carefully, they would find that there was some pattern in them. They were not left behind randomly. Runes, sword marks, what were they trying to express? Every rune, every sword mark, made one clearly feel that it contained a terrifying sword aura. Moreover, it was unknown how long it had been sealed in the runes and sword marks. It was probably from ancient times. What greeted them was ancient and vicissitudes. As soon as Lang Jinghong arrived, he was attracted by the runes and sword marks on the rock. He was fully immersed in it. Qin Shao also looked carefully. He used his heart to feel the runes on the stone wall and the aura and sword will in the sword marks. This was a pure sword. The path of swordsmanship cultivated the pure sword, entering the path with the sword, cutting everything with the sword. This was the true path of swordsmanship. Qin Shao also knew the people of the path of swordsmanship. Bai Chuan Fusu and Misty were two of them. However, after the two of them entered the immortal realm, their focus shifted to the path of cultivation. Qin Shao also liked swords. However, his understanding of the path of swordsmanship was not deep. The path of swordsmanship was to walk the path of swordsmanship to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, to an unimaginable level. Qin Shao liked swords. However, he did not enter the true path of swordsmanship. However, Qin Shao felt that a cultivation technique like the heaven-opening sword technique was more suitable for people of the path of swordsmanship to cultivate. The heaven-opening sword technique could split open the sky with a sword. However, the path of swordsmanship had to be stimulated to the extreme in order to unleash a terrifying power. The path of swordsmanship was overbearing and extremely sharp. There was only one sword in the world. There was only one sword in the world. Looking at the runes and sword marks, Qin Shao quickly felt that there was an ancient sword edge that was ready to move. It was as if the power that had been sealed for eternity was about to erupt at this moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, terrifying sword qi burst out from those runes and sword scars at the same time. The supreme sharpness of the sword qi was displayed. The sword qi carried the power of the ancient sword will and sword might as it rushed out. With the great Tao of the sword and the laws of the sword, it came crashing down, resonating through the ages. As the sword descended, heaven and earth were annihilated. Everything was suppressed, sealed, and frozen under the power of the laws of this sword. It was terrifying to the extreme. What a powerful sword! Since ancient times, there has always been a sword edge. One sword slashed out from the vault of heaven. Qin Zhao's heart was also filled with shock and astonishment. Every single sword qi that whizzed out was much stronger than the one that Lang Jinghong had unleashed earlier. Danger! Qin Shao also sensed danger in the face of such a terrifying and peerless sword qi and quickly retreated. At the same time, Lang Jinghong made his move. His sword was unsheathed. With a peerless sharpness, it released the power of the law of the sword. It turned into streaks of sword qi and charged forward. Exquisite, incomparably exquisite. This was the power of the law of the sword way. Seeing Lang Jinghong unleash the sword way, Qin Shao felt as if a new door had been opened. He entered a whole new world, the world of the law of the sword way. Qin Zhao's cultivation of the sword way was very shallow to begin with. He had not been able to comprehend the law of the sword way at all. It could even be said that he was still far from it. Moreover, Qin Shao had not really walked the path of the sword way. He could not be considered to have truly embarked on the path of the sword way. It was just that the sword way was very inclusive. No matter which path of cultivation one cultivated, one could actually use the sword way. Apart from the sword way was also widely used as a weapon. Therefore, the sword way could be said to be a very magical thing. It was used by almost all living beings, but it had its own sword way. However, the most magical thing was that it was very difficult to truly enter the path of the sword way. At least, it was much more difficult than the Great Tao and the Immortal Way. It was said that the sword way was unconventional. The cultivation path of the sword way was also considered to be unconventional. Therefore, even though Qin Zhao's mastery of the sword way was passable, in fact, Qin Zhao had not really entered the path of the sword way. Of course, it was actually very easy to enter. The threshold of the sword way was the lowest among the 8 great cultivation ways. However, the difficulty of cultivation could be ranked in the top 3. If Qin Zhao really wanted to enter the path of the sword way, it was actually very easy. However, if Qin Zhao wanted to master the law of the sword way, it would be very difficult, very difficult. At this time, when Qin Zhao saw the law of the sword way displayed by Lang Jinghong, he was really shocked and deeply touched by Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's passion for the sword way was very strong. Those runes and the sword qi of the sword marks also gave Qin Zhao a lot of enlightenment and gave Qin Zhao the appearance of a new world. It presented the world of the law of the sword way in front of Qin Zhao, making Qin Zhao fall into an ocean. This ocean was extremely turbulent, powerful, sharp, terrifying, and boundless. It was too difficult to truly integrate into this ocean. The sword way is extremely pure. This feeling is like when I was still immortal when I practiced the sword way when I was at my weakest. At that time, the sword way was relatively pure. There was only the sword in my heart, and the sword way was the sword way. The sword way has the power, sharpness, speed, and flexibility of the sword way. However, later on, you have to slowly integrate your own power, the martial skills you have learned, and many other powers into the sword way, and use the sword way to display them. In this way, the sword will become a weapon. A weapon that you can use to unleash your greater power is equivalent to a carrier. Although the carrier is still called the sword way, the original intention of the sword way, the root of the sword way, and the true sword way have been abandoned. The sword way that I practiced in the Hongmeng universe was not pure at all. It was integrated with other powers and had already deviated from the sword way. Therefore, my sword way is becoming less and less pure. When I was practicing the heaven-splitting sword art, I realized that I had integrated too much power into it. Therefore, when I practiced it, it often became very complicated. Although it is possible to use other powers to drive the heaven-splitting sword art, it is still possible to cultivate it and display the terrifying power of the heaven-splitting sword art. However, if it is measured by the definition of sword way, it is not pure sword way. Although it is not pure sword way, it is closely related to the sword way and is closely related to it. The more impure it is, the harder it is for people to see the true sword way. At this moment, seeing such exquisite sword way laws, Qin Zhao was greatly moved. He instantly came into contact with many new things and opened his eyes. From these new things, Qin Zhao was able to feel the sword way and understand the true sword way. He was able to recognize many of his problems in the sword way. If it was possible, it might not be impossible for him to practice the sword way. Firstly, it was because Qin Zhao had always been very fond of the sword way. Unfortunately, he had never had a good opportunity to practice the sword way and step into the true sword way. In other words, the sword way that he used to think was not the true sword way. It was a pure sword way, but a sword way that was mixed with many other powers. Such a sword way could not really peek into the sword way laws, and there was no way to truly step into the true sword way cultivation. At this moment, under the guidance of such a pure sword way, Qin Zhao instantly felt enlightened. Only then did he truly understand what the sword way was and how to step into the true sword way. However, Qin Zhao was now too deeply mixed. Therefore, if he wanted to truly enter the pure sword way, he needed a process of stripping. He had to completely remove those things that were originally deeply rooted. It was like peeling silk from a cocoon. In the end, only the true sword way was left. However, there were some things that were too deeply mixed. How could it be easy to separate them from the mix? Moreover, the sword way was originally an extremely difficult Tao to cultivate. For Qin Shao, what he really wanted to challenge was to comprehend and cultivate the sword way laws. He had to step into the door of the sword way laws and master the sword way laws. Only then would it be meaningful. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to only understand and master some Tao. If he could master the sword way laws, that would be a real big gain. In this way, it would be of great help to Qin Zhao's cultivation and would also be of great help to the improvement of his strength. Qin Shao was also thinking about what it would be like if he used the sword way to practice the heaven-opening sword technique. The effect would definitely be much better than what he was doing now. Using the power of the immortal path in conjunction with the sword way cultivation. Using the heaven-opening sword technique was actually mixing a lot of things so that the essence of the sword way could not be brought out. Naturally, the power would be greatly reduced. However, among the major cultivation paths, they would all complement each other and have a close internal connection. In particular, the sword way could be very closely related to any Tao. Among the 8 major cultivation paths, if the Great Tao was ranked first, then the sword way was basically qualified to compete with the immortal path for second place. Although the 8 major cultivation paths were not ranked, if they had to be ranked, the Great Tao would definitely be the first. As for the second and third, it would probably be more difficult to choose. However, it was certain that the sword way and the immortal path would definitely be the second and third choices. The Great Tao was absolutely closely related to any Tao. It had many internal connections and could encompass everything. For the sword way, it could basically do this, but it was slightly worse than the Great Tao. Any power could be integrated into the sword way and used to practice the sword. Therefore, no matter what, practicing the sword way was absolutely helpful to cultivation. Inspired by all these comprehensions, Qin Shao also began to cultivate the Tao of sword cultivation. With such good guidance, the shock of the ancient sword edge, Qin Zhao's current realm, and Qin Zhao's own understanding of the sword way. Although the previous mastery was indeed mixed with a lot of other powers, it was still a kind of foundation after all. Now, he only needed to separate the sword way laws alone. Although the process was very difficult, under such a big impact, Qin Zhao's understanding of the sword way suddenly rose a lot. Naturally, it would be much easier for them to cultivate. They could improve quickly and make huge leaps in their cultivation. Qin Shao also tried to comprehend the sword way laws, touch the power of laws, entered the threshold of laws, and achieved a qualitative leap. Of course, this was very, very difficult. Xiao Gu and Baby Mo did not understand anything. So after watching for a while, they retreated to the side and set up a formation for Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong to prevent any power from disturbing their cultivation. Chapter 2677. The sword was very pure, but could change infinitely. However, under all these changes, there was only one internal thing, which was sharpness. In the simplest and most straightforward words, the way of the sword was the way of the sharpness to the extreme. Therefore, the pure way of the sword was definitely a display of the sharpness. The power of the sword was domineering and fierce, which was a portrayal of the extreme sharpness. In fact, the profound way of the sword did not need any fancy tricks at all, nor did it need any added power, nor did it need any moves. It only needed one sword. All the changes could be attributed to one sword. Those fancy sword moves were just some embellishments in the cultivation of the way of the sword. It was just a kind of auxiliary method before reaching the real, profound level. It was just to make the power of the way of the sword more powerful. Immersed in the sea of understanding of the way of the sword, Qin Zhao's understanding of the way of the sword improved rapidly under the shocking guidance of the sharpness of the sword qi. The sword has a sharpness, and the stone has a thickness. The sword lies in its peerless sharpness, which is a kind of practical interpretation of the sharpness. The stone lies in its thickness. No matter how the wind and rain hit it, it will remain unmoved. Cultivation should be like the sword, but also like the stone. It should have the sharpness of the sword, but also the thickness of the stone. In fact, none of the 8 major ways of cultivation is perfect. They all have their strengths and areas that they can't reach. The 8 great paths of cultivation complement each other and combine together to form this extremely stable and prosperous greater thousand world. Cultivation is about comprehending the way of the world and nature. Everything comes from nature. As the saying goes, all laws come from nature. All laws exist in nature, but they are also annihilated by all living beings. It is very, very difficult to comprehend all laws from nature. However, many things are actually intrinsically connected. They are tightly intertwined and integrated together. The way of the sword is like a gust of chi. It's a righteous chi, a spirited chi, a sharp sword chi, and a soul-stirring chi. The cultivation of the way of the sword is in the grand song of righteousness. It is like a cape cutting through the waves, revealing the sharpest side of life, stimulating the other side of life. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had passed during this period of comprehension and cultivation. Fortunately, this place was relatively safe. No life forms would appear here. At most, some natural dangers would occasionally descend here. However, they were all easily taken care of by Xiaogu and Baby Mo. They did not disturb Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong. Sword, keep your sword. Suddenly, Lang Jinghong let out a loud cry. A peerlessly sharp sword seemed to have walked out from the ancient times. The light was so bright that it almost wiped out the ruined sword mark on the floating rock. Fortunately, after a series of clashes, the world quickly returned to tranquility. The sword flew back into Lang Jinghong's scabbard. The light dissipated and the world became silent. The runes and sword mark on the floating rock immediately retracted their light and returned to normal. Qin Xiao also broke away from the state of cultivation, ending this time's enlightenment. Putting away the sword, Lang Jinghong was still sighing. I wonder which senior expert would leave behind such profound comprehension of the way of the sword here. He even left behind his sword. Although the ancient times have passed, there are still remnants of such profound and exquisite sword essences. It's really unbelievable. One can imagine that this senior expert's attainment in the way of the sword has reached the peak. It's very likely that he's a worldly god. Even if he's not a worldly god, he should be an extremely powerful sword saint in the 4th step ancient saint realm. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. To have such a harvest in the Merwa Sea as soon as I arrived, it seems like I'm very lucky this time. Not bad. I feel like I've met a benefactor. Hearing Lang Jinghong's exclamation, Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Yeah, although I've never practiced the way of the sword before, I can feel how powerful the runes and sword mark on the floating rock are. After all, the person who left it behind is an extremely powerful existence." Lang Jinghong looked at Qin Xiao and said with surprise in his eyes, "Brother Qin Xiao, I've underestimated you. You're a person who doesn't practice the way of the sword, but you're able to activate the runes and enter the sword chi ocean to comprehend and cultivate. Moreover, it seems like Brother Qin Xiao has gained a lot from this cultivation. In the future, I think Brother Qin Xiao will definitely be able to master the way of the sword. You've never practiced the way of the sword before, but you're able to gain such a great improvement because of an opportunity to comprehend it. It's really admirable." Qin Xiao was slightly stunned by Lang Jinghong's praise. He shook his head and said with a faint smile, "Jinghong, you're overpraising me. Although I've never practiced the way of the sword before, the ways are interconnected after all, and there are many places where they complement each other. Moreover, I've always liked the sword in my previous cultivation. I've always used the sword, and I've always practiced the sword. Although it's not the real way of the sword, it's actually closely related. Now I'm just transforming it, stripping it, and then reorganizing it myself. Then I'll know what's going on. Although I've gained some insights in the past 10,000 years of cultivation, I'm still far away from truly mastering the way of the sword. It's not that easy. Huh? Lang Jinghong laughed and said, seems like Brother Qin Zhao's vision is very high, and your requirement for yourself are also much higher than ordinary people. It's naturally not that easy to completely master the way of the sword. Especially for the way of the sword, it's much more difficult than other ways of the way of the sword. It's really too difficult to become a sage in the way of the sword. It should be much more difficult than the way of the immortal. Brother Qin Zhao, no matter how great your opportunity is, you've only comprehended and cultivated for 100,000 years. Moreover, Qin Zhao has never really practiced the way of the sword. So no matter what, it's impossible for you to master the way of the sword within 100,000 years. If I can really do it, then I think I can just die. It's already very shocking that Brother Qin Zhao has gained such an improvement. Even in the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary, it's a heaven-defying performance. I'm afraid it's difficult to find a few people who can compare to Brother Qin Zhao in the entire Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. It's really a pity that Brother Qin Zhao doesn't practice the way of the sword. If you practice the way of the sword, then you'll definitely shine brightly. Why don't you go to our Sword Cultivator Sanctuary to cultivate in the future? Lang Jinghong was joking, but he was also speaking from the bottom of his heart. Qin Zhao also felt that his talent and potential in the way of the sword was not inferior to the way of the immortal. Therefore, if he really practiced the way of the sword, he would definitely achieve something. However, Qin Zhao didn't have such plans for the time being. He was really too busy now, so he couldn't split his energy and cultivate like that. Previously, Lang Jinghong was only friendly to Qin Zhao because he felt that they were fated to be together and could explore the Mo Luo Sea together. But now, Lang Jinghong did have some appreciation for Qin Zhao. This was the kind of feeling that heroes cherished heroes. Lang Jinghong suddenly glanced and frowned slightly. Seeing Lang Jinghong's appearance, Qin Zhao's brows quickly furrowed. He also sensed that something bad was about to happen. Someone is spying on us. It seems like they have been hiding in the dark for some time. It's not the behavior of a gentleman to hide. It seems like the person who came is not a kind person. Qin Zhao and Lang Jinghong looked at each other and said in Dao voice. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Lang Jinghong's lips. He suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed in that direction. A peerlessly sharp sword qi was slashed out. It penetrated the endless void and swept across the heavens and earth. When the sword qi appeared, it made people feel as if the entire world was being sliced open by this sword. The sword qi was enough to hit extremely far away and kill people 10 billion miles away. Are you courting death? How dare you attack? A furious voice snorted from the dark in the distance. A thunderbolt suddenly appeared and turned into a huge dragon. It roared and hit Lang Jinghong's sword qi, directly dispersing Lang Jinghong's sword qi. A figure also rushed out from there at an extremely fast speed and approached Qin Zhao and Baby Mo. At the same time, streaks of lightning covered the sky like a spider web. The extreme thunderbolt instantly arrived in front of Qin Zhao and Baby Mo. I'm going to eat you. As soon as Little Goose saw someone attacking, he immediately wanted to rush out and fight with the other party. However, he was stopped by Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao asked Little Goo and Baby Mo to step back and not get involved. As soon as the other party attacked, Qin Zhao also knew that the other party's strength was probably not simple. If Little Goo really rushed out, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, with him and Lang Jinghong around, Qin Zhao was not afraid of being at a disadvantage. The person who had made the move was at least a first-step Empyrean saint. Wow, someone from the Elemental Saint region. Interesting. This trip is interesting. First, we met someone from the Immortal region, and now we met an expert from the Elemental Saint region. Sensing the aura of the person who came, Lang Jinghong immediately judged that the person came from the Elemental Saint region. What he cultivated was the Elemental Dao. Bolts of lightning struck down and instantly enveloped the area within a radius of millions of miles. The scorching light was like the birth of a huge ball of light. Within this ball of light, the immense power of thunder and lightning formed a huge net of thunder and lightning. Every part of it exuded a powerful destructive force. The streaks of lightning were like swords and sabers, like ferocious beasts, like wolves and wild leopards, like demons and ghosts. They crazily pounced on Qin Shao. The terrifying power could destroy everything, devour everything, and tear everything apart. Being enveloped by this terrifying lightning energy had indeed caused Qin Shao to fall into a dangerous situation. Qin Shao felt a terrifying electric current pouring into his body, causing his whole body to twitch. It was the first time Qin Shao had encountered such a strange power. This was the power of the elemental law. Qin Shao did not know much about the elemental Tao. He only knew of its existence. Today was the first time he really came into contact with the power of the elemental Tao. Brother Qin Shao, elemental Tao cultivators are only good at long-range attacks, not close-range attacks. It seems that the person who came did not come with good intentions. Then we don't need to be polite and teach him a lesson. Lang Jinghong said to Qin Shao. The person who came attacked so aggressively without saying anything. Qin Shao was indeed very unhappy and naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. Chapter 2678. Powerful magical power came from all directions. The power of the laws of the elemental great path was very peculiar. It could be transformed into powerful magical spells that presented wonderful phenomena. It could be a terrifying lightning attack, a peerless sword, a ferocious magical beast, or a whirlpool that could devour everything. The magical power of the person who attacked was strangely powerful, and the use of the elemental laws was also very high. Moreover, it also contained the power of the laws of space, time, and darkness. In addition to the power of the elemental laws, the person who attacked had mastered at least 4 laws. These 4 types of laws seemed to be somewhat compatible, so there were many changes, making all kinds of methods incomparably powerful. More importantly, the person who attacked was still very far away at this time, but the powerful attack had already surrounded Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong, making it difficult for them to break free. Elemental law cultivators had powerful long-range attacks, but they were not good at close combat. This was because their defensive ability was not strong, and the power of the elemental laws of heaven and earth was suitable for a large area. If he got too close, he wouldn't be able to properly execute some of his most powerful and lethal attacks. Therefore, once the distance between them and the elemental law cultivator was large enough, his advantage would immediately be revealed. At this moment, Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong's attacks were unable to touch each other at all. On the other hand, the other party was able to attack Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong as he wished. He surrounded Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong in a 1 versus 2 situation, displaying his powerful abilities. A one-step ancient saint was actually so powerful, and he had mastered at least 4 types of laws. It was obvious that the ancient saint in front of them had a powerful background. He was probably a top genius in the elemental saint realm and stood at the top of the list. Qin Shao was also thinking in his heart. This time, he first met a top genius ancient saint of the sword cultivation Tao, and now he met a top genius ancient saint of the elemental saint realm. They were both extremely powerful and were not inferior to him. If they really fought, the result might be unknown. At least from the current situation, Qin Shao was not fully confident that he could win against them. Originally, Qin Shao felt that his strength should be very good. In the immortal domain, he should be considered to be at the peak of the first step ancient saint realm. In fact, even if Qin Shao were to go up against a second step ancient saint, he would still be able to put up a fight. With such strength, there were probably only a handful of Empyrean saints in the entire celestial realm. He had originally thought that they would be extremely rare to see. However, this time he had encountered 2 of them so quickly in MOLUOC. It seemed that he had overestimated his own strength. The great wide world was not as simple as he had imagined. The immortal realm was not as simple as he had imagined. The ancient saint of the elemental sanctuary was dressed in a purple and gold mage robe, holding a magic staff in his hand. At this time, in the endless light of lightning, he looked so powerful and sacred, like a thunder god who ruled the sky. He gathered the power of the lightning of heaven and earth and annihilated everything in the world. This destructive attack also showed the arrogance of this prime saint of the elemental saint realm. First, he spied on Qin Shao and Li Jinghong in the dark. Then, he attacked without saying anything. Lang Jinghong's sword also became more powerful and sharp. Qin Shao found that it was easier to fuse the pure sword principle with the power of other laws. Therefore, although Lang Jinghong only displayed the power of two laws, the law of sword principle and the law of space, Qin Shao was surprised to find that Lang Jinghong was actually able to fuse the power of these two laws together and reach a very good state of fusion. Therefore, even if there was only the power of two laws, the peerless sharpness that bloomed under Lang Jinghong's sword was indeed very shocking and terrifying. Indeed, it was much more powerful than the swordsmanship that Qin Shao had seen Lang Jinghong display earlier. It seemed to be a simple, straightforward sword move. However, it contained an incomparably exquisite sword Dao, revealing the sharpest side of the sword. With the fusion of the power of the law of space, Lang Jinghong's figure suddenly became eerie and unpredictable, making it difficult to track him down. In this space that was densely filled with lightning, he seemed to be able to teleport at will. He changed his position time and time again, and charged towards the ancient saint of the elemental sanctuary at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, the ancient saint of the elemental sanctuary also quickly took action and cast a series of powerful magic spells in an attempt to stop Lang Jinghong. The two of them also began to fight intensely. Qin Shao was not to be outdone, and he displayed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his might. Previously, the 100,000 years of comprehension and understanding of the sword cultivation Dao had allowed Qin Shao to have a deeper understanding of the sword. Indeed, it had improved Qin Zhao's mastery of the sword by a lot. And such an improvement was obviously of great help to the power of the heaven-splitting sword technique. At this time, the heaven-splitting sword technique that Qin Shao displayed became even sharper and more domineering than before. Moreover, the power of Qin Zhao's inner world was also fully displayed, using strength to break through all techniques. Even in terms of pure physical strength, Qin Shao was extremely powerful. At this time, Qin Shao displayed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his might, and indeed, the power of the sword had reached an extremely terrifying level. Although they both used swords, Qin Zhao's sword was obviously completely different from Lang Jinghong's sword. There was an essential difference. Lang Jinghong's sword was a pure sword, the true way of the sword. Qin Zhao's sword, on the other hand, was just a carrier, a tool, and a weapon. Qin Shao used his sword to combine all of his power together, and then used it with all of his strength. In addition, Qin Shao also used his heart force to attack the elemental sanctuary's prime saint with all his might. The Dao of elemental Dao was a long-range attack, but so was heart force. There were actually quite a few similarities between the two. Of course, the difference was that elemental Dao techniques were many visible magic techniques, while heart force attacks were invisible. Qin Zhao's heart force was also in the prime saint realm, so his heart force attacks were still very lethal. Against ordinary prime saints, it would definitely have an overwhelming effect. After being attacked by Qin Zhao's heart force, the elemental sanctuary's prime saint raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Qin Shao with some surprise, but immediately chuckled. There was some contempt and disdain in his laughter. I didn't expect you to be a heart force cultivator, and your heart force has reached the saint realm. Not bad. However, we elemental Dao cultivators also have very strong hearts. Our cultivation also requires us to cultivate our hearts first. The stronger an elemental Dao cultivator is, the stronger their heart will be. Even if I don't cultivate heart force, your heart force attacks won't be able to threaten me in the slightest. Your heart force is still a bit too weak. It's not strong enough. Unless your heart force reaches the second step of the Empyrean Saint realm, then perhaps you'll be able to threaten me. If you don't reach that level, then don't even think about threatening me." Qin Shao snorted inwardly. He hadn't expected his heart force to be so useless against his opponent. It was completely blocked. Qin Shao felt a powerful resistance as soon as he used heart force. It felt like an ordinary person punching a hard stone wall. He hadn't expected the heart force of this person to be so strong. The elemental Tao cultivator had such high requirements for the heart force. In other words, elemental Tao cultivators were a bit of a natural counter to heart force cultivators. Although heart force cultivators were the most godly of the 8 major paths of cultivation, they were probably the weakest as well, right? Heart force cultivators were indeed too simplistic in their offensive methods. They could be used as support, but if they were used in a direct battle, then they would either be able to suppress their opponent, or they wouldn't be able to resist at all. This kind of extreme situation was indeed the fatal shortcoming of heart force cultivators. Qin Shao didn't care that his heart force attacks weren't effective. His heaven-splitting sword art met the elemental Saint Realm's magical attacks head-on. Right now, the elemental Saint Realm's prime Saint was fighting one against one. Lang Jinghong's sword chi erupted with an abnormally sharp edge. So the elemental Saint Realm's prime Saint had no choice but to use most of his energy to deal with Lang Jinghong. Naturally, the power he used to deal with Qin Shao was much weaker. Thus, Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword art erupted with unstoppable force. He rapidly advanced towards the elemental Saint Realm's prime Saint. On Lang Jinghong's side, the elemental Saint Realm's prime Saint couldn't stop him. Qin Zhao's side still couldn't stop him either. With neither side able to stop him, the situation immediately became a bit unfavorable. The elemental Saint Realm's prime Saint finally lost his composure. He lost some of his previous arrogance and looked at Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong with a more solemn gaze. He knew that the 2 prime saints in front of him were extremely powerful characters. They weren't people he could bully. The current situation was obviously very bad for him. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would be in danger. Thinking of this, the elemental Saint Realm's prime Saint finally had the intention to retreat. He didn't continue to fight with Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. Instead, he snorted coldly, "Humph, I still have something to do. I won't play with you guys today." After saying that, he quickly left. He was very good at speed. His speed of escape was extremely fast. He took the initiative to stop and leave. This was a sign that he knew he was no match for them. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong didn't have the intention to chase after him. This was just a small conflict. They didn't know each other, so there wasn't much of conflict. Therefore, since the battle had stopped, they should stop. After this battle, both Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong could be considered to have revealed their abilities. Both of them had basically used their full strength. This gave them a rough understanding of each other's strength. "Brother Qin Shao, you're very strong. I'm impressed." Lang Jinghong walked over and looked at Qin Shao with more admiration. "I didn't expect you to be a heart force cultivator. You've also broken through to the Saint Realm in your heart force. You don't look very old. You're even younger than me. To be able to cultivate 2 paths to sainthood is definitely not an easy task." Haha, to be honest, I've tried before. I've also cultivated the Great Path precepts. However, I gave up temporarily in the end. I didn't master the Great Path precepts in one go and cultivate to the Prime Saint Realm. Today, seeing that Brother Qin Shao did it, I'm impressed. It also gave me a lot of motivation. In the future, I'll try again. I hope I can master the Great Path precepts and become a Great Path Ancient Saint. This was my dream when I was young. Brother Qin Shao, you've enlightened me. I can't give up on my dream. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Yes, you can't give up on your dream. If you persevere, you'll definitely succeed." Author Kanshong, I've realized that some people are really bored and have no manners. They're cursing in the comments section. I've been delayed for 2 days over the weekend. Therefore, I've been writing 3 chapters a day for the past few days. Cruel Shang could understand everyone's desire for Cruel Shang to write more. Cruel Shang also wished that he could write 100,000 or 1,000,000 words a day. Cruel Shang relied on writing to support his family. He had 2 elders and 2 children. His family of 6 watched Cruel Shang eat. If he wrote more words every day, Cruel Shang would be able to earn more money. Was Cruel Shang a fool who would reject money? If he could write more, would Shang's brain be flooded with water? Many of you might still be studying. You might not be married and have children. Therefore, you might not understand. But even if you don't understand, is it proper for you to open your mouth and say those nasty words in the comment section? We authors don't have weekends or holidays anymore. Can't we occasionally go to settle some matters? Last time, I accompanied my mother to the hospital because she was sick. Some people didn't know the situation and scolded me for tolerating it. This time, Shang had been delayed for 2 days. However, I'm still writing 3 chapters a day. Do you feel that scolding people online is very satisfying and fulfilling? I've been writing 3 chapters a day for the past few days. I haven't asked for flowers. How did I offend you? I respect those people. If you don't like to read, you don't have to. Shang really doesn't need to beg you. You readers are the parents of authors. Shang has always respected everyone. He's also very grateful to the people who support him. He's also been working hard to write and update. He doesn't dare to slack off. But to those who scold Shang, please let me go. I thank you. Chapter 2679. After defeating the ancient sage of the elemental sanctuary, Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong got to know each other better. Secondly, it improved their relationship. In fact, if they were to have a one-on-one battle, the 2 of them would have a higher chance of winning. That incident was just a small interlude. It was very common for cultivators to fight because of a disagreement. It was not a rare thing. However, it was just a momentary dispute. It was rare for them to fight to the death. The 4 of them continued to walk in Moro Sea casually. Moro Sea was full of dangerous aura. Walking in there, one had to be on high alert at all times. Danger could appear suddenly at any time. Along the way, Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong started to talk about sword principle. Qin Xiao's sword principle had not reached the threshold of the law. It was not at high level. He was still far from mastering the law of sword principle. Lang Jinghong was not stingy at all. He generously explained to Qin Xiao some of his experiences and understandings of the Tao of sword cultivation and some of his understandings of the laws. He used his words to explain what the law of sword principle was, how to cultivate sword principle, and where the core of it was. Talking about Tao was also a process of learning from each other. It was indeed of great help to cultivation. For example, in St. College, there was a special place for talking about Tao. It was to make it convenient for students to talk about Tao with each other. In this way, they could also promote each other. It would be of great help to each other's cultivation. On the other hand, Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong were conversing about the Tao of sword cultivation. It was equivalent to having a teacher guiding Qin Xiao. In this way, Qin Xiao would also improve a lot in sword principle. He could slowly accumulate. Cultivation was often about accumulation. It was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Even if there was a great opportunity and an epiphany, it was difficult to reach the sky in a single step. Moreover, opportunities and epiphany did not come every time. Even if they were every time, it would be too much. If the leap was too big and the foundation was not solid, it would still collapse in the end. It was not a good thing. With a fortuitous encounter, sudden enlightenment, and a certain amount of accumulation, this was a better situation. What Qin Xiao lacked now was the accumulation of swordsmanship. Fortunately, Qin Xiao had some basic knowledge. After all, his cultivation for more than 50 million years had always been related to swordsmanship and also had a lot to do with real swordsmanship. There were many things that could be directly converted as long as one grasped the right direction and worked hard. All in all, even though Qin Xiao had never practiced the way of the sword before, he wasn't starting from scratch. He was starting from a relatively high level of cultivation. In this way, he would have a strong foundation, and his cultivation would naturally become much easier. In terms of cultivation, Qin Xiao had nothing to talk about with Lang Jinghong. Unlike Qin Xiao, Lang Jinghong had dabbled in several paths of cultivation. He had only dabbled in the Great Tao and the path of swordsmanship. However, Qin Zhao's level of the Great Tao was not high. He was only a fourth-step celestial venerable and had not broken through to the ancient sage realm. Therefore, Qin Zhao naturally had no way to guide Lang Jinghong. In this way, Qin Zhao could be considered to have taken advantage of Lang Jinghong. However, Qin Zhao could also see from this that Lang Jinghong had indeed regarded him as a true friend now. At least, he was no longer wary of him and was so generous to share these things with him. If he did not trust him very much, he would definitely not do this. In terms of character, Lang Jinghong was a very forthright person who was also very willing to help his friends. Qin Zhao liked such a character very much and felt that this person was someone worth befriending. In terms of making friends, Qin Zhao had always felt that he was very lucky. No matter where he went, he could always make some sincere friends and brothers who were worth befriending. Although Qin Zhao did not have many friends, they were all very good friends. That was enough. Xiao Gu and Baby Mo were basically completely accompanying Qin Zhao. They did not need to cultivate at all. It felt like they were just accompanying the crown prince to study. Qin Zhao and Lang Jinghong got along very well along the way. They often discussed Tao and exchanged pointers with each other, which naturally gave them a lot of benefits. In particular, Qin Zhao's understanding of the Tao of swordsmanship was getting deeper and deeper. He had also accumulated more and more. However, this accumulation was still not enough. It was not enough for Qin Zhao to break through the Tao of swordsmanship in one fell swoop. He still needed more accumulation before he could have a breakthrough. In addition to the Tao of swordsmanship, Qin Zhao also had in-depth exchanges with Lang Jinghong in terms of the integration of laws. In this regard, Lang Jinghong was still not stingy. He still explained many of his cultivation insights in detail to Qin Zhao. Although it was easier to integrate the Tao of swordsmanship with other laws, it was only slightly easier. If he really wanted to do it, it would definitely not be so easy. Therefore, there was naturally still a lot of experience that could be used for reference. It was worth Qin Zhao to think about and try. If he could integrate the power of laws, it would also be a great direction for his strength to break through. Qin Zhao came out to experience the world this time in order to be able to increase his strength. In terms of realms, it would definitely take a certain amount of time to accumulate. It was impossible to break through so quickly. Therefore, the focus of cultivation now would be on improving his strength. Cultivating other laws was one way. Integrating laws was also another way. Moreover, this way would obviously be more powerful. Qin Zhao had always been trying in this direction. Baby Mo, look. There are many beautiful flowers over there. Xiao Gu suddenly shouted and pointed in a direction to Baby Mo. Baby Mo also saw it. His eyes had already lit up, and he looked over there with joy. It seemed that girls could not resist beautiful things. Baby Mo was no exception. Moreover, Baby Mo's mind was still relatively immature. He liked these things even more. Let's go and have a look. I'll pick a few flowers for you, Xiao Gu said, and the two walked over. Wait, don't go over there. At this moment, Lang Jinghong suddenly spoke. His expression also became a little more serious, as if he was very serious. It was rare for him to be so serious. After being shouted at by Lang Jinghong, Xiao Gu and Baby Mo immediately stopped. The two of them looked at Lang Jinghong in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Qin Zhao looked around, but did not find anything wrong. Therefore, he also looked at Lang Jinghong in confusion and said, Brother Jinghong, what's wrong? Is there something wrong over there? Flowers? The sea of flowers is spread over such a wide area. The demonic wind here has also become more violent and eerie. All these signs are bad omens. No. Oh no. Devil gathering flower. These are devil gathering flowers. They must be devil gathering flowers. Oh no, there's danger. Qin Zhao, let's run. Run. Towards the end, Lang Jinghong appeared to be a little anxious and nervous. He shouted at Qin Zhao. Danger? Qin Zhao frowned deeply. He did not feel anything. There was actually danger that could make Lang Jinghong feel anxious and scared. What kind of terrifying danger would it be? Although he did not sense any dangerous aura, Qin Shao believed that Lang Jinghong would not speak carelessly. There must be danger. Xiao Gu and Baby Mo were both dumbfounded. The two of them had no idea what was going on. They were stunned by Lang Jinghong's words. Xiao Gu, Baby Mo, let's go. Qin Shao saw the two of them stunned there. He also shouted at the same time. Hearing Qin Zhao shout, the two of them did not hesitate anymore. They immediately ran with Lang Jinghong as fast as they could. The four of them ran away from the sea of devil flowers as fast as they could. They appeared to be in panic. However, as soon as the four of them moved, a strange change occurred. The heaven and earth moved, and the four seas sank. The huge sea of devil luo flowers suddenly surged wildly, and those devil luo flowers bloomed one after another. The devil flowers flew out rapidly. They gathered together in the surging demonic aura and formed a huge devil flower. Huge mouths grew out of the devil flower. They were layered together. When all the devil flowers gathered together, the huge devil flower was no less than 100 million miles long. The huge mouths were no less than 10 million miles long. A strong devouring power surged out of the huge mouths and devoured everything in the world. The surrounding small celestial bodies were directly swallowed by this incomparably huge devil flower. Just looking at it was enough to frighten people. What the F***CK? What the hell is this thing? Isn't it a little too perverted? Even if I change back to my original form, I won't be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. This damn thing is actually made up of countless flowers. After it is made up, it's still a flower? What kind of life form is this? It's not rare to see flowers that can eat people. However, it's really the first time I've seen a flower that's so big and strong. Xiaogu was really shocked when he saw the huge flower. He was also considered huge. However, compared to this huge flower, he was really too small. Such a peculiar life form was truly astonishing and inconceivable. Qin Shao had never heard of such a thing as devil flowers. He had also never seen such a strange life form. The key point was that this life form was extremely powerful. Qin Shao could clearly feel that the void was being devoured by the gigantic flower. Although they ran fast, they did not run too far away. That huge flower wasn't just standing there. Instead, it was chasing after Qin Shao and the others. This was a little scary. From afar, Qin Shao could feel the strong devouring power that was going to suck them over and then devour them. That terrifying power frightened Qin Shao. He could clearly feel that if he were to be devoured, he would not be able to survive. Therefore, no matter what, they could not be swallowed by the huge flower. They had to escape. Moreover, there was no way to fight it. They could not beat it at all. The only choice was to escape. Master, what the hell is this thing? It looks so scary. Let's run. I feel that it's going to catch up with us. Baby Mo was also frightened. She had never seen such a terrible thing. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and shook his head. I haven't seen it either. It's also my first time seeing it. Don't be afraid. Let's run quickly. We will definitely be able to escape. Lang Jinghong's face was also full of bitterness. He shook his head helplessly and said, Previously, I said that we were very lucky. It seems that with too much good luck, we will also encounter bad luck. I didn't expect to encounter such a rare thing like the devil flower beast. Moreover, it's such a terrifying devil flower beast. It's really like seeing a ghost. Let's run. We can only run. Author Kanshong said, 4th update. Chapter 2680. Even a bold and domineering person like Lang Jinghong was afraid of it. That was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the devil flower beast was. Although Qin Shao did not know the devil flower beast, he could clearly feel how powerful and terrifying the devil flower beast was. Even a fearless person like Xiao Gu was scared out of his wits at that moment. His face turned pale. The devil flower beast's powerful and terrifying aura and the surging devouring power made people feel that once they were caught, they would not even have the strength to fight back and would be devoured directly. What level of life form was this? From the looks of it, he could tell that it was on par with a 3-step ancient sage. Oomph. Lang Jinghong suddenly snorted and slashed his sword down from the sky. That soul-stirring sharp light turned into streaks of sword chi. They carried a peerless power that could cut through everything as they whizzed towards the demonic flower beast. However, before the streaks of sword chi could reach the mouth of the devil flower beast, they were crushed into pieces by the devouring power that surged out and were devoured completely. Hiss! Such a scene caused Qin Shao and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. The power of Lang Jinghong's sword was enough to seriously injure an ordinary first-step ancient saint. However, to think that the might of this single sword could not even hurt the devil Luo flower beast in the slightest bit. That was something that was truly shocking. Not only could it not hurt the devil flower beast, but its power was also devoured by the devil flower beast. What kind of technique was that? It was so powerful that it completely crushed Qin Shao and the others will to fight back. The only thought left in their minds was to run. They could only run as there was no other way. If they fought back, they would only die. There was no way they could fight against the devil flower beast at all. Even if the four of them joined forces, they would definitely not be able to defeat the devil flower beast. The situation was very clear. Oh my God, big brother. How can this damn thing be so strong? Moreover, its speed is so fast. If this goes on, why do I feel that we will be devoured by it soon? Xiao Gu was so shocked that he was tongue-tied. It was indeed the first time that Xiao Gu was scared to this extent. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. I don't know what the hell this thing is. I can only accept my bad luck. Lang Jinghong also sighed. We can only admit our bad luck. We just entered the Devil Luo Sea not long ago, and it's even in a relatively remote area. To think that we would encounter such a terrifying Devil Luo flower beast. Sigh, try your best to escape. From his words, it could be heard that Lang Jinghong did not have much confidence and could only fight with all his might. Clearly, in his opinion, he had also fallen into a predicament and his chances of survival were very small. Xiao Gu continued, Big brother, I've asked the book's spirit. She told us to pray for ourselves. What we've encountered is a terror gray devil flower beast. It has no weakness and will continue to bite us until it devours us. This devil Luo flower beast relies on devouring other life forms to become stronger. In its eyes, we're the most delicious food. The nature of beasts is that they won't let go of food once they see it. I understand this very well. Even if we join forces, we're far from being a match for this devil Luo flower beast. It's over, it's over. This time around, we're really done for. This time around, we haven't encountered many opportunities, but we've encountered many dangers. Qin Shao had long known that it would be dangerous this time around. After hearing the book spirit's words, he felt even more threatened. However, Qin Shao gritted his teeth secretly. He was not really afraid of anything. If it really did not work out, he could only use his life-saving trump card. Right now, he still had some life-saving trump cards. It should be enough for him to give it a try, right? Right now, Qin Zhao's greatest life-saving trump card was the ancient token that his master had given him. As long as he used the ancient token, he should have a higher chance of defeating the Devil Luo flower beast. Or he could shatter the void and bring everyone away. However, the ancient token was way too precious. Furthermore, it could only be used 9 times. This was Qin Zhao's life-saving trump card before he became a worldly god. Every time it was used, it meant that he had one less chance. Therefore, Qin Zhao treasured it and could not bear to use it so easily. In addition to the ancient token, he also had a few other life-saving trump cards. He had senior brothers Tianji Fong. The Tianji Fong might not be very powerful in terms of attacking, but it should be pretty good in terms of trapping people. However, if he wanted to use the Tianji Fong, he was afraid that he would have to directly abandon this treasure and use it as stall for time so that they could escape. However, Qin Shao was not completely confident that he would be able to successfully capture the Devil Luo flower beast, even if he used the Tianji Fong. There was also third senior brother's woodcutting knife. It was said that it also had a miraculous use. However, Qin Shao did not know if it could be used. There was also the magical energy stone. There was still a part of the energy in the energy stone that had not been used up. He did not know if using the energy in the magical energy stone would have any effect. There was also the light Rubik's Cube. However, Qin Shao did not have much confidence in using the light Rubik's Cube. The safest method was still to directly use the ancient token. If it really did not work, then this was the only way. Don't worry, Xiaogu. We will be fine. We will definitely be fine. Qin Shao patted Xiaogu's shoulder and comforted him with a firm expression. Xiaogu looked at Qin Shao and seemed to have thought of something. He immediately grinned again. He believed in his big brother and just realized that his big brother still had a life-saving trump card. What was there to be afraid of? At most, he would just waste a life-saving trump card. However, he would definitely be able to defeat the Devil Luo Flower Beast. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's confident words, Lang Jinghong glanced at Qin Shao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Qin Shao, I know that you have a life-saving trump card. However, we still can't be too careless. According to what I know, the Devil Luo Flower Beast has an extremely tenacious vitality and is extremely difficult to kill. Even a fourth-step Empyrean saint wouldn't be able to kill it," Duan Ling Tian said. "It can transform into thousands of forms. As long as there is a flower, it is still alive and will not be killed. If we want to completely kill this Devil Luo Flower Beast, I'm afraid we will need the full strength of a world god. Otherwise, it will be really difficult. Therefore, even if we still have some trump cards on us, we have to use them carefully and be prepared for everything. We can't rely on our trump cards too much. If we can't defeat or kill the Devil Luo Flower Beast, it will still come back immediately." Qin Zhao's expression darkened slightly, and he said to Lang Jinghong, "Then what should we do?" Lang Jinghong said, "It's not the last resort yet. Let's wait and see. If it really doesn't work, then let's fight together. Of course, I also feel that we won't be so unlucky to die in the mouth of this beast today. Ha ha, we still have to have this bit of confidence. At most, we will fight to the death. I believe that there will definitely be a chance." Qin Shao nodded. He felt the same way. Even if they couldn't kill it, there should be a chance for them to escape. The ancient token's function was not only to attack, but also to break through the void to escape. Qin Shao believed that using the ancient token, they would definitely be able to escape. It would definitely not be to the point where they would really fight to the death. Now, it was not the last resort yet. Let's wait and see. Maybe there would be a turn for the better. Life was often like this. Sometimes you feel that you have already reached a dead end, but in fact, a little bit ahead was a new light. If you give up now, then you will never see that ray of light again. Regarding such a situation, Qin Shao had some deep understanding. Along the way, he had encountered such situations many times. Qin Shao and the other three were desperately escaping at their fastest speed. Baby Mo's speed was the fastest. Baby Mo carried Qin Shao and the other two, and their speed reached the extreme. However, no matter how fast they were only first-step ancient saints after all. The Devil Flower Beast's speed was obviously a level higher than theirs. The main reason was that the Devil Flower Beast was simply too big, so its speed naturally appeared to be extremely fast. The Devil Flower Beast was indeed like what Xiaogu had said. It saw Qin Shao and the other three as food. Once it took a bite, it would definitely not let go. It would definitely bite until the end and not let go. This won't do. If this continues, it will definitely catch up with us in less than 10 breaths of time. In this vast Devil Flower Sea, we don't know where to escape at all. There isn't much time left for us. It seems that we have to prepare for battle. Xiaogu, Baby Mo, listen to my orders later. When I let you enter my inner world, don't resist. Don't say no. I don't want to be distracted because of you. Brother Jinghong and I will join forces and use our trump cards. I believe that we can still fight, Qin Shao said solemnly. Lang Jinghong also saw the situation and knew that it was not very possible to escape. Therefore, he also nodded solemnly and said with a straight face, "Yes, we have to prepare for battle. Ha ha. It's rare to be crazy in life. This time, let's go crazy for once." It's said that young people can be frivolous. We are still young and can shake the heavens, step on the earth, walk against the heavens, and point our swords at the sky. What is there to be afraid of? Let's fight, let's fight. It's been a long time since we had such a crazy battle. It's also a pleasure to be able to fight side by side with Brother Qin Shao. The more dangerous the situation, the more it could stimulate a person's fighting spirit. Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was completely stimulated at this time, causing his blood to swell and his blood to boil. The fighting spirit in his chest was like an uncontrollable volcano that was about to erupt. "Master, let me try," Baby Mo suddenly said. Qin Shao looked at Baby Mo. Let her try? Qin Shao knew that Baby Mo was indeed strong, but he was definitely far from being strong enough to fight against this terrifying devil flower beast in front of him. Baby Mo's strength was probably on par with his at most. Therefore, when he heard Baby Mo volunteer, Qin Shao naturally frowned slightly and did not want to agree. Just as he was about to refuse, Xiao Gu suddenly said, "Big brother, the book spirit said that Baby Mo can try." Baby Mo is the ink Qilin, an existence with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. His life level is extremely high. Therefore, once Baby Mo unleashes his divine beast bloodline, he should be able to crush the devil flower beast in terms of life level. No matter how terrifying the devil flower beast is, it still belongs to the beast race. Our beast race has a very strict distinction between life levels. No matter how high the devil flower beast's life level is, it definitely won't be higher than Baby Mo's. Therefore, the book spirit said that once Baby Mo unleashes his power, he might be able to intimidate the devil flower beast and make it retreat. We can give it a try. Qin Shao thought about it and felt that it did make some sense and possibility. Lang Jinghong also nodded and felt that it was worth a try. The ink Qilin had the bloodline of an ancient divine beast and stood at the peak of the beast race. Chapter 2681. Since that was the case, Qin Shao decided to let Baby Mo have a try. "Baby Mo, be careful. Don't get too close. We'll be with you." Baby Mo nodded and said obediently, "Yes, master. I'll be careful. I'll be fine. If I can't win, I'll run." Baby Mo was about to attack. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong looked at each other and prepared to go all out to help. Originally, the two of them had already made their preparations. Qin Shao was also prepared to use the ancient token. If they really couldn't do it, they could only use the ancient token to escape. With a shake of his body, Baby Mo transformed back into his original form. A very ferocious and beautiful ink Qilin appeared. Roar! The ink Qilin opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Many of the black hairs on his body stood up, making him look even more mighty and domineering. A supreme divine light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire area. A huge illusory black Qilin appeared. Its size was not much smaller than the devil flower beast, but it was illusory. It was formed by the supreme divine light. This was the innate magical ability of the ancient divine beast. At this time, when it burst out, it appeared abnormally powerful and terrifying. The huge illusory ink Qilin opened its huge mouth and let out a terrifying roar at the devil flower beast. Then it charged towards it. The demonic flower beast was clearly intimidated, and its speed slowed down a lot. "Master, let's go," Baby Mo said urgently. The devil flower beast was temporarily caught by the illusory ink Qilin and could not catch up. Although Baby Mo's innate divine power was very powerful and had a strong deterrent effect on the devil flower beast, its effect was limited. There was no other way. Baby Mo's realm was still too low. Therefore, he should only be able to block it for a while. He cannot completely block it. "Let's go." Qin Shao did not hesitate. The four of them quickly left. After leaving for a while, he quickly lost sight of the devil Luo flower beast. He felt that he was safe. Xiao Gu heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. "Ha, Baby Mo, you're the best. You even defeated that damn thing. Ty Li is in trouble." TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of an existence with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. That's how willful it is with such a high level of life. I'm so envious that I'm drooling. Sigh. For a beast with an ordinary life form like me, no matter how hard I work, I won't be able to become much stronger in this lifetime. Being able to become a saint is already the greatest gift that the heavens have given me. If you want to take another step forward, it will be very difficult, very difficult. Fortunately, I'm quite content. I've already gotten a lot, so I shouldn't ask for more. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Let's not think too much about those things. Being able to stay by Big Brother's side is enough for me. Lil Gu was a classic example of someone without lofty ambitions. However, there was nothing Qin Xiao could do about him. It was true that beasts valued their own talent more, and talent had a lot to do with one's life form. If one's life form wasn't high, it would be very difficult for one to become truly powerful. Lil Gu's life form wasn't high, so being able to become a saint was already a very good performance. Moreover, Lil Gu didn't like to cultivate. He was the kind of person who couldn't calm down to cultivate. Therefore, it was very, very difficult for him to ascend to the next level. Lil Gu, don't praise me. It's a bit early to be happy. Baby Emo shook his head. What? A bit early? What did that mean? Lil Gu was stunned, then reacted. Cough. Baby Emo, don't tell me you didn't defeat the Devil Luo flower beast? Baby Emo suddenly frowned, and a pained expression appeared on his face. A mouthful of dark red blood was spat out from Baby Mo's mouth, causing the pain on her face to become even more intense. Seeing this, Qin Xiao immediately supported Baby Mo and asked in concern, What's wrong, Baby Mo? Baby Mo looked at Qin Xiao with teary eyes. I'm sorry, Master. I couldn't defeat the Devil Luo flower beast. I failed. The Devil Luo flower beast has caught up again. Let's go, Master. Qin Xiao had expected this. It was normal that Baby Mo couldn't stop it. It's fine, Baby Mo. As long as you're fine, we'll be fine. Master hasn't even made a move yet. Qin Xiao comforted Baby Mo. The four of them didn't hesitate and fled as fast as they could. This time, with Baby Mo's obstruction, it could be considered to have bought them quite a bit of time. The Devil Luo flower beast wanted to chase them, but wouldn't be able to catch up in a short time. This escape lasted for 100 years. However, they still couldn't shake off the Devil Luo flower beast. Moreover, the distance between them and the Devil Luo flower beast had closed. The situation became worse again. At this speed, it would catch up with them in less than half a day. This damn thing is really like a ghost that won't go away. It's been chasing us all this time. Xiaogu scolded with a grin. There was a feeling of fear and hatred in his heart. It caught up again. What should he do? Qin Xiao could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that there was no other way. They could only use the ancient token to escape. Qin Xiao's gaze suddenly shifted. He saw a huge black vortex that was about 100 billion miles wide in the distance. From afar, it looked like a huge eye. However, staring at the huge black vortex for a few times, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He felt that if he looked at it again, he would be sucked in and devoured by the black vortex. It didn't look like a black hole. Black holes were usually round. However, this one was in the shape of an eye. In the center, there was a bright spot. Looking from afar, it really looked like a living eye. Looking at it made people feel very strange. Qin Xiao stared at the bright spot in the center for a long time. Intuitively, he felt that it was like a passageway. A passageway. Thinking of this word, Qin Xiao's heart suddenly moved. Suddenly, a lot of ideas came to his mind. If that was really a passageway, was it possible to go directly through that passageway? Where would the other side of the passageway be? Looking at this incomparably huge celestial body, Qin Xiao suddenly felt that a path of life had appeared. There was indeed such a possibility. Lang Jinghong also noticed the situation there. After looking at it for a while, he looked at Qin Xiao and said, Brother Qin Xiao, do you think it's possible? I think it's very possible. I think we can give it a try. Qin Xiao nodded and said. Lang Jinghong laughed and said, Haha, then it seems like great minds think alike. Perhaps this is what they mean by, there's always a way out. There are many celestial bodies in the Mo Luo Sea. Maybe we just happen to have good luck. Since we think of the same thing, let's give it a try. If it really doesn't work, I feel that the result won't be worse than now. If that Mo Luo flower beast really catches up to us, then we'll be in great danger too. We might not be able to escape safely. Qin Xiao nodded and agreed with Lang Jinghong's point of view. It seemed like Lang Jinghong also didn't know what that celestial body was. Everything seemed to be unknown to the two of them. Since it was unknown, then it was worth it to give it a try. Who knows, there might be unexpected gains. More often than not, wasn't this how opportunities came about? Xiao Gu, Baby Mo, go into my inner world first, Qin Xiao said. Baby Mo was still a little worried and wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu had followed Qin Xiao for so long and knew Qin Xiao's character. He also knew that since Qin Xiao said so, there must be a reason for it. They just had to listen. Qin Xiao immediately kept Xiao Gu and Baby Mo into his inner world. After doing that, he and Lang Jinghong quickly flew towards the huge eye. The Mo Luo flower beast was also chasing after them relentlessly. It was getting closer and closer. However, the two of them were getting closer to the huge eye. If there were no accidents, they should be able to enter the light spot channel in the center before the Mo Luo flower beast caught up to them. The closer they got, the more they felt the terror of the huge eye. The powerful devouring power and the terrifying tearing power of the whirlpool would instantly tear an ordinary fourth-step heavenly realm expert into pieces. The closer they got, the more they felt that the channel was extremely deep and terrifying. It was like a road to death. The powerful force of the huge whirlpool made it impossible for Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong to fly in a straight line. They could only follow the whirlpool's spinning force and get closer to the center point. Fortunately, the two of them were very strong in terms of strength and defense. If an ordinary first-step ancient saint came in, it would be very dangerous. The two of them could still withstand it and would not be torn apart by the terrifying, devouring power of the whirlpool. The further they went, the stronger the force became. They were completely surrounded by the whirlpool's power and were forcefully pulled in. In this way, Qin Xiao and the others' room to retreat gradually disappeared. They could not break free at all. They could still break free now, but the devil flower beast had caught up with them. If they went out, they would be like sheep in a tiger's mouth. They could only continue to move forward. However, such progress had indeed caused Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong's hearts to clench involuntarily as their nerves tensed up. It was impossible to say that they were not worried. They were indeed worried. The road ahead was unknown. The two of them did not know whether it was light or darkness waiting for them ahead. In the Mara Sea, everything was possible. It was originally filled with endless danger and darkness. The number of ancient sages that had died in the Mara Sea was innumerable. Adventuring was also a process of challenging the unknown. Soon, Qin Xiao felt that he had no strength to struggle. At this time, even if he struggled with all his strength, there was no way to break free from the devouring power of the whirlpool. This powerful force was like an endless swamp trapping Qin Xiao. Furthermore, it was still slowly increasing, becoming even more powerful and terrifying. Now, even if Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong wanted to go out, there was no way. This road was like a one-way road. Once they stepped on it, there was no turning back. A road that could not be turned back would give people a bad feeling. This made Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong have a bad feeling in their hearts. They were afraid that there was more darkness ahead. Even if they escaped the pursuit of the devil flower beast, there would be a new dark danger coming soon. However, there was no way around it. Since they were here, they had to take it one step at a time. That was the only way. No. Death's Eye? Don't tell me this is the legendary Death's Eye? Lang Jinghong suddenly slapped his head as he recalled something. When he thought of this possibility, his face was filled with horror. Chapter 2682. Death's Eye? Looking at Lang Jinghong's horrified expression, Qin Xiao seriously felt that something was amiss. Death's Eye. Just the name alone was enough to tell that this was an extremely terrifying place. It was a place of death. Only then could it be worthy of the name Death's Eye. Qin Xiao, we might be in big trouble. I really didn't think of this earlier, but I suddenly remembered it now. Sigh. Lang Jinghong sighed and looked at Qin Shao with a bitter expression. Qin Shao asked, "What's the exact situation?" Lang Jinghong shook his head and said, "But I'm not 100% sure that this is Death's Eye. I don't know much about Merwa Sea. I just made some small preparations before coming here. I checked some information about Merwa Sea through various channels. In a strange ancient book, I saw records about Death's Eye. However, according to the book, the person who wrote the ancient book also heard about it. It's just a rumor. It might not be the real situation. It said that in Merwa Sea, there's an extremely huge, eye-shaped celestial body. That's the terrifying Death's Eye. Once someone enters Death's Eye, he will never be able to come out again. He will die inside. The center of Death's Eye is a place of death. When you reach the center of Death's Eye, that's the time of death. The author of the book also warned others that if they see Death's Eye, they must remember to stay away from it. They must not be curious and must not enter it. There will be no survivors if they die. I checked a lot of information before I came. The information was rather messy, so I didn't pay much attention to some of it because I didn't think it was that important. This Death's Eye is just a rumor. I didn't think it was real, so I didn't react to it just now. I also intuitively felt that the light spot in the center seemed to be a passage. It's very likely that we can escape through that passage. But now, we're not even halfway in, and I already feel that we can't break free. There's no way to get out of here. Only then did I suddenly remember. Now that I think about it, this place is very similar to the deaths I described in the book. Therefore, I'm guessing that this is the legendary Death's Eye. If that's the case, then I'm afraid we're really in great danger. After hearing Lang Jinghong's words, Qin Shao also felt that if that was the case, then it was probably Death's Eye. Now, he could feel how terrifying Death's Eye was. But now that things had come to this, there was nothing to regret or complain about. Qin Shao looked at the center of the tunnel. Was the moment of death the moment he reached the center of the tunnel? But I, Qin Shao, don't believe it. Whether it's true or not, we have to face it wholeheartedly. Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we still have to give it a try. Even if it's a land of death, we have to tear a path out. I don't believe that we will really die here today. I've always believed that there's no path of despair, only people who are in despair. Once your heart is in despair, then it's a real dead end. As long as your heart is still strong, then there's definitely a path to go on. I've walked through the gates of hell no less than 10 times. Fortunately, I'm still alive and well. Since I've come out to explore, I should have made all the preparations long ago. Brother Jinghong, let's fight side by side for once. Let's poke the sky and break through the legendary Death's Gate. The dead end of others may not be our dead end. Someone needs to walk out of it. Even if we walk out of the dead end, it will also be a broad road. Qin Shao was full of heroism and passion. His heart was full of ambition, and his heart was incomparably firm. A strong heroic spirit made Qin Shao very powerful at this time. This strength and this momentum were very infectious. This was the time to show a person's determination. Ha ha! Yes, 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 Brother Qin Shao is right. Cultivators of our generation should have this kind of heroic spirit, this kind of peerless heroism, this kind of courage. Since the situation is already like this, then what are we afraid of? No matter what kind of difficulties and dangers there are, we just have to break through all of them. There's no path of despair, only people who are in despair. This sentence is very exquisite, too exquisite. I'm impressed. To be able to fight alongside Brother Qin Shao is also an honor for me, Jinghong. Lang Jinghong immediately laughed out loud, igniting his heroic spirit and bravery. Both of them were brave and heroic. Their hearts covered the sky. They were not afraid of anything and wanted to fight against the heavens. Often, momentum could play a decisive role in many cases. No matter what you do, if you don't have the heart to win, then it is really difficult to create a miracle. After the devil flower beast chased for a while, it did not continue to chase. However, it did not leave for the time being. Instead, it stood guard outside the Eye of Death. However, in the face of this terrifying Eye of Death, the devil flower beast was afraid and retreated. From the devil flower beasts Fear and Retreat, Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong could also see how terrifying the Eye of Death was. It was probably really as recorded. However, no matter how terrifying it was, it could not scare Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. Their powerful power of absolute thoughts supported their peerless heroic spirit. Moving forward bravely, they were determined to be alone. The two of them moved forward rapidly along the vortex. Their speed was getting faster and faster, and their power was getting more and more terrifying. The devouring and tearing power that was crazily surging on their bodies became more and more terrifying. At this time, the two of them basically did not have much power to resist. They could only use all their strength to resist the devouring and tearing power and not let them die in the power of the vortex. Under the rapid rotation of the vortex, the terrifying power of the vortex actually distorted time and space, causing Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong to be unable to see the situation around them clearly. They only felt that they had fallen into a chaotic vortex of time and space. Such a situation looked very terrifying. It would make people feel like they were trapped in the chaotic time and space. Once they were trapped, they would probably be trapped there until they died. Moreover, the devouring and tearing power was extremely powerful. If it was not for Qin Zhao's strong defensive power, which was far stronger than an ordinary one-step ancient saint, there was a possibility that Qin Shao would be torn into pieces. One should know that Qin Shao had used the light magic cube to envelop him and Lang Jinghong, which also greatly weakened the devouring and tearing power. The terrifying power hit the light magic cube with a roar, causing Qin Shao to worry that the light magic cube would not be able to withstand it and would be destroyed. The light magic cube was a middle-grade sacred weapon. If it was destroyed, Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong's bodies would not be able to withstand such a terrifying power. Fortunately, although the light magic cube was on the verge of collapse, it still managed to withstand it in the end. After drifting in the vortex for an unknown period of time, they finally shuttled out of the chaotic time and space. After shuttling out, they finally saw the light of day again. Everything quickly returned to tranquility. Qin Shao looked around and realized that they had appeared on a peaceful land. This land did not seem to be very big. It also looked relatively desolate, and there was not much life aura. There were no green mountains or green waters. What he saw before him was a barren mountain made of stone. Looking around, they could not see any yellow sand or soil. All he could see were rocks, pieces of rocks of all colors. The terrain here was also very complicated. There was no good flat land. Looking up, they saw the chaotic space and distorted time and space above them. There was also a starting point of the vortex. It was obvious that they had fallen from there. If they wanted to go out, they should go out from the vortex. This land was completely wrapped up by the chaotic and distorted time and space. There was no way to break through it and leave this place. In such a situation, Qin Shao was even a little worried. Would the ancient token given to him by his master be able to break through the void and leave this place? In the chaotic and distorted space, it was very difficult to perform space shift and jump. However, he did not think about this for the time being. No matter where this place was and what the situation was, he was still safe for the time being. Qin Shao would definitely not use his trump card unless it was a last resort. There were unknown dangers, but there might also be unknown opportunities. Opportunities and dangers often existed at the same time. After looking around, Qin Shao released his divine consciousness to check out what was in this place. This land was not big. It covered an area of about 100 million miles. It was not even as big as the Heavenly Dragon Land. However, after checking with his divine consciousness, Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, there are two ancient saints here. Judging from their aura, they should be at the second step ancient saint realm. Yeah, I can feel it too. There are two second step Empyrean saints here. However, this might not be a bad thing. Lang Jinghong immediately nodded. He also checked the situation here. The existence of other life forms might not necessarily be a bad thing. It might even be a good thing. He could understand the situation here through them. Moreover, there were living creatures here. Didn't that mean that this place wasn't that dangerous? It was not like what Lang Jinghong said before. The moment they entered the extreme land, it would be the moment of death. In the beginning, Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong were also worried about this matter. They also made many preparations to deal with it. However, in the end, they entered this land safely. There was no danger. At least, there was no danger for the time being. The current situation was already very good. At least, it was much better than they had expected. There's an ancient saint coming towards us. Fortunately, the other ancient saint is not moving. It seems like he doesn't intend to pay attention to us, Qin Xiao said. Lang Jinghong nodded and said, "It shouldn't be a bad thing. I don't feel any hostility from him. Moreover, if he really is hostile, there's nothing to be afraid of if the two of us join forces. It's enough to fight. We just have to be careful." Yes, there's nothing to be afraid of if we join forces. We just have to be careful, Qin Xiao replied. Soon, a figure appeared in front of the two of them. It was an old man with disheveled hair. No one knew how long it had been since he last trimmed his hair. He looked very sloppy and casual. Even his eyes did not have much luster. They were very dim. There was no expression on his face. He looked very stiff and cold. His gaze fell on Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong. After a moment of surprise, it was immediately filled with sympathy. He even shook his head in pity. Chapter 2683. Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong could not help but exchange glances when they saw the expression of the senior in front of them. A bad feeling surged into their hearts. "Senior, may I ask where this is? Why did you sigh and shake your head just now?" "The two of us had bad luck and encountered the devil flower beast. We were chased all the way here, so we don't know much about this place. I hope Senior can tell us a thing or two." Qin Xiao cupped his fist to the person in front of him and said very politely and respectfully. Lang Jinghong also bowed and said, "Senior, is this the lost continent in the eye of death?" The senior rolled his eyes at Lang Jinghong and said in a bad mood, "Why did you still come in if you knew? You don't have to do this even if you want to die, right?" Cough. Lang Jinghong coughed awkwardly and explained with a bitter smile, "I only realized it later. If I knew from the beginning, I definitely wouldn't have come in." Qin Xiao nodded and said, "That's right, Senior. We didn't know this was the Eye of Death or the Lost Continent. We were chased by the Devil Flower Beast all the way here, and it wouldn't let us go. In the end, we entered the Eye of Death because we had no other way out. We wanted to fight for a way out. I didn't expect that we would walk into a dead end. I'm really helpless. But Senior, I see that you're fine. Other than you, there's another Senior here. You're both still alive. We've looked around this place, and there doesn't seem to be any danger. It's very quiet. What's the situation here? I wonder if Senior can explain to us? Maybe we can find a way to leave this place." "Oomph." The Senior looked at Qin Xiao strangely and sneered before saying, "If there's a way to leave, do you think I'll be trapped here for 100 universe eras? You want to leave? I still want to leave. What's the use of that? What? There's no way to leave? Trapped here for 100 universe eras?" That was a second step Empyrean saint. Yet he had been trapped here for 100 universe eras. Just the thought of it was frightening enough. Qin Xiao has only lived for 50 million years, which is far from the time of an epoch. Qin Xiao can't even imagine the time of a universe epoch. What kind of heartache and helplessness would be coming from this senior's mouth? Qin Xiao also knew that he had touched the senior's sore spot. However, this senior was still relatively easy to talk to. He was still willing to say so much. It seems that the records in the ancient book are correct, and the rumors in history are also correct. There's a lost world in the Death's Eye. Even if you can survive the Death's Eye, you'll be trapped in the lost world. No wonder the ancient book said that no one has ever come out alive from the Death's Eye. Even if you can survive the Eye of Death, you'll still be trapped in the lost world. You still can't get out. Lang Jinghong frowned as he recalled the records in the ancient book he had read before. Was there really no one who could leave this place? Qin Xiao didn't believe that his luck was that bad. If he was trapped here and died, wouldn't that be too sullen? This wasn't the immortal domain. Even if he asked for help, it would be useless. He couldn't contact his master at all, right? Of course, Qin Shao didn't try to contact him, but he felt that it might not be possible. The immortal domain was too far away. Moreover, he was in a lost continent right now. It shouldn't be, right? Qin Shao thought about it and was still a little doubtful. If no one who entered the depths I was able to get out alive, then where did the rumors and history and the records in the ancient book come from? If we didn't enter this place before and didn't see this situation, then it could still be interpreted as a fabrication. But what we're seeing now is exactly the same as the records in the ancient book. That means that someone came in before and got out alive. That's why the rumors spread and were recorded. Lang Jinghong nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Shao, what you said makes sense. There must be someone who knows about the situation in here. That's why it spread and was recorded. But there might be other possibilities in this situation. For example, could it be that someone's clone came in, but the original body knows about the clone situation?" "Impossible," the senior said in a firm tone. "Impossible?" Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong looked at the senior. The senior looked at Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong, then said, "Yes, impossible. After my clone came in, the connection with my original body was cut off. My original body doesn't know about my situation in here at all. I'm afraid he thinks my clone is dead. So, my original body didn't come to look for my clone. Since then, I've lost contact with my original body. Now, I don't know how my original body is doing. This place is isolated from everything. Time is completely cut off. There's no way to contact the outside world. In fact, there's no way to shatter the void here. Spatial jump can't be used here. Once you enter this place, unless you're a world god, there's no way you can get out. If you want to get out of here, I think you should give up. Otherwise, you'll only make yourself feel worse and suffer more. You might even want to die." Want to die? For a second step Empyrean Saint to say something so depressing, it was clear that he had been dealt a heavy blow. That kind of despair was indeed unimaginable. If one was really trapped here forever, it would be an unimaginable pain. Just thinking about it could make one go crazy. Qin Shao couldn't help but ask himself in his heart, if he was really trapped, what would it be like? Would there be a day when he would break down and go crazy? Would he also have thoughts of dying? It was possible. There really would be such a day. He didn't have a clone now. Once he was trapped here, unless someone came to save him, he would really be trapped to death. He didn't tell anyone that he came to Merwa Sea. Others didn't know about it. Therefore, even if he was trapped here forever, senior brother Feng Yi and the other senior brothers might not know that he was trapped in Merwa Sea, right? He really shouldn't think too much about such things. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he would be and his mood would be bad. Senior, you don't have to be so desperate, right? Since there are rumors and records in the history, it means that someone has walked out. That means that there's still a chance to get out, Qin Shao said. The senior shook his head and said, "It's also possible that a world god came in and spread the news about the situation inside. There are many possibilities. There will always be people who know about the things that exist. In our great thousand world, there are many people who have experienced it. However, they can walk out, but we don't have the ability to do so. Our realms aren't high, and our strength isn't strong. There's no way to leave this place. All the methods that you can think of, the old man has already tried, and he's already in despair. You'd better recognize the truth and stop dreaming." Hearing the senior's dejected words, Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were really splashed with cold water. This was indeed a heavy blow to their self-confidence. Moreover, it was a heavy blow one after another. This made Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong, who were originally very confident, more or less affected. The two of them couldn't help but start to doubt whether they really couldn't get out, right? The senior's words didn't seem to be an alarmist. He should have experienced it personally. A second step, Ancient Saint had tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't leave this place. He was trapped here for 100 universe eras. Just thinking about it made one feel that this place was terrifying. The two of them were only first step Ancient Saints. How could they have the ability to leave this place? Brother Qin Shao, it seems that we're really unlucky. Are we really going to be trapped here until we die? I don't know if someone will come to save me. Lang Jinghong laughed bitterly and shook his head. Since he could say that he didn't know if anyone would come to save him, It was enough to tell that Lang Jinghong should be someone with a background. There should be at least a world god behind him. However, it was hard to say if he would be able to come and beg him. "Hey, senior, if a world god comes in, can he save us?" Lang Jinghong asked. Hearing this, the senior's lifeless eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Lang Jinghong for a long while before saying, "Theoretically, it should be possible, right?" However, the old man isn't too sure. After all, he hasn't experienced something like this before. He doesn't know if a world god can leave this place after coming in. The old man doesn't have the ability to invite a world god to come in and save me, so he really doesn't know. "What? You can invite a world god?" Lang Jinghong smiled and said, "I can definitely invite one, but the awkward thing is that I don't have a clone. Moreover, I didn't tell anyone that I came out to Morrow Sea this time. Therefore, the world gods that I can invite don't know that I'm in Morrow Sea, nor do they know that I'm trapped on the Lost Continent. Moreover, I've been wandering outside all these years. They're used to it. Unless they haven't seen me for a long time, they probably won't remember that I'm trapped. Even if they know, it won't be easy for them to find me. Who knows, they might even think that I'm dead. Therefore, this matter is a little awkward. We can only try our luck if there's really no way to leave. Brother Qin Xiao, what about you?" Lang Jinghong looked at Qin Xiao. He already knew that Qin Xiao's background was definitely not small. Qin Xiao laughed bitterly and shook his head. "My situation isn't much better than yours. It's basically the same. No one knows that I'm in Morrow Sea and I don't have a clone here. Therefore, no one knows that I've entered the Eye of Death. All right, forget it. Looks like the situation is so bad. We can only wait and try our luck." Lang Jinghong spread his hands and said. Qin Xiao shook his head and said seriously, "Brother Jinghong, we just came in. We can't be so discouraged. No matter what, we have to give it a try. We definitely can't be discouraged and give up now. Waiting for someone to save us is more or less the same as waiting for death. We can't accept this loss and accept this fate. This shouldn't be how we do things." Author Cruel, Death 4th Update. Chapter 2684. Even if it was death in the next moment, Qin Xiao would not give up at this moment. Death was not scary. What was scary was that you had already surrendered to death. In that case, you would really be conquered by death. Along the way, Qin Xiao had one foot in the door of death several times. However, due to Qin Xiao's unwillingness to admit defeat, he was always able to have an epiphany at the last moment and turn the tide. When the power of belief reached an extreme level, it would impact the heart. When the power of the heart exploded to the extreme, there would be many unimaginable changes. Yes. Brother Qin Xiao is extremely right. Lang Jinghong nodded immediately and said with a smile, "Haha, actually, I'm not that disheartened. I'm just saying that. However, it's absolutely impossible for me to admit defeat just like that. I can't leave my fate to the heavens and the uncertain unknown. Although it's possible that someone will come to save us if we wait. However, if we really continue to wait like this, I'm afraid we'll be crippled. Waiting will only make us less confident. When we completely lose our confidence, I'm afraid we'll fall and even destroy our own cultivation path. We have to be like a sword. We have to maintain a peerless sharpness at all times. We have to be fearless of all hardships and forge ahead. I, Lang Jinghong, might be able to do what others can't do." Qin Xiao nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, it might not be impossible for me. Qin Xiao, challenging the impossible is also a kind of cultivation, a kind of training, a kind of self-transformation and improvement. Misfortune and fortune go hand in hand. What we have to do is to turn misfortune into fortune." The senior next to them shook his head and chuckled when he heard Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong's words. It was as if he had heard a funny joke. However, he did not say anything more. He did not want to hurt the two of them anymore. He thought the same way back then. Unfortunately, the reality was much crueler than he had imagined. Failure after failure would slowly erase all your self-confidence. In the end, it would make you despair, completely despair, and recognized the incomparably cruel reality. Senior, I can sense the aura of the great Tao from your body. May I ask if Senior is from the great Tao sanctuary? Qin Shao suddenly asked. Speaking of the great Tao sacred realm, Qin Shao had always wanted to go there. This was Qin Zhao's goal, the place that he had been yearning for. Firstly, he still had to avenge his master, Old Man Lu Ha. Secondly, Brother Pure had also gone to the Great Path Sanctuary. Brother Pure was originally an ancient saint of the Great Tao Sacred Realm, but he was reincarnated into the primordial chaos universe. Fortunately, Brother Pure had awakened the memories of his previous life and returned to the Great Tao Sanctuary. To be able to force an ancient saint to reincarnate, what exactly did Brother Pure experience in the Great Tao Sanctuary? This was also what Qin Shao wanted to know. If he could help Brother Pure, Qin Shao naturally wanted to help Brother Pure. Therefore, Qin Shao had always had very deep feelings for the Great Tao Sanctuary. In the primordial chaos universe, the place that Qin Shao wanted to go the most was the Great Tao Sanctuary. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that the primordial chaos universe was too far away from the Great Tao Sanctuary, Qin Zhao's first choice would definitely not be the immortal domain, but the Great Tao Sanctuary. There was indeed too much helplessness when it came to choosing this matter. There was no other way. At that time, his ability was so little. It was already fortunate that he could successfully reach the immortal domain. How could there be so many requirements? But now, it was not difficult for Qin Shao to enter the Great Tao Sanctuary. As long as he was willing, he could go to the Great Tao Sanctuary at any time. It was just that after so many years, Qin Zhao's heart had also calmed down a lot. Having cultivated in the immortal domain for 50 million years, Qin Shao was also full of feelings for the immortal domain and truly regarded the immortal domain as his home. Therefore, it was no longer so urgent to go to the Great Tao Sanctuary. If he wanted to go to the Great Tao Sanctuary now, he had to ensure that he had the ability to do what he wanted to do. Otherwise, there was no point in going to the Great Tao Sanctuary. If he wanted to avenge his master, his current strength was obviously not enough. It was still far from enough. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao was not in a hurry to go to the Great Tao Sanctuary now. It would not be too late to go when he had a certain level of strength in the future and had enough confidence and confidence. After the senior glanced at Qin Shao, he said, "Yes, the old man is indeed from the Great Tao Sanctuary. So if I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I'm about to forget what the Great Tao Sanctuary looks like. One of you is from the Immortal Domain, and the other is from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. It seems that you have never been to the Great Tao Sanctuary." Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Yes, Senior. We have indeed never been to the Great Tao Sanctuary, so we can only yearn for it. However, I think Senior doesn't need to sigh like this. No matter what, perhaps it's not necessarily bad luck for Senior that we are here, right? To tell Senior the truth, Brother Jinghong and I both have the existence of world gods behind us. Even if Brother Jinghong and I can't leave this place, there's still hope, isn't there? Although we didn't tell others that we came to the Mo Luo Sea, it doesn't mean that we can't be tracked, right? Perhaps there are some methods that can deduce that we are trapped in this lost continent. The worst-case scenario is that we are trapped here for a while, but someone will come to save us. Senior has already been trapped here for 100 universe eras, but I believe that we won't be trapped for another 100 universe eras. I believe that in less than a universe era, someone will definitely come to save us. Whether it's the person behind me or Brother Jinghong, as long as someone comes to save us, we won't be stingy with giving Senior a favor and bringing Senior out of here. Brother Jinghong and I are two people, so our chances will be much higher." Hearing Qin Shao say this, the senior thought about it and felt that it made sense. If it really was like this, then there was indeed some hope. It might just be a matter of time. Of course, it also depended on luck. If one's luck was good, they might be able to find them. If one's luck wasn't good, they might not be able to find them. These were all things that were hard to say. However, there was indeed a chance. It was just that after being trapped for so many years, that Senior's heart had long died, so this little chance for him couldn't evoke his good mood. Even if that day didn't really come, he wouldn't have any ripples. His heart had been cold for too long. A little bit of sunshine, a little bit of warmth, it didn't have any effect at all. Qin Xiao could imagine the Senior's mood and could understand. If he was also trapped for 100 universe eras, perhaps he would also be depressed like this, right? But Qin Xiao would never allow such a thing to happen. He definitely wouldn't allow it. He had to think of a way to get out of here first. He had to try all kinds of methods. Waiting for others to save them wasn't Qin Xiao's style. That was just the worst-case scenario. Qin Xiao was also thinking whether or not he should try the ancient token. Although the space here was completely sealed and surrounded by chaotic space, the ancient token was given to him by his master. Maybe he could give it a try. But there was no rush. He had to understand the situation here first. There wasn't any danger now. He could try the ancient token at any time. There was no rush. Moreover, he hadn't taken a good look at the lost continent yet. Maybe there would be some opportunities here. Senior, can you tell us more about the situation here? Qin Xiao asked again. That senior nodded. After talking for a while, the distance between Qin Xiao and the other person had become much closer. Perhaps it was because he had been lonely for too long. Now that two newcomers had come in, there was a feeling of sympathy for each other. He could also find someone to talk to and pour out his feelings. It was also a good thing. That's right, Senior. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Qin Xiao from the Immortal Domain. He is Lang Jinghong from the Sword Cultivator Sacred Domain. However, we both came from the universe. We were born lowly. Qin Xiao suddenly said and asked, how should I address Senior? Oh, the two of you are actually lowly life forms from the universe? When that Senior heard Qin Xiao's words, he was clearly surprised. His eyes were also sizing up the two of them again. He had a feeling of seeing them in a new light. In his eyes, there was even a bit of appreciation and praise. The distance between them seemed to have become much closer. Seeing the Senior's reaction, Qin Xiao smiled and said, could it be that Senior also came from the universe? It can't be such a coincidence, right? That Senior shook his head and said, that's not it. I was born in the Great Tao Sacred Domain. But speaking of which, my ancestor is also a lowly life form that came from the universe. Although I am considered a native, I can be considered to be inextricably linked to the universe. So, I have a special respect for the life forms from the universe. I feel very close to them. Although I was born in the Great Tao Sacred Domain, I'm actually at a relatively low level. I could be considered to be quite lowly. But I admire the two of you very much. The fact that the two of you were able to grow up from such a lowly life in the extremely difficult conditions of the universe is really a very remarkable thing. In the past, I used to worship the ancestors of our clan the most. I really admire them. So there was such a relationship. Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile. But really speaking of which, coming out of the universe, growing up from such a lowly life form step by step, becoming strong, and reaching the point where they are today was really a very, very difficult thing. As long as one had experienced it, one would understand the hardships involved. Being born in the sacred domain, one's cultivation level was much higher all of a sudden. Even if one didn't have any identity or background, even if one was born as an ordinary life form, one's cultivation level would be much higher than the lowly life forms of the universe. After that Senior sighed with emotion for a while, he said, Qin Xiao, Lang Jinghong, just call me Qing Mu. Although I admire the two of you very much, I also know that the two of you must be peerless geniuses. If my guess is correct, the two of you are probably the most outstanding figures of the younger generation in your respective sacred domains. You must be very famous young figures. You're not old, not more than 100 million years old. For an old guy like me, it's not even a fraction of a fraction. You are very outstanding in all aspects, very strong. However, I still want to pour cold water on you. You want to leave this place? I'm afraid it's really something that can't be done. When I came in, I also didn't believe it, didn't want to give up, and did countless efforts. I even persisted for a universe era. But in the end, I had no choice but to admit defeat and give up. Since then, I have been in despair. Sigh, thinking about it makes me feel helpless, really helpless. Chapter 2685. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong continued to listen quietly. They wanted to hear how helpless Prime Saint Qing Mu was to be able to make him sigh time and time again. Memories should be sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. But after that, it should be happy and beautiful. But for Prime Saint Qing Mu, his memories were incomparably painful, dejected, sad, and hopeless. Every time he thought about it, he would sigh. Look over there. Prime Saint Qing Mu pointed at the center of the vortex in the sky. That point was also a small passage. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were not unfamiliar with that point. They had entered this lost world from that point, which was also called the Lost Continent. That's the only exit. The other places are completely wrapped up by the chaotic space. There's no way to break through it and get out. Even if a world god were to make a move, he might not be able to forcefully open a way out. If you go out from there, you will be sucked into the terrifying vortex. I believe you've already felt how terrifying the power of the vortex is when you came in, right? Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong both nodded. They had indeed felt it personally. It was indeed extremely terrifying. Thinking about it now, Qin Shao still felt a lingering fear. Before he could even enter halfway, he was already unable to break free. He was basically completely bound by the devouring power, making it impossible for him to struggle. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the power was. In the end, he had to rely on the power of the light magic cube to block it and enter the lost continent alive. The way in was incomparably dangerous and bumpy. Ancient sage Qing Mu paused for a moment before he continued. If it is already so frightening to go along with the vortex, you should be able to imagine how difficult it is to go against the vortex. It is at least 1,000 times more difficult. I have also tried countless methods. In the end, I came to the conclusion that the only way is to rely on brute strength to forcefully leave the vortex. If you want to rely on brute strength, I'm afraid only a world god can leave. Even an extremely powerful fourth-step Empyrean saint shouldn't be able to leave this place. So, think about it yourselves. If you don't believe me, you can also give it a try. Could they only rely on brute strength to break through? If that was the case, then it would indeed be very difficult to leave. Qin Shao believed Prime Saint Qing Mu's words. After all, Prime Saint Qing Mu must have tried all kinds of methods. Moreover, he was a second-step ancient saint. He had no way to leave. Thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. It was just like sailing against the current. Of course, it was difficult. Moreover, the whirlpool was much more terrifying than going against the current. After all, going against the current only had a hindrance in one direction. However, the hindrance of the whirlpool was omnidirectional. It came from all directions. It had a terrifying, devouring power. It could annihilate everything in an instant. But no matter what, Qin Shao had to give it a try himself. Senior Qing Mu, we can understand what you mean, and we also believe everything you said. However, everything you've said is only for yourself. It's from your personal point of view, your experience, and your understanding. But Senior Qing Mu, you can't represent everyone. Thousands of people have thousands of ideas and thousands of methods. Maybe you can't think of any method, but it doesn't mean that there is absolutely no way. After all, what Senior Qing Mu can think of is definitely not everything that exists in this world. No matter what, we still have to give it a try. We won't give up so easily. Take more different paths. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Qin Shao said. Prime Saint Qing Mu was slightly startled. After looking at Qin Shao, he said, "Well, maybe you are right. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we will be trapped. It's good to give it a try. If you don't try, you will definitely be unwilling. Now is the time when you are determined. It is the time when you are the strongest. Give it a try. I wish you good luck." Qin Shao looked at Lang Jinghong. The corner of Lang Jinghong's mouth raised into a faint smile. "Let's go. Even if it's the sky, we should be able to poke a hole." "Ha ha! If the heavens don't give us a path, we will kill our way out. After saying that, the two of them flew toward the center of the whirlpool. Very quickly, the two of them enter the vortex. As soon as they entered, a powerful force surged toward them. It was so powerful that the two of them couldn't resist it at all. Like a monstrous wave, it fiercely smashed on the two of them. It was so strong that the two of them couldn't resist it at all. Smashed by this powerful force, all the strength of the two of them collapsed. They couldn't withstand a single blow and were instantly knocked back. For a moment, their consciousness became blurry. In the end, they heavily smashed on the ground, creating two deep pits. After a while, the two of them slowly recovered and walked out of the deep pits in a sorry state. They looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. They were really defeated. They couldn't even touch the surface of the vortex. He couldn't even stay in the whirlpool for a short while, let alone try to break it. In just one blow, they had completely collapsed. Frightening, frightening, truly frightening. Prime Saint Qingmu glanced at Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong. He wasn't surprised at all. Only when you have tasted the pain will you truly understand the difficulty. Now you should be clear that you don't even have the chance to get close to it. Just trying to stand firm in the vortex is extremely difficult. The old man can only hold on for a breath's time. Both of you are only first-step ancient saints. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to hold on for a long time. If you can't even get close to it, how can you try other methods? Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Senior Qingmu, our strength is indeed a little weak. Our cultivation base is also a little low. However, just because we can't do it now doesn't mean that we can't do it in the future. The most important thing is to have a heart that refuses to admit defeat. No matter how difficult it is, we will definitely try. It's just that our strength is indeed not enough now. But it doesn't matter. Let's put this matter aside for the time being and solve the shortcoming of our lack of strength for the time being. Senior Qing Mu shook his head and sighed with a smile. I used to think so too, but time is unforgiving. In the end, I still became like this. Sigh, seeing your current state, this feeling, this firm belief, and unwavering spirit. On the one hand, the old man admires and envies you. At the same time, he feels a little pity for you. Forget it, forget it. This is the path you want to take. You can take it yourself. Qin Xiao smiled and didn't say anything more. No matter what, he was still unwavering in his beliefs and thoughts. Since there was no way to leave this place for the time being, he could only take things as they came. He would first settle down and stay here, and then think of another way. Although Qin Xiao wasn't a very optimistic person, he was never depressed. No matter what kind of dangerous situation he encountered, he could face it with a calm mind. By the way, Senior Qingmu, I have a question. You said that only world gods would be able to leave this place. But after all these years, how come there have only been 2 people here? Including the ones who came in now, there are only 4 people. If even ancient sages can't leave this place, then why are there so few people? After countless years, there shouldn't be a small number, right? After hearing Qin Zhao's doubts, Prime Saint Qingmu shook his head and said, well, I'm not very clear about the details. I've thought about this problem before and analyzed it. I think there might be a few reasons. Firstly, there are records and rumors about the Azura's Eye. If it's someone who came to the Devil Luo Sea, most of them should know where the Devil Luo Sea is. This place is extremely dangerous, so don't step in. This Azura's Eye is clearly one of them. If they know the situation, they definitely won't be stupid enough to barge in. Just like little friend Lang Jinghong. Don't you know about the Azura's Eye? You were only chased by the Devil Luo flower beasts, so you entered the Azura's Eye in a panic. If you didn't encounter it when you were in danger, you definitely wouldn't have entered so easily, right? Lang Jinghong nodded. At that time, he was indeed in a panic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. As for the second reason, you'll know after coming in. Normal first step ancient sages will die in the Azura's Eye. They won't be able to reach the lost continent at all. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, if they didn't have the radiant magic cube, he and Lang Jinghong wouldn't have been able to safely reach the lost continent. As for the third reason, even if you came in, for example, there are some people with avatars outside, or people with backgrounds, they can ask a world god to save them. But the fourth reason is more important. There are many people who died in the Lost Continent. I saw quite a few of them. Qin Zhao's brows slightly jumped. There were quite a few people who died in the Lost Continent. What did he mean by this? Qin Zhao said in a confused voice, Senior Qing Mu, I think the Lost Continent should be very peaceful. There shouldn't be any danger. How could there be so many people who died in the Lost Continent? Could it be that there are unknown dangers here that we don't know about? Moreover, Senior said that you've been trapped here for 100 universe eras. If it's been a long time, isn't Senior still living well? You're too naive. Ancient Saint Qing Mu shook his head and said, the Lost Continent itself isn't dangerous, but there are still dangers. You should have noticed that other than me, there was another existence here. That existence is a third-step ancient saint. He's very powerful and terrifying. Fortunately, the old man didn't provoke that existence. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have been able to escape death. You two little guys, don't provoke that existence for no reason. Stay far away and don't get close to him. That existence's temperament is very strange. He'll kill without saying anything. Once you provoke him, you'll be in danger of dying. It's said that that existence has been trapped here for more than 1,000,000 universe eras. As far as I know, the number of ancient saints who died in his hands is no less than 100. Sometimes I'm very glad that I'm still alive. Cough, cough. Hearing ancient Saint Qing Mu's words, Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong were shocked. The other existence was so terrifying. Who would dare to provoke a third-step ancient saint? Wasn't that courting death? Being trapped here for more than 1,000,000 universe eras? It was simply unimaginable. Chapter 2686. A third-step Empyrean saint had been trapped here for more than 1,000,000 universe epochs. Just the thought of it was frightening. A third-step ancient saint, placed anywhere in the boundless universe, was an existence that could shake the heavens and earth, an existence that could control a part of the firmament. Being trapped here for more than 1,000,000 universe eras, it was no wonder that his personality became strange and terrifying. This kind of person naturally could not be provoked. Senior Clearwood, you still feel that something is wrong, right? Even if that existence killed more than 10 people, could it be that only a dozen people have entered this place over the endless years? I'm afraid there are very few people who can invite someone to come and save them, right? Senior, as you said just now, that existence has been trapped here for more than 1,000,000 universe eras. After such a long time, there shouldn't be any world gods coming in to save people, right? If there is, then why is that existence still trapped in here? If there really is a world god coming in to save people, then saving others is just a matter of convenience. No matter how strange that existence's personality is, in the face of an opportunity to leave, I believe that he will grasp it, right? No matter what, he's still a third-step Empyrean saint. As long as he's willing to pay a little price, there's a good chance that we'll be able to leave this place together, right? Qin Xiao still felt that something was amiss. He kept feeling that there should be some other secret here. Ancient St. Clearwood looked at Qin Xiao and nodded. It seems that you are very smart, kid. The Lost Continent does indeed have its secrets. Actually, even if the old man didn't say anything, you will soon find out. Since you asked, then the old man will tell you about it. The Lost Continent has a palace called the Lost Palace. The Lost Palace is like its name. It is a place that can make anyone who enters get lost, unable to come out. The old man is not sure how many people have entered the Lost Continent over the endless years, but most of them never came out after entering the Lost Palace. They should have died in the Lost Palace. The Lost Palace, a place that can truly make people lose themselves, an extremely terrifying place. I don't know which senior expert left behind this Lost Palace. It has existed for too long. Maybe it is a place of opportunity. It's just that no one has been able to obtain the opportunity within. Lost Palace? Qin Xiao looked at Lang Jinghong. Lang Jinghong immediately shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. And nor had he seen any records of the Lost Palace in ancient books. The Lost Palace existed on the Lost Continent and had existed for countless years. Perhaps it had existed for tens of millions of universe epochs, or even trillions of universe epochs. For countless years, no one had been able to walk out of the Lost Palace alive. However, Qin Xiao was also a little interested because of the existence of opportunities. Since there was a senior expert that left the Lost Palace on the Lost Continent, it meant that he wanted to leave behind some opportunities for the future generations. If that was the case, then no matter how difficult it was, there should be a glimmer of hope. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean that it was impossible. At least, Qin Xiao didn't agree with this point of view. Even if it was something that no one else could do, Qin Xiao would try her best to do it. "Senior Qing Mu, you didn't enter the Lost Palace?" Qin Xiao asked. At the mention of the Lost Palace, Prime Saint Qing Mu's face couldn't help but twitch a little, revealing a hint of fear. After being stunned for a while, Prime Saint Qing Mu faintly said, "The old man did go in, but fortunately, the old man retreated in time, saving his life. If it was any later, the old man would have died in the Lost Palace." Originally, the old man wanted to fight, but after experiencing life and death, he became indifferent. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. Although he's been trapped in this damn place, no matter what, he is still alive. He can still drink wine and eat meat. If he wants to cultivate, he can cultivate. If he doesn't want to cultivate, he can play. Although it's so boring that it makes people want to go crazy, at least he doesn't want to die for the time being. If the old man really wants to die one day, he might go into the Lost Palace again. Hearing Prime Saint Qing Mu's words, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown in shock. "Is the Lost Palace really that scary?" Qin Xiao asked. Prime Saint Qing Mu shook his head and said to Qin Xiao with a serious face, "It's not really that scary, but very, very scary. I will never forget the scene I saw when I went in. Along the way, there were dead bodies of ancient sages everywhere. I didn't go deep, but I saw tens of thousands of ancient sages' corpses. Looking at the corpses of the ancient sages strewn all over the place, and some of them died in such a miserable manner, it's hard for you to imagine it unless you've experienced it yourself. It's too frightening, too frightening. Even though so many years have passed, this old man's memories are still fresh in my mind. It's like it happened yesterday, still vivid in my mind. You can't enter the Lost Palace. You can't enter it. The old man has been trapped here for hundreds of universe eras and watched hundreds of people go in, but none of them survived. All of them died in the Lost Palace, and no one came out. Among them, there are many who are stronger than the old man. In fact, I clearly remember that there was a fourth-step ancient saint who went in as well, but he never came out again. Two third-step Empyrean saints went in as well, but none of them came out alive. There are too many ancient sages who died in the Lost Palace. That place is simply a place of death, a place where one is lost. You guys just need to understand it, but you'd better give up on the idea of going in. Otherwise, you'll die in there if you're not careful. Once you go in, it'll be difficult to come out." Hearing Prime Saint Qing Mu's words, Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong were scared out of their wits. Third-step ancient sages and fourth-step ancient sages didn't come out after going in. How terrifying was the Lost Palace! Moreover, tens of thousands of ancient sages died in there. It was really unimaginable. With so many ancient sages around, what kind of formidable force was that? To think that so many ancient saints would die just like that. This place was practically a harvester for ancient saints. Terrifying, terrifying. What big secret is hidden in the Lost Palace? What big opportunity is there? Qin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Prime Saint Qing Mu shook his head and said, "The old man doesn't know. He only guessed that there's a big opportunity in there, but no one knows what it is." The old man heard a possibility, saying that there's an opportunity and a way out of the lost continent left behind by an existence beyond the world god level. Of course, these are just guesses. Whether it's true or not, we really don't know. Existence beyond the world god level? Wasn't that an existence on the same level as Masterly Sheng and the others? That kind of existence left behind an opportunity here? Was there such a possibility? Speaking of which, it seemed that there was still such a possibility. After all, a fourth-step ancient sage couldn't come out after entering. If the place of opportunity left behind could kill a fourth-step ancient sage, then a world god shouldn't be able to do it, right? It could only be that the existence beyond the world god level. If that was the case, then how high was the requirement for the fated person? It was hard to imagine. Was it really a competition of strength? According to Qin Zhao's experience and understanding, he didn't believe that it would be like this. Even if a fourth-step ancient sage died in there, it didn't mean that those below the fourth-step ancient sage realm couldn't pass some of the tests inside, right? If that was the case, then Qin Zhao felt that the owner of the Lost Palace didn't want to leave opportunities for the later generations. He simply wanted to play with the later generations. He just wanted to torture and kill some of the later generations. Was there such a possibility? In fact, there was. For example, Qin Zhao had seen such a situation in the Hongmeng universe. But if it was really an existence beyond the world god level, the possibility of such an existence doing such a thing should be extremely small, right? Of course, there are also some evil existences who might do such a thing. It wasn't absolute, but there was no need to consider these for the time being. Qin Zhao said again, "Senior Clearwood, didn't you enter the Lost Palace too? Then you came out safely. This means that there's still a possibility of coming out after entering the Lost Palace." "You mean the old man?" Prime St. Clearwood shook his head and said, "The old man can be considered a special case. First, the old man didn't go too deep. Second, the old man actually knew some of the situation inside in advance. He also knew when there was danger and how to come out quickly. The old man also knew how to come out in advance. So, he was prepared from the beginning. He just didn't want to give up and wanted to go in and take a look. In the end, he didn't go too deep in the Lost Palace before encountering danger that he couldn't resist. Then he came out immediately. Even though the old man ran fast and knew what to do in advance, it was still a narrow escape. When he came out, he only had 10% of his life left. But at least he survived. The old man can be considered a very lucky person. Others won't be so lucky." From Prime St. Clearwood's words, Qin Zhao captured some useful information. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. "Senior Clearwood, you said you knew some of the situation inside the Lost Palace in advance? You also knew what dangers there would be inside, how to guard against them, when to come out, and how to come out. That's how you were able to escape by luck. Then how did you know, Senior? Where did you find out about this? And it seems that only you know about it, Senior. Could it be that Senior has obtained some important clues? But I think that before Senior entered the Lost Continent, you definitely didn't know about the Death's Eye, the Lost Continent, or the Lost Palace. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to come in. You must have obtained some clues here. What's going on?" Prime St. Clearwood fell silent. He was speechless for a while and did not answer Qin Zhao's question. But looking at his expression, it was clear that Qin Zhao was right. But it seemed like he wasn't willing to say much. But this thing that he wasn't willing to say was an important thing. It was something that Qin Zhao wanted to know. Perhaps this would be a breakthrough for them. Now that they were trapped here, they naturally wouldn't let go of any possible opportunity. As long as there was a possibility of a breakthrough, they would want to figure it out. Lang Jinghong also said, "Senior Clearwood, please don't be stingy with your guidance. Whether we can get out or not will depend on you, Senior. Senior, please be at ease. Brother Qin Zhao and I will definitely remember Senior's great kindness and kindness in our hearts. Once we have a chance to get out, we definitely won't forget Senior. We will definitely bring Senior out with us. Senior has been trapped here for over 100 universe years. I think you've long wanted to leave this place and see the light of the boundless world again, right? Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 2687. How could Prime Saint Ching Mu not want to leave the lost continent and see the light of the great thousand world again? He used to think about it every day and night, but there was no way for him to leave. He could only daydream about it. Now, Perhaps he could see a glimmer of hope. Even if the hope was small and uncertain, it was still a little bit. His originally dead heart was finally ignited by a small flame. However, his heart had been cold and silent for too long. It was very difficult for those tiny flames to ignite the fire in his heart. Therefore, Prime Saint Ching-Mu was silent for a long time before he said, "Well, since you want to know, I'll tell you. I can see that you're all very pure and honest, and there's also a sense of righteousness in your bodies. I think you're all righteous people with good characters. In fact, it was that existence who gave me some pointers. That's how I learned all this and came out of the Lost Palace alive. Otherwise, I would have died in the Lost Palace. As far as I know, that existence should be the first person to come out of the Lost Palace alive. Although that existence is only a 3-step ancient saint, there are some 4-step ancient saints who died in the Lost Palace, and there are many 3-step ancient saints. However, that existence was the only one who came out." That existence came out? The first one? Qin Shao and Prime Saint Ching-Mu could not help but be shocked. It seemed that the senior was also an experienced existence. Even those 4th-step Empyrean saints could not do it, but he had done it. Moreover, he was most likely the only one. Therefore, Qin Shao thought that the senior should know a lot about the situation in the Lost Palace. Prime Saint Ching-Mu only had to rely on a few pointers from him to come out of the Lost Palace alive. As for the Lost Palace, Qin Shao definitely wanted to challenge it. However, if there was someone who knew about the situation in the Lost Palace, he would naturally want to ask and understand the situation in the Lost Palace. In that case, his chances of survival in the Lost Palace would be much higher. However, when he thought about the character of that existence, he could not easily provoke him. Otherwise, if he didn't do it well and angered that existence, he would be in deep trouble. Qin Shaoshun frowned deeply. This matter was giving him a headache. Obviously, Lang Jinghong had the same thought as Qin Shao. He was also having a headache over this matter. The two of them looked at each other tacitly. "You look at me, I look at you, but neither of them had a good idea." When Prime Saint Ching-Mu saw their expressions, he said sternly, "Don't blame the old man for not reminding you. I know what you're thinking. I advise you to give up on that idea as soon as possible. That existence's personality is very, very strange. He will kill if he moves. The scariest thing I've ever seen was when someone entered this place. However, that person's personality wasn't very good. He was very arrogant. I warned him once not to provoke that existence. But that person didn't listen to the old man's advice and insisted on looking for that existence. He walked in front of that existence. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was killed on the spot by that existence's sword. Anyway, according to my experience over the years, those who dared to take the initiative to provoke that existence are all dead. You guys, you'd better not have such thoughts. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Although the old man quite likes you two little friends, it doesn't mean that that existence will look at you differently. Even I don't dare to provoke that existence. You'd better take it easy. The best way to deal with uncertain dangers is to stay far away from them. That's the best way to guarantee that nothing will happen." Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were also very helpless. They were once again shocked by Prime Saint Ching-Mu. In that case, they really couldn't look for that existence. But if they didn't find that existence to understand more about the situation, it would be too dangerous to enter the Lost Palace rashly. This was indeed a very troublesome matter. Senior Ching-Mu, didn't you also provoke that existence? I don't see anything wrong with you. Didn't that mean that the existence wasn't that unapproachable? He won't kill anyone he sees, right? It's not completely impossible to get close to him, right? Qin Shao said. Lang Jinghong smiled and said, "Ha, that's right. Senior Ching-Mu, you're experienced. Can you give us some advice? You see, we just come here and we know nothing. And our realms are indeed a little low, so we're a little weak. But we have the heart to leave this place, so we have to do everything we can to leave this place. Now, we're counting on Senior to give us a hand and help us find a chance to leave with Senior. You two little cunning." Prime Saint Ching-Mu shook his head helplessly. He sighed, thought for a while, and said, Fine. I'll help you to the end. As for whether you can succeed or not, it'll depend on your own luck. How should I put it? Although that existence has an extremely strange personality, as long as you don't provoke him, he won't do anything to you. After that, I carefully thought about it and analyzed it. I think that seniors should prefer people who are gentle, righteous, humble, and brave. For such people, as long as you don't provoke that existence, he won't do anything to you. Qin Shao fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao asked in confusion, could it be that those who died in the hands of that existence took the initiative to provoke him? That's a third-step Empyrean saint. Most of those who have reached this level should be first or second-step Empyrean saints, right? Most of them should be second-step ancient saints. Are those second-step ancient saints all so stupid? Why would they provoke a third-step ancient saint that they don't know? Qin Shao didn't know why, but he felt that there was something strange about it. He couldn't tell what was strange about it, but he just had such a feeling. Saint Qing Mu shook his head and said, I'm not too sure about this, but there are indeed many people like that. They have an unruly aura and don't put anyone in their eyes. It's mainly because that existence usually stays in front of the Labyrinth Palace, so people want to go to the Labyrinth Palace will pass by there. Some people might be killed by that existence because they took a few more glances at him, or because they were curious and wanted to talk to him, or because they showed disrespect. Qin Shao felt a little relieved. If that was the case, then it was possible. Now the question before them was, what should they do next? They had already tried the starting point of the whirlpool, so there shouldn't be any way to leave this place for the time being. This way was definitely not possible for the time being. Since the starting point of the whirlpool was not possible for the time being, they could only look at the Labyrinth Palace. Perhaps the Labyrinth Palace was a chance. However, according to Saint Qing Mu, the Labyrinth Palace was too scary. It wasn't a place that ancient sages could enter. However, there were two people who had walked out of the Labyrinth Palace. This was enough to prove that it was possible to walk out of the Labyrinth Palace. Not everyone would die in the Labyrinth Palace. With this belief in his heart, he had more confidence. Fight. At this point, they could only fight. There was no other way. No matter how dangerous it was, no matter how difficult it was, they had nothing to fear. They just had to go forward bravely, cut through the waves with their cape, and sail straight into the sea. Brother Jinghong, what about you? Qin Shao suddenly asked Lang Jinghong. Lang Jinghong laughed heartily and said, Ha! Great minds think alike. Is there need to say more? If there's a way, we'll go. If there's no way, we'll open up a way that belongs to us. We're not the kind of people who sit and wait for death, waiting for others to help us. No matter the predicament, I believe that we can walk out of it with our own efforts. Even if we have to tear it apart, we'll definitely be able to tear out a way out. Even if the Labyrinth Palace is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we have to be the dragon-slaying warriors and go through it. Ha! Qin Shao laughed and nodded heavily. Brother Jinghong is right. Isn't it just a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? We're the dragon-slaying warriors. Why wouldn't we dare to go through this dragon's lair or tiger's den? However, if a soldier wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his weapon. Know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you win 100 battles. Before entering the Labyrinth Palace, we should also make some preparations. Let's make an agreement. After 1,000,000 years, we'll enter the Labyrinth Palace. 1,000,000 years for us to prepare. Firstly, it's to show our determination. Secondly, it's to give us some pressure so that we'll have more motivation to work hard in this direction. What do you think? Great, great. I agree very much. Lang Jinghong nodded in agreement. Since Lang Jinghong agreed to it, the plan was set. Seeing Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong set the plan, Prime Saint Qing Mu first shook his head and then nodded. It was unknown what he meant, but he kept shaking his head and nodding his head. The plan had been set and the goal was clear. What they had to do now was to move towards this clear goal. Prime Saint Qing Mu was a very good resource right now. Qin Shao naturally would not let him go so easily. Senior Qing Mu, you are a senior expert and someone who has been here before. You've been on the Lost Continent for a long time and have entered the Labyrinth Palace. You've also had many dealings with that existence and have seen many people enter this place and walk towards death. So, I wonder if Senior Qing Mu has any pointers for us. Qin Xiao asked again. Lang Jinghong immediately chimed in. There must be quite a few pointers for us. Senior Qing Mu is our living bodhisattva. For us to be able to meet a noble like Prime Saint Qing Mu after entering this place, this is a great opportunity given to us by the heavens. So, I'm more confident that we can walk out of here. Senior Qing Mu, please be a good person and help us to the end. Me and Brother Qin Xiao will thank Senior Qing Mu first. While saying this, Lang Jinghong bowed to Prime Saint Qing Mu. Qin Xiao also bowed gratefully. He was truly grateful from the bottom of his heart. After all, Prime Saint Qing Mu had told them so much, allowing them to understand the situation here. All right. Prime Saint Qing Mu waved his hand and looked at Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong. He said, "You two sly little fellows, don't try to bewitch me." Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 2688. Qing Mu Lord was also at his wit's end because of Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong. He looked at the two of them, but did not say anything. Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong looked at Clearwood Saint eagerly, waiting for him to give them some advice. However, Clearwood Saint seemed to be whetting their appetites and didn't say anything. Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong were able to keep their composure and didn't urge Clearwood Saint to say anything. After a long while, Clearwood Saint said, "It's not that difficult to get close to that existence, but it's not that difficult either. Don't think about getting close to that existence for now. That existence doesn't like it. Go to the Maze Palace first. There are many things left behind by our ancestors at the entrance of the Maze Palace. There are also some things left by the owner of the Maze Palace. If you can comprehend something or gain something from it, then that existence might take a second look at you. Only then will you have some hope of getting closer to it. Of course, even if you can get close to it, it's up to you whether you can gain anything or not. Even if you can gain something, it's up to you whether you can gain anything from the Maze Palace. It's up to you whether you can come out alive. Actually, the old man doesn't want you to go to the Maze Palace. In the old man's opinion, it's many times more terrifying than getting out of the Maze Palace. It's not an exaggeration to say that there's no chance of survival. I'm afraid that in all these years, only that existence, and I have been able to come out alive after entering the Maze Palace. Of course, to be honest, only that existence is able to come out alive. After all, I was only able to come out alive because of his guidance. Originally, I was bound to die in there. You two young people, why are you so ignorant? So forget it. Whatever the old man says, it's useless. You definitely won't listen. However, this old man really can't bear to just watch as you throw your lives away. Tell me, since you all have status and background, a world god will come and save you. Why must you risk your lives? Lang Jinghong drank a mouthful of wine, smacked his lips, and said to Qin Xiao, "Brother Qin Xiao, why do I feel that what Senior Qing Mu said makes sense? That's true. Why do we have to work so hard? Taking such a big risk, if you are not careful and really die in the Lost Palace's master, that would be a big loss. Even if we wait here, I believe that someone will come to save us. Don't you think it's a little silly for us to fight like this?" Qin Xiao looked at Lang Jinghong calmly and spat out a few words, and then, Lang Jinghong laughed brightly. He waved his sword in his hand and drank a mouthful of strong wine, saying, "But we just happen to be the kind of people who dare to take risks. What should we do? It's impossible for us to sit here and wait for help. Come on." In life, young people are frivolous. We are young. How can we not be frivolous for once? If we aren't frivolous, are we still young? If there's a mountain of knives, then we will go through it. If there is a sea of fire, then we will go through it. If there is a dragon, then we will slay the dragon. If there is a tiger, then we will kill the tiger. We are serious about the road ahead. We will go forward bravely. So, no matter how dangerous and terrifying this Lost Palace is, it is impossible for us to not go through it and back down. Even if it is a situation where there is no chance of survival, We will work hard to fight for a way out. Ha ha, I am a swordsman. With wine and sword, I'm not afraid of any difficult challenges. Hearing Lang Jinghong's words, Qin Shao smiled knowingly. He knew that Lang Jinghong was not such a coward. He was not someone who would back down when he encountered some danger. If Lang Jinghong really backed down, then Qin Shao would definitely look down on him from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, he would definitely not be close to him anymore. But fortunately, Lang Jinghong was not such a person. A forthright swordsman should not be such a person. He had the aura of a great hero. Yes, we are cultivators. What is there to be afraid of? Since we have decided, then we must go through it. Senior Qingmu, we know your good intentions. We also know that the Lost Palace is indeed very dangerous. We are also prepared for the worst. But we're still full of confidence in ourselves. We believe that we can definitely succeed and walk out of the Lost Palace alive. Thank you for your concern, Senior. We all know. Qin Shao cupped his fist to Saint Qingmu. Saint Qingmu shook his head and did not say anything. He also knew that it was useless no matter what he said now. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong would not listen at all. Of course, everyone had their own ambitions. He couldn't force his own ideas onto others. That would be unreasonable. Senior Qingmu, is there anything else? Seeing that Saint Qingmu did not continue to speak, Qin Shao could not help but ask. Saint Qingmu shook his head and said, "No, that's all. The rest depends on your own luck. Well, you can do as you see fit." After that, Saint Qingmu shook his head and left. As he walked, he muttered, "Why do you take things so hard at such a young age?" Hearing Saint Qingmu's muttering, Qin Shao smiled bitterly. It was not that he took things too hard. It was just that he knew that he had to go through this path. He had to go through it. He had to go through it. Waiting for Master and the others to come and save them was just a last resort. And Qin Shao was very unwilling to let things develop to this situation. Although this was a path, in Qin Shao's heart, it was definitely the last path. Cultivation was one's own business. One had to walk the path himself. Qin Shao always believed that whatever he encountered, it was something that he should encounter. It was not superfluous. Whatever he encountered, he should be calm and confident. He should not have any fear. He should overcome it and solve it. Every matter would teach him something and bring him something. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it was often decided by one's thoughts. What Qin Shao wanted to do was to turn this disaster into a blessing. He wanted to complete his actions. Let's go. We'll go to the Lost Palace to take a look. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong looked at each other and said at the same time. The two of them walked towards the Lost Palace. The Lost Palace was easy to find. It was in the center of the Lost Continent. The entire Lost Continent was not that big. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the Lost Palace. The Lost Palace in front of them gave them a very ordinary feeling. It was an unremarkable palace. Looking at it from the outside, the palace was not big. But Qin Shao believed that the inside of the palace was definitely not small. In front of the palace gate of the Lost Palace, there was a plaza built. On this plaza, other than stone tablets, there was nothing else. Under a stone tablet in the corner of the square, Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong saw a white-haired old man sitting there with his head slightly lowered. His thick white hair and beard almost touched the ground. It also almost completely covered his face. If they were not close to him, they were afraid that they would not be able to see anything clearly. Looking from afar, they only felt that a large tuft of white hair was covering a person. It was obviously very strange. The white-haired old man's aura was also restrained. So at first glance, people would not feel that the white-haired old man was a terrifying existence. It was because of this that when Qin Shao first checked the Lost Continent, he mistakenly thought that the white-haired old man was just a second-step ancient saint. What he did not expect was that this white-haired old man was actually a third-step ancient saint. Among the ancient saints who entered the Lost Continent, there were more than 10 who died in his hands. This was definitely a terrifying existence. Facing such a terrifying existence, Qin Shao was also in awe. He did not dare to provoke this existence. It seemed that Saint Qingmu did not know what this existence's name was, so he always called him that existence. After just a glance, Qin Shao did not look anymore. He did not want to accidentally anger that existence. That would be a big problem. Lang Jinghong was the same. He also took a quick glance and quickly retracted his gaze. He even made an expression to Qin Shao. In the outside world, they were considered courageous and knowledgeable people. However, under the influence of Lord Qing Mu's words, the two of them were indeed fearful of this person before them. They had to respect him from afar and did not dare to approach him. After adjusting his mood, Qin Shao walked over to those stone tablets. In the entire square, there were hundreds of stone tablets. These stone tablets were all engraved with words and pictures. Each stone tablet was not very tall, only about 3 meters long and half a meter long. It was only about 1 foot wide. Qin Shao walked to the stone tablet closest to the entrance of the Lost Palace. That stone tablet was a little bigger than the other stone tablets, so it was very conspicuous and special. It was the stone tablet that faced the entrance of the Lost Palace. Furthermore, the words left on the stone tablet were clearly different from the other stone tablets. Although there wasn't much aura left behind, one could still feel that the words were powerful and different from the others. They were special and had a charm to them. The words on the stone tablet, could it be that they were left behind by the master of the Lost Palace? Qin Shao seriously looked at the words left on the stone tablet. There were not many words. It was written like this: I found a lost continent in the depths. So I built this lost palace. I hope that the people of the future generations who are fated can enter the lost palace. After obtaining some of my inheritance, you can leave this place smoothly. The lost palace and the lost palace. There is an east wind in the lost palace. Who will borrow the east wind from me? I don't see the yellow springs and white bones grieving. Out of 10 deaths, there is no life. Leaving an inch, brave, but not resourceful. Heaven defying goes straight ahead without me. The end of the great Tao looks back to spring. Tao. In front were those words. These short words took up half of the stone tablet. On the other half of the stone wall, there was only a big Tao word. This Tao word was written in a very strange way. It was different from any other writing method. Looking at this Tao word, one would have a very firm belief that there was no second person in the world who could write this Tao word. On the surface, it seemed that nothing could be seen, and one could not feel any aura from this Tao word. But after really seeing the mystery, one would find that they had instantly entered a whole new world, the world of the great Tao. Qin Shao was also a great Tao cultivator. Moreover, his great Tao had been cultivated to the level of a 4th-step celestial venerable. He had mastered many Taos and was only 1 step away from mastering the great Tao law. Qin Zhao's feelings for the great Tao were undoubtedly the deepest. This was the Tao that he had been cultivating since he was young. The great Tao had witnessed Qin Zhao's growth and made Qin Shao what he was today. It was the cornerstone of Qin Zhao's life. Naturally, it was also the most unforgettable thing for Qin Shao. In these years, although Qin Shao did not spend most of his energy on the great Tao cultivation, it could not reduce his love for the great Tao. Chapter 2689. Looking at this word, Qin Shao was greatly touched. Qin Shao instantly entered a mysterious world of the Great Path. Natural Path. This was the highest realm of the way. The will of the way was fully displayed. Natural Path. Everything returned to its most natural state. Everything returned to its best state. The Great Path was simplified and returned to its original state. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. The Great Path contained everything and encompassed everything. The Great Path of the heavens was contained in it. The Great Path was the most special one among the 8 major cultivation paths. It was also the most powerful one. It was also the one that spread the most widely. It was the undisputed leader of the 8 major Great Paths. Only the Great Path could encompass the other 7 major cultivation paths. It could even be said that the other 7 cultivation paths were derived from the Great Path. More or less, there would be the shadow of the Great Path in them. There were many roots and principles of the Great Path in them. It was like the Great Path was the mother, and the other 7 great paths were the sons. There was such a relationship. The word Great Path contained the subtlety of the Great Path. It made people want to applaud and exclaim in amazement. The word Great Path was to fully interpret the true essence of the Great Path. The word Great Path made Qin Shao deeply feel how powerful the master of the Lost Palace was. It felt as if he had completely mastered the Great Path law. Only such a terrifying existence could use a simple word Great Path to explain everything about the Great Path, its roots, and the true essence of the Great Path. The word Great Path was a world of the Great Path. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. At this time, Qin Zhao's whole mind was completely immersed in the word Great Path. From the word Great Path, he instantly understood the roots, the true essence, and the meaning of the laws of the Great Path. 3 gave birth to all things, and the Great Path gave birth to all things. The Great Path was simplified. The true Great Path existed in all things in the world. Everything was the Great Path. All things in the world were Taos, and the so-called Great Tao was the complete combination of all these Taos into one. It was the Great Tao, returning to its original state and simplifying the complex. It was the Great Tao that was presented in the simplest form. The word great meant extreme number. The Great Tao was also the Tao of extreme numbers, the Tao of all things. Immersed in the world of the Great Tao, Qin Zhao's vision was rapidly expanded by many times, opening a window for him to see a new world. Qin Zhao had been cultivating the Great Tao ever since he was in the Grand Mist universe. He didn't neglect his Great Tao cultivation in the immortal domain. When he had the chance, he would put his energy into cultivating the Great Tao. He also obtained a lot of benefits, so his Great Tao cultivation didn't fall too far behind. He also broke through to the 4th step Empyrean realm early. It was just that he had been neglecting his cultivation of the Great Path recently, so he had not made much progress. After being suppressed for so long, this huge impact made Qin Shao feel like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time. He wanted to eat his fill. Therefore, at this time, Qin Zhao's heart was greatly touched. Her understanding of the Great Tao also improved rapidly. Many things that she didn't understand before were quickly understood at this time. She really felt enlightened. Such a feeling was like the root of the Great Tao. All the true essence was presented in detail in front of Qin Shao. Moreover, it was presented in a very simple way that was easy for people to understand. The higher the level of the existence, the easier it was for people to comprehend and understand. This Tao word was left behind by the owner of the Lost Palace. According to the current speculation, the owner of the Lost Palace was most likely an existence that had surpassed the World God realm. Even if he wasn't an existence that had surpassed the World God realm, he should at least be an extremely experienced World God. The comprehension left behind by such an existence was naturally needless to say. At this time, Qin Shao was comprehending the Tao word and felt that Saint Qing Mu's speculation should be right. The owner of the Lost Palace was most likely an existence that had surpassed the World God realm. Qin Shao wasn't the only one. At this time, Lang Jinghong was also completely immersed in the world of the Tao word, just like Qin Shao. Although Lang Jinghong majored in the sword cultivation Tao, he had always cultivated the Great Tao and liked it. The difference between him and Qin Shao was that Lang Jinghong used to cultivate the sword cultivation Tao when he was in the universe. After he came out of the universe, he went directly to the sword cultivation sanctuary. However, he started to cultivate the Great Tao after he came into contact with others. Once he started cultivating the Great Tao, he fell in love with it and became a little obsessed with it. Hence, he kept cultivating the Great Tao. His Great Tao realm was the same as Qin Zhao's. He had reached the level of a 4th step heavenly venerate and was 1 step away from breaking through to become a sage. Qin Shao cultivated the Great Tao from the moment he was born. He was born in an environment that cultivated the Great Tao. However, the heavens were playing tricks on him. After Qin Shao came out of the Hongmeng universe, he didn't go to the Great Tao Sanctuary as he wished. Instead, he went to the immortal domain. Hence, he started his immortal Tao cultivation path. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Both the immortal Tao and the heart strength Tao had broken through to become a sage one after another. However, the great Tao that he started cultivating was only at the level of a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Speaking of which, it was really funny. Perhaps it was because he had been silent for a long time. Hence, once the deepest potential and desire in Qin Zhao's heart burst out, it became extremely hot and powerful. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were both in a meditative state. They entered the world of the word Tao wholeheartedly. They wandered in the world of the great Tao's laws and directly comprehended the root, essence, and laws of the great Tao. In the distance, a figure stood on a huge peak and looked over with deep eyes. The person standing there was naturally no one else but Lord Qingmu. His eyes were fixed on Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. He kept looking at the two of them, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. When he saw that the two of them were completely attracted by the word Tao, his slightly furrowed brows couldn't help but relax a little. His lips parted slightly, but he closed them again and did not make any sound. Time flew by quickly. Unknowingly, 1,000,000 years had passed. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were both in a meditative state. They were immersed in the world of the word Tao. Fortunately, there was no one else on the lost continent, and no one came to disturb the two of them. They could immerse themselves in the world of the word Tao without any worries. It's been 1,000,000 years. It's been 1,000,000 years. To be able to persist for so long, it seems like these two fellows are really not ordinary. It seems like they will have a big harvest. Thinking back, I only persisted for 100,000 years. Moreover, I'm a person who cultivates the great Tao. These two fellows aren't mainly cultivating the great Tao now. However, their talent and potential in the great Tao are probably terrifyingly high. There are talents in every generation. The younger generation will surpass us in time. It's indeed very formidable. I'm really old. I'm too old. I can't do it anymore. These two little fellows are rare talents with great potential. Perhaps they can really create a miracle and succeed. They have the courage to move forward, fearless in life and death, full of confidence, unwavering determination. Rare. I've lived for so many years, and I've only seen these two fellows. Sigh, but it's not enough. It's far from enough. It depends on their own luck. I can't help them much. They can only rely on themselves. After saying that, Saint Qingmu shook his head helplessly. He could only silently pray for Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. The more he watched, the more he appreciated Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. After a while, Saint Qingmu's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked over there with widened eyes. The situation over there shocked him quite a bit. After being stunned for a while, he spat out a few words. They're about to break through. That's right, they were about to break through. On Qin Zhao's side, the power of the heavenly Tao suddenly descended. The great Tao law fell and enveloped Qin Shao. The holy light of the great Tao's heavenly Tao lit up the entire lost continent. The white-haired old man, sitting behind the stone tablet, couldn't help but raise his head slightly. The eyes behind his hair looked over. Qin Shao began to break through. The breakthrough of the great Tao. Soon, Lang Jinghong also began to break through. The same power of the heavenly Tao and the great Tao law descended and enveloped Lang Jinghong. The two of them broke through at almost the same time, and they were both together. Therefore, the power of the heavenly Tao was abnormally strong. It shook the entire lost continent violently. The two of them broke through to the Saint realm at the same time. It was a rare thing. It could be considered a miracle. The two of them bathed in the holy light. Their bodies were transforming and their fate was improving. However, the two of them were already in the ancient Saint realm. Therefore, the transformation of their bodies this time wouldn't be as big as before. Of course, there would still be a lot of improvement. Qin Shao was breaking through to the Saint realm for the third time. His body had another chance to transform and his fate was improving. The world in his body was also absorbing the power of the heavenly Tao and continued to expand. There were also great benefits to cultivating an additional path of cultivation. At least the benefits brought by the breakthrough were something that others couldn't have. After an unknown period of time, the light gradually dissipated. The power of the heavenly Tao gradually disappeared. Qin Shao had finally completed his breakthrough. After the breakthrough, he was used to feeling his body first. He felt the improvement in all aspects brought by the breakthrough and felt it well. Phew, I really didn't expect it. There's actually such a big harvest this time. It's not a small opportunity. The master of Mei's loss left behind the word Tao on the stone stele. It actually allowed me to comprehend the great Tao so quickly, allowing me to grasp the laws of great Tao in one go and cultivate the great Tao to the prime saint level. This is my third path of cultivation after the immortal path and the path of heart force. I've stepped into the saint realm in all three paths of cultivation. I'm considered a rare thing. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire great thousand world who can do what I do. While Qin Shao was feeling it, he also felt very good about himself and was a little narcissistic. Although it was a little narcissistic, it was indeed true. Master Li Sheng had confirmed these situations before, so it was not a matter of course. It was indeed so. To be able to cultivate all three paths to the saint realm was definitely a rarity in the world. It was extremely rare. What's more, people like Qin Shao cultivated at the same time. It was not a situation where one could only comprehend by analogy after reaching a certain level. Qin Shao was at the level of the immortal path, heart force, and great Tao. These three paths of cultivation were at the level of a one-step ancient saint. Basically, the three paths of cultivation were advancing together. In such a situation, it was very, very difficult. Chapter 2690. He spent 1,000,000 years comprehending the word Tao, left behind by the master of the Lost Palace. Who would have thought that he would have such an unexpected gain, allowing him to break through his great Tao to become a saint in one fell swoop? With this breakthrough, his body had transformed and become twice as strong, and his inner world had also expanded by 1 or 2 times. In terms of physical strength alone, the current Qin Shao was probably no weaker than a second-step ancient saint. In other words, in terms of physical strength alone, Qin Shao could already compete with a second-step ancient saint. The power of his inner world had once again increased by 2 times. It was probably enough to reach the second-step ancient saint, right? In terms of physical strength, Qin Shao was confident that he could go toe-to-toe with a second-step ancient saint. In addition to other means, he should be able to fight a second-step ancient saint. Previously, he could already fight a second-step ancient saint. Now that his strength had increased by a lot, Qin Shao was confident that he could defeat an ordinary second-step ancient saint. Brother Qin Shao, congratulations. TSK, you've broken through to the saint realm in all 3 major cultivation paths. TSK. I'm afraid it's difficult to find someone comparable to you in the younger generation. At least, I've never heard of anyone like you. Amazing, really amazing. I'm impressed. Lang Jinghong was both impressed and congratulated Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Same to you. Brother Jinghong, didn't you also break through to the saint realm in 2 major cultivation paths? It's also very admirable." No. Compared to you, Brother Qin Shao, I'm far behind. Lang Jinghong waved his hand. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Let's not flatter each other here. Let's look at the other stone tablets first. Maybe there are other gains. Flattering each other? Lang Jinghong obviously did not know what this new term meant. Qin Shao had also learned it in the world called Earth. He found it very interesting and felt that it was appropriate to use it here. Qin Shao did not explain much and began to look at the other stone tablets. Lang Jinghong did not ask much and also looked at the other stone tablets. After mistakenly entering the Lost Continent, the only way out was to become a madman. Going to the Lost Palace to fight A general success is built on the bones of 100 withered bones, the imbecile sword saint's masterpiece. Looking at the words left behind on the stone wall, Qin Shao could feel the determination and heroism of the sword saint. But in the end, he still died in the Lost Palace. The words left on the stone tablet had been written for an extremely long time, so long that the words on the stone tablet had completely lost their aura. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal Tao? If he couldn't cut it off, he would be completely rid of the mortal world. How long, have mistakenly entered this dangerous place. Even if I go to heaven, there is no door to the earth. I have been here for many years. There was nothing else he could do. He could only make a final gamble. The Lost Palace is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. This saint will have to go and explore it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it all depends on this. If I can come out alive, I will definitely leave clues on this stone tablet so that future generations can come out of the Lost Palace alive. If his name is not left on the stone tablet, it means that I have died in the Lost Palace. I was originally a rogue cultivator. I could be considered to have no worries, no thoughts, and no other. It is enough for future generations to know that there is a person like me, Haolong. This was a smile left behind by a person called Haolong Saint Sage. There were obviously no other words behind it, which was enough to show that this Haolong Saint Sage also died in the Lost Palace and did not come out again. Looking at these last words, Qin Shao felt an inexplicable sense of sadness for these people. After the ancient saints left their last words on the stone tablets, they entered the Lost Palace to make a final gamble, but they all died in the Lost Palace, and no one came out again. He looked at the stone tablets one by one. Basically, the words written on them were mostly the same. They were either some last words or some words to warn the future generations. There were also some words for the future generations to pass on, and so on. On the 100 stone tablets, there were hundreds of thousands of ancient saints' last words. Among them, Qin Shao roughly looked at it. There were nearly 200 ancient saints from the immortal domain. Great Tao's sacred domain had the most, about 300 of them. The rest were some other people from the sacred domain. Qin Shao had never heard of any of these ancient saints from the immortal domain. Perhaps it was because a long time had passed, so Qin Shao had not heard of these people's names. For some of the dead ancient saints, perhaps only some records in some ancient books could be found. Qin Shao didn't know much about the situation in the immortal realms. Let alone the dead ancient sages, Qin Shao didn't even know much about the ancient sages that were still alive. After reading, Qin Shao could not help but sigh. Alas, after these ancient saints left their last words, each of them had the heart to fight to the death, but none of them came out of the Lost Palace. This Lost Palace is really very scary. I wonder how many ancient saints have died in it over the endless years. Over the endless years, I'm afraid no one has been able to obtain the opportunity in the Lost Palace, and no one has been able to find a way to leave this place. Although that existence and Saint Qing Mu walked out of the Lost Palace alive, they only walked out alive. They did not obtain the opportunity in the Lost Palace, nor did they find a way to leave this place. Until now, they are still trapped in the Lost Palace. Does this mean that over the endless years, no one has obtained the opportunity in the Lost Palace? This question was really thought-provoking. Lang Jinghong was also thinking about this question. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "It's really possible. That existence has been trapped here for more than 1,000,000 universe years. At least during this period of time, no one has obtained the opportunity in the Lost Palace and left this place. So many ancient saints have died, but no one has succeeded. I really don't know what kind of existence the owner of the Lost Palace is. What was the old man trying to do? What kind of terrifying test did he leave behind? Over the years, tens of thousands of ancient saints have all died in the Lost Palace. No one has succeeded. Could this be a game to toy with people? Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" It was no wonder that Lang Jinghong would think so. In fact, Qin Shao also had the same thought. Speaking of which, It wasn't completely impossible. It was just that Qin Shao was not willing to believe in this possibility. If it was really possible, then they were really in trouble. They had made up their minds to enter the Lost Palace. Moreover, they had already agreed on 1,000,000 years' time. Now that 1,000,000 years' time had passed, it was time to enter the Lost Palace. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the stone tablet left behind by the owner of the Lost Palace again, and he carefully read the words on it again. Perhaps the words on the paper contained some hints, some useful information. The Lost Palace in the Lost Palace. There is an east wind in the Lost Palace. Who will borrow the east wind from me? I don't see the white bones grieving in the yellow spring. Out of 10 deaths, there is no chance of survival. Only 1 inch is left. Heaven goes against me and goes straight ahead. The end of the great Tao looks back to spring. Qin Shao felt that the main point of the words on the stone tablet should be these 4 sentences. Qin Shao felt that these 4 sentences were very profound and should express a lot of meanings. It just depended on how one interpreted these 4 sentences. Lost Palace and Lost Palace. How should one understand this sentence? Did it mean that the main horror of the Lost Palace was to get lost? It was a place where one could get lost. Once one entered the Lost Palace, one would be lost inside. If one were to understand the words on the surface, it seemed to mean that. However, was the message left behind by the owner of the Lost Palace really so simple and easy to decipher? This was also the question that Qin Shao was thinking about. There was such a possibility, but there was also a possibility that it was not so simple. Senior experts were often unfathomable. The things that were left behind were also things that were difficult to truly understand. In fact, it was very confusing and misleading. On the surface, it meant the same thing, but in fact, it did not mean that. There is an east wind in the Lost Palace. What did this east wind mean? Was it really referring to the east wind? Who will I borrow the east wind from? What does it mean to borrow the east wind? Not seeing the white bones of the yellow springs grieving. This sentence should be quite terrifying. There is no need to see the yellow spring. There was already a stretch of white bones wailing. That was the signal of death. After borrowing the east wind, what followed was not to see the yellow spring and white bones wailing. What did this mean? In the end, should one borrow the east wind or not? Out of 10 deaths, there is no chance of survival. Only 1 inch is left. This sentence should be easier to understand. It should mean that entering the Lost Palace, there was no chance of survival. At most, there was a small chance left for the fated person. But this small chance was pitifully small. After all, for countless years, no one had succeeded. Only 1 inch is left. That was to say, entering the Lost Palace, one did not completely rely on courage or strength, but also on wisdom. Heaven defying no self, go straight ahead. The end of the road looks back to spring. This sentence should be saying that if one wanted to get an opportunity in the Lost Palace, then one had to go against the heavens. One had to move forward bravely and go to the end of the road. Then suddenly looking back, one would find that everything was just like this. The end of winter was spring. The end of everything was the bright and beautiful victory. These 4 sentences, when combined together, should be some aphorisms left by the master of the Lost Palace for the later generations, some clues. But how could he fully decipher the true meaning of the words? It's impossible to just understand from the surface of the words. If it's really such a simple thing, then it's impossible that for countless years, so many ancient saint realm experts have died, but no one could succeed. So, there must be something fishy in this. It must contain a profound meaning that is difficult to understand. Or, it should contain the meaning of the Great Tao. These words can be understood from the level of the Great Tao. But how can one understand it? Qin Shao shook his head secretly. Although his Great Tao had broken through to become a saint, his mastery and understanding of the Great Tao were not deep. He could not be considered to have experienced it. He had just set foot on the door of the Great Tao. So, Qin Shao did not know how to understand these 4 sentences. Lang Jinghong thought for a while and shook his head helplessly. My head hurts. I don't know how to understand these sentences. Brother Qin Shao, what do you think? I'm thinking about it too. I feel that my thoughts are a little messy. I don't know how to understand it. Qin Shao shook his head as well. If there were not so many examples of predecessors failing, perhaps Qin Shao would not think so much. But here was the problem. So many predecessors of the ancient saint realm had failed. Logically speaking, they should have thought of everything that they could think of. So, it was probably impossible to understand it using a normal way of thinking. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 2691. There were tens of thousands of paths and tens of thousands of possibilities. The road ahead was an unknown. It was an extremely difficult task to carve out a path of light from this unknown. It was really like an army of thousands of men and horses crossing a single plank bridge. Countless explorers had died, but none of them succeeded. It made one feel that there was an abyss ahead, and one had to find a possibility among the endless impossibilities. How should they proceed from here on? Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong suddenly looked at each other. The two of them seemed to have thought of the same thing again, and they glanced at the existence in the corner. Lord Qing Mu had received a few words of guidance from that senior and walked out of the Lost Palace alive. Although he did not succeed, did not obtain the opportunity in the Lost Palace, and did not manage to leave this place, he still managed to come out alive. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were persistent in exploring, but they also wanted to come out alive. It was not a situation where they had to die if they failed. If there was a chance to come out alive in a situation where they failed, it would naturally be the best choice. It could also be considered as the last guarantee, and it would allow them to fight and explore without any scruples. Brother Qin Shao, are we going to go over like this? Lang Jinghong seemed to be a little worried as he asked softly. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, otherwise how are we going to go over? No matter what, we have to give it a try, right? I think we won't be that unlucky, right?" Cough, this kind of thing, it's hard to say. Lord Qing Mu said that the existence is an ancient saint with an extremely strange character. "We might be able to offend him," said Lang Jinghong. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Since we don't know what to do, then there's no need to think so much. Let's throw everything to the back of our minds and do it according to our own ideas. Even if we don't believe in the heavens, we have to believe in ourselves. Let's go." "Ha ha. All right. I don't believe that I'm that unlucky either," laughed Lang Jinghong, although he sometimes said things that seemed to be worried. But in fact, if he really wanted to do it, he was never a careless person. The two of them walked towards that existence and slowly approached it. The closer they got, the stranger the atmosphere became. It would inexplicably give rise to a sense of fear and danger. However, Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were not affected at all. They continued to walk over with firm steps, fearless. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He showed his truest side and did not deliberately show anything. Qin Shao greets senior. Qin Shao stopped and saluted respectfully when he was 30 feet away from that being. Lang Jinghong followed suit and bowed to show his respect for that existence. That existence did not pay any attention to Qin Shao and Qin Shao. It was still sitting cross-legged without any movement. It was as if it had not heard what Qin Shao and Qin Shao had said. Of course, that existence must have heard it. It was just that it was too lazy to bother with them. Under that dense white hair, they could vaguely see a face. However, they could not see what it looked like, nor could they see that pair of eyes. "It actually ignored me? What should I do?" Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong looked at each other again. Both of them felt a little helpless at this moment. It seemed that it was indeed very difficult to deal with this existence. Not only was it difficult, but it was also filled with many dangers. If they were not careful, it was very likely that they would anger this existence. Then they would be in big trouble. Therefore, there was also a test for Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong at this moment. What should they do? Should they continue to speak, or should they leave tactfully? Most importantly, they could not figure out the intentions of that existence. Was he not responding to them to chase them away, or was it a test? Or was he originally so cold that he did not want to bother with Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong? There were all these possibilities. The key was what you thought and what you did. However, Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were not people who would back down easily. Moreover, Qin Shao also recalled what Qing Mu's sage had said to them before. Qing Mu's sage said that the existence would be closer to those who were courageous, brave, righteous, and humble. In that case, it should be fine even if he was a little more daring. He might not necessarily anger that existence. Thinking of this, Qin Shao continued to walk forward. However, Qin Shao had just taken 2 steps when that existence suddenly waved his hand. A terrifying great path law, Saint Aura, surged out and struck towards him instantly. The terrifying great path law, Saint Aura struck. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly tightened. His mind shook violently as he looked at that existence in surprise. No way. Is his personality really so strange? Why is he attacking like this? If he really fights like this, then there's really no solution. I can only admit that I'm unlucky. Since it had already happened, it was useless to say anything now. Qin Shao did not hesitate and wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. Qin Shao was also prepared to fight with all his might. If they really had to fight, then he could only fight with all his might. Qin Shao was also prepared to use the ancient token. He did not believe that he would be afraid of that existence when he had his master's ancient sage with him. If they really fought, then he might not be the one at a disadvantage. Moreover, Lang Jinghong should also have some life-saving means. He believed that it should be possible to deal with a 3-step ancient sage. Therefore, if they really fought, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. If the situation really fell to this point, then he could only fight. Fortunately, that power did not intend to hurt Qin Shao. Instead, it surrounded Qin Shao and formed an invisible great path cage that enveloped Qin Shao. The great path law Saint Aura enveloped a part of the world and trapped Qin Shao within. On the other side, Lang Jinghong grinned helplessly. Just as he was about to do something, that existence waved his hand again and trapped Lang Jinghong as well. Now, both Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were trapped. That existence returned to his original state and continued to sit there with his legs crossed as if nothing had happened. That existence did not intend to do anything to us, nor did he intend to hurt us, nor did he intend to chase us away. Instead, he temporarily trapped us in this great path law Saint Aura. He formed a small cage with the great path law Saint Aura. While trapping us, he should also be giving us a chance to test us. Perhaps that existence just wants to test us to see if we can break out of this cage and if we are qualified to talk to him. Qin Shao immediately calmed down and thought of a few possibilities. In the end, he felt that this was the most likely possibility. Since that was the case, let's see how he was going to break out of this cage first. Qin Zhao's great path had just broken through to the sage realm. He had a good understanding of the great path law and had also mastered some of it. He could be considered to have entered the door of the great path law. However, it was clear that the cage was very complicated. Breaking out of the cage was not an easy task. Of course, Qin Shao felt that he should be able to break out of it if he had to rely on brute force. However, if he were to rely on brute force, that was probably not what that existence wanted to see. Then, he would probably not have the chance to get close to that existence again. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally would not use brute force to break out of this cage. Instead, he would use the great path law to break out of this cage. It was like solving a complicated problem. Wasn't the process of breaking out of this cage also an opportunity to comprehend and cultivate the great path law? Since he was trapped, he would treat it as a chance to comprehend and cultivate the great path law. Moreover, with this difficult problem to solve, it could be regarded as a guiding force for cultivation. It was still helpful for cultivation. Qin Shao immediately devoted himself to the great path law of this cage. He carefully examined the structure of the great path law of this cage and discovered the subtleties in it. After looking carefully for a while, Qin Shao had to praise it. Exquisite. It's really exquisite. It's too exquisite. The use of the great path law can be so exquisite to this extent. Although the great path law used is not profound at all, the way it is used is too brilliant. It's obviously a relatively simple thing, but under such a profound technique, it becomes incomparably exquisite. This is like taking a few ropes. Originally, ropes are very ordinary and simple things, but if these ropes are woven into more complicated patterns with good craftsmanship, there will be a qualitative sublimation. I want to break out of this cage. I have to find the source, and the pattern. Then, I can easily break out of this cage. Soon, Qin Zhao's thoughts were clear. Once his thoughts were clear, the following things became much easier. With a clear goal, he knew where to start and what to do. And the fact was indeed as Qin Zhao had analyzed. Thus, he quickly found the root of the problem. Then, he reversed the situation and began to break the cage. Not long after, the cage was broken by Qin Zhao, allowing him to walk out of the cage. Throughout the entire process, Qin Zhao did not spend a lot of time. It was probably only half a day, which could be considered extremely short. In such a short time, Qin Zhao did it. He completed it. After walking out of the cage, the existence finally raised his head slowly. Through the thick white hair, a trace of eyes fell on Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao felt that he was being sized up. Feeling that he was being sized up, Qin Zhao understood that he had guessed correctly. Sure enough, it was just a test for this existence. If he passed, he could get close to this existence. If he failed, there was no way to get close to this existence. Fortunately, he passed. Qin Zhao walked towards the existence. The existence did not stop him. He sat there and looked at Qin Zhao, as if waiting for Qin Zhao's arrival. Junior Qin Zhao greets Senior. Qin Zhao quickly approached the existence and bowed again. When he got close, he could feel a strong and somewhat terrifying aura. Obviously, this existence did not give off a friendly feeling. Instead, it was somewhat gloomy and somewhat terrifying. Under such an aura, ordinary people would probably be very scared. However, Qin Zhao's face was calm and composed. He stood there calmly. Firstly, he did not think that this existence would attack him. Secondly, he was somewhat confident in his heart. Even in the worst-case scenario, he had the ability to save his life, and even the ability to fight back. Therefore, since he had confidence in his heart, he was not worried or afraid of anything. At this moment, Lang Jinghong also walked out of the cage. Although he was a little later than Qin Zhao, in terms of speed, he was still very fast. Author Kan Shang said, 4th update. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 2692. Brother Qin Zhao, not bad. You're much faster than me. I'm impressed. Lang Jinghong said to Qin Zhao after bowing to the being. After these 2 times, Lang Jinghong really admired Qin Zhao from the bottom of his heart. In terms of the Great Tao, they were considered to be on the same level. This way, they could make some invisible comparisons. After that existence sized up Qin Zhao and Lang Jinghong through the strands of hair, it said faintly after a long while, both of you are still young, and your talent and potential are not bad. There's no need for you to throw your lives away. You should give up on the idea of entering the Lost Palace. When the World God comes to save you, you can go out. You only have one life. It's better to think twice before you act. What? Hearing the being's words, Qin Zhao and Lang Jinghong were both stunned. After waiting for such a long time, it was just this sentence? Asking them to give up? These words were obviously not what they wanted. How could they give up? In the eyes of this being, could it be that the 2 of them were really going to die if they enter the Lost Palace? Was there no possibility of success? Not even the slightest bit? No matter how dangerous and difficult the test was, there should be a glimmer of hope of success. It shouldn't be an absolute dead end. Saint Qingmu had also advised them. Now that this being was also advising them, it really gave some pressure to Qin Zhao and Lang Jinghong. Moreover, when these words came out of the mouth of this existence, they were even more powerful. Give up? Qin Zhao still shook his head firmly and said, Senior, no matter how terrifying, dangerous, and difficult the Lost Palace is, no matter how slim our chances of success are, no matter how low our chances of coming out alive are, waiting here for others to come is not our style. The path of cultivation has always been a path that defies the heavens. Along the way, we have grown from the most lowly life to where we are now. Originally, we have experienced many dangers along the way. We have also wandered around the gates of hell several times and fought with the Grim Reaper. Only then did we pull our lives back and live until now. The experience of growing up has taught us a profound truth. Cultivation is an act that defies the heavens. It is a process of experiencing all kinds of dangers. It is a process of fighting against the god of death. Since this lost palace is a place of opportunity left behind by the previous ages, then I believe that there must be a chance of success. Even if no one can do it, I believe that I can do it. If you believe that you can't do it because others can't, that's a sign of weakness. We have already decided and are firm we must go to the lost palace. No matter how dangerous it is, we must go. Although we can wait for someone to come and save us, let's not talk about how uncertain this is. Furthermore, if we think about waiting for someone to save us when we are in danger, then I think we will lose the original intention of our cultivation. Once the original intention is lost, then I can't imagine how our future cultivation will be affected. So, even if there is no chance of survival, we still have to give it a try. Thank you for your kind reminder, Senior, but we really can't give up. Lang Jinghong laughed. Haha, Brother Qin Xiao is right. In life, it is difficult to be crazy. This time, let's be wild for once. We are still young. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? Therefore, this lost palace, we must go. Please don't take offense, Senior. We are still very confident in ourselves. We all feel that we can walk out of the lost palace alive. Even if we can't get the opportunity in the lost palace, we must walk out of it alive. That's why. Aren't we here to ask Senior for advice? We hope that Senior can help us and point us in the right direction. We will definitely be very grateful to Senior. That existence shook his head slightly, as if it was a pity. However, no matter what, it could not shake the determination of Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong. Qin Xiao also knew that it was very difficult, but didn't the master of the Lost Palace say that there was no chance of survival? There is still hope. Let's see if you're able to find a way out from the 10 deaths you're about to face. As the old saying goes, wealth comes from danger. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. This was often proportional. What you see isn't necessarily what you see, what you hear isn't necessarily what you hear, and what you feel isn't necessarily what you feel. Everything that exists must have a reason for its existence. Details can often determine success or failure. If the path really can't be taken, don't force it. If it's not fated, return immediately. After that existence said a few words, he stopped talking and lowered his head again, ignoring Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong. From the looks of it, she knew that he had finished speaking and wouldn't say anything else. Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong were also smart people. They naturally knew how to behave, and when it was time to retreat, they should retreat. After the two of them bowed to that existence, they retreated. The two of them walked straight to the entrance of the Lost Palace. The Lost Palace did not have a palace door. The entrance was wide open, but it was shrouded in a gloomy and strange aura. It isolated the place from the outside world. It was as if as long as they passed through the entrance, they would enter a whole new world inside. The two of them first sized up the entrance, but did not step in immediately. Once they stepped into the entrance, the way back would be filled with endless unknowns. It was also unknown how many dangers were waiting in front of them. Brother Qin Xiao, do you understand that existence's words? Lang Jinghong asked. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, I don't really understand. On the surface, I seem to understand the meaning, but I can't figure out the deeper meaning. Although that existence's words are not that complicated, I keep feeling that the meaning expressed in those words is very deep. It's definitely not simple. But that existence mentioned a few important points. I think we should pay attention to them. The first important point is that everything you see, hear, and feel could be fake. Since this place is called the Lost Palace, then everything will definitely be lost inside, and even our minds will be lost. That's why there's this saying. The words on the stone tablet left behind by the Lost Palace's owner just so happens to explain this point. The second point is that anything that exists should exist, so we can't let go of any details. It might be something unremarkable, but it's something very important. It might also be something unremarkable, but it might be something very dangerous. The third point should be to show us the way out. If you feel that the road is really impossible, then don't force it and retreat in time. This might be the reason why Qing Mu Saint was able to walk out of the Lost Palace alive. Qing Mu Saint also said before that he was able to keep his life because he listened to that existence's guidance. That's all I can roughly understand from the words of that existence. Lang Jinghong raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine, wiped his mouth and nodded. Yes, my understanding is also roughly like this. That existence can only give us so much guidance. It's about enough. We can't ask for too much. The rest will depend on us. Let's go in. Qin Shao nodded and was about to step into the Lost Palace to start his adventure. Before entering, Qin Shao looked back as if he was possessed. When he turned back, his gaze just happened to land behind the stone tablet left behind by the Lost Palace's owner. There were no words behind the real stone tablet, but there was a Taiji diagram carved on it. The yin-yang twin fish was a normal Taiji diagram. There was nothing special about it. The only special thing was that the Taiji diagram was carved on the back of the stone tablet, left behind by the Lost Palace's owner. Let's go, brother Qin Shao. Lang Jinghong pulled Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't think too much. He retracted his gaze and walked into the Lost Palace with Lang Jinghong. The moment they stepped into the Lost Palace, a huge underground palace appeared in front of Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. Inside, there were broken fences and broken walls everywhere. It was a dilapidated scene. Many buildings were destroyed beyond recognition. There wasn't much light here. It was gray and gloomy. Obviously, it was gloomy and gloomy. It was oppressive and strange. The most gloomy and terrifying thing was that what entered Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong's eyes were the corpses that could be seen everywhere. Corpses were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. In this huge palace that was 10,000 miles in radius, the number of corpses that could be seen exceeded 3,000. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. Moreover, most of the corpses had become a pile of white bones. There were also some corpses that were in the process of transforming into white bones. Looking at it, it was indeed very frightening. The impact was very big. At first glance, it was very shocking. It shocked the depths of one's soul. This kind of impact was simply too strong. Every corpse here was an existence of an ancient saint. There were more than 3,000 corpses. That meant there were more than 3,000 ancient saints. Moreover, the ancient saints that could enter the Lost Continent were mostly second-step ancient saints. Thinking about it, one would know how terrifying it was. Whether it was Qin Shao or Lang Jinghong, it was obviously their first time seeing so many ancient saint corpses at the same time. It was too shocking. Looking at it would make one's heart ache. So many ancient saints had died here. They had just stepped into this place, and they saw so many ancient saint corpses. Saint Qing Mu said that he saw more than 10,000 ancient saint corpses in the Lost Palace. Saint Clearwood also said that the number of ancient saints who had died in the Lost Palace over the years was probably more than 1 million. That meant that Saint Qing Mu did not enter that much. He only saw more than 10,000 ancient saint corpses before he left. It's really the harvester of the ancient saints. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's too terrifying. Even though we already knew about the situation inside and were mentally prepared for it, said Li Yundong. However, when this scene is really presented in front of us, the impact is still extremely terrifying. Lang Jinghong shook his head and said. Qin Shao also exclaimed, "That's right. There's a big difference between imagining and seeing it with your own eyes." The danger of the Lost Palace is not just words. Countless ancient saints have used their own lives to prove it. But this can't affect us, it can't stop our pace. The more it's like this, the more we have to believe in ourselves. Otherwise, we might be defeated by this momentum. Let's not rush forward. Let's check out the situation here first. We can't let go of any details. Chapter 2693. Everything that existed must have a reason for its existence. Often, the details could determine success or failure. Qin Shao looked around carefully, not letting go of any details. But although sometimes the details could determine success or failure, not every detail was useful. Often, most of the details were useless. This feeling was like looking for gold in the desert. At first glance, you couldn't find anything worth paying attention to at all. Even if you looked carefully, it was difficult to find anything. For useful details, in addition to being careful, you also had to be able to think of the use of that detail. If you didn't think of it, you would miss it. Therefore, it was very important to think of it. But for Qin Shao now, the road ahead was completely unknown. He was in the dark and didn't know what was going on at all. He was just moving forward blindfolded. So, for him, he didn't know what details were important and what were not. For the time being, he could only rely on his own feelings. But without some standard feeling, it was very vague and hazy, like white smoke in the fog. It seemed to be there, but it also didn't seem to be there. So many ancient sages, how did they die here? After Qin Shao looked around carefully, he didn't find anything special. The surroundings looked the same. Therefore, when Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the corpses of the ancient sages, he couldn't help but have this thought. With this doubt, Qin Shao looked at the corpses of the ancient sages while thinking about this problem. If he couldn't find other problems, he would start from the corpses. If he could find out how these ancient sages had died here, wouldn't that mean that he would be more prepared to deal with them? Knowing what kind of danger there was, he could think of countermeasures in advance. If he was prepared, he would be able to deal with the situation calmly without panicking. In this way, the probability of survival would be much higher. It's difficult to find any problems just by looking at the corpses. After all, most of the corpses here have become bones, and there aren't many problems. Those that haven't turned into bones have been corroded by time and the eerie aura here. Only a small portion of the corpses are complete, but these corpses don't seem to have any obvious fatal wounds. Although this place is very chaotic, there are broken walls everywhere, and there are traces of fighting everywhere. However, he felt that the destructive power wasn't that terrifying. At the very least, there's still a lot of buildings left. This is enough to prove that the destruction here is not destructive. If so many Empyrean saints had died here, and all of them had been killed by a powerful force, then this place shouldn't have remained in its current state. So, I'm guessing that the deaths of these ancient sages were caused by some kind of bizarre power. Some of the corpses felt very intact, without any injuries. It's likely that an ancient sage like him wouldn't even have the chance to make a move before being killed. Then, what is the strange power that killed these ancient saints? This question puzzled Qin Shao and troubled Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked around, but didn't find anything strange. This lost palace had been built for an unknown period of time, at least more than 1,000,000 universe epochs. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any ancient sages guarding this lost palace. Otherwise, with so many Empyrean saints at the third and fourth step, they would have killed all of the guards in the area a long time ago. Moreover, the owner of this palace was most likely a supreme existence that surpassed the world god level. The means of such an existence shouldn't be so low-end. What kind of power could kill an ancient sage without being noticed? Illusion? Physiognomy? In a lost palace, what one saw, heard, and felt might not be real. Thinking of the words on the stone tablet and what that existence had said, Qin Shao had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps there was a very terrifying illusion technique in this place. This was entirely possible. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao also prepared to explore this dragon's lair. No matter how much he thought, he still needed to go to the battlefield and experience it to know what was going on. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time thinking. When Qin Shao came back to his senses, he found that Lang Jinghong had disappeared. Where did he go? Why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Qin Shao frowned deeply. Lang Jinghong was still beside him just now. He didn't notice anything at all and didn't know when Lang Jinghong left. This wasn't right. If Lang Jinghong really did something, he should have told him. Why did he disappear without a word? The aura has become even more gloomy and dark. There are some places that I can't see clearly. Even my spiritual sense can't detect them. It feels as if there's some kind of power stopping me. Qin Shao suddenly frowned again. He was sizing up the underground palace just now, but he couldn't find Lang Jinghong's figure. It was as if Lang Jinghong had disappeared in an instant. But this was impossible. Lang Jinghong had been beside him just now. He didn't feel any movement at all, but a living person just disappeared into thin air. In this underground palace, he couldn't find his figure. It was as if Lang Jinghong was teleported away by a force in an instant just now. The situation wasn't right. It was very wrong. Qin Shao became even more vigilant. The bad premonition in his heart became even stronger. His intuition told him that there was big trouble coming. There was danger approaching him. Illusion technique? Physiognomy technique? Unknowingly, it has already enveloped this place, so I didn't notice it at all and enter the illusion? Or from the moment I stepped into this lost palace, I was already under the illusion technique. What the hell is going on? Qin Shao was also confused. He couldn't understand what was going on. Although he couldn't feel whether he had fallen into the illusion technique or what was going on, he felt that everything was normal and there was no problem. But it didn't make sense. Lang Jinghong had disappeared directly. This wasn't simple at all. Qin Shao couldn't be at ease if he didn't figure out the situation. But in this situation, he couldn't figure out the reason just by thinking about it. Since he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think too much about it. As for the road, when you don't know how to walk, then you can just walk casually. If there's no road, then you can just walk out of it. Qin Shao held the heaven-opening sword tightly in his hand. He was also ready to use the ancient token at any time. He was prepared for everything and was also prepared for the worst. The Tianji Fong and the light magic cube were both ready to use. He would just deal with whatever came his way. Crack! Qin Shao walked out and entered the underground palace. On the ground, there were gravel fragments and corpses everywhere. Those were the corpses of the ancient sages. As Qin Shao moved forward, he carefully observed his surroundings. He scanned his surroundings with high vigilance to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Qin Shao walked very slowly. He had been scouting ahead, but it seemed to be very quiet inside. It was so quiet that it was a little scary and a little strange. And this strangeness was not a good sign for Qin Shao. Under the excessive silence, there might be terrible danger hidden. This was also what Qin Shao was worried about. The situation was very wrong. It didn't make sense for it to be so quiet, and he couldn't feel any danger coming. He walked for at least 1,000 miles, but still nothing happened. It seemed that there was no danger here at all. But was this possible? Qin Shao naturally wouldn't believe that there was no danger here. There must be danger here, but he didn't know where it was and when it would come. Perhaps the danger had already quietly approached, but Qin Shao didn't notice it at all. This situation was the most terrible one. More than 3,000 ancient sages had died here, which was enough to show how terrible this place was. After moving forward for a while, Qin Shao's eyes suddenly fell on the corpse of an ancient sage. There was a sword embedded in the corpse of the ancient sage. The sword had pierced through the head of the ancient sage, nailing the ancient sage to death. This way of dying wasn't anything special. However, for some reason, Qin Shao felt that it was a little strange and eerie. This way of death made people feel that the ancient sage was killed by someone else. But there shouldn't be any other life in this place, right? If there was no other life, how could this ancient sage die in such a way? Who was the one who killed him? Even if he died in the illusion, he shouldn't die in such a way, right? There was only one possibility for such a death. That was, he was killed by someone else, and he was killed by a sword. Even if this ancient sage was a first-step ancient sage, he definitely wouldn't be weak since he could enter the first-step ancient sage alive. If such an ancient sage was killed by a sword, then what kind of strength was needed to do so? At the very least, one had to be an extremely powerful second-step ancient sage, right? But Qin Shao immediately found another situation, and that was from the expression on this ancient sage's face. He seemed to have died peacefully. He didn't show any signs of pain or struggle. What was going on? Did it mean that when he died, he didn't put up any resistance at all? In the face of death, he didn't put up any resistance? This didn't make sense, did it? Even if it was an illusion, there should be some kind of resistance. Strange. This was too strange, wasn't it? The key was that Qin Shao was still not sure whether he had fallen into the illusion or not. Was this real or an illusion? It could only be said that both possibilities existed. Both of them existed. But thinking of Lang Jinghong's situation, Qin Shao was more inclined to believe that he had fallen into the illusion. But he was only inclined to believe it, and he wasn't 100% sure. The corpse in front of him couldn't help but make Qin Shao ponder for a while, and his speculation about falling into the illusion increased a little. If I've really fallen into the illusion, how can I break out of this situation? I don't even have the slightest bit of consciousness. Even if I'm guessing this possibility, I can't find any signs that I've fallen into the illusion. If I can't even find any signs, how can I break out of this situation? If I can't break out of this situation, even if I'm killed in this illusion, I'll really die. This is really a difficult problem. I've encountered such a terrifying problem as soon as I came in. Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. But he immediately gritted his teeth, and his belief was still incomparably firm. No matter how difficult it is, I have to break it. I don't believe it. Chapter 2694. One after another, Qin Shao saw other scenes. There were ancient sage corpses with their arms and legs cut off, ancient sage corpses with their heads cut off, and ancient sage corpses cut in half. Although the number was small, after all, such a phenomenon existed, which made Qin Shao frown deeply. How could there be such a situation? If they were really killed in the illusion, they should have died quietly. Most of the corpses here did not have any obvious wounds on their bodies. No fatal injuries could be seen, but they were still dead. In this case, it was very likely that they were killed in the illusion and their lifeline was directly cut off, leading to death. Originally, Qin Shao thought that he had fallen into a very clever illusion, but seeing some of the ancient sage corpses in front of him, Qin Shao's thoughts were a little shaken. The situation here was not easy to explain. Is it possible that there is really a living life? Qin Shao couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Was this possibility really there? Logically speaking, the possibility of a living life should be infinite or zero. After all, even if there was one in the Lost Palace at the beginning, so many years had passed. It must have been consumed long ago and no longer existed. Could it be a life form similar to a puppet life form? It was possible that this kind of life could still be preserved. This was also possible. In other words, it was directly a power life formed by power. As long as there was power, it could continuously form life. There should be quite a few possible scenarios. It was just that Qin Shao knew very little about them. Qin Shao continued to move forward. Suddenly, he felt a cold hand grabbing his foot fiercely. There was a situation. Qin Shao's expression suddenly tightened. He glanced and saw that the hand of an ancient sage corpse on the ground was tightly grabbing his foot. A powerful force came from that hand, making Qin Shao feel like he was tightly clamped. That hand was cold and gloomy, not like the aura of a life at all. Not good. Qin Shao didn't have time to think too much about it when he felt another dangerous aura approaching. Sure enough, one of the ancient sage corpses that had been lying quietly beside him suddenly burst into action and charged toward him. The powerful power of the Great Way turned into a supreme sharpness, fiercely attacking him. It was a sneak attack. Qin Shao had always been prepared, and for this sudden sneak attack, he was not in a hurry. He tried to pull his foot back, but found that there was no way to pull it back. At this time, the ancient sage corpse had already grabbed Qin Shao's foot with both hands. The powerful force seemed to imprison Qin Shao there, making Qin Shao had no way to withdraw his foot and move. This was akin to nailing Qin Shao to the ground. His movements were greatly restricted, and there was no way for him to dodge. He could only stand there and be attacked. In this way, it naturally had a big impact on Qin Shao. At this time, Qin Shao did not have time to care about the ancient sage corpse that was hugging his foot. He could only deal with the person who attacked him first. He directly performed the heaven-splitting sword technique and slashed out with a thunderous sword. The powerful force directly sent the attacker flying. After the Great Way had broken through to the Sage Realm, the power of Qin Zhao's inner world had doubled. So at this time, when he performed the heaven-splitting sword technique, the power was naturally much stronger. This was the result of Qin Shao not adding the power of the Time Law and the Great Way Law. If he added the power of these two laws, the power would be several times stronger. At that time, the sword would probably be enough to push back the existence of an ordinary second-step ancient sage. The ancient sage who attacked him just now was probably a first-step ancient sage, not a second-step ancient sage. Therefore, Qin Shao could easily deal with it. Qin Shao was about to deal with the ancient sage corpse hugging his foot, but at this time, two more ancient sage corpses exploded and pounced on Qin Shao from two directions. The ancient sage who was pushed back by Qin Shao just now also came back to attack. At this time, it was equivalent to three ancient sages attacking Qin Shao at the same time. Qin Shao sized up the three ancient sages. Indeed, he did not sense any life aura from them. The three of them were expressionless, and their eyes were dim. They did not seem to be alive. Were they all existences similar to puppet life? Or were they energy life forms? There were so many ancient sages lying here. Could there be a lot of such life forms? If there were really a lot of them, it would be really troublesome. But thinking about it, it should not be so terrifying. Let's fight. Even when faced with the attacks of three ancient saints, Qin Shao was still filled with fighting spirit and fighting spirit. He still performed the heaven-splitting sword art at full strength. The Peerless sword chi could cut through everything. Moreover, Qin Shao had made great progress on the path of sword cultivation previously. Although he had not been able to grasp the laws of sword cultivation, he had raised the path of sword cultivation to a rather good level. The improvement of the sword cultivation down naturally improved the sharpness of the heaven-splitting sword art by a lot. Logically speaking, the power of the heaven-splitting sword art would reach its greatest level when performed with the sword cultivation Dao law. At this time, Qin Zhao's sword had reached an extremely powerful level in terms of both the sharpness and the power of the sword. As the sword slashed out, it had a peerless aura of being able to dominate the world. Even if the three ancient sages attacked at the same time, they were all repelled by Qin Zhao's sword. This time, after repelling the three ancient sages, Qin Shao directly slashed at the ancient sage corpse that was hugging his leg. He directly chopped off the arm of the great sage corpse. The corpse was also very strange. After the arm was chopped off, there was no movement as if it was dead. But logically speaking, an arm should not be fatal. What was even stranger was that the three ancient sages who were repelled by Qin Shao just now had disappeared in the blink of an eye. They had completely disappeared from under Qin Zhao's nose. Where did they go? He did not kill them and let them escape. This was obviously not a good thing. Qin Shao looked around again. The corpses were lying there quietly. He could not feel anything strange at all. He could not detect anything from these corpses. The four ancient sages who sneak attacked just now did not have any breath of life. They were not living creatures. This kind of special life was best at hiding themselves. Even if they stood in front of you, you could not detect them at all. Fortunately, these special life forms were not as smart and intelligent as real life, and their main strength was not strong, so Qin Shao could deal with them easily. Let's not care so much first. Let's find a way to leave here first. Qin Shao shook his head secretly. However, it was not so easy to leave here. He did not even find the way at all. He did not know where to leave from. Therefore, the top priority now was to find a way out of here. The Lost Palace should be very big, and there should be many levels to pass. This should only be the first level. What was the most important thing to pass the level? The most important thing was to be able to enter the next level quickly. The rest was not important. It was not necessary to completely figure out this place, as long as he could figure out how to pass this level. At present, Qin Xiao had not found a way to leave. The surrounding space was sealed, and he could not see a way out. Where should the way be? How could he find the way? For the time being, Qin Xiao was still confused and did not understand this matter. Since he could not figure out for the time being, he would find it slowly. Qin Xiao continued to move forward. The atmosphere here felt more and more strange and gloomy. The dangerous breath was spreading, and it was slowly becoming more and more gloomy and scary. There's someone. After walking for a while, Qin Xiao suddenly raised his eyes and saw a figure suddenly walking out from the dark. Qin Xiao was about to make a move, but he quickly saw the appearance of the person who came and immediately stopped. The person who came was none other than Lang Jinghong. "Hey, Qin Xiao, it's you." "Haha, great. I've been looking for you for a long time. I finally found you." When Lang Jinghong saw Qin Xiao, he also looked surprised. "He was looking for me too." Qin Xiao could not help but frown and said, "Brother Jinghong, I've been looking for you too." "Where did you go?" You've been looking for me too?" "I've been looking for you. I wanted to ask you where you went." Lang Jinghong looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. Hearing each other's words, both of them felt that something was not right. What was going on? Qin Xiao said, "When we came in just now, I took a careful look at the situation here. Then, in the blink of an eye, I found that you had disappeared without a trace. You disappeared under my nose silently. I searched around but couldn't find any trace of you. Then, I was ambushed by a few ancient sage corpses. After that, I saw you." "What? Why is your situation exactly the same as mine?" "I was also sizing up the situation here. In the blink of an eye, I didn't see you. I've been looking for you too." Then, suddenly, an ancient sage corpse hugged my leg. Then, 3 ancient sage corpses exploded and surrounded me. After I beat them back, I continued to look for you. Then I saw you." Lang Jinghong exclaimed. "How is this possible? What on earth was going on?" Both of them were a little confused. They both started to think carefully. This situation was very wrong. Their situation was exactly the same. How could this be? But just now, they didn't notice each other at all. They also didn't hear any other movements. But what they saw and experienced was exactly the same. This wasn't right. If both of them had fallen into the illusion technique, then it still wasn't right. If they had fallen into the illusion technique, then apart from themselves, everything they saw was fake. In other words, the Lang Jinghong that Qin Xiao saw now might not be Lang Jinghong. But in terms of feeling, Qin Xiao really couldn't sense anything wrong with Lang Jinghong. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't know how to make this conclusion at the moment. At this moment, did they fall into the illusion technique? If they did, then everything was fake. If everything was fake, then how could they break this illusion? To break the illusion, they had to break the illusion first. Could it be that they had to attack Lang Jinghong and kill him first to break the illusion? That didn't seem to make sense. If that was really the case, it was impossible to do it, right? Chapter 2695. And the truth might not be so. Therefore, at this time, Qin Xiao really felt that he had entered a puzzle, and he had begun to lose himself. Everything around him had begun to be incomprehensible. He couldn't figure out what was true and what was false, and he had been wandering around. That existence said that what I saw, heard, and felt might not be true, but it's only uncertain. That means it could be true, but it could also be false. Whether it's true or false depends on how you judge it. But now I have a headache. I have no way to judge this at all. I can't figure out whether it's true or not. I don't even know if I've fallen into an illusion or not. I don't know whether Lang Jinghong is real or not. Qin Xiao secretly shook his head in his heart. If he couldn't use his feelings to judge, then what should he use to judge? Perhaps this was the key to the problem. If he could figure out this problem, he might know how to break this puzzle, how to get out of here, and how to enter the next level. But no matter what the problem was, there should be a breakthrough, right? No matter how difficult the problem was, there should be a breakthrough. Moreover, There were only more than 3,000 ancient sage corpses here, which meant that many ancient sages had passed the first level. The first level shouldn't be so difficult, right? Qingmu Holy Sage must have passed it. Didn't he walk out of here alive? Therefore, the key was whether he could figure it out or not, and how to break this puzzle. For the time being, Qin Xiao really couldn't see through it. He couldn't figure it out. He had to work hard to figure out the situation first. This was the key to breaking the puzzle. What I should do now is to believe everything, but also doubt everything. When I don't know what's true and what's false, I'll believe and doubt at the same time. Qin Xiao thought secretly in his heart, and he had already made a plan to deal with it. Take everything as true, but also take everything as false. It sounded very contradictory, but it was actually very reasonable. Wasn't this the Great Way? Great Tao. Qin Xiao suddenly had some thoughts. The owner of this lost palace should be a cultivator of the Great Path, right? Didn't the words left on the stone tablet also say something like return to spring at the end of the road? Moreover, behind the stone tablet, there was a Taiji diagram. Wasn't the Taiji diagram a symbol of the Great Tao? In addition, the words of that existence also contain the meaning of the Great Tao. So, could the layout of the lost palace be related to the Great Tao? The Great Tao contained many Taos, and all thoughts could be attributed to the Great Tao. To believe in everything and to doubt everything at the same time, isn't that Tao? Putting the thoughts of the Great Tao here, a lot of ideas suddenly came out. The two of them continued on their journey. Nothing much happened after that. The corpses of the 3 ancient sages who had fled earlier also disappeared without a trace. Here, it was as quiet as ever, a terrible silence. This place wasn't big to begin with. After Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong walked around here and looked through the entire underground palace, they still didn't notice anything. It was a completely sealed underground palace, and they couldn't find any exit. In fact, they couldn't even find the entrance, let alone the exit. So, this situation was very strange, very strange. Qin Xiao was also thinking about this problem along the way. This underground palace was very strange, very problematic, and very wrong. Could it be concluded that he had fallen into an illusion? He didn't know. He really didn't know, and it was hard to be sure. At least Qin Xiao couldn't find it himself, so he felt a little trapped. The same was true for Lang Jinghong. He also looked like he had a headache. Brother Qin Xiao, is there something wrong with our direction? Why don't we go through it properly? Lang Jinghong suddenly said. Qin Xiao looked at Lang Jinghong, then nodded. Yes, there is something wrong. I feel that we have neglected the most important point. Tell me your feeling, and I'll tell you my opinion. Let's think about how to solve this problem, how to break this trap. We must be in a trap now, but we probably haven't figured out what kind of trap it is and how to break this trap. It's not a good idea to go on like this. Let's think about it. Maybe we can find a good idea, and maybe we can find a way. Lang Jinghong said, Brother Qin Xiao, do you still remember what that existence said to us? Of course, it roughly means that in the lost palace, whether it's what you see, hear, or feel, it might not be true. Qin Xiao replied. Lang Jinghong nodded and said, Yes, that's roughly what it means, but that's not the original words. Everything in a lost palace could be fake. You think it's real, but it could be fake. You think it's fake, but it could also be real. Truth and falsehood make you lose yourself in it. Right now, we should be in a state of being lost, in a state where we have no way to distinguish what's real and what's fake. Under such circumstances, how can we break this trap? We've already checked the entire underground palace and searched it, but we didn't find anything. We can't see the entrance, the exit, and the corpse of the ancient sage who attacked us just now. Everything is like a mystery, trapping us in it, making us unable to find any direction. Therefore, we're immersed in pain, making us even more confused and unable to find our direction. I've been thinking about something. Could it be that everything here is fake? When he said this, Qin Xiao obviously found that Lang Jinghong was ready to attack, and his eyes were staring at him. Obviously, he was ready to attack him. However, Qin Xiao did not expect that Lang Jinghong would beat him to it when he was thinking about the matter. He was still thinking whether this Lang Jinghong was fake, and everything here was fake. He couldn't find a way to break the trap in other places. So did that mean that the way to break the trap had always been by his side, and it was Lang Jinghong? As long as he defeated Lang Jinghong, would he be able to break the trap? However, Qin Xiao was only thinking about it and didn't come to any conclusion, so he didn't take any practical action. Of course, Qin Xiao had been secretly guarding against Lang Jinghong since the beginning. He believed that everything was real, but at the same time, he suspected that everything was fake. It was because of this thought that Qin Xiao had been guarding against Lang Jinghong since a long time ago. But now, Lang Jinghong was the first to make things difficult for him. Lang Jinghong also suspected that he was a fake, so he had the upper hand. This made Qin Xiao feel a little speechless for a moment. After being hit hard, Qin Xiao couldn't help but think that he couldn't have made a mistake, right? If Lang Jinghong was fake, then why would he have such a performance? Thinking about it, he felt that it might not be right. It was also possible for a fake to have such a preemptive performance to numb him and mislead him. These were all possible. The waters seemed to be getting more and more muddy, and it was getting harder and harder to see clearly. It was getting more and more confusing, and it was getting more and more confusing. Brother Jinghong, if you say that I'm fake, have you ever thought that I would have the same thoughts as you? I would also think that you're fake. Shouldn't we all calm down, think about it, and communicate with each other? It's normal to have doubts. In the current situation, we need to doubt everything. But even if we have doubts, I don't think we should come to a conclusion so early, right? If we make a mistake, then the situation will be very bad, Qin Xiao said. Speaking of doubts, he had doubted Lang Jinghong from the beginning. Lang Jinghong's sudden disappearance and sudden reappearance was something that was very suspicious to begin with. It was just that Qin Xiao didn't show it because Qin Xiao didn't want to make a mistake and didn't want to turn the real into a fake. Once he made a mistake, the consequences would be hard to say. Are you going to start quibbling? Then it seems that my idea is not wrong. From the moment I came in, I had already fallen into the illusion. This place itself is a puzzle, and I was already lost in it as soon as I came in. Therefore, everything in here is fake to me, including you. Qin Xiao are also fake. You used a fake appearance to confuse me and slowly destroy me. How can I be fooled? So many ancient sages have died here. I'm afraid it's because they couldn't understand it, right? The appearance is born from the heart, and the illusion is born from the mind. My mental strength is very strong, and I won't be confused by you. You, Qin Xiao, are the key to breaking the puzzle, so I only need to kill you, and I can break out of the puzzle. If it's in reality, I may not be able to take advantage of you. But in this illusion, as long as my mental strength is strong enough, I will be the master, and nothing can defeat me. So, Qin Xiao, you'd better come over and accept your death obediently. Lang Jinghong had already determined that Qin Xiao was fake, so he didn't give Qin Xiao any chance to explain and directly attacked. Seeing that Lang Jinghong actually attacked, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown deeply again. He also had some firm thoughts about this matter in his heart. Using a fake to fight a fake. The first impression is the strongest. The one who entered first led me to make a wrong judgment. To me, all of this is fake. I'm the main character trapped in this lost puzzle. If my mental strength is strong enough, no one will be able to defeat me in here. The appearance is born from the heart, and the illusion is born from the mind. If one's life is immovable, and one's mental strength is not crooked, then one is invulnerable. No matter how strong the illusion is, as long as one can find the point to break the puzzle, then one can break the puzzle. Since I understand all of this now, then this puzzle can no longer trap me. So, Lang Jinghong, since you've attacked, then I'll attack too. Qin Xiao didn't hold back and immediately counterattacked. Lang Jinghong's sword was indeed very powerful and terrifying. It was the strongest and sharpest sword, the most domineering sword, and the sword of no one else. As the sword slashed down, the sky was vast and mighty. The unparalleled sharpness bloomed with rays of sword light and slashed down heavily. It was indeed very terrifying. Qin Shao didn't show any signs of weakness, and also pushed the heaven-splitting sword technique to the extreme. It had the power of the four great laws of space, immortal Tao, light, and mental strength, in addition to the powerful power of the inner world and the heaven-splitting sword technique. At this moment, the heaven-splitting sword technique still had some swordsmanship in it, and it appeared even more fierce and sharp. Qin Shao hadn't used the Great Path Law and the Time Law yet. If one were to calculate, Qin Shao had already mastered the power of the 6 great laws. Author Clipchamp said, 4th update. Chapter 2696. From the law of space, then the law of light, then the law of immortality, then the law of heart, then the law of time, and finally the law of the great path. Once one stepped into the door of a law, the cultivation of the law in the future would indeed be much smoother. Mastering the 8 great laws, in addition to the 3 great paths of cultivation, it would probably be difficult to find a few such figures in the entire great wide world. Lang Jinghong was also a top genius, and his strength was indeed very strong. If they were to really fight, Qin Shao was not very confident that he could win against Lang Jinghong. However, if they were in the illusion technique, then Qin Shao had full confidence. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Shao was fighting with absolute confidence. He did not need to use his full strength at all. He only needed his mental strength to be strong enough, and that would be enough. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong's strength were indeed on par when they were not fighting with their lives on the line. Qin Shao had Qin Zhao's experience, but Lang Jinghong also had Lang Jinghong's means. The power of the sword momentum that the two of them unleashed was extremely powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. Qin Zhao's strengths were the power of the inner world and the mastery of the laws more than Lang Jinghong. However, Lang Jinghong's weakness was that he could completely fuse the power of the laws together and undergo a qualitative transformation. Therefore, Qin Shao was competing with Lang Jinghong's quality with quantity. Both of them had their own strengths, so naturally they were on par with each other. The battle between the two of them was also very intense. However, the more intense the battle was, the more Qin Shao felt that something was not right. That's not right. If I'm in an illusion, I shouldn't be in such a situation. The appearance was born from the mind, and the illusion was born from the mind. His mental strength was strong enough, and he knew very well that he was trapped in the illusion technique. Then, how could such a situation occur? Shouldn't he be able to dominate everything and break the illusion? Strange, very strange. This situation was not right, very not right. Qin Shao couldn't help but hesitate. Could it be that I really made a mistake? Could Lang Jinghong be real? However, once the battle started, it was naturally difficult to stop. Both of them attacked with all their might and fought with their lives on the line. Naturally, both of them suffered some injuries. After exchanging blows for a while, Lang Jinghong finally could not endure it any longer. He opened his mouth and said, "Wait, Brother Qin Shao, did we make a mistake?" Hearing Lang Jinghong's words, Qin Shao immediately replied, "I'm also thinking about this problem. Perhaps we've all made a mistake. The situation isn't like this. Why don't we stop first?" "All right, let's stop together." Lang Jinghong nodded immediately. The two of them stopped at the same time, and the battle calmed down. However, after fighting for such a long time, both of them were in a sorry state. "Ahem, Brother Qin Shao, the more we fight, the more we feel that something is wrong. It seems that both of us are real, but we were misled by the situation here and mistakenly thought that the other party was fake. So without saying anything, we started fighting. In the end, the more we fought, the more we found that something was wrong. If we were to continue fighting like this, both of us would be defeated and injured very soon. Fortunately, we both sensed that something was wrong in time and did not continue fighting." Lang Jinghong said with a bitter smile, a little embarrassed. Qin Shao also shook his head with a bitter smile. This matter was indeed quite awkward. Yes, if we were to continue fighting, it would definitely be a situation where both of us would be defeated and injured. We were all misled. Our thinking was wrong. We found the wrong point to break the situation. There was no way to break the situation if we miscalculated. If that's the case, we're all real. There should be a lot of the situation we see in front of us that are real. Then, we're the fake ones. Which one is fake? Which one is the key to breaking the situation? After going around in a circle, they were back to square one. They had to continue to have a headache over this problem. Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong continue to think about this problem. The situation here doesn't feel very dangerous. The biggest danger is that you've been misled and attacked mentally. But for the real danger, as long as you don't get caught up in it, keep a calm mind and face it with your heart. It won't be a big problem. The most important thing now is to break through the fog in your mind. You have to walk out of the confusion and understand the real situation here. What's really troubling is not the situation in front of you, but your heart. At this time, there are clouds of fog wrapped around our hearts. What we have to do is to pull out the fog and see the real world clearly. I think that my mental power is very strong, but I still can't break it. This means that I haven't found the real point to break the situation. So, if you want to break the situation, you have to find the key point first. I thought that the key point would be Lang Jinghong. Now that it's proven that it's not Lang Jinghong, where's the key point? Qin Xiao calmly sized up the surroundings. It was cold and incomparably quiet. The atmosphere was getting stranger and stranger. Something was wrong. Something was going to happen. Experience and intuition told Qin Xiao that the situation was not right. Lang Jinghong's eyes suddenly sharpened. There's an enemy attack. As expected. Immediately, numerous figures charged out from the surroundings, whistling as they charged towards Qin Xiao and Lu Xian. After these figures rushed out, dozens of ancient sage corpses came to life on the ground around Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong. They exploded and charged toward Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong. At this time, there were more than 30 ancient sage corpses attacking Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong ferociously, besieging the two of them. These were not true life forms. They were all cold and did not have the aura of life. It was unknown whether they were puppet life or some kind of power was controlling the ancient sage corpses or some kind of energy life. In short, it was a very strange thing. However, these were not important. What was important now was how to solve the dilemma in front of them. Facing the siege of more than 30 ancient sages, all of whom were not weak ancient sages. Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong's faces darkened. They knew that they were in big trouble and danger. However, no matter how big the danger was, the two of them were already mentally prepared. Moreover, when they saw these ancient sage corpses charging out, the two of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief, because they finally found the key to solving the problem, which was these ancient sage corpses. After dealing with these ancient sage corpses, they should be able to solve the problem. Therefore, from this point of view, the two of them could be considered to have made a good discovery. Their fighting spirit did not decrease at all. Instead, it was incomparably high. Ha, brother Qin Xiao, let's fight side by side. I believe that with good cooperation, we can definitely kill these strange life forms. Lang Jinghong laughed heartily. Qin Xiao nodded and did not say anything else. At this moment, the corpse of an ancient saint had already arrived in front of him. Qin Xiao quickly made his move and slashed down with a heaven-opening sword. How could the corpse block it? Although it was the first time Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong fought side by side, the two of them did have some tacit understanding in their cooperation. The key was that both of them were very strong. Their attacking methods were very powerful and domineering. Although the strength of these ancient sage corpses was not bad, they had a fatal flaw, which was that they were easy to kill. They were not as difficult to kill as the ordinary ancient sage life forms. Qin Xiao also used all his means. He also used the light magic cube and Tianji cube for time to time. Li Sheng also used the flying dagger. One by one, the ancient sage corpses died in Qin Xiao's hands. Lang Jinghong also displayed his invincible power and used a few treasures. With the two of them working together, More than 30 ancient sage corpses died in their hands very quickly. It did not take much effort. Fortunately, these ancient sage corpses were only at the first step ancient sage realm. There were no second step ancient sages. Otherwise, they would probably be in big trouble. After dealing with these ancient sage corpses, Lang Jinghong clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Ha, this is great. It's really great. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. Brother Qin Xiao, we're simply invincible when we fight side by side. I'm even more confident about our future adventures. Believe me, we'll definitely succeed. We definitely can. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded in agreement. He also felt that they would definitely succeed. After dealing with these ancient sage corpses, Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. As expected, there was a surprise. Brother Jinghong, it seems that we've passed the first stage. Look over there. Qin Xiao patted Lang Jinghong and said. Lang Jinghong looked over and indeed saw a passageway. That should be the passageway that led to the next stage. They should have passed the first stage. Lang Jinghong pursed his lips and said, Haha, we passed just like that. It seems that the first stage isn't that difficult. However, since more than 3,000 ancient saints have died in the first stage, it's possible that we haven't seen all of them yet. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, It's normal. Although it doesn't seem that difficult when you look back, when you think about it carefully, it's actually not that difficult. It's actually quite difficult. It's very easy to lose one's life. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life here. It's much easier for the two of us to go together. If one of us comes in alone, I'm afraid it's really dangerous. That's true. Lang Jinghong nodded. However, he immediately waved his hand and said, let's not worry about this for now. Let's go. We'll talk about it after we leave this place. The two of them did not hesitate and immediately walked towards the passage. As soon as they entered the passage, they immediately entered another underground palace. This time, they entered an underground palace. It could also be said that it was an underground small world. The land was vast and gray. It gave off the feeling of the nine hells. It was gloomy and cold. It gave off a boundless feeling. On the ground, there was gray sand. This place was like the road to the netherworld. It gave off such a feeling. Under the desert, there were half-exposed white skeletons, half-corroded corpses, and well-preserved corpses from time to time. Some of them only had their heads exposed. Some only had half of their hands exposed. Some only had one leg exposed. Some had half of their corpses under the gray sand. Many situations appeared to be very strange, peculiar, eerie, and terrifying. The aura of death shrouded the entire world, making this place very terrifying. If it was someone with a weaker temperament, they would probably be scared half to death. How would they dare to stay here any longer? In terms of aura, it was obviously much scarier than the underground palace just now. As soon as they stepped into this place, Qin Xiao could not help but have goosebumps all over his body. He pulled himself together and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. This was a small world. He had no idea how big it was. His divine sense and vision were greatly hindered here. He could only check the situation within a radius of 10,000 miles. It gave Qin Xiao the feeling that this place was filled with the corpses of ancient sages. Under this gray sand, he did not know how many ancient sages were buried. It was terrifying just thinking about it. Chapter 2697. After Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong observed for a while, they began to move forward cautiously. Since they couldn't figure out anything, they might as well take a look as they walked. The eerie white skeletons were half buried in the dust and sand, and it was so mournful. These skeletons were all ancient saints when they were alive. Most of them were probably at the second step of the ancient saint realm. The scene in front of them was really like the sentence on the stone tablet. No yellow springs, white bones grieving. At this moment, Qin Xiao also deeply felt such a scene. They hadn't seen the yellow springs yet, but the ground in front of them was already full of white bones. Amidst the eerie atmosphere, One could almost hear the mournful wails of the dead ancient saints. It was a mournful wail. Just how frightening and dangerous is this trial? Just now, we only saw more than 3,000 ancient saint corpses in the first stage. The number of corpses in this stage has probably increased by 10 times or even 100 times, right? I don't know how big this world is. Currently, as far as the eye can see, there are only white bones. Just the number of corpses in front of me is no less than 10,000. Adding up the entire world, I don't know what kind of terrifying number it has reached. So many ancient saints have died here. I don't know how so many ancient saints died. At present, it seems to be calm here. I don't feel any danger there. However, danger is definitely everywhere. It may appear at any time. What we need to do now is to find a way to the next stage as soon as possible. The longer we stay in this world, the more dangerous it will be. He understood the logic, but sometimes it wasn't easy to do it. Qin Zhao's gaze suddenly fell on a white bone. He saw that there was a strange pattern on the white bone. Lang Jinghong also saw it. After looking at it strangely for a while, he said, "Brother Qin Zhao, this is strange, isn't it? This pattern shouldn't have been carved by this ancient saint himself, right? It should have been carved on after the person died and turned into white bones. If it was carved by someone, then this pattern should have some deeper meaning, right? It should be trying to express something, right? That existence told us not to let go of any small things. Everything that exists has its reason for existence. Did that mean that there was a reason for the existence of this case? Is it a clue to pass the stage?" Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, there is indeed such a possibility. We should be bold enough to think about any possibility. Perhaps they could all become clues. Since it exists, I'm more willing to believe that this pattern was carved by someone. However, the existence of this pattern is so obvious that it is somewhat suspicious. The simpler something is, the more likely it is to be confused. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be so many ancient saints dying in this trial. So, even if we have to boldly assume all possibilities, we can't believe these assumptions too much. We still have to deal with every situation carefully. It was right that existence was reasonable, but what was reasonable did not necessarily mean that it was useful. They had to understand this point. From the experience of the first stage, they knew that the mixture of truth and falsehood would often confuse people. The maze palace left by the owner of the maze palace was probably not a test of strength, but more of other aspects. The two of them continued to move forward. Sure enough, they soon found strange patterns in other places. Every pattern was different, and they were all very strange. Moreover, each pattern was very simple. They could not see anything at all. It was just a very simple thing, a bit like a child's graffiti, the kind that was completed with a few strokes. Some are found on white bones, some are found on weapon fragments, some are found on armor, some are found in the desert, and some are found on stones. Along the way, they had discovered quite a number of patterns. In total, there were more than 10 patterns. But along the way, other than discovering this pattern, they didn't discover anything else, nor did they encounter any danger. Brother Qin Zhao, what do you think is the purpose of these patterns? What are they trying to express? What are they trying to tell us? After looking at them for so long, I still feel that I am confused. Do you have any ideas? Lang Jinghong asked. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "I don't have any ideas for the time being. Like you, I'm also confused. I feel that these patterns should be telling us what they are trying to express. I also feel that these patterns should be closely related to us going through this stage, but I really can't understand what these patterns are trying to express. I can't find any pattern between them, and there's no way to connect them together. Maybe, for the time being, we can't figure out what these patterns are trying to express, but might come in handy later. For the time being, we haven't encountered any danger. It should be because we haven't entered the real test yet. Maybe these patterns are giving us some early hints so that we can find a way out in the test later." "Yes, it should be." Lang Jinghong nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled. This sudden change immediately made Qin Zhao and Lang Jinghong perk up immediately. They scanned their surroundings with an extremely vigilant expression, trying to cope with the changes by sticking to the status quo to see what exactly was going on. The ground was moving. Was there something underground? It should be the arrival of the dangerous test. Brother Jinghong, be careful. There is something underground. Qin Shao said to Lang Jinghong. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, don't worry about me. You should take care of yourself. Who knows, I might even have to help you later. Lang Jinghong laughed heartily and said jokingly. Just as Lang Jinghong finished speaking, the sand under his and Qin Zhao's feet suddenly sank, quickly forming a huge deep pit. This deep pit was like a gate to hell. Once they were swallowed, they would definitely lose their lives. From the deep pit, a strong devouring power surged out, wrapping Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong like a tornado, trying to suck them in. Moreover, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. The more they resisted, the deeper they would sink. Qin Shao naturally knew that he couldn't fight with these damn things for too long. The best way was to leave quickly. Once he was entangled, he would probably be swallowed. Once he was swallowed, he would probably lose his life. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and fled quickly, leaving the deep pit that swallowed people. Fortunately, Qin Shao reacted in time, so he escaped successfully. Fortunately, the deep pit didn't chase after him, so he successfully avoided it. However, as soon as he avoided the deep pit, Qin Shao felt that the sand under his feet quickly disappeared, forming a deep pit. Therefore, Qin Shao also left quickly and successfully avoided it. However, this wasn't the end. Soon, Qin Shao found that deep pits appeared on the ground one after another. There was one that was very dangerous. Qin Shao was just about to go over and was hit. Fortunately, Qin Shao relied on his calmness, and his own strength to break free from it and quickly avoid it. The situation was not good. What the hell are these deep pits? Don't tell me that the ancient sages who have died here have all died in these pits. It feels like these deep pits should be very scary. Once you are swallowed, there is an 80 to 90% chance that you will lose your life. There are more and more deep pits. If you want to avoid them, you have to rely on luck. Some of the deep pits are bigger, and some of them even appear together. In such a situation, there is no way to avoid it. If you can't break free from it with your strength, I'm afraid you can only admit defeat. I'm guessing that most of the ancient saints who died here really died in these deep pits, right? It can't be a dead end. There must be a way to survive. Are there any connections between the dozens of patterns I saw just now and the current situation? In a flash, many thoughts flashed through Qin Zhao's mind. He was looking for a way out. In the current situation, it was obvious that he would be courting death if he fought head-on. There was no way to fight head-on with those deep pits. He could only find a way to avoid them. However, there were deep pits everywhere, and the safe area was getting fewer and fewer. Moreover, those deep pits appeared randomly. If you were not careful, a deep pit might appear as soon as you went over and directly swallow you. For the time being, Qin Shao could barely avoid those deep pits. However, as time went by, Qin Shao felt that he would soon be unable to avoid them. As the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? If this went on, he would soon fall into the trap. Obviously, in the face of such a test and danger, he definitely could not continue to hide like this. He could not fight head-on either. Then, he had to find a way to solve it. And how to solve it? Those patterns. Qin Shao thought of those patterns, but for a moment he could not figure out how those patterns were related to the situation in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that he could not connect them at all. Qin Shao had gone through the dozens of patterns in his mind several times. He had also made all kinds of possibilities and conjectures, but he still couldn't find any clues. It seemed that there was no connection between the two at all. Those strange and irregular patterns didn't look like a map, nor did they look like anything. On Lang Jinghong's side, the situation was similar to Qin Zhao's. It was not good. If this went on, the two of them would not be able to hold on for long. Even good luck would run out eventually. Moreover, when those deep pits were increasing and appearing faster and faster, It was useless no matter how good their luck was. Looking at this trend, it was already very fast. If they did not think of a way to change this situation, there would be no more chance. It would be a dead end. What should they do? They had to think of a way quickly. If they cannot think of a way, it would be death. It's a shortcoming to be brave, but not resourceful. This should be the best time to show resourcefulness, right? The patterns, it must be those patterns. It must be related to those patterns. Along the way, I paid attention to all the small details. I did not miss any of them. Those patterns appeared frequently previously, as many as a dozen. These must not be meaningless. There must be some use. Now that such a predicament has appeared, it means that those patterns must be related to the current danger. It's just that I haven't thought of that level yet. But what I should firmly believe is that it must be related to these patterns. Those patterns must be a breakthrough. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 2698. Now, there was no time for Qin Shao to think about so many problems. There was no time. Therefore, he had to firmly believe in a path now, find a breakthrough, and decide on it. If he didn't decide on it now and still hesitated and wanted to try, there would be no time at all, and he would only be digging his own grave. Therefore, Qin Shao had to be decisive and firm, and he had to believe in his own judgment. Often, the judgment of the first feeling was the most accurate. Since he was determined, he had to believe in it. If he didn't believe in himself, then even if it was the right path, he wouldn't be able to walk out. Even if he knew the right path, it would not be easy for him to walk out of it. Therefore, he had to have at least confidence first. Qin Shao was also thinking quickly in his mind. What was the internal connection between those patterns and these deep pits? The map. It must be the map. Only the map can help me out. Other than this possibility, I really can't think of any other possibility. But how do you look at the map? Lang Jinghong and I have studied those patterns carefully before and even discussed them, but we didn't find out anything. There are more than a dozen patterns, and each of them is very simple, like a child scribbles. There is no pattern, and they can't be put together. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a map. And some of the patterns are like words, some are like a worm, and some are just a few strokes. Yes, the pattern can't be thought of in a conventional way. If you think of it in a conventional way, with a simple way of thinking, isn't it too simple? If it's really so simple, then why did so many ancient sages die here? Therefore, the pattern must be very difficult to find. It must be that you can't figure it out no matter how hard you think. Lang Jinghong and I have thought for so long, but we can't think of any pattern. It seems to be a headache for us, but that's right. You can't think of this problem with a conventional way of thinking. You can only do the opposite. The great path, using the great path of thinking. But the great path of thinking is unfathomable and all-encompassing. How do you think of it? Reverse thinking? Suddenly, Qin Shao had a flash of inspiration. Then, a bright light surged in his mind. He had a clear idea. After quickly deducing this idea, Qin Shao was immediately overjoyed. Sure enough, it works. It's right. I understand. So that's how it is. Those diagrams are indeed maps. The reason why I couldn't understand them before was because I used normal thinking to look at them. Actually, these diagrams contain deep meaning. We have to reverse the diagrams to find the pattern. After finding these patterns, we can reverse the process and pull out the 9 patterns. Then, we can piece together a map. These diagrams are very confusing. Not all diagrams are useful. Some diagrams are really just there to make up the numbers and confuse people. If you don't understand these things, you will be confused and fall into a vicious cycle of thinking, unable to walk out. The map that I've deduced just so happens to be a map of this area with a radius of 10,000 miles. And every deep pit is correct. There's no mistake. Qin Shao was overjoyed. He immediately followed the map. Sure enough, it confirmed Qin Zhao's deduction. This map was useful. Brother Jinghong, follow me quickly. Qin Shao shouted to Lang Jinghong. Lang Jinghong trusted Qin Shao very much. When he heard Qin Zhao shout, He immediately walked towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao led Lang Jinghong and quickly left the area according to the map. It was very smooth and no danger appeared. When they got out of the area, they looked back and saw that the area was already densely packed with deep pits. If they were trapped in it, they would definitely die. There was no need to think about it all. When they looked back, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Phew! Lang Jinghong heaved a sigh of relief. He gave Qin Shao a thumbs up and said, "Brother Qin Shao, you've already walked out. I've been studying those diagrams just now. Those diagrams should be able to form a map. I haven't figured out how to put them together yet. Brother Qin Shao, you've already figured it out. Tell me what's going on." Qin Shao told him his deduction just now. After listening, Lang Jinghong slapped his head and said, "So that's how it is. That's great, that's great. Actually, I've also thought that I definitely can't use normal thinking to think about this problem. I also know that I have to use a different way of thinking. It's related to the Great Tao. But there are too many ways of thinking about the Great Tao. I've been thinking about which method to use. Maybe if I had more time, I would be able to think of it at this level. But I might already be dead. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, it's all thanks to you this time. You saved me once. Thank you, thank you." Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "We're in the same boat now. Don't say such sour words. We've only passed through that area. It definitely won't be that simple inside. There will definitely be more dangers waiting for us. Just that danger just now almost caused us to die there. So, we have to be more alert to face the other dangers." Lang Jinghong nodded. "Yes, I feel it too. The danger just now is probably the simplest one. Who knows how many more dangers are waiting for us? It's definitely not that simple inside." Qin Shao said, "According to the experience just now, there are definitely still clues. Whether or not we can pass the test and walk out of the danger will depend on whether or not we can collect all the clues. Only by collecting all the clues can we have a chance to survive. Let's go. Let's continue. I believe we can definitely succeed." Ha ha ha. Lang Jinghong laughed heartily. "I like Brother Qin Zhao's strong confidence. Hearing what you said, I feel that we've already succeeded more than half." The two of them continued forward. This time, they didn't see any patterns, but they still saw many white bones and many ancient sage corpses. They were all the same as before. They could be seen everywhere, and there were countless of them. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were still more than 10,000 corpses. After circling around, they didn't find a single pattern, nor did they see anything else. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong didn't even let go of any details, but they still didn't find anything. This situation was a little strange. That's not right. The experience just now was completely useless. What was going on? Was there no connection with just now at all? Did everything have to start from scratch? But even if they started from scratch, they didn't find any other clues. It was just that they didn't find any clues at all. If there were no clues at all, what should they do when danger came later? Or was it possible that there was no danger in this area at all? Which possibility was it? For a moment, Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were both puzzled. They were very puzzled. The two of them looked at each other a few times, but they couldn't think of a reason. They didn't make a conclusion either. There were both possibilities. It just depended on how you came to this conclusion. And this conclusion couldn't be made lightly. Once it was wrong, it would probably be a situation of eternal damnation. Fortunately, there was no danger coming, so there was no need to rush. It was just that good times didn't last long. Suddenly, they felt the ground shaking again. This was the same as the situation just now. Did it mean that deep pits were going to appear again? Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong couldn't help but look at each other and laugh bitterly. It seemed that they really didn't have to think too much. Since danger was coming, they could only face it. There was no other way. Brother Jinghong, let's try not to separate later. Let's stick together. Firstly, we can take care of each other. Secondly, if anyone comes up with a solution, we can also leave together, Qin Shao said. Lang Jinghong nodded and said, let's stick together. I feel that I still have to bask in Brother Qin Zhao's glory. Bask in Brother Jinghong's glory? Qin Shao wanted it too. But this time, it was obviously much more difficult than the last time. This time, they didn't find any clues at all. Therefore, Qin Shao also started to have a headache. How should they deal with this problem later? How should they survive? Thinking about it, they felt that their eyes were blank. They didn't know what to do at all. It really made them feel very desperate. It was very difficult to feel this kind of feeling without experiencing it personally. As expected, the dangerous test this time still didn't have any accidents. It was similar to the previous test. Deep pits began to appear one after another, but it was obviously much more terrifying than before. The speed of appearance was faster than before. The size of appearance was also bigger than before. The devouring power was also stronger. Therefore, the opportunity and time given to the two of them to escape this time was much smaller than before. The danger increased a lot, but the clues were cut off. Don't tell me we still have to use the clues just now. Qin Shao couldn't help but think. But the clues just now should only be suitable for the previous test. The map that was pieced together just now didn't match this place at all. It didn't match at all. Or rather, it was possible, but did they need to re-understand those patterns and piece together the map again? Reorganize it again? This possibility was also possible, but Qin Shao still felt that something was not right. Brother Qin Shao, we didn't find any clues here. I think those patterns just now must be the clues that can be used here. Other than that, there's no other possibility. So, let's use those patterns just now as clues to research a new map. We don't have much time left. We have to research it quickly. If we research it together, the efficiency will be much higher. Lang Jinghong said to Qin Shao anxiously. After saying that, he also began to research it himself. Time waits for no one. What the two of them lacked the most now was time. They were both racing against death. No. Qin Shao still shook his head in his heart. For some reason, Qin Shao felt that something was wrong. They shouldn't still use those patterns just now as clues. It shouldn't be like this. Although Qin Shao couldn't tell exactly why, he had a very strong intuition in his heart. It shouldn't be like this. It definitely shouldn't be like this. Qin Shao had always trusted his intuition. Although his intuition couldn't be 100% sure that it was right, Qin Shao was willing to believe it. Moreover, something seemed to be wrong. If those patterns aren't clues, then where are the clues in this area? Logically speaking, there should be clues. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. But where are these clues? Just now, Lang Jinghong, and I didn't find any clues. What do we miss? Chapter 2699. Where had they been overlooked? Qin Shao couldn't figure out where he had been overlooked for the time being. After entering this area, he indeed didn't miss any detail. He didn't notice anything along the way. But Qin Shao firmly believed that the previous patterns must have nothing to do with each other. Firstly, it was a strong intuition in his heart. Secondly, Qin Shao also felt that things shouldn't be so simple. If it was something that everyone could think of, then it couldn't be true. If it was really that simple, there wouldn't be so many ancient sages dying in here. If Qin Shao could think of it at first glance, how could the other ancient sages not think of it? So when he thought about it, he felt that it should be impossible. Just like just now, what others could easily think of was wrong. If they didn't reverse their thinking, they couldn't find a map at all and couldn't walk out at all. This area could only be more dangerous than the previous one. It definitely couldn't be so simple. Therefore, those patterns that could be thought of at first glance must be wrong. If they were misled by this wrong thinking, they would definitely fall into a trap. The Great Tao was indescribably wonderful and unfathomable. If one thought about this problem with the Great Tao, one would also feel that it couldn't be so simple. But after this possibility was overturned, where was the clue? Calm down. The more dangerous it was, the more a calm mind was needed to deal with this matter. Qin Shao dodged those deep pits while quickly thinking about how to get out of the dilemma in front of him. Looking at the deep pits on the ground and feeling the approaching danger of death, Lang Jinghong's situation was obviously not good. His thinking should have been wrong from the beginning. He had walked into a wrong thinking. How could he succeed? If he still couldn't think of a way out, It was obvious that they would be swallowed by this deep pit in less than 3 breaths of time at most. This was the situation that Qin Xiao didn't want to see, and he was determined not to let this happen. He didn't want to die here. He absolutely couldn't die here. There must be a way. There must be. It just depended on what he had neglected. The pattern of these deep pits' appearance. Qin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Soon his eyes fell on those deep pits. The pattern of these deep pits' appearance was definitely unfathomable. It was impossible to predict. But could there be clues in the deep pits? It was impossible that there were no clues everywhere. There must be something that was overlooked. All right, Qin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. A bright light flickered in his heart suddenly. Qin Xiao's heart suddenly became clear, and he was overjoyed. Yes, I've been trying to find any clues in this area. Lang Jinghong, and I didn't let go of any details, but we just couldn't find any clues. Therefore, preconceived notions will make people feel that there are no clues at all. This will make me fall into a vicious circle of thinking and fall into this puzzle. Once I fall too deep into it, in addition to the incomparably dangerous environment that is constantly pressuring me, I won't be able to walk out. The deeper I sink, the more I will naturally walk towards death. But actually, the reason might be very simple. We only paid attention to the lack of clues and checked all the details, but neglected the major aspects. Everything could be a clue. Why can't those bones be a clue? All the ancient saint corpses are placed together. Why can't they be seen as a map? Just now I compared it with those deep pits and found some patterns. Yes, it must be like this. That's the only possibility. The Great Tao is often like this. We found a map from the details just now, so our habitual thinking will stop at finding the details. When there are no details to find, we will lose our direction. But we forget that the Great Tao is a cycle. Things will go in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. It is multifaceted. We have been looking for the details, but we have neglected the big aspects. In the cultivation of the Great Tao, such a way of thinking will obviously make people fall into the wrong path of cultivation. The owner of the Maze Palace should be a Great Tao cultivator. The Maze Palace he built, the various tests and dangerous designs contained the thoughts of the Great Tao. The previous 2 tests also prove this point. Qin Xiao was very confident in his inference this time. So without any hesitation, he immediately studied and made a breakthrough in this direction. Sure enough, the pattern was quickly found. It was related to those ancient saint corpses. Those ancient saint corpses seemed to be scattered randomly. No one would think that they had a pattern. However, those ancient saint corpses were deliberately placed in every position. The map was out, and the path was clear. Brother Jinghong, I know how to get out. Follow me quickly. Qin Xiao said to Lang Jinghong and led the way in front. Lang Jinghong was still having a headache. He had fallen into the wrong path of thinking. Since his thinking was wrong, there was no way to get out. Now that he heard Qin Xiao's words, Lang Jinghong was first stunned. After looking at Qin Xiao in a daze, he walked over. The 2 of them also smoothly walked out of this area. They had succeeded once again. Qin Xiao had expected such a success. He was not surprised. However, Lang Jinghong was really impressed. He said with an ashamed face, "Thank you, Brother Qin Xiao. You saved me again. I'm ashamed. It seems that my thinking was completely wrong this time. I fell into a wrong path. I thought I could break through. I didn't expect that I would fail to connect. It seems that I've been too confident in myself." It's no wonder that so many ancient saint realm experts have died in this maze palace over the years. So far, only that existence and Saint Qing Mu have walked out alive. However, they only walked out alive. They did not get the opportunity in this maze palace, nor could they leave this maze palace. This maze palace is really too scary. It's really hard to imagine that someone could successfully pass through the many tests in this maze palace and get the opportunity in the end. We should still be in a relatively shallow place. I don't know how many tests we have to go through before we get the opportunity. It's too scary. If it wasn't for Brother Qin Xiao who pulled me back twice, I would have died long ago. Lang Jinghong sighed and shook his head as he spoke. It could be felt from his tone that he already had some thoughts of retreating. His confidence was not firm enough. He was not like before. He was full of lofty aspirations, surging with passion, firm faith, and confident that he could give it a try. After experiencing two dangerous situations, Lang Jinghong's confidence had been greatly impacted. At this moment, he had some thoughts of retreating. He began to fear this place. Once his thought came out, it was a little scary. The Lost Palace was already extremely frightening. If your self-confidence was shaken, then I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to walk out alive. Just as the words left on the stone tablets said, heaven-defying, move forward without self. This was a heaven-defying act. One had to move forward bravely without self. Otherwise, what was left behind would only be a pile of bones. Therefore, Qin Shao also felt that Lang Jinghong's current thoughts were more dangerous. Once one's faith was shaken, it would be a very scary thing. In terms of ability in all aspects, Qin Shao still admired Lang Jinghong. He thought that Lang Jinghong was not much worse than him. If he really died in this maze palace, it would really be a pity. Qin Shao was naturally aware of how scary this maze palace was. However, since they had entered, they could not be like this. Qin Shao patted Lang Jinghong's shoulder heavily and said with a solemn face, "Brother Jinghong, we should all be more confident. Our faith must be incomparably firm. We must not have the slightest bit of wavering. Otherwise, our situation will really be very dangerous. We have no way out now. Either we succeed or we die trying. We are still young. We still have great talent and potential. We all have lofty ambitions. We all want to stand at the peak of the great thousand world one day. Our path ahead should be bright. We should not be blinded by the darkness in front of us and be blocked by the difficulties in front of us. Even if we can't get the opportunity, we must believe that we can walk out of this maze palace alive. Therefore, you can't be in such a state. This is a very dangerous state. You must pull yourself together again and find the ambition that you should have. What do we have to be afraid of? No matter how dangerous and difficult it is, what can we guard against? Let's just charge forward, fight, and fight. What's there to be afraid of? In my eyes, you, Lang Jinghong, are a man worthy of my, Qin Zhao's, respect. If you are so negative, then did I, Qin Shao, make a mistake? After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Lang Jinghong felt as if he had been hit in the head. He instantly quivered and immediately woke up. Lang Jinghong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His eyes flickered as he looked at Qin Shao and nodded heavily. Yes, brother Qin Shao, you're right. You've scolded me well. You've woken me up. My state is indeed a little dangerous. I've also realized it. Ah, yes. What's there to be afraid of as a sword saint? Even if the heavens want to stop me, I'll break the heavens. How can my lofty ambition be defeated by the danger in front of me? Let's fight. Let's fight together. I believe that we can successfully get out of here alive. We can definitely do it. Qin Shao nodded. Seeing that Lang Jinghong had regained his confidence and ambition, Qin Shao was also very happy. He was happy for him. This was the state that he should be in. Let's go. The two of them continued to move forward and enter another region. This area was similar to the previous two areas. White bones could be seen everywhere. The corpses of ancient sages could be seen everywhere. There were even some broken limbs and bones. The number of corpses in this area was even more. There were probably more than 20,000 corpses. Other than the fact that there were more corpses of ancient sages, the rest was no different from the previous two areas. The aura was still so gloomy and cold. However, what made Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong's eyes light up was that they saw a passage at the end of this area. There was a passage. Did that mean that they only needed to pass through this area to enter the next level? It should be possible. Therefore, seeing this passage made Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong even more excited. As long as they passed through this area, they could successfully advance to the next level. Naturally, it would make people feel that victory was right in front of them. Seeing the dawn of victory would naturally motivate people and give them more strength to fight. Author Kanshong said, Fourth update. Chapter 2700. Although they were happy, they still had to remain calm. After Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong exchanged a glance, they continued to move forward. In this area, unsurprisingly, just like the previous area, they didn't find any clues like patterns. They didn't miss any details and didn't notice anything. Could it be related to these ancient sage corpses again? It shouldn't be. The same clue wouldn't be used twice. According to the previous two experiences, both Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong knew that they didn't have much time to think. Soon, the deep pit would appear and begin to devour them. Now, it was a race against time. They had to think of a clue before the deep pit devoured them. Only when they got the clue and thought a map according to the clue could they walk out of this area alive. Otherwise, they would definitely die. However, they didn't find this clue. It shouldn't be related to those ancient sage corpses. Then, what was the clue? These three regions have a lot in common. The first similarity is that there are many ancient sage corpses. The second similarity is that the danger is about the same. It's just that the degree of danger is different and the pattern of appearance is different. In the first area, there are obvious clues left directly. We found the clue from the details, and then a map appeared, allowing us to walk out. In the second area, there are no obvious clues left. There are no clues left in the details, but there are clues left in the general area. This is a test of a change in thinking. In the third area, theoretically speaking, it should be more difficult to find clues. It shouldn't be the same as the previous two areas. The situation is more or less the same. But where exactly should I find the clues? Lang Jinghong analyzed. He frowned deeply as he thought about this troublesome problem. Qin Xiao was also trying his best to think about this problem. He couldn't let go of any details, nor could he let go of any major aspects. However, in the third area, there seemed to be no details or major aspects. He really didn't see any clues in the details. As for the general direction of the ancient sage corpses, it was impossible to use them again. This was another big problem. For a moment, the two of them were troubled. Soon, the ground began to shake again. The deep pit was about to come out. These pits would definitely become more and more dangerous. They would definitely be much more dangerous than the second area. From the beginning of the second region to the point where they were unable to resist being swallowed up, it probably only took at most 10 breaths of time. For the first region, it would take 20 breaths of time. If that was the case, they would probably only have 5 breaths of time left in the third region. How short was the time of 5 breaths? How difficult would it be to find clues and research a map in such a short period of time? But no matter how difficult it was, there was no other way. He had to do it. Otherwise, only death would await him. Where were the clues? Many thoughts flashed in Qin Xiao's mind, but they were all rejected by Qin Xiao. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, countless thoughts had already appeared in his mind. Regularity. There must be some pattern to it. The clues in the first region are those patterns that are obviously deliberately left behind. The clues in the second region are the ancient sage corpses that are easy to be ignored. What about the third region? There are obvious clues, and there are clues that have been ignored. According to this reasoning, are the clues in the third region obvious and easy to be ignored? In this case, it follows a regularity, which is also a step-by-step regularity. This is like the cultivation of the Great Way. All the way forward, it is also a gradual process. But in this process, there can be many thoughts of the Great Way. Well, yes, it must be like this. It can't be wrong. Thinking of this in his mind, Qin Xiao did not hesitate and immediately made a specific inference according to this idea. Since he believed it, he had to be firm. It could only be right and not wrong, because there was no chance to go back and start over again. Time would not allow it. The deep pit began to appear again, and the time was getting shorter and shorter. Since it was obviously left behind and would be overlooked by others, what could it be? The three regions have something in common, which is the ancient sage corpses and the deep pits. It is precisely because they have something in common that they are the most conspicuous, but often easy to be ignored. But there are too many ancient sage corpses in the three regions, and they are all arranged in different shapes. The regularity of the appearance of those deep pits is also different. How can these be connected? How can I infer a map that is suitable for this place? Seek common ground while reserving differences. Yes, seek common ground while reserving differences. Just pick out the same places in the three regions. Thinking of this, Qin Shao immediately did it. Soon a map came out. It matched the deep pits that appear in this region. It matched. Yes, that's it. Qin Zhao's heart was immediately filled with joy. The path was clear, so it would be easy to go. Qin Shao was about to tell Lang Jinghong, but Lang Jinghong also laughed heartily. I know, Brother Qin Shao. It seems that Brother Qin Shao also knows. It seems that great minds think alike again. Let's go. Qin Shao smiled and said. The two of them quickly left. As expected, there were no accidents. They smoothly left this region and came in front of the passage. Seeing this passage, the two of them immediately became serious again. Now, they had only passed 2 stages. There were still several stages waiting for them. It was unknown how many stages were waiting for them. This passageway led to an unknown and dangerous path. Brother Qin Shao, I say, the owner of this lost palace is really ruthless. The tests left behind are really terrifying. For countless years, the number of ancient Saint Realm existences who died in this lost palace is in the millions. It's scary just thinking about it. How huge is this number? TSK. This is equivalent to the owner of the lost palace killing more than 1 million ancient Saint Realm existences, right? Based on this, do you think the owner of the lost palace did a good thing or a bad thing? Lang Jinghong said with some emotion. Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned by this question. Qin Shao also couldn't help but ponder for a while. Yes, how should he look at this question? More than 1 million ancient Saint Realm existences died in this lost palace. They were indirectly killed by the owner of the lost palace, right? More than 1 million ancient saints. One should know that in the entire southern wasteland of the immortal realm, there are only slightly more than 10,000 ancient saints. The number of ancient saints who died here was more than 100 times of the entire southern wasteland. And it wasn't just 100 times in terms of quantity, it was probably 10,000 times in terms of quality. After all, most of those who died in this lost palace were second-step ancient saints. There was no lack of third or fourth-step ancient saints. Just thinking about it made one feel that this was an unbelievably powerful force. This was a huge loss for the 8 great sacred regions. It was really hard to imagine that so many ancient saints had died here. So if one really wanted to think about this question in depth, one really didn't know how to judge this matter. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao shook his head and said, the original idea of the Lost Palace's master might not have been like this. He just wanted to leave behind a lost palace and wanted to give a fated person a chance. This death's I wasn't created by the owner of the lost palace. The death's I was formed naturally and existed from the beginning. It's just that the owner of the lost palace found this place and felt that it was interesting, so he built a lost palace here. Lang Jinghong curled his lips and said, that's right, but if there wasn't a lost palace, those who came in would at most be trapped in the lost continent. They wouldn't die. If they were trapped, there would be a world god who would come in to save them. When they saved them, they would be able to go out together. If they died in the lost palace, they would really be dead. After all these years, they didn't get the opportunity in the lost palace either. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a faint smile, let's not think about this anymore. These aren't things that we can imagine. Let's not care about that anymore. Let's talk about it when we reach the path under our feet. No matter what, we've already come in. Now that we're in the Lost Palace, we shouldn't think about the owner of the Lost Palace. Who knows? Maybe we'll get the opportunity. That's true. Lang Jinghong laughed. The two of them didn't hesitate and stepped into the passage to enter the next stage of the test. After passing through the passage, the two of them came to a secret chamber. The secret chamber was empty. Only 9 dark passages appeared around the secret chamber and surrounded the secret chamber. Other than that, there was nothing else. At that moment, Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong were standing in the middle of the secret chamber. They were surrounded by the 9 dark passages, and they were facing them. Looking at the 9 dark passages, Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong frowned. Based on the feeling of the aura inside was very eerie and cold. It was very scary. It was as if they were in hell, and it was filled with a very dense aura of death. Every passage felt like there was a demon beast, and it gave people a very scary feeling. 9 passages. Could it be that we have to choose one? Lang Jinghong frowned and said. After Qin Xiao looked around a few times, he said, "It seems like it should be like this. Choose one of the 9 passages. If there's a multiple choice question, then there should only be one passage out of the 9 passages. The other 8 are all dead ends. It's up to you to choose." Of course, it might not be like that. It might just represent the difficulty of the test. There might not be 8 dead ends. Lang Jinghong walked toward the 9 passages and stood at the 9 passages. He felt them one by one. The more he felt, the deeper his frown became. After feeling them, his face became completely gloomy and cold. He said to Qin Xiao, "Brother Qin Xiao, I think you should go and feel them first before discussing this." Looking at Lang Jinghong's expression, Qin Xiao knew that the situation was much scarier than they had imagined. Qin Xiao walked over and felt them one by one. It was indeed much scarier. After feeling them, Qin Xiao frowned deeply. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. 9 passages. Each passage feels like a dead end. Each of them is extremely scary and has a very scary aura of death. As soon as I get close, it directly warns me not to go in. I must not go in. I will definitely die if I go in. How can this be? 9 passages. Are they all dead ends? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Chapter 2701. Lang Jinghong also shook his head. Yes, it doesn't make sense at all. All 9 paths are dead ends. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Didn't that existence say that what we see, hear, and feel might not be real? Doesn't that mean that what we're feeling now might not be real? Or rather, what we're seeing now might not be real. It's just possible that these illusions really exist. Since it's a test, there must be a way out. It can't be all dead ends. Yes, Qin Xiao also felt that it was impossible for all the paths to be dead ends. That was illogical and completely inexplicable. Since it was a test left behind, it was an understatement to say that it was easy. However, it should not be a dead end either. Qin Xiao believed that there must be a way out. Perhaps what he was seeing and feeling now might not be real. Or rather, it might not be completely real. There was a real side, but there was also a fake side mixed in. How could one distinguish between the real and the fake? There were 9 paths, and 9 was the limit. Should one choose 1 out of 9? Qin Xiao looked around again, not letting go of the first detail. He also used his heart to feel every situation and every possibility, trying his best to discover more things. Along the way, it could be said that he had passed 2 major tests and had experienced some of the paths here. Brother Qin Xiao, do you think there's such a possibility? Perhaps these 9 paths are not necessarily dead ends. It's just that the tests inside are very terrifying and dangerous, so they're all dead ends for us. After all, we're not very strong. We're only first step ancient saints. There are many first step ancient saints who can enter here. Most of them are second step ancient saints. Based on my feeling, I feel that each of these 9 paths is a dead end, Lang Jinghong said again. Qin Xiao thought about it and shook his head. The possibility of this is not high. Although we're not strong, we're not weaker than ordinary second-step ancient saints. Moreover, since it's a test left behind, it didn't say that first-step ancient saints can't enter. This means that it's not entirely based on strength. If it's really based on strength, it's hard to explain why many third-step ancient saints died in the Lost Palace. I think this maze labyrinth should be a test of different difficulty for different levels of life forms. Do you have this feeling that since we stepped into the maze labyrinth, there's been a pair of eyes secretly watching us? Lang Jinghong was slightly stunned, and then nodded indicating that he did have such a feeling. So, I've been thinking that maybe there's a guardian in this lost palace. In other words, there's an artifact spirit in this lost palace, and there's always been a power secretly monitoring our every move. The difficulty of the test should also be adjusted according to the situation by the monitoring force behind the scenes. Based on my many years of experience, I've never experienced a place where people are deliberately toyed with. Of course, I know that this situation exists, but I think that the Lost Palace shouldn't. Lang Jinghong shook his head and said, "You're right, but we can't let go of any possibility. There's no harm in boldly making some assumptions. Not letting go of any possibility will allow us to go further. The question now is, which passage should we take? It's empty here, and there doesn't seem to be any clues to be found. We can't just rely on luck, right?" Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. This was indeed a very troublesome problem. This secret room was empty, and there was nothing else at all. This secret room was only so big. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong had already looked through every corner of this secret room, but they still didn't notice anything. They didn't let go of any details, but they still didn't gain anything. They couldn't find any useful clues. Only these 9 passages were placed there, eerily placed there, and there were no clues to be found. Of course, it was also possible that Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong hadn't found any clues yet. It was also possible that the clues existed. Qin Shao had been thinking about this problem, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. 9 passages. 9 is the extreme number, and every passage feels like a dead end. What are these situations trying to express? What's the deep meaning behind all of this? Actually, this was the same as cultivation. Cultivation was often like this when it was hindered. It was just that some principles couldn't be understood at all, so it became a wall that blocked the way, and there was no way to walk through it. But when you suddenly understood, you would realize that this wall was just a thin piece of paper. As long as you touched it lightly, it would break. It wasn't that complicated and scary. Brother Qin Shao, do you remember what that existence said to us? Lang Jinghong suddenly asked. What was that? Qin Shao naturally knew what Lang Jinghong was talking about. If the path really can't be walked through, don't force it. If it's not fated, return immediately. Brother Jinghong, do you mean that our path really can't be walked through now? The paths in front of us are all dead ends. That's telling us that we don't have the qualifications to get the opportunity left behind by the master of the Labyrinth Palace. So our path is cut off. Telling us that we can't walk through this path, and not to force it? Yes. Lang Jinghong nodded and said, we might really not be fated with this opportunity, so we're given 9 dead ends. In other words, we can't walk through it, and we're not fated. We shouldn't force it, and should return immediately. Perhaps this way, we can still leave the Labyrinth Palace alive. Although we came in with lofty ambitions, we've already made all the preparations. It's naturally the best thing to be able to get the opportunity, but if we can't force it. Don't force yourself. Just hope to get out alive. Opportunity, most of it depends on fate. Perhaps our performance can't satisfy the guardian of the Labyrinth Palace, and we can't meet the requirements of the master of the Labyrinth Palace, so we're not fated to get this opportunity. Qin Shao fell silent. What Lang Jinghong said made some sense, and it was also very possible. This point couldn't be denied. However, would it really be so? What Lang Jinghong said was just a guess, but it might not be the truth, right? Was he really not fated with the opportunity in the Labyrinth Palace? Qin Shao tried his best to analyze this problem and also recalled the situation along the way. He thought about this problem comprehensively and thought about this problem. However, after thinking for a while, Qin Shao still didn't feel that he was really not fated. He was able to walk here smoothly and went through some trials and tribulations, so he should have some qualifications, right? If he was directly declared not to be fated, then what kind of person would be able to get the opportunity in the Labyrinth Palace? No, it shouldn't be like this. If it wasn't like this, then what should it be? Brother Qin Shao, why don't we give it another try? Lang Jinghong suddenly said again. Qin Shao looked at Lang Jinghong. When he heard Lang Jinghong's analysis just now, Qin Shao thought that Lang Jinghong was going to give up. He didn't expect that he actually said that he wanted to give it another try. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I also think that we have to give it a try. If we give up just like this, I'm not willing to accept it no matter what. If we don't give it a try, how can we give up so easily?" Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the 9 passageways again. There was no problem to give it a try, but which one should he take out of these 9 passageways? Choice, he believed, was also a very important thing. Every passageway felt the same. Did he really have to choose completely based on his feelings? If that was really the case, wasn't that a test of luck? Were there any clues to be found? Clues? Qin Zhao's gaze moved and landed on the floor of the secret chamber. In 2 directions, there were 2 inconspicuous protruding stones. The protrusions were not obvious. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't feel anything at all. Originally, these 2 ordinary stones were nothing, but at this time, Qin Shao was keenly aware of it and immediately associated it with the Tai Chi diagram. Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang. Yin and yang give birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams have 8 gates: rest gate, life gate, pain gate, stop gate, view gate, death gate, shock gate, and open gate. When I came in, I found that there was a Tai Chi diagram on the back of the stone tablet left by the lost palace master. This secret chamber is circular. The 2 protruding stones, according to the position, are exactly the points of yin and yang. Then can this secret chamber be regarded as a Tai Chi diagram? If this secret chamber is a Tai Chi diagram, then the corresponding Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram will have 8 gates. But there are 9 passageways here, but there are no 9 gates. Well, it's also possible to have one more. It doesn't necessarily have to be a perfect fit for this possibility. Just like my previous few tests, it was also so. If it's just right, then it's easy for people to think of it. It's because there's a margin, there's something to confuse people, so it can often mislead others. Looking at the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram, the most passageways are that one. The other 8 passageways can be matched with the 8 gates. Among the 8 gates, there's the gate of life and the gate of death. Does that mean that if you want to be born, you can go through the gate of life? It seemed that other than this possibility, there was no other possibility. At least for the time being, Qin Shao didn't have any other ideas. Qin Shao told Lang Jinghong about his thoughts. After Lang Jinghong heard it, he was silent for a while before he said seriously, "Brother Qin Shao, your idea should be correct. Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang. Yin and yang give birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams have 8 gates, and the 8 gates are different. At present, this is the only inference that is completely correct. You said that you found the Tai Chi diagram behind the stone tablet left by the lost palace master. I really didn't notice this. Yes, this is also a clue left behind long ago. If you can't find this clue, then for most people, this test is an absolute dead end. Only 1 out of 9. The probability is too low. Brother Qin Shao, I believe your inference. It should be correct." Since Lang Jinghong agreed, Qin Shao said, "All right, then let's go. Let's go through the gate of life first." According to the principles in the Tai Chi 8 trigrams, the gate of life is the path of life. This might be the safest path. Yes, let's go through the gate of life. Lang Jinghong nodded in agreement. Hence, the 2 of them walked towards the passageway of the gate of life. As soon as they entered the passageway, there was an extremely powerful force that rushed towards them. It was extremely turbulent. The terrifying force was extremely turbulent, so powerful that the 2 of them couldn't resist it at all. It was like a monstrous wave that roared and rushed towards them. Not good. Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong reacted extremely quickly. After sensing the terrifying danger, they quickly retreated. Chapter 2702. The 2 of them had retreated in time before the danger had arrived. After retreating, the 2 of them couldn't help but look at each other and frown deeply. What was going on? How could this be? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. We clearly took the life gate, but why did it almost cost us our lives? Lang Jinghong said with a puzzled look. Qin Xiao shook his head and was also very puzzled. Yes, it's very puzzling. We clearly took the life gate, but it almost cost us our lives. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. It seems like this stage isn't that simple. Even if we discovered it, we might not necessarily follow normal thinking. According to normal thinking, we should take the life gate. But what if things move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? Then we won't be taking the life gate, but the death gate. Take the death gate? Lang Jinghong was slightly stunned. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "Yes, this is also possible. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Often, the first impression is wrong. The further we go, the more difficult it will be. According to our experience along the way, it will always be like this. What we think is wrong. If the life gate isn't right, then it's very likely to be the death gate. Fortunately, although the life gate is dangerous, we reacted in time, so we managed to retreat successfully. If we had reacted any slower, we would have definitely died in there. The opposite of the life gate was the death gate. If the life gate didn't work, then it was very likely to be the death gate, which was the opposite of the life gate. This was also a kind of reverse thinking. It was also the thinking of things moving in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. This was also the thinking of the Great Tao. After the two of them discussed for a while, they decided to take the death gate. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility they could think of for the time being. They couldn't think of any other possibilities. Therefore, this time, Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong walked toward the death gate. However, this time, it didn't go as the two of them wished. The two of them walked into the death gate, which was even more terrifying than the life gate. Although the two of them reacted in time, they were seriously injured when they escaped. They both spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a little bit more, the two of them would have died in the death gate. Terrifying. The gate of death was truly terrifying. It was much more terrifying than the gate of life. In comparison, the gate of life was truly the gate of life, while the gate of death was truly the gate of death. How could this be? Neither the life gate nor the death gate will lead to our deaths. Aren't they just toying with us? Lang Jinghong gritted his teeth fiercely. Indeed, he felt like he was being toyed with. Such a situation really made Qin Xiao feel frustrated. How could this be? It didn't make any sense. If the life gate didn't work, why didn't the death gate work as well? What was going on? Qin Xiao calmed down. In her mind, she carefully recalled everything that had happened since she entered the Lost Palace. She recalled every detail in detail, not letting anything go. After carefully reviewing it, Qin Xiao had some insights. People have habitual thinking. When they're used to doing something and thinking about something, they will continue to use this kind of thinking to think about this matter. Therefore, we were in a dilemma several times before. We couldn't figure out what was going on. Later, we slowly figured out what was going on. Isn't the situation now the same? We're still using habitual thinking to think about this matter. First, we thought that it was the right way to go through the life gate. Later, when we found that the life gate didn't lead to us, we felt that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. We also felt that it was a reverse thinking, so we went through the death gate. But it turned out that the death gate was wrong, and the death gate didn't lead to us either. The life gate didn't lead to us, and the death gate didn't lead to us either. This was because we had fallen into a misconception from the beginning. We were still using habitual thinking to think about this matter. In this way, we were tricked instead. If the Lost Palace was so easy, then more than 1,000,000 ancient sages wouldn't have died in this Lost Palace. With so many people dying in this Lost Palace, it shows that the Lost Palace is terrifying. The test is very difficult, and these difficulties are often to defeat you in terms of thinking. Just like the words left on the stone tablet, those who are brave but not resourceful are short. In other words, strategy and wisdom account for a large part. The most important thing about the Great Way is the thinking. The thinking can decide everything. I have been using the thinking of the great way to deal with this matter, but I have also ignored the inertia of thinking. I still take it for granted. After finding a clue with great difficulty, I feel that I have found a breakthrough. I don't know how to be flexible. Of course, some situations are indeed full of unknowns. Before you go, you really don't know which possibility is right and which path is correct. Here, there are no other clues at all. Maybe there are, but we really haven't found them. Now that the life gate and the death gate are both wrong, the two failures can be regarded as a wake-up call to us, a lesson to us, and a sober recognition that habitual thinking won't work. It's not so easy to pass this test. If this habitual thinking won't work, then what should we do? Qin Xiao was also thinking about this problem. As he thought about it carefully, he felt that he had fallen into another dilemma. His previous thinking was about to be overturned, but fortunately, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams and the 8 gates had not been overturned yet. Qin Xiao still felt that this should be the case. It was just that he still didn't know which path to choose. Judging from the tests along the way, the owner of this lost palace likes to play with the great ways thinking. He will take out all kinds of thoughts to play with, and they will often become the key to clues. Here are a few ways of thinking that won't work. Then, which way of thinking will it use? Although there are many ways of thinking, there should be a core purpose. It's impossible to completely make people follow a pattern. Then, it'll be to play with people. The words left on the stone tablet and the reminder of that existence all express the same meaning. What you see is not necessarily true, and what you think of with normal thinking is not necessarily true. Normal thinking is not necessarily true, and reverse thinking is also wrong. Then, could it be another path in addition to the 8 gates? It seems like we have to find a way out from the 8 gates, but in fact, the way out is not in the 8 gates at all. There are 9 passageways and only 8 doors. One of the passageways is redundant. Looking at it from the previous thinking, extra paths are extra, but this level will definitely be different from the previous ones. The situation that didn't appear in the previous ones is very likely to appear here. So, it's most likely to be the last passage. Qin Xiao looked at the extra path. After eliminating all possibilities, this was the only possibility now. Lang Jinghong saw Qin Xiao looking at the extra path and immediately understood Qin Xiao's meaning. He could not help but say, "Brother Qin Xiao, I've also thought of your idea, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. No matter how I infer, I keep feeling that it's not convincing enough. It's completely chaotic now. I feel that there are no clues at all, but I also feel that there are clues everywhere. I don't know where to start. Just now, we walked through the death gate and almost died inside. I feel that the more we try, the higher the possibility of dying. If we continue to try, it's very likely that we'll really die. It seems that it's very likely that our path is really cut off." Lang Jinghong was a little pessimistic again. He felt like giving up again. However, Qin Xiao did not give up on this idea. The firm belief in his heart did not waver at all. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "No matter what, I have to try. I can't care so much now. Since I've decided, I have to try no matter how dangerous it is to prove whether it's right or wrong. If I don't try, I won't be able to forgive myself and I won't be able to leave safely. If you're not willing to try, then I'll try alone." After saying that, Qin Xiao walked towards the extra path. Lang Jinghong looked a little conflicted. After struggling for a while, he sighed and shook his head and followed. The situation was not as good as Qin Xiao expected. He did not really find a way out. This time, he was wrong again. On the contrary, it was just as Lang Jinghong said. This time, it was indeed more dangerous than the death gate. This time, the two of them almost lost half of their lives before they managed to leave. Moreover, it was under the situation where the two of them worked together. If they were alone, there was a high chance that they would have died inside. The two of them worked together, but the result was still like this. It was really terrifying. It was too terrifying. "Brother Qin Xiao, see? I told you, but you didn't believe me." Lang Jinghong shook his head and heaved a long sigh. Qin Xiao's expression almost froze. He fell silent. His mood had indeed suffered a heavy blow. That's right. How could this be? Wrong again. Why was it wrong again? This was already the third time in a row. It almost cost him his life. What was going on? Why was it always wrong? Why was his train of thought wrong for the past few times? Where did he go wrong? What did he overlook? Where did he go wrong? Could it be that his train of thought had always been in a whirlpool and in a misunderstanding? Qin Shao really found it hard to accept such an outcome. He could not accept such a mistake. 1, 2, 3 consecutive mistakes. Qin Shao had indeed never felt such a sense of defeat. What was going on? Could it be that he was really playing with him? Was it that pair of eyes in the dark? Had they been secretly monitoring him and deliberately playing with him? No matter what, it was wrong. Could it really be like what Lang Jinghong said? It was all a dead end. There was no way to go. There was no opportunity to obtain. Should he retreat if he was not fated? That existence also advised him. However, Qin Shao was really unwilling to retreat just like that. He did not believe that it was really a game. Was it really not fated? No. Failure was really not fated. How could there be such a thing? Inexplicably not fated? If that was really the case, then the character of the Master of the Lost Palace was too strange. The Master of the Lost Palace was an existence that had surpassed the world god realm. It was normal to say that an existence at that level was unfathomable. However, to say that his character was so strange, it did not make sense. It did not make sense. Brother Qin Shao, although you might not want to hear my words, and you might think that I am trying to break your morale, I still want to say it. I'm afraid that we really are not fated with this opportunity. This place has already given us a dead end. It has stopped us from moving forward. That is obviously telling us that this path is blocked. If we insist on barging in, I'm afraid that it will be a dead end. That existence also warned us that if we can't go through it, if we're not fated, then we should retreat. Otherwise, only death awaits us. If we retreat now, then we might still be able to leave the Lost Palace alive. Although we did not obtain the opportunity, we are still alive, aren't we? Chapter 2703. Should he give up and retreat just like that? Qin Shao looked at Lang Jinghong. His heart had already wavered, a heart that has already been shaken, that is very frightening. Is it fate? A dead end? Can I force it? For a moment, Qin Zhao's mind was in a mess. He did not know how to deal with this matter. No, I can't lose my confidence just because of this failure. I should be braver the more I fail. I can't be confused and scared away by the phenomenon in front of me. That existence said that if it's fate, then don't force it. But whether it's fate or not, how can you tell? Didn't that existence also say that what you see, hear, and feel might not be true? I feel fear now, I feel death, and I feel that there's no way out. Those might not be true. Perhaps my heart and my eyes are blinded at this moment. I can't see the truth at all. I can't see the real situation at all. I can't retreat. I must not retreat. It has always been the case that wealth comes from danger. It has always been the case that opportunities come after difficult dangers. It has always been the case that the rainbow can only be seen after the storm. Qin Shao strengthened his belief once again. He was determined not to retreat. If he could not retreat, then he could only face it. My mind is in a mess now. It's like a mess. It's like being covered with layers of fog. I can't see the direction clearly. What I need to do now is to pull out the fog and see the direction clearly. My previous thoughts should be all wrong. What I need to do now is to find a new way of thinking, a right way of thinking. Qin Shao tried hard to calm himself down. He recalled everything in detail in his mind, analyzed it, and used the method of elimination to eliminate those impossible situations. Lang Jinghong could only grit his teeth when he saw Qin Zhao's determined look. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Along the way, I've experienced 4 tests. Each one is harder than the other. The difficulty is rising steadily, and they are all intertwined. If I were to really sum it up, the dangers of the trials ahead are all pushing me to a dead end. Even if I am able to charge through everything ahead, I will still fall before this dead end, unable to proceed any further. If we think about this problem from the perspective of the great Tao, then the earliest and best explanation would be that he was reborn after death. All the dangers in front of us are creating an atmosphere, pushing us closer and closer to this land of despair. Cultivation is about the heart. No matter which path of cultivation you are on, the heart is the most important, Yi Futian said. Over the countless years, there should have been many people who came here, but they all died. This means that all of them felt that this was a hopeless place, and all of them were willing to risk their lives to charge in. Naturally, all of them died here. The stone tablet says the heaven-defying forges without self. That existence also mentioned the importance of the heart. Also, behind the stone tablet, there is a Taiji diagram. These situations all contain the profound truths of the great Tao. Moving forward courageously and fighting back in the face of death. This is also the principle of the great Tao. Fighting back in the face of death. Without the fighting spirit of risking one's life, how can one go against the heaven-defying forges without self? The Taiji twin fish, head and tail biting each other. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction, returning to their original state. Only in the face of death can one be reborn from nirvana. Yes, that's right. Let's do it. Qin Shao quickly made up his mind. Let's stick to what he thought in his heart. Let's do it. The 9 paths should work no matter which path it is. In fact, the saying that the Taiji begets the yin and yang, the yin and yang begets the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams against the 8 gates is just misleading. The 9 paths are all the same. It's just that your heart is different. So, the situation you see is different. Qin Shao looked at Lang Jinghong and said, fighting back in the face of death. The 9 paths are all the same, but different hearts. I've decided to charge in. Brother Jinghong, it's all up to you whether you want to advance or retreat. If you trust me, you can charge in with me once. Of course, the premise is that you have to have the heart to fight back in the face of death. You have to adjust your heart. Otherwise, you may be walking towards a dead end. Or, if you leave, you should be able to leave the lost palace alive. Of course, I can't guarantee that my path is 100% correct. It's up to you to choose. After hesitating for a while, Lang Jinghong sighed and shook his head. Forget it. I still don't have much confidence. My heart isn't on this now. Without the incomparably resolute strength of mind, even if I follow you in, I'm afraid I'll most likely die in there. So, I'd better give up. If I retreat now, perhaps I'll still have a chance to leave the lost palace alive. I feel that the chance of survival will be much higher than if I continue to advance. So, I'm sorry, Brother Qin Shao. I want to accompany you. I wish you good luck, and I wish that we can all survive. If forget it. Let's not say those discouraging words. Let's just believe in ourselves. Surviving is the most important thing. Qin Shao nodded. Since Lang Jinghong had already made his choice, he naturally wouldn't force him. All right, then let's go our separate ways. The most important thing is to be able to survive. Good luck. After saying that, Qin Shao did not hesitate and walked into one of the passageways. The heart was fearless. The heart was incomparably strong. The strength of the mind was incomparably resolute and resolute. The thoughts in one's heart were to be reborn in the face of death. Everything that one saw was just an illusion. There was a mirror in front of one's eyes. If one broke the mirror, one would see the true face. Heaven defying no self, go straight ahead. Go straight ahead. Qin Shao stepped into the passage. An extremely terrifying power suddenly surged, destroying everything. It was too terrifying. Facing such a terrifying power, facing the approaching footsteps of death, facing such a threat, most people would probably feel a little scared. Just like Qin Zhao's previous 3 times, he quickly retreated because he felt a sense of fear as soon as he entered. This time, the power was much more terrifying than the previous ones. The previous 3 times, the 2 of them escaped with half their lives. Moreover, they immediately retreated as soon as they sensed danger. But this time, Qin Shao didn't retreat. Instead, he bravely moved forward without any resistance. He just held on to an incomparably strong belief in his heart. The belief that he would definitely succeed. Everything in front of him was just an illusion. It wasn't real. He wanted to break through all the illusions and see the truth. Therefore, Qin Shao bravely moved forward. He was invincible. He didn't resist at all. In an instant, that terrifying power completely enveloped Qin Shao. That terrifying, devouring power instantly drowned Qin Shao. It quickly devoured Qin Shao's saint body, saint power, soul, and will. Qin Shao also clearly felt that his vitality was rapidly disappearing. He was approaching death step by step. Was he going to die? No, absolutely not. The belief in Qin Shao's heart still didn't waver. It was still incomparably firm. Qin Shao always believed that he couldn't be wrong. This time, he would definitely succeed. He must be reborn from death. It must be an illusion. But this devouring power was also irresistible. Soon, Qin Shao's consciousness completely disappeared. But even at the last moment when his consciousness disappeared, Qin Shao still didn't waver at all. He was still incomparably firm. His consciousness had completely disappeared. After an unknown period of time, a trace of consciousness came back to him. Qin Shao struggled to open his eyelids. He only felt that they were extremely heavy. He tried hard to open a gap. Light came into his eyes through the gap. Qin Shao slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Only then did he see the scene in front of him clearly. This was a small secret room. The surroundings were incomparably white, which looked incomparably sacred. The aura was also very gentle. It was not as gloomy and cold as before. Qin Shao looked around. It was empty. There was nothing in front of him. What he saw in front of him was a piece of sacred whiteness. This secret room seemed to be completely made of the best mutton fat jade. No, it couldn't be said to be made of stone, because there wasn't even a gap. It was completely carved out. Where is this? After looking around, Qin Shao didn't find anything. He felt his body again. One thing to be happy about was that he didn't die. Phew, it seems that I'm right. If I want to pass that test, I really have to be reborn from death. And I can't just simply throw away my life without fear of death. The main thing is that I have to hold on to this belief. Even at the moment of death, I have to hold on to this belief. As long as this belief is shaken, I'm afraid it's a dead situation. I'll really die. Under the power of death, when my divine body, saint power, and soul are slowly being devoured and disappearing quickly, the impact is the most powerful and terrifying. It's enough to shake a person with a very strong mind. Lang Jinghong is considered to be a person with a very strong mind and a very strong mind. He's an outstanding person in all aspects. However, his state of mind was shaken and he retreated. It's too difficult to pass this test. I feel like this stage will be able to stop almost everyone. It's too scary along the way. It was no wonder that over 1 million ancient saints had died in the Lost Palace over the countless years. This is indeed not an exaggeration. I don't know what kind of divine existence the owner of this Lost Palace is. The Lost Palace that he created is actually so terrifying. Didn't he think that because of his Lost Palace, he would kill many ancient saints from the 8 great holy regions? Would it cause a lot of harm to the 8 great holy regions? Qin Shao shook his head and did not think too much about this problem for the time being. This was something that he could not change. However, he felt that the owner of the Lost Palace should have a good heart. Perhaps, in his eyes, ancient sages were nothing more than mere mortals. Cultivating one's heart. As expected, the heart is the most important. Often, when one is in a heavy fog, the heart is the only way to guide one. There's a loss in the Lost Palace. Everything can be lost here. What you see, hear, and feel may not be real. There are traps everywhere. Everywhere is filled with confusion. Everywhere can be fake. Everything is lost. It's hard to tell whether it's real or fake. Qin Shao shook his head again and threw away some of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Now, it was time to look at the situation here and see what to do next. He reckoned that the test was not over yet. Things were not over yet. However, the surroundings were empty. There was nothing and no door. What was he supposed to do? There were also no hints. It was like a cage. Could it be that this was really a cage, and he was trapped in this cage? Author, Brutal Death 4th Update. Chapter 2704. Qian Qian. No. Qin Xiao looked around again, feeling that there was a pair of eyes watching him in the dark. Although he had this feeling before, it was not very strong before. The feeling at this time was much stronger than before. Therefore, Qin Xiao felt that there was still someone here. May I ask if the senior in the dark is the guardian of the Lost Palace? Or the weapon spirit of the Lost Palace? After looking around, Qin Xiao asked boldly. Qin Xiao also thought about it before, feeling that there was a guardian of the Lost Palace. The entire Lost Palace could be regarded as a very powerful treasure, a sacred weapon, or even a true god weapon. A treasure of this level must have a weapon spirit. The weapon spirit would guard the Lost Palace forever. That was the most reasonable explanation. Young man, you are quite confident. What made Qin Xiao heave a sigh of relief was that there really was a voice that responded to him. From this response, it could be inferred that the person in the dark should be the weapon spirit. As soon as the voice fell, a white figure walked out of the void. A weapon spirit was not a real life, but the spirit of a treasure, a kind of consciousness. It existed in the Lost Palace and was everywhere. This form was nothing more than a manifestation of his consciousness. Junior Qin Xiao greets Senior. Seeing the person, Qin Xiao bowed. He felt that the aura of the weapon spirit in front of him was very strong. The stronger the aura of the weapon spirit, the higher the level of the Lost Palace. If the level of the Lost Palace was strong enough, then the weapon spirit would be strong enough, even strong enough to compete with the level of a world god. The eyes of the weapon spirit in white fell on Qin Xiao with some interest. He walked around Qin Xiao and looked at Qin Xiao. It was as if he saw a very strange person. Such an action made Qin Xiao feel strange. It was rare for someone to look at him like this. Wasn't the white-clothed artifact spirit secretly monitoring him? Didn't he see through it long ago? What was the point of sizing him up like this? After walking around, the white-clothed artifact spirit chuckled and said, "Young man, you're quite humble and polite. You're quite to my liking. Are you feeling a little happy and a little excited now? Do you think you're very close to success?" Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback as he looked at the white-clothed artifact spirit. It was obviously impossible for him not to have such thoughts in his mind. Indeed, he was a little happy and excited. He also felt that he was close to success. Logically speaking, since the artifact spirit had appeared, it should be at the final juncture. At most, there should only be one last test left. It was normal for the white-robed tool spirit to be able to see through his thoughts. However, it also made Qin Xiao feel a trace of vigilance in his heart. He couldn't allow the white robe artifact spirit to control his thoughts. That was a very dangerous thing. The white-clothed artifact spirit chuckled again and said, "If you really think so, then congratulations, you're right. Indeed, to be able to reach the final step, you are the second one in countless years. This is the last level, and there is still one last test. If you pass, then congratulations, you could get the great opportunity left by my master. You should be able to imagine how great the great opportunity left behind by an existence like my master would be. If you can get it, it will be useful to you for a lifetime. It will help you reach the real peak. Of course, if you want to get it, it's not so easy. The second one in countless years?" Hearing the words of the white-clothed artifact spirit, Qin Xiao couldn't help but be taken aback. He was the second one, which meant that the existence was the first one. That existence also came here, but it was normal when he thought about it. That existence was the only one who walked out of the Lost Palace alive. However, that existence didn't seem to succeed, right? He didn't seem to get the great opportunity in the Lost Palace, right? In other words, that existence was the first person to come here, but he still failed the last test? But it was normal when he thought about it. The last test was definitely the most difficult and terrifying test, so it was normal to fail. It was not to say that being able to reach this level would definitely succeed. However, Qin Shao could not help but sigh with emotion in his heart. Over the endless years, more than 1,000,000 ancient saints had died in the Lost Palace. Including himself, there were only 2 people who were able to make it to the final test. This number was really too small. It was really pitifully small. Out of more than 1,000,000, there were only 2. What kind of terrifying probability was this? Thinking about the 3 tests along the way, the first test was slightly better, but the second test was very terrifying. Most of the ancient sages had died in the second test. As for the third stage, it was simply too difficult. It was simply too confusing. Senior, dare I ask, the one who came here before, was it the existence on the lost continent? Did he get the opportunity? Qin Shao asked. The tool spirit smiled at Qin Shao and said, "Yes, it's him. Back then, he was the same as you, a high-spirited and handsome young man. He could be considered an unprecedented genius. He was very outstanding in all aspects, and I was very optimistic about him. I also thought that he might be able to pass all the tests, get the opportunity, and then leave here, go to the boundless universe to shine, and finally become famous throughout the ages. It's a pity that he still failed. So, he ended up guarding the door of the lost labyrinth. What a pity." After saying that, the tool spirit shook his head and sighed. Qin Shao couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. Back then, he was the same as himself, but now looking at that existence, he really didn't know how to describe it. Where's the slightest bit of high-spirited spirit on him? Being trapped here for more than 1,000,000 universe eras, such a long period of time was enough to torture a person to madness. Basically, it was equivalent to being crippled. Qin Shao felt that the tool spirit's words seemed to be said to him, and also to remind him. Qin Shao also knew that this last test would definitely be very difficult. If he failed, he would die for a righteous cause. This was also a certainty, and he had long been mentally prepared. Since he had already come this far, there was no reason to give up. No matter what, he had to continue to fight. But seriously, young man, your abilities in all aspects may be similar to that guy's, almost the same. Judging from your performance along the way, the possibility of you passing the last test is also infinitely zero, extremely small. I don't want to discourage you, but that's indeed the case. You are still considered excellent, but unfortunately my master standards are too high. You're still a long way from the standard for the time being. Huh? What did that mean? Was he deliberately trying to discourage him? Was he trying to undermine his self-confidence? He wasn't that bad, was he? Qin Shao still had some confidence in his talent, potential, and abilities in all aspects. In the immortal realm, to be able to stand at the top of the younger generation, he could be considered a genius representative of the younger generation. To be able to stand at the top of the immortal realm, even in the entire vast thousand world, he was not far off. Such performance was still too far from the standards of the Lost Palace's master. That didn't make sense, right? In the immortal realm, Qin Shao was also chosen by his master, Li Sheng, as a personal disciple. No matter how powerful the master of the Lost Palace was, at most, at the level of his master, Li Sheng, right? So when he heard the words of the tool spirit, Qin Shao felt that the tool spirit might be deliberately trying to discourage him and provoke him. It seems that you don't believe my words, and know that I am deliberately trying to discourage you. It's good that you have such confidence, but the truth is often cruel. It's okay if you don't believe me. I will make you believe me later. The tool spirit seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts again and laughed. Qin Shao cupped his fist to the tool spirit and said, "Senior, it's not that this junior doesn't believe you, but this junior has never admitted defeat and refuses to accept fate. Since this junior has already come this far, then naturally there is no reason to give up." Naturally, I have to have absolute confidence in myself, believing that I can break through. No matter how difficult it is, this junior is willing to give it a try. So, I asked Senior to help this junior. With such a brave and fearless spirit, I still admire it very much. Forget it. Since you have come this far, then I will naturally let you know what the last level is. Of course, the premise of the choice is you. The tool spirit waved his hand and continued. Qin Xiao, I will give you 3 choices. Listen to me first before you make a decision. The first choice, if you choose to withdraw, I can let you and your friends go, letting the 2 of you leave the Lost Palace alive. The second choice, you stay and take over that guy's position, guarding the Lost Palace's gate until the next successor appears. Like this, as a reward, I can let everyone else leave the Lost Continent, giving them back their freedom. Oh, that's right, that fellow chose this path. That's impossible, right? Why did he choose this path? Why? Was there an important person on the Lost Continent at that time? Qin Xiao asked in a confused voice. The tool spirit shook his head and said, No, no, no. There wasn't anyone important to that fellow. Only, the situation when he came in was different. When he came in, there were close to 100 people trapped on the Lost Continent. Among them, the previous guard was the same as him, guarding the gate for a long time. As for the specific reasons, only he knows in his heart. He used himself to exchange for everyone's freedom, so he took over that position. Right now, there's a possibility that you can take over his position. Of course, the choice is up to you. I will only tell you this situation. This is the truth. Although Qin Xiao did not know the specific situation, there must be a reason for it. If he, Qin Xiao, chose this path, that meant that Lang Jinghong, Clearwood Saint, and that existence could obtain their freedom and leave the Lost Continent. But this path, Qin Xiao clearly would not choose it. If it was just to obtain their freedom, then if they were given time, they could still wait for someone to come in and save them. There was no need to make this kind of choice. To let Qin Xiao stay in the Lost Palace and guard the Lost Palace's gate, that was definitely impossible. Oh, that's right. If you choose this path, other than this, there is another benefit, which is that you can obtain the opportunity in the Lost Palace. Of course, the premise is that you have to wait for the next person to take over. Just like what that fellow is waiting for. If you take over his position, not only can he obtain his freedom, he can also obtain the opportunity left behind by my master. This choice is the only one that can easily obtain my master's opportunity. It just requires time to wait. Chapter 2705. From the sound of it, it was quite tempting. It did sound like the easiest way to get the opportunity in the Lost Palace. But there was obviously a very uncertain factor in this way, and that was how long would he have to wait? That existence was the first person to come here, and he was the second. How long had it been in between? It was more than 1,000,000 universe epochs apart, and the time was uncertain. It depended on whether he was willing to choose this path. If he was not willing to choose, then he would have to wait for the next fated person. The uncertainty was too great. For so many uncertain factors, even if it was 1,000,000 universe epochs in exchange for the opportunity in the Lost Palace, Qin Xiao would definitely not be willing. It was an opportunity. If he could get it, then it was fate. If he could not get it, then it was not fate. If it was not fate, then forget it, and he would not force it. It was completely meaningless to wait for the opportunity in exchange for time. 1,000,000 universe epochs. It was not that Qin Xiao was bragging. With such a long time, his growth and gains would definitely far exceed the gains brought by the opportunity in the Lost Palace. Therefore, Qin Xiao really didn't care about it all. Qin Xiao wouldn't be stupid enough to do this kind of thing that was obviously at a disadvantage. What else? Qin Xiao asked. The weapon spirit raised the corners of his mouth into a strange smile. It seems that you are not interested in the first 2 paths. Then listen to the third path. But I guess you will not be interested in the third path. The third path is very simple. You and your friend will fight until one of you dies. Only the one who survives is qualified to participate in the last test. What? Fight with Lang Jinghong? What did this mean? And it was a life and death battle? Only the one who survives is qualified to participate in the last test? The weapon spirit's words made Qin Xiao a little confused. Senior, you mean that these 3 paths are only a choice, and you cannot directly participate in the last test, right? The weapon spirit nodded and said, Yes, you are right. That is indeed what I mean. Qin Xiao was speechless. Wasn't he already at the last test? Didn't he need to choose to get the last test? Didn't that mean that there was another invisible test? Weren't these three choices also a test? But what could he do even if he was speechless? This was the weapon spirit's territory, so he could only listen to it. However, Qin Xiao still had a doubt. Senior, did my friend leave? What is the meaning of my duel with him? Did he leave? The weapon spirit raised the corner of his mouth, raised with an evil, charming smile. With a wave of his hand, a picture suddenly appeared in front of Qin Xiao. In this image, there was another space that was exactly the same as this one. The scene inside was also the same. It was the scene where the weapon spirit was talking to Lang Jinghong. Qin Xiao. S. The weapon spirit nodded and said, Yes, yes. After you entered the passage, he hesitated for a while, but he still chose to follow you into the passage. So, there's a time difference between the two of you. But he's also a very good fellow. Although he may be a little worse than you in this aspect, he has made it this far. You are the second, and he is the third. It is a wonder that two people have made it this far at the same time. The three choices are all up to you. Wait for your choice. How to choose. The first was to give up directly. The second was to sacrifice an uncertain amount of time in exchange, which might be more than 1,000,000 universe eras. The third was to fight to the death with Lang Jinghong. How to choose from the two? How is this a multiple-choice question? It was as if he was making a proposition. To be honest, Qin Xiao didn't want to choose any of these questions. Other than these three, is there no other choice? Qin Xiao asked with a sullen face. The weapon spirit let out a strange laugh and said playfully, If you need it, there are still some. If you have to choose none of the three, then I will give you a fourth choice. There is really a fourth choice? Qin Xiao looked at the weapon spirit, waiting to hear the fourth choice. The weapon spirit smiled even more playfully. The fourth choice is very simple. Since you don't want to choose anything, then don't choose. A dead person doesn't need to worry about these things. I can help you with this. Qin Xiao was speechless. A dead person? Didn't that mean that if he didn't choose, he would kill him? If he didn't choose, he would die. Wasn't this making things difficult for him? How is this a test? Qin Xiao was not only speechless, but also a little angry in his heart. This felt like he was being toyed with. What? Do you have a deep relationship with that young man? Although the two of you are equally matched in strength, you should have the upper hand overall. To be honest, I am more optimistic about you. If you choose the third choice, as long as you win against him, you can participate in the last test. You still have a chance to pass it and get the opportunity left behind by my master. If you get the great opportunity left behind by my master, then it shouldn't be a problem for you to become a worldly god. Moreover, you can leave this place immediately. Isn't that a great thing? All right, let me tell you another piece of news. Your friend has chosen the third choice. He has decided to give a try. He doesn't even care about his friendship with you. Do you still care about your friendship with him? Lang Jinghong chose the third choice. Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he still felt that it wasn't quite possible. Although he didn't know Lang Jinghong for long and didn't spend much time together, he still trusted Lang Jinghong's character. If Lang Jinghong chose the third choice, he would be a selfish person who didn't care about his friendship with Lang Jinghong. It wasn't wrong for people to be selfish. However, people with high moral character who valued friendship and loyalty would usually value friendship more. Qin Xiao had always believed that Lang Jinghong was a person who valued friendship and loyalty. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't think that Lang Jinghong would choose this path. Qin Xiao quickly made a decision in his heart. He looked at the weapon spirit and said with determination, Senior weapon spirit, if the opportunity to get the test is exchanged with other things, I, Qin Xiao, would rather not have such an opportunity. The second choice is to exchange with endless time. To me, Qin Xiao, this is not worth it. I don't care about doing this at all. The third choice is to exchange with friendship. I, Qin Xiao, wouldn't do such a thing in the past. I definitely won't do it now. I definitely won't do it in the future. Therefore, I definitely won't choose the second or third choice. If there's really no other choice, then very well. I'll give up. I'll choose the first choice. Just let me leave the Lost Palace. I don't care if I don't have such an opportunity. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing is still to rely on oneself. Opportunities and external resources can only help cultivators take fewer detours. But in the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Without this opportunity, I, Qin Xiao, can still continue on my path of cultivation, and it won't be bad. At most, I just need a little more time. But time is nothing to us. Hearing that Qin Xiao actually chose the first choice, the weapon spirit was also slightly stunned. Clearly, he was a little surprised. He looked at Qin Xiao and said, "Are you sure you want to choose the first choice? Once you've chosen, there's no medicine for regret. Your friend has already chosen the third choice. Are you sure you want to give up?" "Yes, I'm sure. I'm very sure. I, Qin Xiao, have never regretted anything I do." Qin Xiao said with a look of certainty. "What a pity. It's really a pity. I thought that you still had a good chance of passing the master's test. I didn't expect you to give up. Forget it. Since you've given up, I won't keep you. I'll send you out of the Lost Palace." The weapon spirit shook his head, looking very regretful. After saying that, the weapon spirit waved his hand. A powerful force wrapped Qin Xiao and instantly teleported Qin Xiao away. Under the powerful force, Qin Xiao was teleported out of the Lost Palace in the blink of an eye. Soon, Qin Xiao came to the open space outside the Lost Palace. He returned to the open space among the stone tablets. He really came out. It seemed that there was really no other possibility of an accident. It seems that I still have no fate with this opportunity. So be it. It's nothing. Forget it. There's really nothing to get such an opportunity. I, Qin Xiao, don't need this opportunity. Curling his lips, Qin Xiao's mood quickly calmed down and comforted himself. It's nothing. Qin Xiao's eyes swept around and quickly fell on the existence in the corner. That existence also raised his head for the first time and looked at Qin Xiao. However, he only took a glance and quickly lowered his head again. He didn't have the intention to pay attention to Qin Xiao. Since that existence ignored him, Qin Xiao didn't bother him anymore. Qin Xiao left there and soon saw Qing Mu Holy Master coming over. Seeing that Qin Xiao walked out of the Lost Palace alive, Qing Mu Holy Master was obviously very happy. He stepped forward and asked with concern, "Qin Xiao boy, how was it? Did you succeed?" Qin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, do you think that if I succeed, I can still appear here like this?" Qing Mu Holy Master was taken aback for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, "Well, you're right. If you had succeeded, you wouldn't have appeared here like this." That's right, that's right. "So you failed, but you came out alive?" "Well, this is actually not a bad result. It's quite good. Taking a step back, at least you came out alive. Over the endless years, more than 1,000,000 ancient saints have died in the Lost Palace. You're the third person to walk out of the Lost Palace alive. You can be proud of that. It's good that you're alive. You've broken through, so your heart should be dead. Now, you should wait for someone to save you. You have some background. I believe that a world god will come to save you soon. You definitely won't be trapped here for a long time. At most, it shouldn't be more than a universe era." A universe epic's worth of time? Qin Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. It was really bitter. A universe era might not be much to Qing Mu Holy Master, but to Qin Xiao, it was an incomparably long time. Such a long time. How long would he have to wait? But now, what could he do? There was no other way. He could only choose to wait. The other methods didn't seem to work either. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll take things as they come. I'll just cultivate in this lost continent. The current situation had already reached such a bad point. What else could he do? Right, Senior, have you seen Lang Jinghong? Why don't I feel his aura? Qin Xiao suddenly asked. Chapter 2706. Lang Jinghong? Didn't he go in with you? You don't know about his situation? Lord Qing Mu asked in confusion. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed as his expression darkened. In other words, Lang Jinghong didn't come out at all? What was going on? Could it be that the weapon spirit didn't lie to him just now? Lang Jinghong also entered the passageway. At this moment, he was also in the last stage, talking to the weapon spirit. Qin Xiao believed that Lang Jinghong could have followed him into the tunnel after he entered. He could have successfully passed through the tunnel and entered the last level. Qin Xiao didn't believe that Lang Jinghong would choose the last path. Lang Jinghong would disregard their friendship during this period of time and fight to the death with him. Lang Jinghong wanted to step on his corpse to obtain the great opportunity left behind by the owner of the Maze Palace. However, Qin Xiao had a bad feeling when he didn't see Lang Jinghong come out. There's no hurry. It's not certain. Brother Jinghong might just come out later. It's also possible that the weapon spirit is still tricking him to make some choices. Let's wait for a while. Qin Xiao immediately thought of this and comforted himself. Let's wait for a while more. Saint Qing Mu was a little curious and asked, Qin Xiao brat, quickly tell me about your situation inside. Let me see the Lord for a long time. I only made it to the second stage and exited early. From the looks of it, you should have made it deeper. What's the situation after that? Looking at Lord Qing Mu's curious face, Qin Xiao thought about it and told Lord Qing Mu the general situation inside. After Lord Qing Mu heard it, he first gave Qin Xiao a thumbs up and said with admiration, You're amazing. Amazing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Xiao, good job. You're really amazing. You're really amazing. Your simple description is enough to make me tremble in fear. I've personally experienced the situation in front of me. Although it's easy for you to say it now, I can understand. But I also remember the situation I was in back then. If I was in that environment, then everything would be hard to say. It's really hard to think like that. That's why I left early on. Fortunately, I managed to keep my life. You two brats actually passed through so many stages and walked so far. It's no wonder that more than 1 million ancient saints died in the Lost Palace. Now, I completely believe it. The younger generation will surpass us in time. There are so many dangers, but you were able to pass through them one by one. Thinking of the great Tao, what a great thinking of the great Tao. However, there are too many thoughts regarding the great Tao. Yet, you are able to accurately grasp them and think of them every time. Your talent and potential in the great Tao is so high that it's frightening. It's no wonder that you were able to grasp the great path law in 1 million years just by looking at the word Tao on the stone tablet. Heaven-defying, this is truly heaven-defying. If you really died here, it would be too much of a pity. Your future achievements will definitely be immeasurable. It must be. Qin Xiao was really embarrassed by Lord Qing Mu's praise. He was a low-key person and a humble person. He never liked to be praised. Lord Qing Mu continued. However, the 3 choices given to you in the end are really troublesome and difficult. It's really a pity that you didn't choose the 3rd one. You and Lang Jinghong haven't known each other for a long time, right? After all, you're from the Immortal region, and he's from the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. You two are very far apart. I guess you only met each other in the Devil's Sea this time. There shouldn't be a deep friendship between you and Lang Jinghong. Actually, you can totally choose the 3rd one. How should I put it? Although this kind of feeling is a little betraying of friendship. But in the process of cultivation, there are times when you need to be like this. You need to step on the corpses of others. The path of cultivation, the path of defying the heavens. You need to step on countless bones to climb up step by step. If you choose the 3rd path, I also feel that you have a higher chance of winning. Like this, you have a high chance of obtaining the great opportunity left behind by the owner of the Labyrinth Palace. You chose to give up. It's really a pity. You gave up the chance to obtain the great opportunity, but you've also trapped yourself in the Lost Continent. Although you can wait for someone to save you, this is indeed an uncertain matter. There are too many uncertain factors in this. The person who will save you, how long it will take for them to come, this is an unknown matter. You're wasting time on the Lost Continent. It's not worth it for you. After all, you've only lived for 50 million years. It's just an insignificant amount of time. Think about it. If you're trapped in a lost continent for an epoch of time, it would wipe out a lot of your talent and potential. On the lost continent, your cultivation will be greatly restricted in all aspects. If you want to break through, it will be a very difficult matter. If you were given an epoch of time outside, you would have already become a world god. But here, it's clearly impossible. A pity, it's really a pity. You've only made one choice. The loss to you is too big. AI, Qin Xiao, have you thought about this problem? Do you think it's worth it? Qin Xiao gave a chuckle. How could he not know this? How could he not have thought about this problem? It was because he had thought about it that he made this decision so resolutely. Was it worth it? Qin Xiao smiled and said in a carefree manner, "There's nothing in this world that's truly worth it, and there's also nothing that's truly not worth it. If you think it's right, then no matter what, no matter how much you sacrifice, no matter what you exchange for it, it's all worth it. If you think it's wrong, even if you don't lose anything and even gain a lot of benefits, it's still not worth it. Whether it's worth it or not, that depends on yourself, on your own heart. You can lie to everyone, but you can't lie to yourself. I, Qin Xiao, have always been a person with principles and a bottom line. At any time, I can't cross my bottom line. I think it's worth it if I do this. I'm also very clear that if I'm really trapped here for an epoch of time, it'll be a great loss to me. But this isn't important. The things I've lost in this epoch, I can slowly earn them back through hard work in the future. But if I make the wrong choice now, the things I'll lose will be something I can't make up for in my lifetime. So I don't regret my choice." After hearing Qin Zhao's soul-stirring and powerful words, Clearwood Saint Sage couldn't help being stunned. He stared at Qin Xiao in a daze, as if his heart had been greatly shocked. After a long while, Clearwood Saint Sage finally reacted and nodded at Qin Xiao with a face full of praise and admiration. "Well done, really well done. Qin Xiao, you really make me admire you from the bottom of my heart. I, Clearwood, rarely admire someone. Even if I admire someone in the past, it's someone whose strength is far above mine. But today, I admire you very much from the bottom of my heart. You're also the first person whose realm is lower than mine to make me admire you so much." Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Senior, you flatter me. I didn't do anything on purpose. I just did my truest self. This is nothing. There's nothing worth admiring. It's simple for you, but not many people can really do it. Old Man is far from being able to do it, and I'm afraid Lang Jinghong can't do it either." Clearwood Saint Sage said. While the two were talking, they suddenly felt an aura. It was Lang Jinghong's aura. This meant that Lang Jinghong had also walked out of the Lost Palace. Qin Xiao and Clearwood Saint Sage looked at each other, then immediately headed towards the Lost Palace. But before they moved, they saw Lang Jinghong rushing towards them. Soon, he was in front of Qin Xiao. However, Lang Jinghong's emotions were a little off. His eyes were red as he stared at Qin Xiao. He was a little agitated, and within his agitated emotions, there was also a little anger. Those blood-red eyes were also surging with coldness. Something's wrong. Seeing Lang Jinghong's expression, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown. He looked at Lang Jinghong calmly, but some thoughts surged in his mind. Qin Xiao, after Lang Jinghong stared at Qin Xiao, he came with a strong anger. "Why did you choose to give up?" "Do you think you're great? Do you think you're very loyal? Pfft. You're just afraid of losing to me and dying in my hands. You're a coward. I really didn't expect that you, Qin Xiao, are such a coward. You're actually such a coward who's afraid of death. Did you think of me when you gave up?" In the face of this accusation, Qin Zhao's expression turned even colder and gloomier. He really didn't expect Lang Jinghong to question him like that. He really didn't expect it. The feeling of being hurt by friendship was really unpleasant. Clearwood Saint Sage couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Lang Jinghong's nose and said, "Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? It's not that Qin Xiao didn't want to destroy your friendship. If he didn't want to fight to the death with you, why would he give up? Do you really think you can take advantage of Qin Xiao? If you really fight, you'll lose more than you win. it's very likely that you'll die in Qin Zhao's hands. Qin Zhao is so loyal, but you don't understand him at all. You still want to question him like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Oomph. Lang Jinghong sneered and said, Senior Clearwood Saint, this is a matter between Qin Zhao and me. Are you going to interfere? Do you think I need this kind of understanding? Don't make it sound so dignified. You're just a coward who's afraid of death. Why do you have to make it sound so sanctimonious? You talk about how great you are. Aren't you just degrading me by stepping on me? Is this what you call a friend? It's fine if Qin Zhao doesn't want this opportunity, but he made me have to give up this opportunity. He made me lose the opportunity to get the great opportunity left by the owner of the Maze Palace. Why can't I be angry? Why can't I question him? Did he ask for my opinion before he made this decision? He knew that I chose the third path, but he still gave it up. If he's not a coward who's afraid of death, what is he? How long have we known each other? What friendship is there to talk about? It was just a temporary companionship, that's all. But in front of the real opportunity, these so-called friendships are just a thin piece of paper. I don't need it and I don't care. Chapter 2707. Was friendship so worthless in Lang Jinghong's heart? Qin Zhao had always felt that Lang Jinghong was a person worth befriending. He was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He was a forthright person. He was a chivalrous swordsman with an awe-inspiring righteousness. But now, it seemed that he had misjudged Lang Jinghong. Qin Zhao did not believe that Lang Jinghong had chosen the third path when the weapon spirit said that. But the truth in front of him forced him to believe it. A person's heart changed really quickly. Qin Zhao could accept others being unfriendly to him. Others did not care about their friendship with him. It was just that he felt that Lang Jinghong was a good person from the beginning. He was a person worth befriending. He was the first person he befriended after leaving the immortal realm. And along the way, they had helped each other. But he did not expect that Lang Jinghong would treat their friendship as dirt. He did not care about it at all. He actually wanted to kill him for his own selfish reasons. The most hurtful thing was the heart. He had never felt that he had made a big mistake. This time he was wrong too. This feeling was really terrible. It was as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. Lang Jinghong left angrily. He and Qin Zhao could be considered to have turned against each other. Qin Zhao, don't take it to heart. It's inevitable to encounter such things in life. The old man has also been betrayed by many people around him. Even his most trusted people have betrayed him. People don't care about betrayal. It's just about whether the interest is big or not. Qing Mu Lord comforted Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao laughed self-deprecatingly and said, It's okay, senior. Qin Zhao, can still withstand such a small blow. Although it'd make me feel bad, it's nothing. Take it lightly and it'll be over. Well, it's good that you can think like that. Then, the old man will not disturb you. Come and drink with the old man when you're in a better mood. Qing Mu Lord said and left. Okay. Qin Zhao found a quiet place and sat down. Although he was able to let go of this matter in his heart, he was indeed hurt this time. He had never had such a feeling before. This was the first time he had been hurt like this by someone he thought he could get along with. This kind of feeling was indeed very unpleasant. Qin Zhao had always been a person who valued friendship. When he made his choice, he decisively gave up on the third option because he cared about his friendship with Lang Jinghong. However, his considerations were met with such treatment in return. How'd he feel? Qin Zhao wasn't sad at all, but the damage to her friendship was indeed great for Qin Zhao. How strong was Qin Zhao's mental state to begin with? What could cause him to be like this? Qin Zhao sat there in silence for a long time before she calmed down a little. Friend, it's my fortune to have you, but it's my fate to lose you. Forget it. I won't think too much about it. Let's think about the current situation. I didn't tell anyone when I came out this time. I don't know when my senior brothers or master will come to save me. However, with master's great ability, he should be able to know where I am, right? He could only think about these for the time being. It was certainly impossible in a short period of time. After all, it was normal for him to come out and explore. Unless he couldn't be contacted for a long time, he would think that something might have happened to him. For the time being, it was better to think about his current situation and whether he had a way to leave this lost continent. However, it was probably impossible for him to leave. Even a four-step ancient sage couldn't force his way out of the vortex. Not to mention Qin Shao, who was only a first-step ancient sage. He had failed in the Lost Palace, so this path was considered to be broken. It seemed that he was really trapped here. Qin Shao shook his head. There was still a lot of unwillingness in his heart. He was too unwilling. However, no matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? There was no way. There was really no way. Qin Shao couldn't think of any way. All the roads were broken. It wasn't that it was broken, but his current strength was far from enough to walk this path. In the end, it was still strength. His strength was too weak. Forget it, forget it. Since I'm here, I'll just take it as it comes. No matter how much I say, it's useless. Since I'm already trapped here, then I should calm down and let my heart calm down. Immersing myself in cultivation is the best way. No matter what, I can't neglect my cultivation. I must work harder. I should improve my strength as much as possible so that I won't fall too far behind here. Soon, Qin Zhao's mood calmed down. After thinking about it, he went to the entrance of the Lost Palace. He came to the square with the stone tablets and looked at the stone tablets. Qin Shao looked at the stone tablets one by one, especially the stone tablet left by the master of the Lost Palace. The most eye-catching 8 lines of words were, Lost Palace and Lost Palace. There's an east wind in Lost Palace, who will come to borrow the east wind, not seeing the white bones grieving in the yellow spring. Out of 10 deaths, there is no life. Leaving an inch, brave, but not resourceful. Heaven-defying moves forward without self. The end of the road looks back to spring. Heaven-defying moves forward without self. The end of the road looks back to spring. You should be brave and fearless. You should be moving forward all the way. You should have this kind of spirit. You should have this kind of solitary courage. How could he be easily defeated? There was also the big word Tao. It also contained all the Tao. It wrote the philosophy of life and guided people to move forward. Qin Shao glanced around and finally fell on the existence in the corner. That existence was still sitting there with his head down. He closed his eyes and cultivated. He was incomparably cold. He kept people thousands of miles away. No one dared to easily approach him. Qin Shao wanted to go forward, but he felt that the existence's aura was too cold. If he went forward, he might anger the old man. That existence's temperament was extremely strange. He couldn't easily provoke him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Walking casually, Qin Shao unknowingly walked to the back of the stone tablet left by the master of the Lost Palace. When he came to the back of the stone tablet, Qin Shao was suddenly stunned. He stared at the stone tablet with his eyes wide open. This is wrong. Behind this stone tablet, shouldn't there be a Tai Chi diagram? When I went in before, I clearly discovered that there was a Tai Chi diagram behind this stone tablet. When I was in the second test in the Lost Palace, I was able to smoothly pass that test because of the Tai Chi diagram's hint. Now, why is this Tai Chi diagram gone? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. How can this be? The back of the stone tablet was now empty. There was no Tai Chi diagram. In Qin Zhao's mind, there was a big shock. Countless thoughts came into his mind. No, it's very wrong. This caused Qin Zhao's heart, which had originally calmed down, to surge violently once again. Many waves once again appeared in his heart. From the beginning of the last test until now, it's wrong. It's all wrong. It's wrong to choose from the 3 paths given by the tool spirit. There's no reason for that existence to choose the second path. The tool spirit said that existence was the first person to reach the last test. He's not inferior to me in all aspects. Since this is the case, that existence should be very outstanding. He should be a peerless, monstrous genius. Which genius doesn't have some arrogance? If you want me to exchange endless years for a great opportunity, I will definitely not agree to it, even if you beat me to death. With endless years, I fully believe that with my own efforts, I can reach this level long ago. In the words of the tool spirit, Since that existence is not inferior to me in all aspects, why would he choose the second path? It doesn't make sense at all. When the tool spirit said it before, I also felt a little strange. But at that time, I don't know why I didn't think much about it. Maybe I felt that I didn't know a lot of the situation back then, or maybe that existence did it for others. It's all possible. But now that I think about it, I feel that it's very wrong, very wrong. Even if that existence wanted to save the freedom of others, he could have continued. By obtaining the great opportunity left behind by the master of the Labyrinth Palace, and then obtaining the opportunity to leave, wouldn't he be able to take the others away? Why would he do that? Moreover, the tool spirit has been using Lang Jinghong to mislead me, to lure me into making wrong judgments, to make me make other choices, and also to make me fall into it step by step. Although the human heart is unpredictable, although people are selfish, many people still have their own bottom line and principles. From the beginning, I felt that Lang Jinghong was a person worthy of deep friendship and trustworthy. He was also a person who had his own bottom line and principles. I should have always believed in this and not changed my opinion because of some circumstances. Just as that existence reminded me at the beginning, what you see, hear, and feel is not necessarily true. If you fall into a wrong way of thinking, then you've lost, and you'll follow the wrong way of thinking. Just like how I am now, I'm completely following the wrong way of thinking. I've really decided that Lang Jinghong is such a person, and I've cut off my friendship with him. I've also decided that I've failed in the Lost Palace, and there's no chance for me to get out. But what I've never thought about is it possible that all of this is fake? From the moment I entered the Lost Palace, I might have already lost myself and everything that I've experienced after that was both real and fake. What if there's fake in the real, and I've been walking in a fake world? Originally, there was a Tai Chi diagram behind this stone tablet, but it's gone now. This means that this world is different from the world I came from. I'm still lost, and I haven't returned to the real world. Everything that I see before me is fake, and it's all fake. Thinking back, everything along the way is fake, and all kinds of feelings are wrong. The Lang Jinghong that I saw just now gave me a strange feeling. And Lord Qing Mu, thinking about it carefully, seems a little different too. When I use my heart to feel this world, I keep feeling that something's not right. Yes, that's right, it must be like that. Right now, I must be lost, and everything that I see before me is fake, fake. Everything is just an illusion. A lost world, a lost heart, a lost consciousness, and everything. But fake is fake, and only my heart is incomparably real. It's just that it's covered by layers of fog, but it still can't cover my true heart. I want to pull open this heavy fog, and I want to see the true light. As long as the strength of my heart is strong enough, as long as the strength of my belief is firm enough, then there's nothing that can't be broken. Shatter all illusions. Shatter them all. Qin Zhao's powerful mental strength completely exploded, and it impacted this world. Author Cruel, Death 4th Update. Chapter 2708. Kacha. Kacha. The world in front of his eyes was like a broken glass, directly shattering into pieces. The world in front of him was like the world in a mirror. Under Qin Zhao's powerful faith, it collapsed and collapsed in an instant. In an instant, the world collapsed completely. What appeared in front of Qin Zhao was a palace that wasn't very big. In this palace, the most eye-catching thing was that there was a Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram in the middle of the palace. It was engraved there. There were many complicated rune patterns and some ancient characters on it, which looked very sacred. On the walls of the palace, there were 81 diagrams. 9 diagrams were grouped into a group. 9 groups of 9 appeared around the palace, forming a 9-sided wall. The roof was very strange. It was illusory, as if the whole world was contained inside. There was no sky, no space. It was an indescribable nothingness. But in that nothingness, it seemed to contain the invisible Great Way. It always felt that the nothingness was incomparably deep, like an abyss of the Great Way. A figure appeared in front of Qin Shao out of thin air. It was none other than the device spirit. Qin Shao looked at the device spirit. The device spirit looked at Qin Shao with a smile on his face. The two looked at each other like this. Qin Shao did not feel happy too early. Instead, he felt it with his heart. Was it real this time? Logically speaking, the same trick shouldn't be played twice. He had broken the illusion, so what he saw should be real. Now, he should have returned to reality. Congratulations, fated person. You have passed the last test. You have become the first person to pass all the tests set by my master in countless years. You have become the first fated person. The device spirit finally spoke. Hearing the device spirit's words, Qin Shao did not feel happy. Instead, he continued to look at the device spirit and said, "This time, there won't be any more traps, right?" "Huh." The device spirit laughed and said, "Fated person, are you afraid of being bitten once by a snake? Follow your heart. If you think it's real, then it's real. If you think it's fake, it's fake. The truth is, you've already passed all the tests my master said. You're the first one, so what else do you need to doubt?" Qin Shao smiled faintly. It seemed that there was indeed no need to doubt anything. If this was fake, then it would be a trick, and it wouldn't make sense. "Senior, what exactly is going on?" Qin Shao asked in a puzzled manner. The artifact spirit said, "It's easy to say, and it's actually very simple. Since this place is called the Lost Palace, then naturally everything is lost. From the moment you entered the Labyrinth Palace, you were already lost in the Labyrinth Palace. Everything you see may or may not be true. The entire Lost Palace, in your eyes, is a mixture of truth and falsehood. The real and the fake are mixed together. That's why you've always been unable to see through it. You've never been able to tell whether it's real or fake. You think it's fake, but some things are real. You think it's real, but some things are actually fake. They will invisibly confuse you and make you lose your judgment. Real and fake, fake and real. Whether you see, hear, or feel, it's not necessarily real. And this is the Great Tao. The Great Tao is like this unfathomable, with many unfathomable thoughts and all kinds of thinking. This last test is actually the most difficult. It uses a series of foreshadowing to hit you, destroy your heart, and make you completely give up. But you still woke up, broke these false facades, and saw the real side. Qin Shao nodded secretly. In fact, when he looked back, he felt that it was actually nothing. Thinking about it, everything was unexpected, but it was also reasonable. The process was very difficult, but after walking through it, he felt that it was actually okay. But there were so many steps along the way, and each step was extremely terrifying. If he was not careful, he would really die here. One wrong step, and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It was indeed not an easy task to successfully break out of the encirclement. Fortunately, he had succeeded. "Senior, may I ask how my friend's situation is now?" Qin Shao asked. Right now, he was not sure what was real and what was fake. Was the situation of him wandering with Lang Jinghong fake as well? If everything was fake, then what was Lang Jinghong's situation right now? "You're quite concerned about your friend, aren't you?" "Don't worry, he's fine. He's still trapped at the last test. But looking at his situation, it's probably a pity that he might not be able to pass through the last test." The weapon spirit said. Lang Jinghong had also reached the last test. Not bad, not bad. Seemed like the Lang Jinghong he saw later on was fake. Actually, Qin Shao also felt that it was fake. It was just that he was not completely sure. Now that the weapon spirit said so, he could be completely sure. The weapon spirit continued. "The two of you are really experienced. Not bad at all. The two of them actually made it to the final stage. This is the only time in history that two people made it to the final stage at the same time. Of course, the two of you are also the only two people who made it to the last test. Before this, no one had made it to the last test. Before this, no one had made it to the last test. Then there was not even one ancient saint realm existence among the millions. If that was the case, then the probability was too low, right? The weapon spirit waved his hand and said, "All right, fated person, since you've passed all the tests, then according to my master's intention, you can obtain a great opportunity that he left behind. The great opportunity that my master left behind is all here." The great opportunity has been given to you, but how much you can gain depends on you. You can stay here for 1,000,000 years. Once the 1,000,000 years are up, I'll send you out of the lost continent. However, you must remember one thing. You can't tell anyone about what happened here. Qin Shao nodded. Since there was such a request, he would naturally abide by it. The weapon spirit disappeared and left. Qin Shao looked around the secret room. The great opportunity was here, so it should be the pictures on the wall and the Taiji 8 trigrams in the middle. Qin Shao carefully looked at the pictures on the wall. There were 81 pictures, divided into 9 groups. Each group could form a complete thing. After Qin Shao looked around, he found that each group should be an extremely dangerous Great Tao cultivation method. If this was the case, did it mean that there were 9 extremely dangerous Great Tao cultivation methods left here? But Qin Shao only had a preliminary feeling. After all, the pictures on the wall were quite mysterious. Qin Shao couldn't understand what they meant in a short time. If it was just 9 Great Tao cultivation methods, then it shouldn't be a great opportunity. So Qin Shao looked at the Taiji 8 trigrams in the middle and walked over there. He felt that the Taiji 8 trigrams was incomparably mysterious. Soon, Qin Shao walked to the Taiji 8 trigrams and stepped into it. As soon as he stepped in, the Taiji 8 trigrams seemed to be activated. The 8 trigrams on it began to rotate. As soon as it began to rotate, a sacred light of the Great Tao gushed out from the Taiji 8 trigrams. The powerful light made Qin Shao feel that the heavenly Tao was descending. The power of this light was simply too strong. Taiji gives birth to yin and yang. Yin and yang give birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams correspond to the 8 directions, and the 8 directions cover the sky. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. All things in the world are in the Great Tao. A vicissitude voice of the Great Tao rang out in the light, and it went into Qin Zhao's mind like thunder. This was the voice of the Great Tao. It was imparting the foundation of the Great Tao, the true essence of the Great Tao. Under this voice, Qin Shao naturally calmed down immediately. Soon, his body and mind were completely immersed in it. He listened to the voice of the Great Tao, comprehended and cultivated the Great Tao of the world. All cultivation was based on the word comprehension. At this time, Qin Shao was immersed in comprehending the Great Tao. The Taiji 8 trigrams was imparting the Great Tao, and it was well presented in the form of the Taiji 8 trigrams. This was teaching by example. Moreover, it was the teaching by example of an extremely powerful existence. It was needless to say how beneficial it was. For a cultivator of the Great Tao, it was indeed a great opportunity. It was enough to save a lot of detours. It could be of great help to the improvement of one's cultivation of the Great Tao. Qin Shao had previously comprehended the Great Tao on the stone tablet. In 1,000,000 years, he had already gained a lot. He had cultivated the Great Tao into a saint and stepped into the door of the Great Tao law. Now, the guidance of the Taiji 8 trigrams to Qin Shao was many times more powerful than the word Great Tao on the stone tablet. My previous understanding and knowledge of the Great Tao were too shallow. The profoundness of the Great Tao is indeed far beyond my imagination. Wandering in the world of the Great Tao, I can really feel the power of this world. Taiji, the 8 trigrams, the Great Tao. There is actually such a wonderful connection. The Great Tao can be used in such a way to show its mysterious side. Thinking about it, it's too incredible. The wonder of the Great Tao lies in this. The charm of cultivation can only be understood by truly understanding it. This time, I have such a great opportunity. I must seize it well. 1,000,000 years is not a long time, but it is not short either. If I grasp it well, I will definitely gain a lot. Immersed in this silent cultivation and comprehension, time always passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, 500,000 years had passed. Outside the Lost Palace, two men stood there, looking at the door of the Lost Palace. In fact, the two of them had been watching here, waiting for something. Senior Qing Mu, I've said it before. Brother Qin, Xiao must have succeeded. He must have gotten a great opportunity. Look, it's been 500,000 years, and he hasn't come out yet. I also made it to the last stage. Unfortunately, I failed the last stage. Sigh, I feel like there are traps everywhere. I failed at the last stage. The one who spoke was none other than Lang Jinghong. Although he also made it to the last stage, he still failed and did not pass the final test. It was a difference of one thought, but it was the difference between success and failure. There was no way to reverse such a thing. Every time he thought about it, Lang Jinghong looked a little sad. However, there was no turning back. Everything had already happened. You're already very good. In the endless years, other than you and Qin Xiao, only the two of you made it to the last stage. Although you failed, it's still honorable. More than 1,000,000 ancient saints are not as good as you. You can be proud. Saint Qing Mu rolled his eyes at Lang Jinghong. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 2709. Was it enough to be proud of? Lang Jinghong smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be like this, Senior Qing Mu. I'm not as aimless as you. My goal from the beginning was to succeed. Sigh, even if I made it to the last stage, it would still be a failure. A single mistake ruined my great opportunity. Just thinking about it makes me feel so sad." Saint Qing Mu rolled his eyes at Lang Jinghong. He suddenly had the urge to strangle Lang Jinghong to death. This bastard, does he even know how to talk? Aha, Senior Qing Mu, don't be angry. I'm just joking with you. Let's continue talking about Qin Xiao. Lang Jinghong laughed immediately. Saint Qing Mu rolled his eyes at Lang Jinghong and said, "No wonder Qin Xiao succeeded and you failed. You can tell a person's level just by looking at the details. There's a reason why you lost to Qin Xiao. The counterattack really came a little fast." He gave Lang Jinghong a fierce blow with the back of his hand. Lang Jinghong smacked his lips and said, "Didn't I say that I'm convinced of my loss this time? Brother Qin Xiao is really good. All right, I think we'd better drink." On the other side, in the Lost Palace, in the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram, Qin Xiao, who was bathed in the light of the Great Path, had a perverted look on his face, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Qin Xiao suddenly walked out of the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. The light of the Great Path was quickly retracted. The light faded, and the palace regained its calmness. Qin Xiao's gaze landed on the power of the Taiji 8 trigrams. After more than 500,000 years of comprehension and cultivation, the preaching of the great Tao in the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram is really too exquisite. It really leaves me with endless aftertaste. In these 500,000 years, I've truly wandered in the sea of Great Path and comprehended many thoughts of the Great Path. These 500,000 years of cultivation is probably more than my 5 million or even 50 million years of cultivation. My Great Path nomological laws should have reached the initial level. However, I didn't make use of this opportunity to break through to the second step ancient saint stage. That's understandable. After all, it hasn't been long since I broke through to the saint realm. I broke through to the saint realm before entering the Lost Palace. It's only been around 500,000 years. If he were to break through again so quickly, then his foundation would be unstable. My accumulation on the Great Tao is still somewhat insufficient. My foundation is still not that stable. Therefore, I need more time to accumulate my strength before I can break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage. Now that my grand Tao laws have reached this level, in terms of quality, I've already reached it. However, in terms of quantity, I'm still lacking. However, since I've already come this far, it'll be much easier for me to break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage. It can even be said that as long as you have enough time to accumulate and improve yourself, you can directly reach the second step ancient saint realm. 500,000 years of cultivation in the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram had allowed his great path laws to break through to the small success level. Such a harvest was indeed extremely huge. Life was really unpredictable. Qin Shao had never thought that the first thing he would break through to the second step of the ancient saint stage would be the great path laws. Originally, it should have been the laws of the immortal Tao, or perhaps the laws of the heart. However, in the end, it was directly surpassed by the great path laws. From not having stepped through the threshold of the law to the small success level, he had broken through 2 levels in just a few 100,000 years. However, after such a huge harvest in 500,000 years of cultivation, he had encountered a bottleneck. It was difficult for him to continue comprehending and improving. Therefore, Qin Shao walked out and stopped comprehending. There were still 500,000 years left. He had to make good use of this time. Qin Shao looked at the 9 groups of diagrams on the surrounding walls. Soon, his gaze fell on one of the groups. This was because Qin Shao noticed that there was also a Taiji 8 trigrams diagram on that group. It was exactly the same as the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram here. Qin Shao had comprehended some of the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram's true profoundness and exquisiteness. Therefore, Qin Shao was also attracted by this group of diagrams. He walked over and looked at the 9 diagrams. In the beginning, Qin Shao didn't understand the diagrams on the wall. He only vaguely felt that they were very profound and unfathomable. It was a great path cultivation method. Now that his great path had broken through to the small success level, he had a lot of understanding of the great path. After mastering it, it was much easier for him to understand the diagrams on the wall. After looking at them carefully, Qin Shao also made some discoveries. This group of diagrams should be a great path cultivation method called the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. It should be very, very powerful. It should be much more powerful than all the cultivation methods I have for the time being. However, it will be very difficult to cultivate it successfully. I can only understand a little for now. If I want to understand more, I will need to spend some time studying it. However, I only have 500,000 years. That's not enough time at all. If I want to study a profound cultivation method thoroughly, it will definitely take a certain amount of time. 500,000 years is far, far too little. There are 9 groups of diagrams here, representing 9 extremely profound and powerful great path cultivation methods. However, it's definitely impossible to completely understand these 9 powerful great Tao cultivation methods. So I'm afraid that I can only choose one of these 9 great path cultivation methods. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I can't be too greedy. Otherwise, I may not be able to get any great path cultivation method. If I study a great path cultivation method in 500,000 years, it is still possible to get it and cultivate it. Well, I don't need to rush to choose the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram for the time being. I can also look at the other 8 groups of diagrams. It won't be too late to make a decision then. I don't need to rush for a while. Qin Shao immediately had an idea in his mind, so he looked at each group of diagrams carefully. The situation was probably similar to what he had guessed. Indeed, each group of diagrams represented a great path cultivation method, an extremely powerful great path cultivation method. Each great path cultivation method was extremely profound. Qin Shao could only understand a little bit and know a little bit of the situation. But from this little bit of information, he could feel the powerful and terrifying great path cultivation method. It was indeed incomparable to any great path cultivation method that he had. Even all the great path cultivation methods that he had seen could not be compared to it. There were also several great path cultivation methods that Qin Shao could not understand at all. They were probably too profound. Perhaps they were left for people with a higher realm. Therefore, after a round of comparison, Qin Shao finally made a decision and set his eyes on the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram cultivation method. That's it. I must try my best to master this cultivation method. Then, this trip will be more complete. Only then can it be considered a truly great opportunity. After making the decision, Qin Shao immediately immersed himself in the study of this great Tao cultivation method. Moreover, Qin Shao felt that the Tai Chi diagram cultivation method was inextricably linked to the Tai Chi diagram in the middle of the palace. The two should have a very close relationship. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram was ever-changing. There were heavenly stems, earthly branches, 8 gates, yin and yang, 4 phases. Many of these things were very mysterious. They could all display great power, making the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram extremely mysterious and terrifying. Who was in charge of the vicissitudes of the great Tao? With Tai Chi in hand, yin and yang intertwined. Heaven and earth belonged to me alone. Each of the 9 diagrams contained many exquisite records, which could give people a lot of enlightenment. Qin Shao soon entered the world of each diagram. He tried his best to comprehend the mystery in it and master every subtlety of this great path cultivation method. Once he mastered all the subtleties, he would be familiar with them and use them flexibly at will. Then, he would be able to exert the most powerful power. But this was very difficult, very difficult. Every subtlety was a very difficult problem. It was too difficult to master this difficult problem. It was already difficult to master one of them. Now, there were countless of them. Only after mastering all of them could he form a truly terrifying power. How difficult was that? But Qin Shao was not afraid of such difficulties. No matter how many difficulties there were, they could be overcome. In the blink of an eye, another 500,000 years passed. 500,000 years of cultivation, immersed in the cultivation of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram. 500,000 years of cultivation really made Qin Shao want to continue. But the time was up. Qin Shao had to stop. He curled his lips and said, "This Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram cultivation method is too broad and profound, is too powerful and exquisite. It is also of great benefit to the cultivation of the great path. This cultivation method is indeed extremely powerful. I have only practiced this cultivation method to the level of advanced success. It is far from the level of consummation." Cultivation methods were basically divided into 4 levels: initial, advanced, and consummation. Being close to the level of advanced success was actually very good. It showed that the control of this cultivation method had also reached a relatively deep level. But Qin Shao still wanted to continue. He felt that it was a pity that he could not directly cultivate to the consummation realm in one fell swoop. If he had another 1,000,000 years, or even 500,000 years, it was very likely that he could cultivate this great path cultivation method to the consummation realm. Of course, if he wanted to cultivate this cultivation method to the consummation realm, he also needed to master the great path principle to a higher level. Therefore, it was indeed not so easy. After all, there was still some gap between the ideal state and the reality. I should know how to be content. It's not bad. My great path principle has broken through to the initial success realm and mastered this extremely dangerous great path cultivation method. It has greatly improved my strength and means. This will obviously be of great help to my cultivation in the future. This time, it can indeed be considered a great opportunity. Qin Shao was a person who knew how to be content. He was very happy about this opportunity. At this moment, the device spirit came out again. It was time to end it. It was time for Qin Shao to leave here. Senior. Qin Shao bowed to the device spirit. The device spirit pursed his lips and looked at Qin Shao with a smile. He said, "Not bad, not bad. You have gained a lot in 1,000,000 years. Very good. With these gains, I believe that your future cultivation on the great path will be much smoother. It will save you a lot of detours. You only need some time to accumulate some understanding of the great path, and you can easily break through to the second step ancient saint realm. Also, the Tai Chi diagram cultivation method. If you're able to reach the consummation realm in time, it will also become an extremely dangerous means for you. The Tai Chi diagram cultivation method was carefully created by my master. It is compatible with the Great Path and presents itself in a supreme way. This cultivation technique will be of great help to your cultivation of the Great Tao in the future. However, in addition to these, my master will also give you a treasure. This treasure is a little strange. It does not have a specific level, but it will become stronger when the opponent is stronger. The amount of power you need it to unleash is the amount of power it will unleash. Before you become a world god, there's basically no upper limit to how much power this treasure can unleash. As for the specifics, it will depend on how much power you can activate. Chapter 2710. No specific level, no upper limit. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the opponent. How much power could he stimulate? There was such a strange treasure. But it was not strange. After all, it came from an existence beyond the level of world god. It was normal to have some strange treasures. The weapon spirit moved his hand, and a Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror appeared in his hand. Seeing this Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror, Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. It was a good thing. It was a treasure at first glance. Moreover, all Qin Zhao's gains in the past 1,000,000 years were related to this Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror. The cultivation method he cultivated was also called Tai Chi diagram. Therefore, when Qin Zhao saw this Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror, he naturally felt very close to it. The weapon spirit handed the Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao took it without hesitation. It felt heavy in his hand. Of course, it was not that this Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror was heavy, but it felt very heavy. This was a treasure. The feeling of holding it in his hand was naturally different. It was very unusual. With just a glance, Qin Zhao felt that this Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror was extremely mysterious. It seemed that this Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror was not only a treasure, but also a guide for his cultivation. This was yet another unexpected gain. Qin Zhao had initially thought that those were already great opportunities. But now, it seemed like this supreme treasure was included as well. If that was the case, it was indeed a great opportunity. The existence beyond the level of world god was really generous. And this was not a place of inheritance. It was just a place of opportunity for the fated people of the future. He was just one of the fated people. In the future, the Lost Palace would continue to exist, and there would be more fated people coming in. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior's master. Qin Zhao took the liberty to ask, Senior, I wonder if you can tell me the name of the master of the Lost Palace? I would also like to remember Senior's kindness. If I am lucky enough to meet him in the future, I would like to thank him face to face. Qin Zhao said. The weapon spirit waved his hand and said, You don't need to know this. My master doesn't want others to know his name. I don't think it's necessary. To my master, this is just a small game. He's just helping a fated person in the future. You don't have to take it to heart. You were able to obtain this opportunity because of your own ability and your own hard work. It is also something you should have. You do not need to be grateful to anyone. Cough. Originally, she wanted to know who the master of the Lost Palace was, but since the artifact spirit refused to say, Qin Zhao could only give up. Thinking about it, the master of the Lost Palace was an existence of that level. This place was indeed just a small game for him. He was not choosing an inheritor or anything like that, so not leaving his name behind was a very normal thing. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to think about it. All right, fated one, it's time for you to leave. You can take Lang Jinghong and Qingmu away. As for the other guy, he still has to continue guarding the palace gate. In a moment, I will activate the teleportation array to teleport you all out. Go out and prepare. The artifact spirit waved his hand. He could take Lang Jinghong and Senior Qingmu away, but he couldn't take that existence away? What did that mean? Could it be that that existence was really guarding the palace gate of the Lost Palace? Qin Shao still wanted to ask something, but there was an irresistible force that swept over him and sent him out directly. Sigh, Senior Qing Mu. After drinking wine for 500,000 years, my mouth feels so bland. I don't feel like drinking anymore. I think it's better if I don't drink anymore. Lang Jinghong said. Saint Qing Mu glanced at Lang Jinghong and said, Young man, you are really a young man. Too young, too young. You can't drink after drinking for 500,000 years? When the old man was bored all these years, he sat there alone and drank wine that was 500,000 years old. 500,000 years, sitting there alone and drinking. Thinking about it, it felt like something that would take one's life. Obviously, Lang Jinghong could not do such a thing, and it was also something that was hard to imagine. Lang Jinghong suddenly stood up. His face was filled with joy as he looked at the palace gate of the Lost Palace. Saint Qing Mu also stood up immediately and looked over. His eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Shao had come out. Ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, you finally came out. Congratulations. It seems like you have obtained the great opportunity left behind by the master of the Lost Palace. You are really something. I admire you. Lang Jinghong quickly walked over and punched Qin Zhao's chest with his fist. Seeing Lang Jinghong, the familiar Lang Jinghong was indeed different from the Lang Jinghong he saw in the Lost Palace. It did feel different. Qin Shao smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Jinghong. It's a pity that you have reached the last stage but still did not succeed. Speaking of this sad matter, Lang Jinghong shook his head and sighed. I can't help it. My thoughts are so bad that I missed the opportunity to succeed. But after thinking about it carefully, I feel relieved. Actually, it's nothing much. Opportunity, it's my luck to get it. It's my fate to lose it. Since I didn't get it, it means that it's not fated to be with me. I can't blame anyone for that. No matter how you say it, at the end of the day, it's still your own problem. Qin Shao nodded and comforted him. Yes, it's a temporary gain and loss. It's nothing. Opportunity, it's indeed something that can be encountered but not sought. Just like a friend worth making, it's my luck to get it. It's my fate to lose it. Ha ha ha. Lang Jinghong laughed and nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. This analogy is very appropriate and just right. That's indeed the case. It's my luck to get it. It's my fate to lose it. Although I didn't get the opportunity this time, it's my luck to be able to make a friend like Brother Qin Shao. It's indeed an honor. Qin Shao smiled and said, Let's go. Let's leave here first. Senior Qing Mu, I can take you with me. What? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Prime Saint Qing Mu seemed to have been struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot and petrified for a moment. After a long while, Prime Saint Qing Mu finally reacted. He looked at Qin Shao with extreme excitement. His body was trembling visibly, which was the result of extreme excitement. One could imagine how excited Prime Saint Qing Mu was at this moment. Prime Saint Qing Mu was too excited, so he couldn't speak for a moment. His eyes were moist, and there was a trace of tears. Qin Shao looked at the existence in the corner in the distance. That existence also raised his head and looked over. The eyes under the white hair were filled with vicissitudes, complexity, and profoundness. There was an indescribable sense of despair. Seeing this gaze, Qin Shao was a little sad, but he really had no choice in this matter. Sorry, Senior, I can't take you with me. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Prime Saint Qing Mu and Lang Jinghong looked at Qin Shao. They also knew that there must be a reason. They also looked at that existence. The eyes of that existence made people feel very touched. There was an indescribable feeling. An energy suddenly descended and wrapped Qin Shao and the other two inside. This powerful energy directly tore open the void and brought the three of them into the void. Then it leaped and left the place. In the next instant, Qin Zhao's group appeared in the endless universe sea and left the lost continent. The lost continent was already far away in their vision. Who? They were finally out? Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong both let out a sigh of relief. If they were really trapped inside, they didn't know how long it would take for someone to save them. It might be an era, or it might be a universe era, or it might even be longer. It was hard to say, but no matter how long it was, once they were trapped inside, it was obviously not a good thing. It would definitely have a profound impact on their cultivation. Now that they were out, they were safe. Ha ha ha. After Prime St. Ching-Mu looked around, he let out a loud laugh. His laugh was so bold and unrestrained, as if he wanted to vent the pain that had accumulated in his heart for over 100 universe eras. This kind of feeling was something that no one could personally experience. I, Prime St. Ching-Mu, am finally out. I've finally seen the light of day again. I've finally walked out of the lost continent alive. Haha, the outside world is still the best. I can return to the great Tao, sacred realm. I can return to my hometown to take a look. I can go find those old friends of mine. I can go find those disciples of mine. I wonder how they are now. Haha, for countless years, I've always wanted to leave the lost continent and return to the great Tao sacred realm. Until today, I can finally fulfill my wish. I, Prime St. Ching-Mu, am back and back. After a burst of excitement, Prime St. Ching-Mu deeply bowed to Qin Shao and said with a solemn face, "Brother Qin Shao, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I, Prime St. Ching-Mu, will remember this great kindness. If you go to the great Tao sacred realm in the future, you must inform me. If there's anything you need me for in the future, just ask me." Senior Prime St. Ching-Mu, you're too polite. It's just a small matter, a small favor, Qin Shao said. But speaking of which, he would definitely go to the great Tao sacred realm in the future. For the time being, it was not the time. If he were to go next time, he would have to bring Jingyang along. However, it was indeed time to consider this matter now. The next time he went back, he would ask Jingyang about these things. Prime St. Ching-Mu shook his head and said with a serious face, "Whether it's a small matter or a small favor for you, the meaning is completely different for me. For me, it's a life-saving grace. I've been trapped in a lost continent for more than 100 universe eras. No one knows how I've been through all these years, and no one can understand my pain. You let me out, that's a great kindness, a great kindness. For me, it's comparable to a life-saving grace. You're simply my second parent." Cough. These words were too polite. Qin Shao really couldn't take it. Lang Jinghong spoke up at the right time. "Ha, Senior Prime St. Ching-Mu, what about me? I'll go to the great Tao sacred realm in the future. I've always been looking forward to it. If I go to the great Tao sacred realm, will Senior Prime St. Ching-Mu treat me warmly?" Prime St. Ching-Mu looked at Lang Jinghong with some disdain and said, "Don't tell me you're coming. I don't have time to care about you." Is there such a difference in treatment? There is such a difference in treatment. The person who saved me is Qin Shao, not you. How can there not be a difference in treatment? Don't be like this, Senior Prime St. Ching-Mu. We've drunk wine for so many years and chatted for so many years. Even if there's no merit, there's still hard work. Give me some face. Hey, other than being more handsome than the old man, your face isn't worth anything. Is it wrong for me to be handsome? Chapter 2711. St. Ching-Mu was eager to return to the great Tao sanctuary, so he quickly bid farewell to Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong still had to continue their adventure, so naturally, they wouldn't return so soon. Brother Qin Shao, what do you plan to do next? Continue to explore the Mo Luo Sea? However, the Mo Luo Sea is indeed quite big, and we haven't explored many places yet, Lang Jinghong asked. With a great opportunity and harvest in the Lost Palace, Qin Shao now wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. It was also good to digest the harvest of this opportunity, consolidate himself, and improve himself. However, in the Mo Luo Sea, it was obviously difficult to find a suitable place. This time, Qin Shao came out with the intention to explore and gain experience, so naturally, he wouldn't return to the immortal domain so soon. This time, his goal was the Moluoc. Other than the Moluoc, Qin Shao didn't have any other good places to go, at least not for the time being. Whatever. The Moluoc is so big, we can still continue to explore, Qin Shao said. The two continued to explore the Moluoc, and Qin Shao also released Shao Gu and Baby Mo. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000,000 years had passed. In the past 1,000,000 years, they didn't gain much in the Moluoc. They didn't encounter any good opportunities, but they encountered a lot of dangers. However, each time, they came through smoothly without any mishaps. Opportunities were indeed something that could be encountered, but not sought. It was naturally unrealistic to want to get an opportunity so easily. Although they didn't get any opportunities in the past 1,000,000 years, they also experienced a lot of dangerous battles and solved a lot of problems. In this process, it was also a kind of training for Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. And this training also allowed the two to have some practical improvements. The two's cultivation talent and potential were both amazing, so their cultivation speed was naturally very fast. This kind of cultivation wasn't bad, but after a long time, it still felt a little boring. All right, I almost forgot an important thing. Brother Qin Shao, we can't continue to cultivate in the Moluoc. On this day, Lang Jinghong suddenly patted his head and was startled. Seeing Lang Jinghong like this, Qin Shao looked at him curiously and asked, "What's the matter?" What could it be that could make Lang Jinghong react in such a manner? Shao Gu and Baby Mo also came over curiously. They were babies with great curiosity. Lang Jinghong said, "It's like this, Brother Qin Shao. Do you know about the Justice Alliance?" The Justice Alliance? Qin Shao, to be honest, it was his first time hearing it. But from the sound of it, it should be a rather interesting organization. It should also be an organization of light. Haha, you don't know? Then it's a good opportunity for us to find out more about it. Perhaps Brother Qin Shao can join us if you are interested, Lang Jinghong said with a smile. To join? Qin Shao's interest was piqued. He said, "Well, tell me about it. If it's interesting, I can consider joining." Lang Jinghong straightened his face and began to explain to Qin Shao. There's light and darkness in this world. The power of darkness is more abominable, while the power of light is more conservative. They basically guard the 8 great holy regions and rarely take the initiative to sweep away the darkness in the world. Therefore, 10,000 epochs ago, there were some ambitious ancestors in the 8 sacred realms who got along well with each other. It's said that they talked about this matter while drinking and chatting. They talked about their hatred for the power of darkness, especially the Bloodbath Alliance that's popular now. So, these ambitious ancestors decided to form an organization to defend and support justice. They wanted to let light shine on every corner of the vast thousand worlds. This was the great wish of these ancestors. Because of this grand ambition, the Righteous Alliance came into being. The purpose and goal of the Justice Alliance was to sweep away all the darkness in the world, let light be everywhere, and let the darkness have nowhere to hide. Let the overwhelming righteousness envelop every corner of the vast thousand worlds, so that there would be no more darkness or evil in this world. And let the Bloodbath Alliance have no place to stay. They wanted to eradicate the Bloodbath Alliance and return peace to the vast thousand worlds. With such a goal in mind, the Righteous Alliance quickly attracted countless ambitious people from the 8 great holy realms, all of whom were full of righteousness. Thus, the Righteous Alliance's strength rapidly grew. After listening to Lang Jinghong's introduction, Qin Shao immediately felt deep respect for the Justice Alliance. Such a purpose and such a goal were indeed the spirit that cultivators of our generation should have. Qin Shao had been doing something like this all this time, but it was not as grand as this, and he had not made such a grand ambition. After all, Qin Shao, was too weak to fight alone. Of course, he really didn't have such great ambitions. At the same time that he felt deep respect for the Justice Alliance, Qin Shao also had thoughts of joining the Justice Alliance. It was indeed a very meaningful organization, and it was very worth joining. Most importantly, the Justice Alliance's main target was the Bloodbath Alliance, and the Bloodbath Alliance was their main target. This was in line with Qin Zhao's own thoughts. Qin Zhao also wanted to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance, and in his heart he had always regarded dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance as his own responsibility. If the Justice Alliance also wanted to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance, then Qin Zhao would naturally be willing to join them in dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance. Qin Zhao was naturally very willing to have more helpers. However, Qin Zhao thought of another problem and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Jinghong, according to what you said, the Justice Alliance should be a rather famous organization. In the 8 great sacred regions, there are countless righteous sects and countless cultivators who possess the great righteous qi. I believe there should be many people with lofty ideals, right? Then the Justice Alliance should be able to attract many cultivators to join them. But why have I never heard of the Justice Alliance in the Immortal region?" This question was indeed a little strange. A righteous organization jointly established by the 8 great sacred regions. Logically speaking, its influence should be very great. Cough. Hearing Qin Zhao's question, Lang Jinghong immediately looked embarrassed and coughed dryly, as if he was too embarrassed to answer Qin Zhao's question. Seeing Lang Jinghong like this, Qin Zhao was even more certain that there was something going on here, and it might not be simple. After listening to Lang Jinghong's explanation just now, Qin Zhao was indeed filled with respect for the Justice Alliance, and he did indeed have the intention to join them to fight for justice and deal with the Bloodbath Alliance together. But seeing Lang Jinghong like this, Qin Zhao couldn't help but have some doubts. "What's wrong, Brother Jinghong? What's the situation here?" Qin Zhao asked again. Lang Jinghong smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, the situation, well, there's indeed a little, and it's also a rather awkward situation. Well, if we want to talk about this, we have to talk about the history. The Justice Alliance was established 10,000 universal epochs ago. When it was first established, it did indeed set off a huge wave in the 8 great sacred regions, attracting tens of millions of ancient saints and even quite a few world gods to join, forming a powerful and enormous army of the Justice Alliance. This enormous and powerful army of the Justice Alliance held high the banner of eradicating evil and darkness, upholding justice, and letting light illuminate every corner of the vast 1,000 domains, punishing evil and eliminating evil, quickly promoting the light, and also fighting against the Bloodbath Alliance head-on. But good times don't last forever, Sai. Unfortunately, such a large-scale fight against the Bloodbath Alliance eventually led to the retaliation of the Bloodbath Alliance. So, after a great battle, the Justice Alliance suffered a heavy blow and even caused the deaths of several of its founders. Those were powerful ancient saints of the 4th step, but they all died one after another. Not only did the ancient saints of the 4th step perish, but even 2 world gods perished as well. That battle was far too tragic. It was the greatest blow to the Justice Alliance's history, and it truly dealt a heavy blow to the Alliance. In one fell swoop, the Justice Alliance was broken apart. The light that shone so brightly was completely dispersed, and everyone's passion was extinguished as well. From then on, the Justice Alliance suffered a disastrous decline, never to return to its former glory. When it was at its most glorious, the light of the Justice Alliance shone upon the 8 great sacred regions. But now, it's just as you said earlier, Brother Qin Zhao. You've probably never heard of the Justice Alliance in the Immortal region. Perhaps there aren't many people left who still remember the Justice Alliance, and there aren't many who would even bring it up. In the eyes of many, the Justice Alliance has probably long since ceased to exist. Right now, it's barely hanging on. At the very least, there are still those with lofty ideals, those who haven't forgotten their original intentions, those who have the courage to join us, and those who have the courage to fight against the Bloodbath Alliance. Many people are afraid of the Bloodbath Alliance, so they've all left the Justice Alliance. Right now, the Justice Alliance really does feel a little pitifully small. Sigh. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. Every time I think of this, my heart aches. Qin Shao fell silent after hearing Lang Jinghong's explanation. Who would have thought that the once powerful and glorious Justice Alliance would actually be broken apart by the Bloodbath Alliance? Just how terrifyingly powerful was the Bloodbath Alliance? The Justice Alliance had tens of millions of ancient saints and quite a few world gods, but they were still far from being a match for the Bloodbath Alliance. In the end, the Bloodbath Alliance had broken them apart, and they'd fallen into decline. Thinking about it, it was indeed quite heartbreaking. But at the same time, it also made people deeply feel the power of the Bloodbath Alliance. It was really a power that made people despair. In the face of the power of the Bloodbath Alliance, many righteous people had also left the Justice Alliance. How helpless was that? Everyone had their own aspirations, and Qin Shao couldn't criticize those people. Perhaps he wasn't the person involved, so he couldn't feel it deeply. But Qin Shao could also imagine how terrifyingly powerful the Bloodbath Alliance was. Brother Jinghong, I'm starting to admire you now. You clearly knew the situation, but you still joined the Justice Alliance without hesitation to protect this justice. You're not afraid to stand against the Bloodbath Alliance, and you're not afraid of the Bloodbath Alliance's revenge. You're carrying the banner of justice. This shows that the great justice in your heart has supported your entire personality. I respect people like you, and I also like to associate with people like you. If it's possible, I'm also willing to join you to protect this justice and fight against the Bloodbath Alliance together, Qin Shao said seriously as he looked at Lang Jinghong. At this moment, he was going to re-evaluate Lang Jinghong. Author, Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 2712. Qian Qian. Huh. Lang Jinghong gulped down a mouthful of wine and wiped his mouth forcefully. His eyes shone with the light of righteousness. As a swordsman, I only enjoy wine and a sword. Swordsman, chivalrous man, and righteous man, these three exist from the same root. This has always been my understanding of swordsmen. If one does not possess any of these three qualities, then one cannot be considered a true swordsman. That's why my life's pursuit is like this. Swordsman, chivalrous man, and righteous man, protect the light, uphold justice, and promote the righteousness in one's heart. I've always felt that this is what a cultivator should do, and that this is the quality that we should have. Moreover, I'm all alone in this world, and I don't have any worries. What is there to fear? I can understand why some people have left the Righteous Alliance. After all, many people have their own worries and concerns. The power of evil will stop at nothing and will stop at nothing to achieve its goal. In addition, the Bloodbath Alliance is indeed incomparably powerful, and it is indeed a huge mountain that presses down on everyone's hearts. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, "No matter how big a mountain is, it will be flattened one day. It just depends on whether or not there will be people who will throw themselves at this mountain one after another. I, Qin Shao, am not a very righteous person, and I don't dare to talk about upholding justice. I don't dare to boast that I want to promote righteousness and let the light shine on the entire vast thousand domains. I'm also selfish, but I can also draw my sword to help when I see injustice. When I encounter injustice, I help the wronged and destroy the evil forces. I have a deep hatred for the Bloodbath Alliance, which is why I'm so keen to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance. I truly admire the Righteous Alliance for having such great ambitions. Apart from my respect for them, I am also willing to participate and contribute my own humble strength." Lang Jinghong's hand landed heavily on Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, "Brother Qin Shao, you have never disappointed me. Our Righteous Alliance needs a righteous person like you to join and strengthen our Righteous Alliance." Haha, Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but when I joined the Righteous Alliance, I also made a great wish for myself. I hoped that one day, under my efforts, the Righteous Alliance would be able to return to the peak and bring the world, suppressing the darkness and removing the Bloodbath Alliance. I want the Alliances' Righteous Alliance to bring the light of the Righteous Alliance to every corner of the great world, so that the Alliance will not as it is now, and no one knows. So, I want the Alliance is the Alliance is the Alliance is the world, the Alliance is the Alliance? Translation: I also want the Alliance's Lord to be able to influence more people, so that more people can guard and promote the righteousness of the Alliance's righteous. In that case, our great wide world will become incomparably beautiful. Hearing Lang Jinghong's great wish, Qin Shao once again gave Lang Jinghong a thumbs up with a face full of praise and admiration. It was good to have such a thought. People were not afraid of having an idea, but they were afraid of not having an idea. If one did not even dare to think about it, then there was no need to talk about doing it. Having a great wish meant having a goal, and having a goal meant having a direction to work towards. Cultivators needed to have a direction to work towards. That was right, that was good. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Qin Zhao's impression of the Righteous Alliance was growing more and more favorable. Those who could stay now should be a group of people with lofty ideals, a group of people with righteousness and righteousness. Only by sharing the same ideals would they be able to walk together. Lang Jinghong, what's the situation with the Righteous Alliance now? Qin Shao asked. Lang Jinghong said, I'm sorry, Brother Qin Shao, but for the sake of safety, there are many things I can't tell you about the Alliance's righteous for the time being. Only after you have truly joined the Alliance's righteous and become one of our own brothers can I tell you some things. For the time being, I can't tell you much about the Alliance's righteous. I can only tell you a little about the Alliance's righteous current situation. Because the Alliance is not what it was years ago, the Alliance is doing things very quietly. We don't show ourselves easily, nor do we act under the banner of the Alliance is righteous. The Alliance is righteous has branches in the 8 great sacred realms. To be honest, I don't even have the qualifications to know where the headquarters are. I'm afraid you don't know about the Alliance is righteous in your immortal domain, nor can you find it. If you're willing to join the Alliance is righteous, then I can take you to our Sword Cultivator's Sacred Realm branch. It's the same no matter which branch you join. You just need to find someone to introduce you and pass some tests. After you officially join, your information will be sent to every branch. That's all I can say for the time being. The rest is up to Brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao thought for a moment, then nodded. All right then, I'll go with you to the Sword Cultivator's Sacred Realm. That's perfect. Mo Hailuo isn't too far from your Sword Cultivator Sacred Realm. I can use this opportunity to see what the Sword Cultivator Sacred Realm is like. After leaving the Immortal Domain, I was thinking of going to the other sacred realms to take a look. Lang Jinghong nodded, then smiled. That's right, that's right. Our Sword Cultivator's Sacred Realm might not be as prosperous as your Immortal Domain, but it's still pretty good. It's worth a visit. Next time, I'll go with you to the Immortal Domain. I'm really looking forward to both the Immortal Domain and the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Ha ha ha, but before we go back to the Sword Cultivator's Sacred Realm, there's one more place we need to go. The important matter I mentioned earlier isn't actually related to the Alliance is righteous. I just happened to think of you and felt that you might be interested, so I'm trying to pull you in and inject some fresh blood into our Alliance. Oh, the important matter isn't related to the Alliance is righteous? Then what other important matter is there? Speaking of the 8 Sacred Realms Alliance, aside from the Alliance is righteous, there's another one that's even more famous. It's called the 8 Realms Alliance. Have you heard of it? Lang Jinghong continued. 8 Realms Alliance? Qin Shao frowned, then shook his head, indicating that he hadn't heard of it either. Lang Jinghong laughed. Haha, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. After all, you haven't been a sacred realm for long. After you became a sacred realm, you immediately left the immortal domain, so the Eight Realms Alliance didn't come looking for you. Moreover, the Eight Realms Alliance's requirements are quite high. If you're not an absolute genius, an absolute elite, or an absolute expert, then you're not qualified to join. Therefore, the requirements are extremely high, and you can't join on your own accord. You need someone to introduce you. You probably didn't know many people before, so it's normal that you don't know about the Eight Realms Alliance. Moreover, the Eight Realms Alliance is an organization for the younger generation, so the people who join are usually quite young, no more than one. Universe Epic. Young people are definitely the most active group. Thus, the Eight Realms Alliance was born. Qin Shao didn't have much interest in the Eight Realms Alliance, unlike the Alliance is righteous. With the Alliance is righteous, the Eight Realms Alliance is clearly not an organization similar to the Alliance is righteous. Therefore, Qin Shao asked, "What does the Eight Realms Alliance do?" After Lang Jinghong explained in detail to Qin Shao finally understood why. To put bluntly, the Eight Realms Alliance was an organization for a group of self-proclaimed young geniuses. It was also a platform for the young geniuses of the Eight Realms to communicate and compare. On the surface, it was an alliance, a bridge connecting the Eight Realms, but in reality, it was a stage for the Eight Realms to show off their abilities and a platform for the Eight Realms to compete with each other. On the surface, it was a very harmonious organization, but in reality, it wasn't that united. The trend of competition was very serious, and everyone would compare and compete with each other. To be honest, Qin Shao didn't really like this kind of organization. However, Lang Jinghong also mentioned some benefits. For example, through the Eight Realms Alliance, you can quickly understand the situation of the Eight Realms. It's very easy to get some information about the other realms. It's convenient for you to go there. You can check the situation of the other realms. For example, if Qin Shao wanted to go to the Great Tao Sacred Realm to avenge his master, Old Man Luha, then you can check this information through the Eight Realms Alliance. In fact, you can even ask for some help through the Eight Realms Alliance. Also, the Eight Realms Alliance is a huge trading platform. If you have any treasures you don't need, you can sell them and exchange them for other treasures. If you have any treasures you need, you can also bid for them. In short, the Eight Realms Alliance is a very powerful platform. This is because a large number of geniuses, experts, and people with great background from the Eight Realms gathered there. With so many people gathered together, it's natural that there would be an explosion of powerful energy. Basically, anything you need, as long as you can afford it, you can get it from the Eight Realms Alliance. Not only that, but the Eight Realms Alliance would be the first to know about all the major events in the Great Thousand Domains. In any case, the benefits of the Eight Regions Alliance were many, especially for those who wanted to travel the Great Wide World. There were even more benefits for those who wanted to explore the Great Wide World. If you want to enter the other realms, the benefits are needless to say. As long as you don't want to stay in the same realm forever, the Eight Realms Alliance is obviously a very good platform. It can be used as a middle link, allowing you to go anywhere in the Great Thousand Domains. Although Qin Shao really doesn't like the atmosphere of the Eight Realms Alliance, he has to admit that the Eight Realms Alliance has many benefits that are attractive to him. Brother Qin Shao, I know what you're thinking in your heart. In fact, I rejected it at first, but after a while, I slowly accepted it. It's not a big deal. There are fights everywhere. Moreover, the fights in the Eight Realms Alliance are a clash of geniuses. It's very exciting and beneficial for our cultivation. Therefore, there's no need for us to reject it. Moreover, based on my experience over the years, there are indeed many benefits in the Eight Realms Alliance. Therefore, I think you can still join the Eight Realms Alliance. You have to know that ordinary people don't have the qualifications to join. Currently, the Eight Realms Alliance only has about 100,000 members. In total, there were only slightly more than 10,000 people joining a sacred domain. That's not a lot. You have to know that among these 100,000 members, there are many who are older than a universe era. Out of respect for them, Unless they voluntarily withdraw, they are still considered members of the Eight Territories Alliance, and the number of active members is probably only 10,000. Chapter 27:13. 10,000 active members was not a small number. On average, there were more than 1,000 people in a Saint domain. Logically speaking, more than 1,000 people was not a small number. However, Qin Shao had never heard of the Eight Territories Alliance in the Immortal Domain. Perhaps the level he came into contact with was a little too low. After all, the requirements to join the Eight Territories Alliance were very high. Not just any ancient saint could join. They had to go through a strict selection process and meet extremely high requirements. Of course, people like Qin Shao definitely met the requirements. Now that he had decided to leave the Immortal Domain and explore the Great Thousand World, he would definitely enter other saint domains in the future. Therefore, now that he had joined the Eight Realms Alliance, he could go and take a look. At most, if he really did not like it, he could withdraw from it. There would be some benefits to joining the Eight Territories Alliance. What's the occasion this time? You said something big was going to happen. Qin Shao asked. Lang Jinghong said, It's like this, Brother Qin Shao. Every 100 million years, the Eight Territories Alliance will have a small gathering. At that time, there will be many people attending. It will be quite lively. Even if it's a small gathering, it's also a trade fair, and it's also a competition. Based on the past, there will be about 3,000 people attending the Eight Territories Alliance's small gathering each time. 3,000 or so Empyrean saints have gathered in one place. This is a rather lively event. Where are the experts from the 8 great saint realms? Speaking of which, I have never attended the Eight Territories Alliance's small gathering before. So, I wanted to attend this once. Each gathering only lasts for 10,000 years. If I don't hurry, I might miss it. Qin Shao was relieved. So that's how it was. It seemed that he had arrived at the right time. He just happened to be in time for the Eight Territories Alliance's small gathering. In that case, he could go take a look and join the fun. There's a good show to watch. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Xiao Gu became impatient. However, Lang Jinghong immediately poured a bucket of cold water on Little Gu. Little Gu, don't be happy. Those who aren't from the Eight Territories Alliance can't enter. All of you should just obediently stay in your master's inner world. Hearing this, Xiao Gu's face fell. She looked at Lang Jinghong with an aggrieved expression. Don't look at me with such an aggrieved look. It's useless even if you look at me. I don't have that much power to bring you in. The two of you had better stay in the inner world obediently, Lang Jinghong said gloatingly. Xiao Gu and Baby Mo were helpless. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong set off. The Eight Region Alliance had a branch in each of the 8 sacred domains, and the headquarters of the Eight Region Alliance was in the center of the 8 sacred domains in the endless universe ocean. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong traveled for tens of thousands of years before they finally arrived at the headquarters of the Eight Territories Alliance, the Eight Territories Divine Palace. Looking from afar, the Eight Territories Divine Palace was like an incomparably huge ancient god standing in the endless universe ocean. It had 8 sides, and each side was facing a sacred domain, representing the 8 sacred domains. The entire Eight Territories Divine Palace was huge. Its height was no less than 100 million feet, and its length and width were no less than 100 million feet. This was an incomparably huge divine palace that was artificially built. The entire divine palace was enveloped by an incomparably holy light, forming an extremely powerful protective shield that protected the entire Eight Territories Divine Palace. According to Lang Jinghong, even a world god wouldn't be able to break through the powerful barrier. It was enough to show how powerful the defensive barrier was. Therefore, it was completely impossible for outsiders to sneak into the Eight Territories Divine Palace. Only the people of the Eight Territories Alliance could enter, and there was only one entrance. A floating boulder guarded the entrance, and there were two second-step ancient saints guarding the entrance. At the entrance, there was a huge divine gate that sat in the void, and a rainbow-colored saint road led directly to the 8 territories' divine palace. It was not an easy task to enter this divine gate. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the two second-step ancient saints guarding the divine gate. One was a golden-clothed youth, and the other was a silver-armored man. Both of them exuded powerful auras. Both of them were second-step ancient saints, and, judging from their auras, they were extremely powerful ancient saints. After all, the entry requirements of the 8 Territories Alliance were extremely high. It was impossible to join just based on one's cultivation level. One had to be a publicly recognized genius or someone with a strong background. If one couldn't fulfill these requirements, one wouldn't be qualified to join the 8 Territories Alliance. The 8 Territories Alliance was also known as the gathering place of the young geniuses of the vast thousand domains. Judging from their auras, the golden-clothed youth should be from the Great Tao Sanctuary. As for the silver-armored man, Qin Xiao felt elemental power from him. There were elements of heaven and earth lingering around him, faintly emitting rays of light. It seemed that he was from the elemental sanctuary. Thinking of the elemental sanctuary, Qin Xiao felt a trace of sadness in his heart. Gu Lingyue was the reincarnation of someone from the elemental sanctuary. Now that she had awakened the memories of her previous life, she had returned to the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace. Qin Xiao had always wanted to go to the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace to look for Gu Lingyue when he had enough strength one day. Qin Xiao had been planning this plan for a long time, and he had never let his guard down. Thinking of the elemental sanctuary, Qin Xiao had an inexplicable impulse to go there and look for Gu Lingyue in the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace. However, Qin Xiao also knew that the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace wasn't a place he could easily go to. It was better to suppress this thought for now. However, he could use this opportunity to see if he could find out some information about the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace and Gu Lingyue. Greetings, Holy River-Flowing Moon Saint and Saint Mage Mochas. After Lang Jinghong bowed to the two, he took out his identity token. The two obviously hadn't seen Lang Jinghong before, but the 8 Territories Alliance had a membership list, so it was easy to find out about Lang Jinghong. Soon, the two confirmed that Lang Jinghong was beside him. The golden-clothed man, Holy River-Flowing Moon, said to Lang Jinghong, "Lang Jinghong, you can go in now. Who is this person beside you? Why don't you tell us your name?" Lang Jinghong immediately explained, "Oh, it's like this. Holy River-Flowing Moon, this is Qin Xiao from the Immortal Realm. He's a good friend of mine. He also wants to join our 8 Territories Alliance, so I specially brought him here to find Lord Sido F.A. I hope Holy River-Flowing Moon can let me bring Brother Qin Xiao in." Brother Qin Xiao is a genius student of the Immortal Realm's #1 academy, Saint Academy. He has the title of the Immortal Realm's #1 youth genius, and he's also Saint Li's personal disciple. His talent, potential, and strength are all above mine. He's a rare genius. Qin Xiao also cupped his fists and bowed to the 2 prime saints, but he could clearly feel that the 2 prime saints were looking at him with strange eyes. This was especially so for the ancient saint named Changhe. The way she looked at Yifu Tian was obviously filled with contempt and disdain. There was even a hint of playfulness in her eyes, or rather, a hint of jealousy. In short, there was something wrong with the look. It was very strange. From the looks of it, Qin Xiao knew that this person was definitely not friendly to him. The 8 Territories Alliance's various saint realms had always been fighting both openly and covertly, so it was normal for them to dislike each other. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this. As long as they didn't provoke him, he didn't care about the rest. However, Qin Xiao's luck wasn't too good. Changhe Flowing Moon looked at Qin Xiao a few times, then said to Lang Jinghong, "Since you're not a member of our 8 Territories Alliance, you don't have the right to enter. If you want to go in, then go in quickly." I'll give you 2 choices. Either you let him wait for you outside, or you don't have to go in. Hearing this disdainful words, Qin Shao frowned slightly. It seemed that things weren't going well today. Someone was making things difficult for him. Did Lang Jinghong introduce himself a little too much? What a Mortal Realm's #1 youth genius. Qin Shao had always felt that he didn't dare to accept this title. He had never boasted that he was the Immortal Realm's #1 youth genius. However, if this title were to be heard by others, it would be a different matter. Moreover, if he said that he was Sage Li's disciple, this title would be even greater. It would probably make people unhappy. Moreover, he was a member of the Immortal Realm. People of the great Tao, sacred realm, were naturally arrogant. Of course, people of the great Tao, sacred realm, did have the right to be arrogant. Holy Sage, Changhe, Flowing Moon. May I know the meaning of this? Why can't I bring Brother Qin Shao in? I'll bring him directly to Lord Situ Fa, and let Lord Situ Fa arrange the test. If Brother Qin Shao can't pass the test, then I'll naturally bring him out. If Brother Qin Shao passes the test, then we'll be family in the future. Can't we do this? When I first came to the 8 Territories Divine Palace, I could also enter directly. Why can't I do it now? According to the rules of our 8 Territories Alliance, I have the right to introduce others to our 8 Territories Alliance, said Lang Jinghong. He naturally knew ancient sage Changhe Flowing Moon's intentions, so he tried to reason with her, hoping that it would make sense. But clearly, reason didn't make sense here. Then you're quite capable. You haven't even grown your hair yet, but you're already acting as an introducer? Ancient sage Changhe Flowing Moon sneered, then glanced at Lang Jinghong and said, "It's true that the rules are like this, but special times naturally require special treatment. You should know what day it is now. We're in charge of guarding the gate and not letting any outsiders in. Listen carefully. We received orders not to let any outsiders in. So, unless you ask Lord Situ Fa to bring you in, you can either go in by yourself or none of you can enter. If you want to bring him to see Lord Situ Fa, that's fine, no problem. After the small gathering of our 8 Territories Alliance is over, we won't restrict you anymore. But during this time, we won't let any outsiders in." Lang Jinghong immediately frowned deeply. She spoke in such a dignified manner, but Lang Jinghong wasn't a fool. How could he not understand that she was deliberately making things difficult for him? How could there be such an order? It was absolutely impossible. Outsiders could definitely be brought in, but ancient sage Changhe Flowing Moon had deliberately set up a barrier. Being made so difficult for him as soon as he arrived made Qin Zhao's impression of the 8 Territories Alliance even worse. He originally wanted to see what the 8 Territories Alliance was like, but he didn't have a good impression of them. Now, he didn't have a good impression of them. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Shao wanted to inquire about the heavenly laws Dao Palace and Gu Lingyue, as well as understand the situation in the great Dao sacred realm, Qin Shao really didn't want to attend this gathering. Chapter 27:14. Lang Jinghong felt a little awkward. He was the one who brought Qin Shao here, and he was the one who wanted to introduce him to the 8 Territories Alliance. He had even spent a lot of effort persuading Qin Shao to agree to join the 8 Territories Alliance. Originally, he thought that everything would go smoothly, but he didn't expect to be stopped before he even entered the gate and was deliberately made difficult for him. "Holy Master Changhe Luyue, please make an exception. I promise to bring Brother Qin Shao to see Master Situ Fa directly. I won't go anywhere else. If he can't pass the test, I'll send him out immediately. I won't stay any longer." The 8 Territories Alliance has never rejected any young geniuses. We've always promoted the idea of accepting young geniuses from all over the Great Thousand World. So, Holy Master Changhe Luyue, how about this? As long as you're willing to help, I'll owe you a favor. What do you think? Lang Jinghong said with a fawning expression. However, his fawning did not get the result he wanted. Holy Master Changhe Luiwei sneered in disdain. Her lips curled into a playful smile as she looked at Lang Jinghong. A favor from you? It's worthless to me. Do young people nowadays feel so good about themselves? Don't they have any self-awareness at all? A mere one-step ancient saint dares to talk about favors with me? Haha, what a joke. Brother Mochas, don't you think it's funny? Saint Sorcerer Mochas, who was at the side, chuckled and said, It's very funny. Only you have the patience to talk so much nonsense with him. If he doesn't want to enter, just ask him to scram. There are many young people who don't know who they are. Why should we bother with him? Pay more attention to them. They're simply insulting our intelligence. Ha ha, Brother Mochas is right. Ancient Saint Changhe Luwen nodded with a smile. After saying that, he waved his hand at Lang Jinghong and spat out 2 cold words, scram. Lang Jinghong was exasperated. He was truly infuriated. The 2 of them were simply abusing their power. It was obvious that they were bullying him, thinking that he was weak and easy to bully. Although the truth was more or less the same, wasn't such blatant bullying too much? Lang Jinghong was indeed very angry about such a matter. However, Lang Jinghong felt a little helpless if the other party insisted on using such high-sounding words to brush him off. Abominable, abominable. His originally good mood was completely ruined. Forget it, Brother Jinghong. I'm not interested in such a foul place. I don't really want to go in, Qin Shao suddenly said. Lang Jinghong gritted his teeth and said to Qin Shao, No, Brother Qin Shao, we can't just accept this. Not only are they bullying you, but they're also bullying me. They're bullying both of us. They're treating us like chicks and stepping on us. Humph. These 2 people only dare to be so arrogant because their cultivation base is higher than ours. Let me tell you, Brother Qin Shao, those who are sent to guard the gate of God don't have much strength, talent, or potential. They don't even have a strong background. They're insignificant characters in the 8 Territories Alliance. Now, they're using a chicken feather as a token of authority to flaunt their power over us. I, Lang Jinghong, am not that easy to bully. Since they can't talk nicely to me, then don't blame me. I will definitely bring you in through this door. Since we're here, we can't let these 2 rats ruin our mood. Seeing how determined Lang Jinghong was, Qin Shao didn't say anything else. There was some anger in Lang Jinghong's eyes. He looked coldly at the 2 of them and said, Sacred Masters, do you insist on bullying the 2 of us? I've already been polite enough to the 2 of you. If the 2 of you insist on doing this, then don't blame me for being rude. I, Lang Jinghong, have never liked to cause trouble, but I'm definitely not afraid of it. I don't have a strong background, but I know that I can't be bullied so easily. If you don't let me bring Brother Qin Shao in, I'll report you to Master Sidhu F.A. I'd like to see how you're going to explain yourself. If the 2 of you insist on falling out, then so be it. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Humph, humph. Sacred Master Changhe Luiwei and Saint Sorcerer Mochas were both furious. They snorted coldly as they glared at Lang Jinghong. It was only natural that they were displeased to be threatened by a first-step Empyrean saint. However, they were more or less afraid of Lang Jinghong's words. However, no matter how afraid they were, they couldn't back down now. They couldn't let him in just like that. Wouldn't that be slapping their own faces? Therefore, they had a hold on no matter what. Sacred Master Changhe Luiwei sneered and glared at Lang Jinghong. All right, then why don't you invite Master Sidhu F.A. over? I'd like to see how capable you are to invite him over. Look at you, kid. You're quite sharp-tongued. Kid, don't blame me for being rude if you continue to be so long-winded and unreasonable here. Even a clay figurine had 3 fires. Lang Jinghong was already suppressing him. He was already very polite at the beginning, but he still got this in return. Since Lang Jinghong had already exploded, he naturally wouldn't back down. He said, So what if I'm rude? What? Could it be that you want to attack me? I, Lang Jinghong, have never offended you. As a member of the 8 Territories Alliance, I can't even enter my own house. I'm already blocked outside by you, and you still want to attack me? Do you really think that the 8 Territories Alliance belongs to you? Do you think that you can do whatever you want in the Eight Territories Alliance? Do you think that the Eight Territories Alliance has no laws? If you, Sacred Master Changha want to attack, then go ahead and try. Why do you have to talk so much nonsense? You brat. Sacred Master Changha was also furious. His face darkened. He wanted to attack, but he also knew that if this matter blew up, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. It was also the time of the Eight Territories Alliance's small gathering. Moreover, there were many big shots in the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. If this matter really blew up, the big shots in the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary would probably come out. When that time came, those big shots would definitely stand on Lang Jinghong's side. If this matter blew up, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Therefore, Sacred Master Changha and Sacred Master Makas exchanged glances. Both of them felt like they were in a difficult position. If they stopped, they would feel like they had lost a lot of face. If they continued, they were afraid that this matter would really blow up. They didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn. He actually dared to fight them to the end. Therefore, this made the two of them very, very unhappy. This was especially the case for Holy Sage Changha. He was extremely pissed off and wanted nothing more than to kill Lang Jinghong. Oh my, what's going on here? Why is there such a commotion in front of the door of God? It's such a sacred place, and yet it's so ridiculous. At this moment, another voice was heard. A group of 5 people were walking over. The one who spoke was a man in the lead. He was dressed in a red robe and looked very domineering. He was extremely tall. Judging from his aura, he should be a 3rd step ancient saint. One look, and one could tell that he was extremely powerful. Among the other 4 people, there were 2 2nd step ancient saints and 2 1st step ancient saints. The 2 1st step ancient saints were about the same age as Lang Jinghong. However, the arrogance in between their brows was very strong. One look, and one could tell that they were people who lived like princes. They were people with great backgrounds. Many young masters who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths would be like this. These 2 people were obviously the typical type of people. However, it was not just these 2 people. It should be said that this group of people were all like this. They were all people who had an arrogant aura. These people gave off the aura of the Great Path. It seemed that they were all from the Great Path Sanctuary. Sacred Master Changha became respectful when he saw these 5 people. He nodded at the 5 of them to express his goodwill. The leader looked at Sacred Master Changha and asked, "What's going on? How did you guys guard the door of God? Why is it so chaotic?" Sacred Master Changha immediately said, "Sacred Master Sheng Kongwu, it's like this. This Sword Cultivator Sanctuary kid did not listen to my advice and insisted on bringing outsiders in. We could have discussed it nicely. However, this kid spoke rudely to us. His tone was extremely arrogant, and he did not respect us at all. Therefore, we were a little angry and reprimanded him. However, this kid actually dared to threaten us. He even looked like he wanted to fight. I don't know what's wrong with the young people nowadays. They are too arrogant. It's really intolerable. This round of twisting the truth and putting a label on Lang Jinghong's head. Lang Jinghong was no fool. He knew about the background of the Great Path Sanctuary's Shenkingwu. These people were from the Great Path Sanctuary, so they naturally stood on Changhaliue's side. Sheng Kongwu's gaze landed on Lang Jinghong. He looked at him playfully and said, "Young man, this is where you are wrong. As a member of the Eight Realms Alliance, how can you side with outsiders? For an outsider, you disregarded the rules of the Eight Realms Alliance and even disrespected the 2 sacred masters guarding the door of God. No matter what, you are a junior who has not been in the Eight Realms Alliance for long. They're also your seniors. You shouldn't be so rude and unreasonable to your seniors. I think the 2 of you should apologize to Changha and the others for this matter. It will be over if you have a good talk with them." Changha laughed and said, "Since Sacred Master Sheng Kongwu has spoken, then I will naturally not pursue this matter." On the surface, Sheng Kongwu was here to be a peacemaker, but in reality, he was clearly bullying Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. He forced himself to stand out. How could Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong agree to such a thing? Even if Qin Shao did not enter the door of God and join the Eight Realms Alliance, he would definitely not bow and bend his knees like this. As a man, he must have a backbone, and he must have the confidence that he should have. Lang Jinghong was naturally not a person who would easily admit defeat and lower his head. Originally, he did not want to offend the people of the Shengkong clan, but the moment they came up, they used the name of a peacemaker to bully the two of them. How could Lang Jinghong tolerate it? Lang Jinghong snorted coldly and said, "It seems like all the crows in the world are equally evil. One bullies others because of his status, while the other helps others without asking about the truth. As expected of people from the Great Path Sanctuary, they are indeed united. But I don't believe that the Eight Realms Alliance can be controlled by the few of you. You want to bully me, Lang Jinghong? That is absolutely impossible. I will never bow my head. We did not do anything wrong, so why should we apologize and compensate?" Chapter 27:15. How can you be so rude and unreasonable? Don't you know what's good for you? My uncle Kong Wu wants to help you mediate this matter. Just an apology is enough for you. What else do you want? Sheng Kong Wu did not speak, but a one-step ancient saint youth behind him jumped up. He pointed at Lang Jinghong and said arrogantly, "You're right." That haughty attitude of his really made people feel very uncomfortable. Lang Jinghong retorted sarcastically, "Then I'm very sorry. I don't have the fortune to enjoy such kindness. Senior, please take it back. I, Lang Jinghong, am afraid of my short life. It's better if I don't accept it. I don't want to argue too much. I just want to ask, are you going to let us in or not?" The one-step ancient saint youth walked out and sneered at Lang Jinghong. "You want to go in? Not bad. You're so arrogant and condescending. You must be very powerful, aren't you? You must have a lot of confidence in your own strength." "I don't dare to say that I'm confident, but I definitely have some. If you don't even have confidence in yourself, then you're a failure. What's the matter? Is there something you want to teach me, fellow Taoist?" Lang Jinghong knew what the young man wanted to do, but he did not back down and continued to fight back. The youth chuckled and looked at Lang Jinghong playfully. "Sure. How about this? Let's exchange 3 moves. Only 3 moves. I'll stand here without moving. If you can move me even a little, then you win. If you win, then I'll help you to ask them to let you in. How about that?" As he spoke, the youth asked Changhe and Luiyue, "Is there a problem?" Changhe Luiyue immediately smiled and nodded. Since young master Sheng Konglai has spoken, of course there's no problem at all. Lang Jinghong looked at Sheng Konglai and said, "So you're Sheng Konglai. I've heard of your name. That's normal. It would be abnormal if you haven't heard of my name." Sheng Konglai was very narcissistic and very confident. After saying that, he looked at Lang Jinghong playfully and said, "Why? Are you scared now? If you don't dare, then forget it. I won't force you. However, you really don't know how to be polite. If you dare to speak so rudely again, then don't blame me for being rude to you. I, Uncle Kong Wu, am magnanimous. I don't want to lower myself to the same level as a brat like you. However, I can't allow you to be so rash here. You have no respect for your elders. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Although we're all members of the 8 Territories Alliance, it's unavoidable for us to teach you a lesson if you don't respect us." Looking at these people and listening to their words, Qin Shao sneered in his heart. The principle of strong punches was the truth, no matter where it was. It was very applicable. He hadn't even entered the gates of the 8 Realms Divine Palace, yet he was already being bullied and humiliated. It seemed that he would have to face some obstacles if he wanted to join the 8 Realms Alliance. Those who were kind would be bullied, and those who were weak would also be bullied. Most of the time, the world was so cruel. Lang Jinghong said coldly, "It seems that you're determined to bully us? Fine then. Saint Venerable Sheng Konglai, aren't you just trying to bully me? Then I, Lang Jinghong will give you this opportunity. As for whether you can seize this opportunity, it'll depend on your own ability. If I lose, we'll naturally leave and won't take half a step into this place again. From then on, I'm no longer a member of the 8 Territories Alliance. If I lose, I hope that you won't jump out and block my way again. Lang Jinghong. Oh, Lang Jinghong. You're really arrogant. I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. You're just a mere first-step ancient saint. How dare you be so arrogant? If your cultivation level is a few more steps higher, I'm afraid you won't take anyone seriously anymore, right? All right. Since you want to leave the 8 Territories Alliance, I'll fulfill your wish. What do you think? Sheng Konglai sneered. He was naturally disdainful of Lang Jinghong. The battle between the two was decided just like that. Sheng Konglai walked out and stood in an empty space with his hands behind his back. There was a disdainful and playful smile on his face. He looked very confident and arrogant. He stood there like an invincible god of war. Although his aura was not necessarily so strong, the arrogance that flowed out from between his brows made people feel that he was really strong to the point of being invincible. He was at least an invincible first-step ancient saint. Qin Shao had always been disdainful of such people. Such people had some strength, but they weren't too strong. Qin Shao was very confident in Lang Jinghong. There was no doubt that Lang Jinghong would fight this battle. If it were him, he would definitely fight as well. Only by fighting could he vent his anger and resolve this matter. Fists were always the most suitable weapon to solve any problem. Lang Jinghong also walked out calmly and stood tens of thousands of feet away from Sheng Konglai. Sheng Kongwu and the others, as well as Changhe, Luiwen, Mokas, were also there to watch the show. Ha! Mokas, this kid has really eaten the heart of a bear and the heart of a leopard. He actually dares to fight young Master Sheng Konglai. He doesn't know how to write the word death, does he? Changhe Luiwen laughed gloatingly. Mokas sneered and said, "Isn't that right? He's very bold. He's obviously courting death. But who cares? Anyway, we'll just watch the show. Young Master Sheng Konglai is very famous in our 8 Territories Alliance. He can stand at the peak of the younger generation in the Great Path Sacred Realm. It's said that his strength is unfathomable. It's also said that he once had a glorious record of defeating a second-step ancient saint. This Lang Jinghong dares to fight young Master Sheng Konglai. He's really not afraid of death. He's not afraid of death now, but he'll soon know how to write the word death. But it's a pity that we're all members of the 8 Territories Alliance. It's not good for us to kill each other." Changhe Luiwen laughed. Sheng Konglai stood there calmly, looking at Lang Jinghong with a playful expression. Lang Jinghong sneered indiscernibly. He looked at Sheng Konglai and said, "You just said that you'll stand there and fight 3 rounds with me. If I can make you move, you'll lose. Is that right?" "Yes." Sheng Konglai nodded without hesitation. Lang Jinghong shook his head and said, "I'll give you a chance to back out. It's too late for you to back out now. I don't need you to go easy on me. We can have a fair fight. Let's stop there. Just treat it as a friendly spar. It won't violate the rules of our 8 Territories Alliance. It's just a spar. Don't risk your life. If you want to go easy on me, I'm afraid you won't last 1 round." Ha ha ha. Sheng Konglai laughed out loud when he heard Lang Jinghong's words. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Are you trying to make me laugh to death and then win without a fight? You? I really don't know where you get the courage to say such a thing. Kid, don't. You're just showing off. I hope you're half as good as your mouth. Make your move. Don't make me feel bored." Lang Jinghong didn't say anything else. Since Sheng Konglai insisted on giving him his head, how could he not accept it? So what if they were from his Sheng Kong clan? He didn't provoke them. They came to him on their own accord, so they couldn't blame him. Lang Jinghong made his move. His sword was unsheathed. The sword's edge pierced through the sky and slashed at Sheng Konglai. The extreme edge, combined with the powerful power of law, tore through everything. It was unstoppable and had the power to conquer the sky. As soon as this extremely powerful sharpness appeared, The void of the universe trembled. One could feel how powerful this sword was. Lang Jinghong was a sword cultivator. His mastery of sword principle had reached a very high level. The law of sword principle had already reached the pinnacle of small success. He was just one step away from reaching great success and breaking through to the second step of ancient saint realm. Not only that, his law of space was also very strong. It had reached the pinnacle of beginner realm. Moreover, his law of space and law of sword principle were completely integrated. He had achieved the true perfect integration of law. Not only that, he had mastered the great path law on the lost continent. At this time, he had integrated the power of the great path law into it. Although he had not reached the perfect level of 3, the integration had naturally greatly improved the power of law. The fusion of the power of the 3 great laws, in addition to Lang Jinghong's powerful swordsmanship and an extremely powerful swordsmanship technique, allowed the might of the sword to reach an extremely powerful level when he unleashed his full strength. It was much more powerful than Lang Jinghong that Qin Shao had seen before. It was no wonder that Lang Jinghong was so confident. Everyone was a little shocked as soon as this sword came out. Changhe Luiwei and Mokas couldn't help but look at each other. They felt that the situation wasn't good. The 4 people from the Shenkong clan all frowned slightly. The confidence on their faces disappeared in an instant. They smelled a dangerous aura. Shenkong Lai, who was originally arrogant and overbearing, also froze at this time. There was a hint of seriousness in his expression. He was on the battlefield. Naturally, he could feel the terrifying power of Lang Jinghong's sword. Damn it, damn it. The integration of the 3 law powers? How can this guy be so strong? The integration of the 3 law powers is something that even I couldn't do. How can this guy do it? How can this be? How can there be someone who can threaten me? Impossible, impossible. I can't accept it. I absolutely can't accept it. Shang Kong Lai was roaring in his heart. He was going crazy. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Such a situation was far beyond his expectations and control. However, he had already bragged just now. It was too late to realize everything now. Shen Kong Lai had no choice but to grit his teeth and go all out to meet the attack. However, although Shen Kong Lai could barely block Lang Jinghong's powerful sword attack, he obviously couldn't stand still and block Lang Jinghong's sword attack. Therefore, Shen Kong Lai was forced to retreat tens of thousands of feet before he could barely block Lang Jinghong's sword attack. Although he managed to block it, Shen Kong Lai obviously suffered small loss. Originally, it was not a big deal. However, the problem lay in the big words that Shen Kong Lai had just said, the arrogance that he had boasted and the arrogance that he had shown. Now, he was slapped hard in the face by the cruel reality. Shen Kong Lai couldn't tell where he was from anymore. Chapter 27:16. Such an outcome made Sheng Kongwu, the other 3, and Changhe Luiwei look gloomy, and there was a moment of silence. To them, this was a ruthless slap in the face. Since the outcome of this move had been decided, Lang Jinghong did not make another move. Instead, he chuckled, drank a mouthful of wine, and said to Sheng Kong Lai, who had an extremely ugly expression, "All right, you've lost. Can you let us in now?" Had he lost? Had he lost? Had he lost? Shen Kong Lai really could not accept this outcome. But what could he do? Would he not admit it? Would he go back on his word? Seeing that Sheng Kong Lai did not speak and had no intention of moving aside, Lang Jinghong laughed and said, "What? Don't tell me that you, a disciple of the Sheng Kong clan, don't even have this bit of credibility? Do you still want to go back on your word? It doesn't matter if you insist on not admitting it. I believe that the people of the 8 Territories Alliance and the world will definitely have a public opinion. Unless you kill me here today, I'm afraid this news will soon spread throughout the great thousand world. Don't doubt whether I dare or not. I, Lang Jinghong, have gone all out today. Since I said it, I will definitely do it. Don't bully honest people like us. If we really get angry, you may not be able to handle it. I don't want to provoke you, but since you insist on stepping on our heads and bullying us, don't blame us for fighting back with all our might. I know that you are all from the great Tao sanctuary. I, Lang Jinghong, can't afford to offend you. I originally wanted to avoid you, but you just had to block my way. You just had to ride on my head and shit on me. How can I tolerate that? A tree has a layer of bark, and a person has a face. Even if I die today, I won't shrink back at all. Either you let us in, and this matter will be over. Or, if you have any other tricks, use them all. I, Lang Jinghong, will take them all. What's there to be afraid of? Since I'm still young and can be frivolous, why should I be afraid of being frivolous? Listening to Lang Jinghong's soul-stirring words, these indomitable words, these unyielding words of a hot-blooded man, Qin Xiao also seemed to see her own shadow. Lang Jinghong was indeed somewhat similar to him in many aspects of their personalities and actions. If this matter were to be handled by him, he would definitely be like Lang Jinghong. He would definitely not back down at all. He would definitely fight to the end. He would not offend anyone, but he would not be bullied by anyone either. He didn't have anything else, but he still needed to have an indomitable spirit. The matter this time was very simple. It was just that Flowing Moon and Flowing Moon wanted to step on them and bully them. That's why such a thing happened. The 5 people from the Sheng family came and wanted to trample on them. They were simply too much of a bully. Therefore, Qin Xiao was very supportive of Lang Jinghong's actions at this moment. That was how a person should be. That was how a hero should be. You? Shen Konglai was speechless. His face darkened and his whole body trembled. He pointed at Lang Jinghong and was tongue-tied for a moment. He didn't know how to refute Lang Jinghong. His fingers stopped in the air for a long time before he spat out a few words. Don't be so arrogant. All right, since I've said it myself, I'll admit it. But it's not that I'm no match for you. It's just that I've made an agreement with you. As long as you can shake me, it'll be my loss. I've underestimated you, so I didn't make any preparations at all. That's why I gave you a chance. If we really fight, how can you be this young master's opponent? Hearing Sheng Konglia's stubborn words, Qin Xiao snorted disdainfully in his heart. If they really fought, Lang Jinghong was still confident that he could win. Of course, he might not win so easily, but he would still win in the end. But at this moment, he was too lazy to waste his breath on this kind of person. It was fine as long as he achieved his goal. Then can you get out of my way? Lang Jinghong asked. Sheng Konglai gritted his teeth and said, if you want to go in, we won't stop you. But Sheng Konglai pointed his finger at Qin Xiao, nodded slightly, and said coldly, he can't go in. Lang Jinghong's face suddenly darkened. He stared at Sheng Konglai with anger burning in his chest. His eyes were as sharp as swords. Sheng Konglai, what do you mean? Are you going back on your words? Is this the style of Brother Kong of the Sheng family? Sheng Konglai sneered and said, when did you see me going back on my words? What did I say just now? I said that if you win, I'll let you go. Listen carefully, it's you, not you. You didn't raise any objections. You agreed. Now you're saying that I'm going back on my words? What were you doing earlier? Was he being picky? Lang Jinghong's face turned cold. He had accidentally fallen into a trap. He didn't expect Sheng Konglai to be such a sore loser. He was so shameless. It was simply the behavior of a villain. But what could he do when he encountered such a shameless villain? Lang Jinghong was very angry. If he was strong enough, he would have trampled on all these people before speaking. But he couldn't. His realm was too low. How could he do that? He was already no match for those second-step ancient saints, let alone Sheng Kongwu, who was a third-step ancient saint. If he was weak, could he only rely on others to bully him? No. Lang Jinghong had never liked to accept such a fate. If he was alone, he might be able to bear it. But he was the one who brought Qin Xiao here. He was also the one who strongly recommended him to join the 8 Territories Alliance. How could he back down like this? Sheng Konglai, just say it. What do you want? What tricks do you want to play? Just say it. Don't play such cheap tricks. It's really degrading, said Lang Jinghong directly. Shen Konglai laughed and looked at Qin Shao fiercely. It's very simple. Let's talk with our fists. Boy, I'll give you the same chance. If you can defeat me in 3 rounds, I'll let you in. Then, all of you can go in. If you lose, then get out of here obediently. What do you think? Qin Shao pursed his lips and looked at Shen Konglai indifferently. He asked, Do I have the right to choose? Shen Konglai sneered. Of course. You could just give up and be serious. You can consider the most direct and simple method. Then forget it. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I'll let you have such a simple method. With my IQ, I'm not stupid enough to choose this path. Why don't you consider it? The subtext was obviously calling Shen Konglai a retard. This scolding was very clever. He didn't say a single word, but he made a big turn. Shen Konglai's face suddenly darkened. He glared at Qin Shao angrily and gnashed his teeth. I thought Lang Jinghong was arrogant enough. I didn't expect you to be as arrogant as him. You two are really birds of feather. No wonder you two can become friends. Since you're so confident, come out and fight. I was just unprepared just now. Do you think you have any chance this time? Qin Shao didn't hesitate and walked out directly. Lang Jinghong laughed at Shen Konglai's misfortune. He even looked at Shen Konglai sympathetically. This guy can't even defeat me. How can he fight Qin Shao? Lang Jinghong knew how strong Qin Shao was. At least, Lang Jinghong felt that if he fought with Qin Shao, the chances of him losing were very, very high. He didn't know how strong Qin Shao, who had obtained a great opportunity in the Lost Palace, was. However, it was clear that he was incomparably powerful. He was definitely stronger than him. Qin Shao stood opposite Shen Konglai. The two stood facing each other with a solemn aura. A great battle was about to break out. Qin Shao stood there, still with an indifferent look on his face, very calm and composed. It was as if he didn't care about this battle at all. It was as if it was nothing to him. This godlike calmness really made people feel apprehensive. The other 4 people of the Shen Kong clan also looked at Qin Shao. They wanted to see this guy's strong confidence and confidence. Where did his uneasiness come from? Where did a first-step Empyrean saint get such confidence from? Moreover, this guy seemed to be very young. He had lived for less than 60 million years. Where did he get such confidence? Was he really that strong? Was he that confident? It was not that strong. They were very clear about Shen Konglai's strength. He was not invincible in the one-step ancient saint realm, but he was almost there. They didn't believe that a guy from the immortal domain could be so strong. Moreover, Shen Konglai would be more careful this time because he had suffered a great loss in the hands of Lang Jinghong just now. Such a thing would never happen again. Looking at Qin Zhao's calm face, Shen Konglai couldn't help but grit his teeth. He didn't feel good in his heart. In terms of momentum, he was at a disadvantage. This was not a good sign. Although he was trying his best to comfort himself, it was difficult to turn the situation around. Are you sure the conditions are the same as before? Are you going to stand there and not move? If I can make you move in 3 rounds, you will lose? Qin Shao asked again. Shen Konglai wanted to change the conditions, but he had already made a big promise. Moreover, he had lost the previous round. Obviously, he wanted to make a comeback this round. If he won this round, he would be able to regain the face he had just lost. Therefore, how could he change the conditions? If he changed the conditions and won, he still wouldn't be able to regain the face he had just lost. Therefore, the conditions had to be like this. He had to hold on even if he had to die. Yes, Shen Konglai replied. He wanted to loosen the conditions a little and say that he would give Lang Jinghong a handicap. However, after thinking about it, he gave up this bold idea. Inexplicably, he felt a little guilty. Qin Shao suddenly chuckled and said, How about this? Let's change the conditions. Give me your conditions. I will give you 3 chances. I will stand here and not move. If you can make me move even a little bit, I will lose. Since we're going to play, it will be a little boring if there is no prize. I like to play with a little prize. It will be more exciting. If I lose, then I will definitely not join the 8-Field Alliance in the future and will not take half a step into this place. If you lose, you will leave the 8 Territories Alliance. What do you think? Hearing Qin Zhao's condition, Lang Jinghong was a little happy. He silently cast a look of admiration at Qin Zhao. You are so smart. This game is really ruthless. It's really ruthless. Although Lang Jinghong was very unhappy, he didn't want to play so ruthlessly. If he really offended the people of the Shangkong clan, it would not be a good thing. However, Qin Zhao dared to play like this. He really dared to play like this. He couldn't help but admire him. The author, Qin Shang, said, "The fourth update is already here. Will the fifth update be far away? Bookmark it for easier reading." Chapter 27:17. Such ruthlessness was indeed thrilling and satisfying enough. However, such ruthlessness did have some hidden dangers. Obviously, it would offend the people of Shangkong clan. This was not a joke. Although the fight between Lang Jinghong and Sheng Konglai had humiliated Sheng Konglai, it would not make things worse. Since Sheng Konglai was the one who had proposed a condition, he had no choice but to swallow it himself. But this time was different. This time, Qin Zhao took the initiative to attack, provoke Sheng Konglai. Obviously, he had made a big deal out of it. Furthermore, the price of losing was to withdraw from the Eight-Realmed Alliance. That was a completely different matter. It was absolutely a great humiliation. If Sheng Konglai really lost, he would definitely lose face and become a laughingstock of the Eight Territories Alliance. It would also damage the supreme dignity of Shangkong clan. Therefore, Qin Zhao's action was very provocative. This made Lang Jinghong feel relieved, but at the same time, he was a little worried. He transmitted a voice message to Qin Zhao. "Brother, do you have to play so ruthlessly? I know your strength. It's easy for you to defeat Sheng Konglai. You're determined to humiliate him. In this way, you'll definitely provoke the Shangkong clan. The Shangkong clan is extremely powerful and terrifying in the Great Way Sanctuary. It's also very powerful in the Eight Territories Alliance." Although he did not say it explicitly, Lang Jinghong's meaning was obvious. He meant that Qin Zhao should not provoke Sheng Konglai too much. If he really offended Sheng Konglai, it would only bring him more trouble. How could Qin Zhao not know this? However, Qin Zhao had been silent and had been bullied all the time. How could he bear it easily? It was fine if he did not take action, but if he did, he would hurt him first. Don't worry, brother Jinghong. It's because the Shangkong clan is very powerful. The more powerful a force is, the less unreasonable it is. The experts of the Shangkong clan will not be so thick-skinned as to interfere in the fight between the younger generation. What's there to be afraid of? At most, it'll be a little troublesome. But I'm outside now all alone. Why should I be afraid of some trouble? If we really endure it this time, even if we enter the Eight Realms Divine Palace, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble later. Do you really think Sheng Konglai will let us go so easily after we embarrass him today? I'm afraid that they'll think that we're easy to bully and will do everything they can to deal with us, right? That way, we won't be able to live in peace. Why don't we just beat him up a little bit and let him know that we're not to be trifled with? Who knows, it might be less troublesome. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Lang Jinghong could not help but nod in agreement. It also reminded him that he couldn't get rid of the trouble now. Once this kind of person was provoked, it would not be easy to get away with it. If he didn't hit him now, it would only be more troublesome. If it hurt now, it might save him some trouble. This was indeed the case. The people of the Shangkong clan took the initiative to bully them. What could they do? Life was often like this. The tree wanted to be quiet, but the wind wouldn't stop. If you didn't provoke others, others would take the initiative to bully you. And at this time, you had no choice but to fight back. The consequence of fighting back was to provoke these people even more and bring more trouble to them. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. From the very beginning, this evil fruit had already been planted, and it had already formed. Hearing Qin Zhao's arrogant words, Sheng Konglia's expression turned ugly, and he became extremely angry. However, when he saw the calm and confident Qin Shao, Sheng Konglia's heart could not help but beat faster. He was indeed a little uncertain. He had just lost to Lang Jinghong. Although he didn't know where this guy came from, he couldn't be weak since he was with Lang Jinghong, right? And where did his confidence come from? No, I can't be a coward. No matter what, I can't be weak. Otherwise, wouldn't I be slapping my own face? Although he was muttering in his heart, Sheng Konglai knew that he couldn't back down. He was the one who started this. How could he back down now? So no matter what, he had to face it head on. And, humph, I don't believe it. I'm so strong. How can I lose to this guy? I lost to Lang Jinghong just now because I was too careless. This time, I will go all out and not give him any chance. By the way, I still have treasures that I haven't used yet. Sheng Konglai was also full of confidence. He felt that Qin Shao was just bluffing. Thinking of this, Sheng Konglai chuckled and looked at Qin Shao lightly. He said, "So what if I do as you wish? If you want to fight, then let's fight. I like to see how capable you are. Come on, make your move." Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Are you sure you don't want to change the conditions? I'll give you one more chance to back out." "Humph, arrogant boy. Don't talk nonsense. Make your move." Sheng Konglai snorted coldly. Even so, Qin Shao didn't say anything more. The corners of his mouth curled into a mysterious sneer. With a flip of his palm, the heaven-opening sword appeared in his hand. Seeing the heaven-opening sword in Qin Zhao's hand, Sheng Konglai couldn't help but sneer. A broken weapon. It's not even a divine weapon. How shabby. Shabby, Qin Shao chuckled in his heart. You'll know whether it's shabby or not later. Clatter! Qin Shao suddenly made his move. His sword slashed directly at Sheng Konglai. The heaven-opening sword technique could split the sky. The supreme sharpness of the sword slashed out. However, Qin Shao obviously held back. He didn't really use his full strength. It was just the power of the inner world, the law of immortal Tao, and the law of space. Together with the exquisite and domineering heaven-opening sword technique, the sword shook the heavens. The power of this sword was obviously stronger than that of Lang Jinghong's earlier sword. The main reason was that the terrifying power had reached a level that could make heaven and earth tremble. At this time, the power of Qin Zhao's inner world was really too strong. The power of the inner world alone was enough to threaten the existence of a second-step ancient saint. In addition to the power of the law of immortal Tao, the law of space, and the powerful heaven-opening sword technique, the power of the four combined naturally reached an extremely terrifying level. Qin Shao still had the law of light, the law of time, and the law of great path. However, he didn't need these to deal with Sheng Konglai. Qin Shao had already calculated this. Just this power alone was enough. The power of an inner world was enough to support it. With the help of the law of space and the law of immortal Tao, it was enough. This kid is really not simple. Damn it. I can't be so unlucky, can I? As soon as Qin Shao made his move, Sheng Konglia's expression became a little ugly and dignified. He stared at Qin Shao. He felt the power of Qin Zhao's sword. If it was a fair fight, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. The key point was that he had boasted so much. If he stood still and allowed Qin Shao to attack, it would be a great restriction on him. If it was a fair fight, what was there to be afraid of? Sheng Konglai had absolute confidence in his own strength. Sheng Konglai made a move. A sacred object appeared in his hand. Rays of light of the great Tao gushed out, forming barriers that wrapped around Sheng Konglai and protected him. What Sheng Konglai needed to do now was to defend. He didn't need to fight Qin Shao head-on. As long as he could defend against Qin Zhao's 3 moves, he would win. Although this move seemed a little shameless, there was no other way. It was the safest way. Therefore, Sheng Konglai also displayed his most powerful defensive means. In the battle with Lang Jinghong just now, he had been careless. Therefore, he didn't have time to display this defensive means at the last moment. That was why Lang Jinghong won. This time, he naturally wouldn't make the same mistake. With the powerful barrier of the Great Path protecting him, He didn't believe that Qin Shao had the ability to shake him. Qin Zhao's sword slashed heavily on the powerful barrier of the Great Path. Dazzling rays of light burst out. The brilliance overshadowed the universe and instantly drowned the world. The clash of powerful forces caused the void to tremble violently. Vast and mighty. This might, this unparalleled sharpness, truly caused one to gasp in admiration at the might of Qin Zhao's sword. However, no matter how powerful it was blocked by Sheng Konglai in the end. Obviously, Qin Shao didn't succeed in shaking Sheng Konglai in the first round. Seeing this, the four people of Shenkong clan and Changhe Luiyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts were indeed in their throats just now. Sheng Konglai had already lost to Lang Jinghong. If he lost again, how could he show his face in the future? He would probably become a big laughingstock of the 8 Territories Alliance. Fortunately, Sheng Konglai blocked it. Ha ha ha! Sheng Konglai was still muttering in his heart, but when he saw that he had blocked Qin Zhao's sword, he immediately burst out laughing. His confidence naturally soared again. A playful expression appeared on his face once again. That unruly and arrogant air of superiority had returned once again. I really thought that you, Qin Shao, were very experienced. It seems that you just like to talk big. You said that you were very experienced, but you were just bluffing. Do you really think you can scare people like this? Without real strength, you are just a paper tiger. You can't stand any test. Qin Shao, what other tricks do you have? Show me all of them. Let me see what else you could do to make you so arrogant. Qin Shao pursed her lips, and a faint smile appeared on her face. His attack, just now, was only a probe. Was it a defensive means of the Great Path? Did he want to compete with Qin Shao on the Great Path? Qin Shao was not worried at all. His Great Path had reached the limit of the basic realm. He was only one step away from the profound realm of the Great Path. Therefore, Qin Shao had figured out the weakness of Sheng Konglai's defense through the exchange of blows just now. He did not need to break it by force. He only needed to know its weakness and attack it from there. Then, he could let his power enter it. I hope you can continue to laugh later. Qin Shao said faintly and attacked again. It was still the same as before. The power of the sword did not increase. Sheng Konglai was very confident at this time. He was very disdainful of Qin Shao. Haha, of course I can laugh. You should be the one who can't laugh, right? Ah yes, author Kanshong said, 5th update, I beg for flowers. Let's continue the fight tomorrow. It's the last few days. Let's fight. Chapter 27:18. Sheng Konglai was only happy for a moment before he could no longer smile. He sensed that something had happened. Qin Zhao's attack this time tore a hole in Sheng Konglai's barrier of the Great Path, allowing the sharp light of his sword to rush in. The powerful force of the sharp light crashed down on Sheng Konglai with irresistible force. It was simply unstoppable. Oh no, it's over. Sensing this powerful force, Sheng Konglai's expression suddenly became extremely unsightly. The smile on his face also stopped abruptly, as if it had been frozen. In his panic, he tried to block Qin Zhao's strike with his full strength, but he was still sent flying by Qin Zhao's strike. He only managed to come to a halt after flying several tens of kilometers away. He seemed to be in a very miserable state. Sheng Konglai stared at Qin Shao with a livid face, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could it be? How could this be? How could he so easily break through such a powerful boundary of the Great Tao? Moreover, the power of the sword just now was really a little too terrifying. Just the pure power alone was terrifyingly strong. This made Sheng Konglai a little suspicious. Was Qin Shao a cultivator of the true meaning of power? The four people of Shenkong clan and Changhe Luiyue were a little dumbfounded. They looked at Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong with a strange look in their eyes. Just what kind of background did these two fellows have? How could they be so strong? How could a boy of the sword cultivation sanctuary and a boy of the immortal realm be so strong? Both of them could make Shen Konglai suffer. Wasn't this too terrifying? Even among the younger generation of the Great Path Sanctuary, it was difficult to find two people who could make Shen Konglai suffer like this. However, both of them had done it. It was really hard for people to accept such an outcome for a while. This was simply a provocation to Shen Kong clan. You lost, Qin Xiao said lightly. It was as if such a victory was something that was already in his hands. Such a victory was within Qin Xiao's expectation. Therefore, even though he had won, he did not feel the slightest bit of emotional fluctuation. He was as calm as water. This kind of calmness was truly the style of an expert. Such an imposing manner crushed Shen Konglai spiritually, making him feel even more uncomfortable. At this time, Shen Konglai seriously felt that Qin Xiao was looking down on him, which was hard for him to bear. I lost. He had just lost to Lang Jinghong, and now he had lost to Qin Xiao. How could this be? He, Shen Konglai, had lost 2 matches in a row. Wasn't this a great humiliation? The most hateful thing was that the stakes were a little too high this time. If he lost, he would have to leave the 8 Realms Alliance. That would be a heavy blow to him. When had he, Shen Konglai, ever suffered such humiliation in his life? No. After a roar, Shen Konglai rushed toward Qin Xiao again. Obviously, he did not want to give up. Seeing this, Lang Jinghong immediately jumped out and shouted, Shen Konglai, you've already lost. Why can't you afford to lose? Do you want to lose both your kung fu and your dignity? If you really can't afford to lose, then let's fight. We're not afraid of you. But if this matter gets out, I'm afraid it's not just you who will lose face, right? Shen Konglai stopped, trembling all over. He was extremely angry. He stared at Lang Jinghong and then at Qin Xiao. He was angry and hateful, but since things had come to this, he could only swallow the bitter fruit. What else could he do? Should he really continue to make trouble here? If he continued to fight, it would indeed damage the dignity of Shen Kong clan if it got out. What should he do? He had suffered such a big loss. Was he really going to swallow it? Shen Konglai cannot do it. But if he continued to fight, could he regain his dignity? It was really uncertain. After calming down a little, Shen Konglai knew that he had no confidence in defeating Qin Xiao at all. He had seen Qin Xiao's strength, which was definitely above Lang Jinghong's. Therefore, if they really fought, he might not be able to gain any advantage. If he were to suffer any more losses, wouldn't he lose all his face? But should he just let it go? Well, Konglai, you lost. Stop it. Stop it. A cold voice was heard, and Shen Kongwu walked out. His expression was cold, and there was a gloomy coldness in his eyes, which was scary enough. There seemed to be some threat and warning in his eyes when he glanced at Qin Xiao, as if he was telling Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong to stop and not go too far. The warning of a 3-step ancient saint was not a joke. But Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong were not afraid of anything. They did not start at all. It was Shen Kong clan who started it. In terms of reason, they were in the right. In terms of fists, they had won against Shen Konglai. Of course, if the people of Shen Kong clan were really unreasonable and rushed up, there was nothing they could do, but it would definitely be bad for Shen Kong clan's reputation. Therefore, the people of Shen Kong clan would not do so easily. Shen Kongwu glanced fiercely at Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong and said, You win. You can go in. Lang Jinghong gave Qin Xiao a look, indicating that they could go. Qin Xiao did not move immediately. Instead, he looked at Shen Kongwu and said to Shen Konglai, Do you admit to our bet just now? His words immediately made Shen Konglai's face turn extremely ugly. Shen Konglai had lost the bet just now, so he had to withdraw from the 8 Territories Alliance. Withdrawing from the 8 Territories Alliance was not an embarrassing thing in itself. However, the problem was that Shen Konglai had lost to Qin Xiao and was forced to withdraw from the 8 Territories Alliance. This was a great humiliation for Shen Konglai. Therefore, Sheng Konglai was naturally unwilling to withdraw. However, he was the one who had agreed to the bet. Originally, everyone had agreed not to mention it and pretend that nothing had happened. They all had this tacit understanding, so this matter was in the past. But unexpectedly, Qin Shao did not let it go and directly brought it up. Obviously, he did not want to give Sheng Konglai any chance or excuse. He wanted to force Sheng Konglai to swallow this great shame. Crack! Sheng Konglai clenched his fists in anger. He wished he could come up and fight Qin Shao to the death. Qin Shao, you arrogant brat, you reckless guy. How dare you force me to swallow this great shame? Sheng Konglai was really angry. He had never been so angry with a person and wanted to kill him. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Lang Jinghong also widened his eyes slightly. If it were him, he would think it was enough. He had regained his face and could enter the 8 Territories Palace. He had also taught Sheng Konglai a lesson. He just wanted to leave a little bit of dignity for Sheng Konglai. But Qin Shao did not stop there. He continued to fight to the end. He did not want to leave even a little bit of dignity for Sheng Konglai. Such an action was indeed a little crazy. This caused Lang Jinghong to once again feel some admiration for Qin Shao in his heart. Qin Shao was doing the things that he wanted to do, but was a little apprehensive about. He had to admit that he was a man. Good job. Although he did not agree with Qin Shao in his heart, when he saw that Qin Shao really did it, he naturally supported Qin Shao. He was willing to stand with Qin Shao and bear the consequences together with Qin Shao. The people of Shenkong clan were all angry. They all stared at Qin Shao angrily and threateningly. Sheng Kongwu's face became colder and gloomier. He looked at Qin Shao with a more terrifying look, like a sharp, cold knife, cutting Qin Shao fiercely. But Qin Shao was not afraid. He did not lower his head and was still very tough. In terms of momentum, he did not show any weakness. Little friend Qin Shao, I know a lot of ancient saints in the immortal realm. Everyone in the 8 Realms Alliance gets along quite well. What happened this time is just a misunderstanding. No discord, no concord. Just take it as an exchange of pointers. Why do you have to be so serious? Why don't you give me face and let this matter go? No one will mention it in the future. Let it go. Everyone came to the gathering of the 8 Territories Alliance in a good mood. There's no need to be entangled over such a small matter, right? Sheng Kongwu said. But when these words of peace came out of his mouth, it was obviously very uncomfortable to hear. There was still a bit of arrogance there, and the feeling of being superior to others. Moreover, there was clearly a hint of threat in his words. Qin Shao coldly laughed and said, Originally, this was indeed an extremely small matter. Previously, we had repeatedly endured and given in. This matter has nothing to do with you in the first place. It was you who wanted to bully the 2 of us the moment you arrived. You wanted to step on our heads a few times. If we were the ones who lost this time, would you let us go easily? Your reputation is precious, but is our reputation as worthless as grass? You are human. Aren't we human? You have your pride, but we also have our own dignity. What I'm doing is nothing more than defending my own dignity. Dignity is priceless. Since you have bullied us, don't blame us for fighting back. This matter is not negotiable. If you agree to bet, you have to accept defeat. This is the most basic principle that even 3-year-old children know. You don't have to honor your promise. I believe the world will have its own opinion. If you're not benevolent, I, Qin Shao, will not be righteous. I will definitely uphold the dignity that I deserve. If you want to bully and humiliate me at will, I think you have found the wrong person. I, Qin Shao, have never been a master who will be bullied by others. Today's matter is very simple. You have 2 choices. Either you keep your promise, and this matter will be over. As for what means you have in the future, I, Qin Shao, will take them all. But that is a matter for another time. Why don't you all attack right now and kill me first? Only the dead will shut their mouths forever. If you kill me, I will have no complaints. After all, this is the world. The fist is supreme. Qin Shao dared to confront Sheng Kongwu like this. Facing the 5 people of the Shenkong clan, he was not afraid of anything. First of all, He really wanted to defend his dignity. Second of all, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. If they really shed all pretenses of cordiality and fought, he was really not afraid of anything. He now had several life-saving trump cards. He was really not afraid of these people of the Shengkong clan. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would be at a disadvantage. Lang Jinghong also firmly stood by Qin Shao with his practical actions and wanted to fight side by side with Qin Shao. Chapter 27:19. Shengkong was really angry. The people of the Shengkong clan were also unable to restrain their anger. Each and every one of them was glaring at Qin Shao with monstrous rage. They looked as if they wanted to kill Qin Shao. Especially Shang Konglai. He really felt like he was about to explode. But did they really have to do it? If the news got out, it would seriously damage the prestige of the Shengkong clan. They naturally did not dare to do such a thing easily. The dignity of the clan was above everything. Are you sure? Young man, don't be too impulsive. As the saying goes, bear with it for a while, and the wind will be calm, and the waves will be calm. People who are too arrogant often don't live long. If you really want to do this, you have to think about the consequences. Our anger will not erupt for the time being, but there will be a time to erupt in the future. Young man, you'd better think about whether you can bear it or not. Is it worth it for you to do this for a moment of anger? Shen Kongwu said in a cold voice. That cold voice was filled with menace. But how could Qin Shao back down so easily? Once he had decided on something, he would never change his mind. He would never back down, nor would he regret it. Qin Shao had to do this. Qin Shao looked at Shen Kongwu with a determined face and said, "You're talking as if nothing has happened, and everything will be settled if I back down and give in today. I've experienced many similar things. Whether it's my own way of doing things or my experience, I can't back down in this matter. I must fight to the end. The more you back down, the fiercer the revenge will be. If you back down, you'll only be seen as a sign of weakness. So, there's no room for discussion. This is my last bottom line, the last threshold for me to defend my dignity. Because I know very well that no matter what I do, you will definitely take revenge on me. In that case, why should I take a step back? Why should I show weakness to you?" "Ha ha!" Lang Jinghong also laughed heartily and said, "Brother Qin Shao is right. Don't use such threatening words to scare us. We really aren't scared. We're not stupid. We can still understand some things. Since we've already provoked you, we'll just take it as our bad luck. What can we do when trouble comes knocking on our door? Therefore, this matter is absolutely non-negotiable. Everyone can be considered as people with some strength and status. You should have the heart to take responsibility for what you do. Do you want others to help you swallow the consequences of your own actions?" Sheng Kongwu's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. However, no matter how strong his threat was, it could not shake the two of them at all. Good. I admit defeat this time. Isn't it just leaving the 8 Territories Alliance? What's the big deal? However, you two better remember this. This young master will definitely settle this grudge with you. I definitely will. Shen Konglai clenched his teeth and said angrily. He admitted defeat. He could only admit defeat. There was no better way to go. This time, it was his own fault for being too careless. He had shot himself in the foot. But this grudge, he would remember. Lang Jinghong shrugged his shoulders and drank a mouthful of wine. He said with a nonchalant face, "Whatever. We'll see if he can beat me." Qin Shao added, "Well, if you want to take revenge on us next time, remember to bring more helpers. You can't talk about the battle of gentlemen." After that, the two of them entered the 8 Territories' divine gate and left under the gaze of 7 pairs of eyes. They left with a victory. Ha, good. It's so King good. There's really an unprecedented feeling of pain and pleasure. It feels so good. Cultivators of our generation should have such a passionate life, he said with a smile. How can we not be crazy when we're young? While we're still young, we should be crazy and crazy. Ah, it's so good. It's so good. Brother Qin Shao, I realize that you're really fierce. I'm not as good as you in many aspects. Being with you, I've learned a lot, and I've also strengthened my beliefs. Friends and colleagues are all my teachers. Lang Jinghong laughed heartily. He was in a good mood. Qin Shao was also in a good mood. This battle allowed Qin Shao to have some confidence in his current strength. The two of them quickly entered the 8 territories' divine palace. The moment they entered the palace, the scenery and atmosphere were completely different. They immediately felt that they had arrived at a prosperous land. The place was bustling with noise, making it very lively. The 8 realms' divine palaces was a brand new world, just like a bustling city. Although there weren't many people, the atmosphere was very good. Come, let's go over there. Lord Situ Fa's palace is over there. Lang Jinghong pointed at a direction and said to Qin Shao. The two of them went straight there. Soon, they arrived in front of an ancient and dignified palace. The palace door was tightly shut. It was sacred and dignified. No one dared to approach it. Junior Sword Cultivator Sanctuary Lang Jinghong is here to seek an audience with Lord Situ Fa. Lang Jinghong bowed respectfully and shouted inside. After shouting, the door of the palace slowly opened. Lang Jinghong was delighted. He immediately signaled to Qin Shao with his eyes. The two of them walked into the palace together. After passing through a long corridor, they finally saw an area that looked like a study. A dignified old man was sitting cross-legged on a stone plate. Countless jade pieces were floating around the old man. Those jade pieces were slowly revolving around the old man, emitting a lustrous glow. The countless jade pieces, the orbit, the arrangement, and the scene in front of Qin Shao couldn't help but remind him of the Tianji Fang. It was similar to the internal structure of the Tianji Fang. This should also be contained in the mechanical array technique. Qin Shao could feel the powerful aura from the dignified old man. The old man in front of him should be a 4th-step ancient saint. As an existence with a high position in the 8 Territories Alliance, he should have some strength and status. Without strength, it was impossible to suppress him. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong bowed to Lord Situ Fa again. Lord Situ Fa didn't pay attention to the two of them immediately. Instead, he was seriously studying the countless jade pieces. No one knew what he was doing. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong didn't rush to disturb him. Instead, they stood there quietly and waited. After a long while, Lord Situ Fa finally lifted his eyelids. His gaze fell on Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. After looking at Lang Jinghong, his gaze fell on Qin Shao. He said, Qin Shao, a lowly being called the primordial universe, has ascended to the immortal domain and shone brightly. He first entered the sacred academy and then became Saint Li's disciple. He is even known as the #1 genius in the immortal domain. Just now, he defeated the young genius of the Shenkong clan, Shenkong Lai. His strength is unfathomable and his talent and potential are extraordinary. Most importantly, he is so young and has great luck. If you can grasp this opportunity well, your future will be bright. Great. It's only a matter of time before you become a world god. Of course, there are many geniuses who died young in the long history of the Great Thousand World. There are even examples of geniuses who are even more monstrous than you who didn't grow up. You still have to rely on yourself to walk the path of cultivation. It depends on your own luck. Qin Shao nodded and said, Thank you for your advice, Lord Situ Fa. I will remember it in my heart. I've always been aware of this and dare not be arrogant. Saint Master Situ Fa nodded slightly. He seemed to be praising Qin Shao. He then said to Lang Jinghong, You have to recommend more geniuses like him to join the 8 Territories Alliance in the future. You did the right thing this time. Qin Shao is very outstanding in all aspects. It is the fortune of the 8 Territories Alliance that he is willing to join us. Young friend Qin Shao, welcome to the 8 Territories Alliance. Qin Shao didn't expect Lord Situ Fa to be so easy to talk to. Not only did he approve of him, but he also directly agreed to let him join the 8 Territories Alliance. There wasn't even a test. Thank you, Lord Situ Fa. I am honored to be able to join the 8 Territories Alliance. Qin Shao hurriedly expressed his gratitude. To be honest, Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of the 8 Territories Alliance, especially after the bullying incident earlier. However, after seeing Lord Situ Fa, Qin Zhao's impression of the 8 Territories Alliance returned. It seemed that there were still some people in the 8 Territories Alliance who were worthy of respect. In that case, the 8 Territories Alliance wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Haha, Lord Situ Fa is right. I've been working hard in this area. Look, I met a suitable person and tried my best to pull him into the 8 Territories Alliance. Lang Jinghong smiled. Lord Situ Fa moved his hand, and an identity token flew to Qin Shao. Qin Shao took it. It was the identity token of the 8 Territories Alliance, which represented the identity of a member of the 8 Territories Alliance. Qin Shao scanned the identity token with his consciousness and found that it contained the simple information of all the members of the 8 Territories Alliance. It was very simple. There was only a person's name. In this way, if they were to encounter each other in the future, there would not be a situation where people from the same side would fight each other. Secondly, it was kept secret from the members and didn't leak any more information. Lord Situ Fa, the two of us will take our leave first, Lang Jinghong said. Lord Situ Fa nodded, indicating that the two of them could leave. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong bowed and left. After walking out of the palace, Lang Jinghong heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect it to be so simple. We passed directly. When I was introduced, there was still a small test. It seems that Brother Qin Shao has more face. Lord Situ Fa knows everything about you, without even opening your mouth. He even knows about our situation at the 8 Territories God's Gate. TSK. He's really smart. He doesn't even step out of his house, but he knows everything in the world. Lord Situ Fa is an extremely smart person. Brother Qin Shao, congratulations. We'll be a family from now on. We were a family before. Qin Shao joked. Yes, we've always been a family. Lang Jinghong reacted and laughed. Qin Shao checked the information in the identity token again. It recorded the total number of members of the 8 Territories Alliance, which was just 100,000 people. It wasn't a large number. This was the total number accumulated over 10,000 universe eras. It wasn't a large number. Most of them weren't active anymore. Basically, they just kept their names and wouldn't participate in any activities of the 8 Territories Alliance. There were only 10,000 people who were truly active, and most of them were from the younger generation. However, this was normal. Let's go, Brother Qin Shao. Let's go and join in the fun, Lang Jinghong said. Chapter 2720. Soon, Qin Shao followed Lang Jinghong to a building. It was like a huge market, bustling with noise and excitement. Clamorous noises could be heard from inside, making the place seem very lively. He could even hear the sounds of people fighting and the cheers of fun. All kinds of noises were mixed together. Qin Shao looked around and saw many ancient saints of all shapes and sizes. All he could see were ancient saints, and there was no lack of second or third step ancient saints. At this moment, he felt like he was in a city full of ancient saints. Everyone was an ancient saint. Here, he felt like he had returned to being an ordinary mortal. No matter where he was, ancient saints were considered to be at the top of the world. But here, it couldn't be more ordinary. Especially first step ancient saints, they were worthless here. They were everywhere in front of him, and there were all kinds of them. There were ancient saints of the 8 great sacred realms, all gathered here. In the immortal realm, Qin Shao hadn't seen ancient saints of the other sacred realms. But here he could see all of them. Great Path Sacred Realm, Immortal Realm, Sword Cultivator's Sacred Realm, and Heart Force Sacred Realm mostly looked the same, so it was difficult to distinguish them, unless they deliberately exuded their aura. But judging by their aura alone wasn't accurate. For example, Qin Zhao's Immortal Path, Heart Force Path, and Great Path had all become saints. So which sacred realm did he belong to? People of the other four cultivation paths were easier to distinguish. For example, people of the true meaning of strength sacred realm were basically born with incomparable power. They were very big, very strong, and full of power. Their bodies were full of muscles, and their bodies were much stronger than the other sacred realm's life forms. So looking at them, they looked very powerful. This was the unique performance of strength sacred realm cultivators. People of the elemental sacred realm were also easier to distinguish. Their clothes were more unique, and they liked to hold a staff in their hands. Elemental light lingered around them. The cultivators of the Dark Sanctuary were also easy to recognize. These people were all dressed in dark and gloomy clothes. They liked to wear black clothes and had black symbols painted on their faces. Their lips were also black, and their bodies exuded a dark aura. Their bodies could devour light. It gave people the impression that the cultivators of the Dark Sanctuary were all evil. Of course, that was not the case. The Dark Sanctuary only became like this over time because they cultivated the law of darkness. They absorbed the dark energy between heaven and earth, and the dark spirit, Qi, entered their bodies. Therefore, after a long time, their bodies would have such characteristics. The last one was the people from the Mechanical Sanctuary. These people were even easier to recognize. They must be wearing a full set of armor. Only their eyes were exposed. The rest of their bodies were covered by the armor that had merged with their bodies. They looked very cold. There were very few people in the Mechanical Sanctuary. It was also Lang Jinghong's first time participating in the Eight Territories Alliance, so he naturally didn't know many people. Qin Shao also didn't know many people. Even if they were people from the Immortal Realm, Qin Shao probably didn't know them. After all, Qin Shao hadn't been a saint for long. He might have heard of some of the ancient saints in the Immortal Realm, but Qin Shao hadn't seen many of them. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong had seen all the cultivators of the 8 great sacred realms. They understood some of the characteristics of each great sacred realm. Soon, the two of them arrived at the market. There were many people who had set up stalls there. Qin Shao glanced around. There were probably 500 people who had set up stalls here. There were probably 2,000 or 3,000 people walking around in the market. Some people were just looking around casually. Some people were chatting while looking around. Some people were seriously looking around to see if there were any treasures that they wanted. I'm afraid the most lively place in the gathering is this market. Many ancient saints will take out many treasures to trade. For example, if a cultivator who cultivates the Great Tao obtains a treasure suitable for other cultivation paths, it's useless to him. It's also difficult to sell it in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. It's originally difficult to deal with it, but here, it's easy to get rid of it. Many people will even ask someone to sell it here. So, it's said that many treasures will appear in this market. Let's take a look. Maybe we can find something we like, Lang Jinghong said. Qin Shao nodded. Looking at the grand scene here, he knew that there must be many treasures. Moreover, the treasures that could be sold here should be at the level of a saint artifact. It couldn't be inferior. Soon, the two of them came to the first stall. At this time, there were 2 cultivators in the Strength Sacred Realm looking at it. Obviously, there didn't seem to be any treasures suitable for them. They were just looking around curiously. The stall owner was a middle-aged ancient saint. He had a mustache, which made him look a little treacherous, especially when he squinted his small eyes and smiled at you. You would think that he was scheming against you. There weren't many treasures on his display, only a dozen or so. In fact, it wasn't a small number. For a first-step Empyrean saint to be able to take out a dozen saint artifact for sale, it was more than enough. It could even be said that he was very rich and had some ability. Otherwise, how could he get so many treasures? Hee, you 2 brothers look unfamiliar. It's obvious that it's your first time attending the gathering of the Eight Realms Alliance, right? Haha, you're lucky to meet me today. This is my second time attending the gathering of the Eight Realms Alliance, but it's also my first time doing small business. So, my price is definitely reasonable. I won't kill you. Brothers, come and take a look. Look at the treasures I have here. All of them are good stuff. Half a Taoist had spent a lot of effort to get these good things. What kind of sacred realm brothers are you? Tell me, I'll recommend you. This ancient saint called Half Daozi was very enthusiastic. However, he looked like a profiteer when he smiled. It was hard to think that he was someone who wouldn't kill his customers. Qin Shao glanced around. Among the 10 treasures, some were suitable for Dao cultivators, some for sword cultivators, some for elemental cultivators, and some for science and technology cultivators. However, none of them were suitable for immortal cultivators. After taking a look, Qin Shao wasn't interested. Instead, Lang Jinghong picked up a shield and looked at it. Seeing that Lang Jinghong picked up a treasure and looked at it, Half Daozi immediately introduced it excitedly. Oh, brother, you must be from the Sword Cultivator's Sacred Realm. Your eyesight is really sharp. You took a fancy to the best treasure I have here. Brother, it's not that I'm boasting to you. This heaven and earth flying heavenly shield is a supreme treasure. It can block the sharpest sword and defy the heaven and earth. Speaking of which, this treasure was obtained by a stroke of luck halfway through. He narrowly escaped death and expended a tremendous amount of effort before finally obtaining it. Speaking of that fortuitous encounter, it really made Halfway Daozi sigh with emotion. It's a good treasure. Half Daozi held on to it for so many years and couldn't bear to sell it. However, this heaven and earth flying shield is really not suitable for me. So, I can only bear the pain and part with it. Brother, if you want it, I can give you a very discounted price. What do you think of this price? As he said that, Half Daozi stretched out a hand. This should mean that it would cost 50 million Chaos Source Stones. Qin Shao wasn't very clear about the price of sacred treasures. However, he knew that 50 million Chaos Source Stones was very expensive. Ordinary sacred treasures shouldn't be worth that much, right? If it was really that expensive, they would be terrifying. Unless it was a slightly better lower-grade sacred treasure, it definitely wouldn't be that expensive. This shield was obviously just a lower-grade sacred treasure. Brother, don't be fooled. This old Daozi is a black-hearted merchant. When we were looking at another treasure earlier, he said the same thing to me. In fact, he said the exact same thing. It's obvious that he's scamming us. How can he ask for 50 million Chaos Source Stones for this broken shield? I don't even want 5 million Chaos Source Stones. I don't think this broken thing can even take a punch from me. At that moment, a sacred saint at the Strength Sacred region spoke up to remind Lang Jinghong not to be fooled. Another sacred saint beside him chimed in. That's right. This old Daozi is obviously black-hearted. Don't be fooled. Seeing how enthusiastic the two of them were, Qin Shao couldn't help but take a second look at them. It seemed that the two of them weren't very old, and it should be their first time attending the Eight Territories Alliance. They were all from the Strength Sacred region, but they had such an enthusiastic side. It was quite rare. Lang Jinghong smiled and put down the shield. He smiled at the two of them and said, "Thank you, both of you. Actually, I wouldn't buy it even if you didn't remind me. I'm just looking around. That's how business is. Start high and leave low. If they bid, we'll bargain if we like it. If we don't like it, we won't say anything. We'll just look around casually. It doesn't matter." Half Daozi smiled and said, "That's right. Brothers, don't be angry. Even if we can't make a deal, we'll still be benevolent. Business is business. There's always a price and a bargain. That's fun. Besides, it's hard to set a price for a treasure. Those who like it are willing to pay a little more. Those who don't like it might not want it even if it's given away for free. It's my first time setting up a stall. I'm just looking for fun. If I can't make a deal, I'll make a friend." Lang Jinghong nodded and said to Half Daozi, "Sword Cultivator's Sanctuary, Lang Jinghong. Immortal Sanctuary, Qin Shao." Qin Shao also introduced. The two Strength Sanctuary people hesitated for a moment. After looking at each other, they started introducing themselves. Strength Sanctuary, De Zhuang. Strength Sanctuary, Xiao Zhuang. Hearing these two people's names, Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong couldn't help but smile. Their names sounded really unique. Lang Jinghong joked and said, De Zhuang, Xiao Zhuang, are you two brothers? But looking at your faces, they don't look alike. Your names are a good match. Yes, Qin Xiao also wondered if these two people were blood brothers. However, they didn't look alike at all. They shouldn't be related by blood. If they weren't related by blood, it could be considered a kind of fate that their names were a good match. De Zhuang and Xiao Zhuang smiled embarrassedly. De Zhuang explained, we're not from the same clan. We're just brothers who got to know each other. As for names, maybe this is our fate. Chapter 27-21. Qin Xiao and Xiao Zhuang started chatting with De Zhuang and Xiao Zhuang. The two of them were simple and honest, and they gave people the impression that they were pure and didn't have much shrewdness. Besides, they seemed to be easygoing, although they might not be good at communicating. However, the two of them gave people the impression that they were honest, righteous, and easy to get along with. After chatting with them, Qin Xiao learned that the two of them were born in humble and poor families. However, they were much better off than Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong, as they were both born in Strength Saint Domain. In this aspect, they were much more talented than Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong. Of course, having a high talent didn't necessarily mean that they had an absolute advantage. Although Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong's talent was very low, they were able to walk step by step from humble beginnings to today's level, which was obviously of great help to their future cultivation. They had a lot of advantages over others in all aspects. Besides, the more humble the environment was, the more it could train a person. Those who could withstand such training would have great talent and potential. Therefore, basically, any life form that could walk out of the universe was definitely a good genius in the sanctuary realm. As long as they were given a good cultivation environment and resources, they would definitely be able to achieve great things. This situation was proven by everyone who walked out of the Hongmeng universe. The most difficult thing for those who were born in humble beginnings was to be able to reach a high enough position. Just like the people from the Hongmeng universe, if they wanted to leave the Hongmeng universe, they had to become celestial masters in the past. Now, even with Qin Zhao's help, he would need to be at least a universe master to succeed. To be able to reach this level was the most difficult thing. It was the first time that De Zhuang and Xiao Zhuang came to the Eight Territories Alliance, so they were very unfamiliar with this place and didn't know many people. Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong chatted with them, so the four of them walked around together. There were indeed many treasures here, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a dazzling array of treasures. There were all kinds of holy objects. There were very few weapons. Most of them were treasures with all kinds of functions. Some of the treasures were indeed very strange. There were some things that Qin Xiao was interested in, but he didn't want to buy any of them. Some wanted to buy it, but the price was too high. If Qin Xiao really wanted to buy it, she would have to sell everything she had. Previously, he had killed a few primeval saints and obtained some primeval chaos source rocks from them. In terms of primal chaos source rocks, Qin Xiao had over 100 million of them. Some treasures weren't worth much, so Qin Xiao didn't care about them. Lang Jinghong, De Zhuang, and Xiao Zhuang didn't take a fancy to any treasures either. The four of them chatted as they walked around casually. Some novel treasures looked good and could be bought, but the price was generally not low, so there was no special meaning in buying them. Master, Baby Mo smelled a treasure. Baby Mo's voice suddenly sounded in her inner world. Hearing Baby Mo's voice, Qin Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Baby Mo was an experienced treasure hunter. She was very sensitive to treasures. If Baby Mo smelled a treasure, there must be a treasure. Moreover, with Baby Mo's current strength, the treasure she smelled must be very good. Therefore, Qin Xiao was instantly interested. She asked Baby Mo, "Where is it?" Baby Mo's excited voice sounded again. "Master, it's on your right. Go over there a little more." "Yes, yes, it's here. It's on this stall. The treasure that looks like an eye. There's something I want in the blue stone." Qin Zhao's gaze quickly fell on the treasure Baby Mo was talking about. She reached out and picked it up. This thing that looked like a woman's dressing mirror was surrounded by peacock green metal. There were peacock feather-like patterns on it. It looked very beautiful. At first glance, it looked like a beautiful peacock with its tail open. In addition, there was a large blue treasure that looked like an eye inlaid in the middle. It was the finishing touch, elevating this treasure. At first glance, this treasure was indeed very beautiful. Disregarding everything else, just in terms of beauty, this treasure was definitely a top-notch item. Many girls would probably fall in love with it. Aha, Brother Qin Xiao, I didn't expect your taste to be so unique. You actually like such colorful things. Only girls would like this thing, right? Why? Or do you want to buy for a girl you like? Lang Jinghong immediately teased. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, I want to buy it for a girl." What he said wasn't wrong. Wasn't Baby Mo a girl? He wanted to buy it because Baby Mo said that it was a treasure. Qin Xiao took in his hand and looked at it. Anyway, he did not feel that there was anything special about it. He could not tell that it was a good treasure. However, since Baby Mo said it, it could not be wrong. Ahem. All right, you really did come. Fine, I admit defeat. Lang Jinghong looked a little defeated. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. He did not explain further. He also knew that Lang Jinghong was just joking. At first glance, they could tell that this stall owner was an ancient saint of the elemental saint realm. He should be a second-step ancient saint. There were quite a lot of treasures in his stall. There were 20 to 30 of them, more than the average stall. It seemed that he was a big vendor. Dressed in a white robe, he sat there and looked at Qin Xiao and the others very calmly. He did not look as enthusiastic as the other vendors. Even when he saw that Qin Xiao was holding the treasure, he did not take the initiative to introduce it. He was very calm. Qin Xiao was about to ask for the price, but at this moment, a man and a woman walked over. Both of them were dressed as magicians. At first glance, one could tell that they were from the elemental saint realm. There was elemental light lingering around their bodies, and they held magic staffs in their hands. It was a very typical outfit of people from the elemental saint realm. Wow, that magic staff is so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful magic staff. The little magic staff in his hand is so exquisite and beautiful. As soon as the female magician saw the treasure in Qin Zhao's hand, her jade eyes lit up. She walked over with shining eyes and leaned in front of Qin Xiao to look at it. She looked like she liked it very much. It was very normal for girls to like this treasure. Not to mention how powerful this treasure was. Just the fact that it looked good was enough to attract many girls. Judging from the male magician's behavior, he should be the female magician's escort. Judging from his aura, he should be a second-step Empyrean Saint Realm magician. His cultivation level was not low. "Alice, if you like it, I can buy it for you," the male magician said in a gentlemanly manner. He then looked at the stall owner and said, "Sir Magician, I want this treasure. Bring it to me." The stall owner was still sitting there calmly. He only glanced at the male mage, but didn't pay any attention to him. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He looked at the two people and said to the stall owner, "How much is this treasure?" The stall owner looked at Qin Xiao and said, 80 million chaos source stones. No bargaining. What? 80 million chaos source stones? This is robbery. Why is it so expensive? I think it's just a low-grade holy artifact. Lang Jinghong was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue when he heard the price. He couldn't help but say. The stall owner looked at Lang Jinghong coldly, but didn't say anything. 80 million chaos source stones might be a little high, but it seemed like the stall owner didn't know that this treasure wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Qin Xiao had every reason to believe that a treasure that could make Baby Mo so excited was definitely not as simple as 80 million chaos source stones. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate and said immediately, "All right, I'll take it." Lang Jinghong stared at Qin Shao with wide eyes when he saw that Qin Shao didn't even frown at 80 million Chaos Source Stones and didn't even try to bargain. He was a little impressed. You're really a gentleman who spends a lot of money to win a beauty smile. You're rich and willful, Lang Jinghong said. Just as Qin Shao was about to pay, the male archmage who was at the second step of the ancient saint stage was displeased. He frowned and stared coldly at Qin Shao. Kid, wait a minute. I've taken a liking to this treasure. Give it to me. Are you going to fight with me? I think you don't know what's going on. There was obviously a hint of threat in his words. However, why would Qin Shao be afraid of such a threat? Qin Shao didn't even bother to look at him. He shook his head and said, I'm sorry. I like this treasure very much too, so I have no reason to give it to you. I'm not obligated to give it to you either. There's only one item. Of course, it's first come, first served. First come, first served, the male mage sneered. Geoffrey, have never believed in this. Then, Geoffrey said to the stall owner, Sir Mage, although we don't know each other before, we're all from the elemental sanctuary and cultivate the elemental Tao. Since we're outside, we're considered one of us. I've taken a liking to this treasure too. Why don't you sell it to me? You're not biased toward an outsider, are you? Wouldn't that hurt the feelings of the people from the elemental sanctuary? We're one of us. However, the stall owner only glanced at Geoffrey indifferently and said indifferently, Why do business? I've always been honest with both the old and the young. First come, first served. I will set the price straight away. There will be no second price. This young friend here has taken a liking to this treasure first. Naturally, he'll have it first. I've set the price of 80 million Chaos Source Stones. If he's willing to pay, the old man will naturally sell it to him first. As for whether he'll give it to you or not, that's your business. The old man doesn't care about this. However, if you want the old man to break the rules of business, you've made a mistake. As someone from the elemental sanctuary, the old man will naturally help if he can. If he can't, the old man can only apologize. Geoffrey was furious when he heard the stall owner's words. He gritted his teeth and said, Humph, do you think I don't know the tricks of you peddlers? Aren't you just using this opportunity to raise the price? All right, if you want more money, I'll give you a price. I'll give you 100 million Chaos Source Stones. Are you selling it to me or not? The stall owner shook his head and said, It's a fixed price. There's no room for negotiation. You don't have to waste your breath. After saying that, the stall owner turned to Qin Shao and said, You're not paying? Qin Shao smiled and tossed the 80 million Chaos Source Stones he prepared to the stall owner. The stall owner checked it and put it away. The transaction was considered complete. When he saw that the treasure had fallen into Qin Zhao's hands and the stall owner had really sold it for 80 million Chaos Source Stones, Geoffrey was so angry that his face turned green. Are you crazy? You don't want an extra 20 million Chaos Source Stones? I've never seen anyone do business like you. Serves me right that I don't have customers. Humph. I hope you won't be able to sell a single treasure. Geoffrey said angrily to the stall owner. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 27-22. Normally, when people went to the sanctuary, they would more or less feel like they were on the same side. It was normal for them to be biased towards their own people. Qin Shao felt that something was wrong at first and was prepared to argue. However, he didn't expect that the stall owner wouldn't be biased towards Geoffrey. Instead, he agreed to sell the treasure to Qin Shao without raising the price. He didn't even want to sell it to Geoffrey for 20 million. It was very rare to have such credibility in business. After all, this was just a private stall and not a real business. Qin Shao directly kept the treasure into his inner world. Now that it belonged to him, he nodded to the stall owner in acknowledgement. As for Geoffrey, Qin Shao didn't intend to pay much attention to him. He turned around and left. However, as soon as he turned around, a voice shouted, "Wait!" The person who spoke was none other than Jeffrey. The girl named Alice also said with a bitter look, "Jeffrey, it's all your fault for not being faster. That treasure has been bought by someone else. It's very rare for someone to take a fancy to a treasure. It's all your fault." "It's okay, Alice. I'll get it for you." Jeffrey comforted Alice with a face full of confidence. Qin Shao heard Jeffrey shout, but he didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he continued to leave as if he didn't hear him. When he saw that Qin Shao actually ignored him, Jeffrey became even angrier. He moved quickly and blocked in front of Qin Shao. He looked at Qin Shao with a displeased look and said, "I told you to wait. Didn't you hear me?" Qin Shao glanced at Jeffrey indifferently and replied, "Do we know each other?" Jeffrey was speechless. "I don't even know you. You told me to wait, and I waited? Who do you think you are? Do you think everyone has to give you face?" Jeffrey's expression turned ugly, but he still suppressed his anger and said, "Friend, I don't mean anything else. I just want to discuss with you and see if you can sell that treasure to me. Why don't you name a price? My friend really likes it. I wonder if you can give me some face." "Face? Bah." Qin Shao felt a burst of disdain in her heart. Sometimes, face was really worthless. Firstly, he didn't know Jeffrey. Secondly, he didn't like Jeffrey. Thirdly, he wasn't afraid of Jeffrey. Fourthly, Qin Shao didn't care about Jeffrey's reputation. Therefore, Qin Shao directly refused. "Sorry, my friend also likes it, so I won't sell it to you." Jeffrey scoffed in his heart. Wasn't all this just to raise the price? Did she think that he wouldn't be able to tell what she was thinking? Therefore, Jeffrey chuckled and continued. "How about this? I'll give you 130 million. How about you sell it to me? Look, you can earn 50 million Chaos Source Stones just by reselling them. Isn't that enough? It's still the same. I'm not selling." Qin Shao didn't even think about it and decisively refused again. Qin Shao wouldn't sell it even if Jeffrey offered him 1 billion, let alone 130 million. Even if Baby Emo didn't want it, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't pay any attention to the arrogant and overbearing Jeffrey. If you wanted to gain the respect of others, you had to learn to respect them first. Even if you used force to oppress others, you could only gain superficial respect. You wouldn't be able to gain true respect. "Humph." Jeffrey snorted and said mockingly, "Young man, that's enough. Don't be too greedy. Be careful of your greed. It's better to stop when you're ahead. I'm already being very nice to you by letting you resell and earn 50 million Chaos Source Stones. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. How about this? I'll give you one last price. 150 million. If you don't know what's good for you, you'll have to bear the consequences." "A threat?" Qin Shao chuckled disdainfully and sent a few words to him. "Brother in, get lost." After witnessing Qin Zhao's domineering side, De Zhuang and Xiao Zhuang looked at Qin Shao in admiration. In fact, it was totally possible to resell and earn 70 million Chaos Source Stones. 150 million Chaos Origin Stones. That was an extremely high price to pay. With this price, one could definitely buy better treasures. However, Qin Shao was still unmoved. Not only that, but he also told a second-step ancient sage magician to get lost. The four of them were first-step ancient sages, so they should be weaker in front of a second-step ancient sage. However, Qin Shao didn't care if Jeffrey was a second-step ancient sage. He didn't give him any face and continued to retaliate domineeringly. He really didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. "You!" Jeffrey was completely enraged. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded, "Kid, don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are? A mere first-step ancient sage dares to be so arrogant. You're really courting death, aren't you? Are you sure you don't want to sell it? I've already been very polite to you. I'm not trying to snatch it from you, but I'm offering you such a high price. If you still want to do this, you're being shameless. Young man, don't be too rash. Think about the consequences. If we weren't in the 8 regions divine palace, do you think I would be so polite to you? I wouldn't have been so polite. Ha ha ha. However, Lang Jinghong laughed out loud. He looked at Jeffrey nonchalantly and asked, Mage, are you serious about that? What are you talking about? We're really a little scared. However, I'm more interested in knowing what kind of consequences you're going to give us. Yes, I really want to know. Lang Jinghong was also a person who didn't want to cause trouble and wasn't afraid of it. He was also a very proud person. When it came to defending his dignity, Lang Jinghong wasn't careless at all. He was only a second-step ancient sage. Lang Jinghong really wasn't afraid of anything. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lower his head. Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong both confronted Jeffrey head-on. Two first-step ancient sages actually dared to talk back to him. Jeffrey was so angry that he wanted to kill them. However, this was the 8 Regions' divine palace. Obviously, he couldn't act so impulsively. Otherwise, he would be punished. Jeffrey, these two are really arrogant and annoying. Really, they don't even know how to take money. Don't you think they're stupid? Alice said to Jeffrey in a coquettish voice. Her words made Jeffrey even more unwilling to lose face. He wanted to make Qin Shao bow his head and hand over the item obediently. It was said that a gentleman's anger was because of a beauty. For a beauty, Jeffrey was willing to do anything. Humph, these two aren't just stupid. They're also asking for a beating. My dear Alice, don't worry. I'll take care of it, Jeffrey said to Alice. Alice enjoyed the feeling of being adored by Jeffrey. She nodded and waited for Jeffrey to deal with this matter. What? You're blocking our way and not moving aside. Do you want to fight here? Qin Shao said. Jeffrey gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Shao with eyes full of threat. However, Jeffrey also knew that he definitely couldn't fight here. If he made a big fuss here, it would only cause trouble for himself. Jeffrey didn't stop them. Qin Shao and the other 3 left. Seeing Jeffrey let Qin Shao go just like that, Alice was a little unhappy. Jeffrey, how can you be so useless? How can you let them go just like that? They thought you were a great hero. It's rare for them to like something so much. You can't even take it for them. You're really useless. Alice was a little angry. Seeing that Alice was a little angry, Jeffrey was both embarrassed and angry. He immediately comforted Alice and said, My dear goddess Alice, this is the 8 Realms' divine palace. It's not good to fight here. But don't worry, I'll do everything I can to teach that kid a lesson. I'll make him obediently hand over the treasure with both hands. Humph, don't just say it. Say it after you do it. Otherwise, people will really look down on you. Alice snorted and said. Jeffrey secretly gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He was also ruthless in his heart. Jeffrey looked at Qin Zhao's departing back. His heart hardened, and a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. Suddenly, 2 tentacles grew out of the ground and quickly reached under Qin Zhao's feet. They directly grabbed Qin Zhao's feet. This was the power of the earth elemental law. It could borrow the power of the earth. The 2 tentacles firmly grabbed Qin Zhao's feet. Qin Zhao's expression was a little surprised. He knew that Jeffrey wouldn't let this matter go. However, he didn't expect this guy to be so impatient. Didn't want to fight here. However, looking at his actions, it didn't seem like he wanted to fight. He just wanted to teach him a small lesson. It could be considered a warning. However, such a small trick was naturally nothing to Qin Shao. Although the power of the 2 tentacles was very strong and seemed to want to nail Qin Shao here, the power of the 2 tentacles was very strong. Did he want to compete in strength? Qin Zhao's lips curled into a smile. The power of his inner world suddenly erupted. A powerful force surged out and burst out from his feet. The powerful power of his inner world directly shattered the 2 tentacles. Qin Shao also left 2 deep footprints on the ground. After doing this, Qin Shao left without looking back. How could it be? Seeing this scene, Jeffrey was a little dumbfounded. He was in disbelief for a moment. Although his move wasn't very powerful, it shouldn't be so easy for a first-step ancient sage to break free, right? Moreover, It felt like that first step ancient sage didn't use any power. It felt like he completely relied on his physical strength to shatter the tentacles. How is that possible? Unless he was a cultivator in the power sanctuary realm. However, this kid didn't look like a cultivator in the power sanctuary realm. Therefore, what made Jeffrey very surprised and puzzled was that his move didn't work. They also walked around the market. Lang Jinghong, De Zhuang, and Xiao Zhuang didn't buy anything. They just looked around. Qin Xiao was the only one who bought a treasure. When a forest is big, there are really all kinds of birds in it. There are really many arrogant and unruly people like him. We can't be bothered with these people. In the 8 regions divine palace, we don't cause trouble and we're not afraid of trouble. So what if they're second step or third step ancient sages? Can they do anything to us in the 8 regions divine palace? Lang Jinghong curled his lips and said. De Zhuang and Xiao Zhuang didn't seem to have experienced many things. To them, it was also a kind of improvement in life. De Zhuang shook his head and said, I thought the situation we encountered in the power sanctuary was already very complicated. I didn't expect it to be even more complicated after coming out. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Don't worry about it. We just have to walk our own path. If trouble really comes looking for you, you can't avoid it even if you want to. Author Cruel Death say, it's the 5th update again. Do you still have fresh flowers? Chapter 27-23. Other than the market, other places were also bustling with activity. Soon, Qin Xiao saw a familiar figure. It was Heaven's Pride. He had also come to the 8 regions divine palace. Heaven's Pride also saw Qin Xiao very quickly. When their eyes met, the atmosphere was naturally not harmonious. When the two met, it felt like a meeting between enemies. Although Qin Xiao did not see Heaven's Pride as an enemy now, as long as Heaven's Pride did not provoke him, he would let bygones be bygones. However, Heaven's Pride saw Qin Xiao as an enemy. His clone had died in Qin Xiao's hands. How could he let go of such a grudge? After the two looked at each other for a while, Heaven's Pride left. There were no real sparks. Why? Did you meet an enemy? Lang Jinghong asked. Qin Xiao nodded and chuckled. I guess so. He's just a loser. There's no need to care about him. Haha, you're awesome. Lang Jinghong laughed. A loser was enough to look down on everything. After walking for a while, De Zhuang and Xiao Zhuang also met seniors from the Strength Sanctuary and left with them. Qin Xiao and Lang Jinghong continued walking. Along the way, they saw many people from the Immortal Domain and the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. However, they did not know any of them, so they did not interact much with them. After walking around for a long time, Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, I felt that it was quite interesting when I first arrived. After walking around for a while, I feel that it's a little boring. It's really just a gathering. Other than that, there's nothing else. Lang Jinghong nodded and said, well, it seems like there's nothing else at the moment. Therefore, there aren't many people who attend the gathering. Most of the people who attend are ancient saints of the first and second step. There aren't many true powerhouses who attend. However, it's also a meeting between the young geniuses of the 8 regions. It's an exchange. We don't know many people. Perhaps we haven't really integrated into the crowd. The atmosphere here is pretty good. There should be some other programs as well. It's just the beginning. There shouldn't be many people here yet. There should be some excitement later. Perhaps. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look around first. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry now. At this moment, Baby Mo's voice was heard again. Master, Baby wants to find a quiet place to break through in seclusion. What? Upon hearing Baby Mo's words, Qin Xiao was stunned at first, but then she was pleasantly surprised. Baby Mo was about to break through? Did that not mean that Baby Mo was about to break through and become a second-step ancient saint? Was it because of that treasure? What was that treasure? How could it help Baby Mo break through? After all, it hadn't been long since Baby Mo had become a saint. In total, it had only been a few million years. Therefore, such a breakthrough must be entirely due to that treasure. Furthermore, baby Mo had the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. It wasn't easy for her to break through one level. Therefore, Qin Xiao was indeed very surprised when she heard this. Qin Xiao looked around and asked Lang Jinghong, "Is there a quiet place here where we won't be disturbed?" "What's wrong? Don't you like it here? Why are you looking for a quiet place? Are you going to meet a girl?" "Ha, I don't even know which girl you like," Lang Jinghong joked. Qin Xiao shook her head. Baby Mo said she felt like she wanted to break through, so she wanted to find a quiet place to try. What? Baby Mo is going to break through? Upon hearing this, Lang Jinghong opened his mouth in surprise. He was indeed shocked. Of course, he knew about Baby Mo's situation. He also liked Baby Mo very much. She was too cute and lovable. Previously, he had enviously said to Qin Xiao many times that it would be great if he could have such a spiritual beast. Lang Jinghong even joked that Qin Xiao should give Baby Mo to him. Of course, he was decisively rejected by Baby Mo. Didn't she just break through and become a saint not long ago? It seems like it's only been a few million years, right? She's going to break through again so soon? It can't be that exaggerated, right? Lang Jinghong asked. Qin Xiao said, "Yes, it seems that the treasure I just bought has a great background. Baby Mo should be using that treasure to break through. I'm not sure about the specific situation. Let's find a quiet place first." Lang Jinghong wasn't very familiar with the Eight Realms Divine Palace. After looking around, he said, "This area is more lively and it's not small. There's a place without buildings over there. It should be more quiet. Let's go over there and take a look." The two of them quickly walked in that direction. After leaving this bustling place, it was indeed quiet. There were no signs of human habitation in other places. Soon, Qin Xiao chose a quiet place and stopped. "Brother Jinghong, you don't have to stay here. It will probably take some time for her to break through. I'll wait for Baby Mo to break through and then go find you," Qin Xiao said. Lang Jinghong nodded. "All right then, call me if you need anything. I won't stay here with you." After saying that, Lang Jinghong left. Qin Xiao had set up some barriers and formations here, but he did not want to cause too much of a commotion. However, when she broke through, there would definitely be a lot of noise. After setting up the barriers, Qin Xiao let Baby Mo and Little go out. At this moment, Qin Xiao realized that the sapphire in the middle of the treasure she just bought was gone. It seemed that Baby Mo had dug it out and eaten it. This made Qin Xiao feel very strange. He also carefully examined the sapphire object, but he didn't find anything special about it. It was more like an elemental gem. Elemental gems were usually used by magicians to embed on magic staffs. It wasn't something very rare. Although elemental gems contained powerful energy, they were still elemental energy. It wasn't suitable for Baby Mo, right? If one could rely on swallowing elemental gems to break through, then it was too unreasonable. Moreover, it was indeed wrong, because in the market just now, there were many people selling elemental gems. Baby Mo wasn't interested in any of them. He was only interested in this. Therefore, Qin Xiao concluded that the sapphire was definitely not as simple as an elemental gem. "Baby Mo, go ahead and break through. I'll watch over you," Qin Xiao said to Baby Mo. Baby Mo also had a rare serious look on his face. After nodding at Qin Xiao, he went into seclusion to cultivate and break through. Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu were watching from the side. Xiao Gu, on the other hand, looked at Baby Mo with an envious expression as he drooled. After looking at him for a while, he shook his head and sighed. He said with emotion, "Sigh, it's so frustrating to compare oneself to others. It's the same for beasts. We're both beasts, and we're both loyal to the same master. Why is there such a big difference? I seriously feel that I'm going to lose my position as the #1 spiritual beast. No, I can't continue to fall like this. Baby Mo will surpass me. If Baby Mo breaks through to the second step of the ancient saint realm, then I won't be able to raise my head in front of her anymore. In the future, besides listening to Big Brother, won't I have to listen to her? Yes, I have to work hard as well. I have to work hard to cultivate and break through. But cultivation is really, really difficult. Upon hearing Little Goo's sigh, Qin Shao jokingly added, "Your position is already in danger. In terms of cuteness, you're not as cute as Baby Mo, and in terms of strength, you're not as strong as Baby Mo. Soon, Baby Mo will break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. He'll crush you. In the future, you'd better listen to Baby Mo obediently." Little Goo looked at Qin Shao with an aggrieved expression and said, "Big brother, can you not be like this? I'm already working very hard. Although I'm not very hard working, I've never been lazy, right? Although I've been lazy sometimes, it's a balance between work and rest. My talent and potential are just like this. The level of my birth chart is indeed a little low. You can't blame me for this. Big brother, you can't abandon the old for the new. Although I'm not as cute as Baby Mo, I'm very hardworking, right?" Qin Shao patted Little Goo and said with a smile, "All right, I'm just joking with you. However, you should work harder. Although your talent and potential are indeed a little low, as long as you're willing to work hard, you can still slowly change a little." Speaking of which, Little Goo is not bad now. "Oh, then I'll go cultivate." Little Goo seemed to be really stimulated and sat aside to cultivate. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He had nothing to do now because he remembered that he had not awakened the heaven-splitting sword art yet. Qin Shao took out the heaven-splitting sword art and used his heart to nurture this sword. He wanted to cultivate the heaven-splitting sword into his natal weapon. Also, Li Sheng's flying dagger had not been fully nurtured and had not truly become a natal weapon. As the power of his heart's blood poured into the heaven-splitting sword, Qin Shao gradually felt that he had a flesh and blood connection with the heaven-splitting sword. Previously, he had been slowly nurturing the heaven-splitting sword, but he had not nurtured it wholeheartedly like this. Now, he was wholeheartedly nurturing the heaven-splitting sword, so the effect was naturally much faster. In addition, the heaven-splitting sword had almost recovered after so many years of nurturing. Therefore, after Qin Shao's nurturing, it quickly recovered. The heaven-splitting sword had followed Qin Shao for so many years, so it had long been connected to Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao did not encounter any resistance when he nurtured it. The heaven-splitting sword also directly accepted Qin Shao and integrated into Qin Zhao's heart's blood. It slowly became Qin Zhao's natal weapon and integrated with Qin Shao, connecting with his life. How should he describe this feeling of connection? It was as if a new life had been born. A natal weapon was really turning a weapon into a part of the body. This was a kind of natal fusion. Therefore, this feeling was indeed very wonderful. It was like a woman giving birth to her own child. At this time, Qin Shao was immersed in this wonderful feeling. It was really wonderful. He could clearly feel that the heaven-splitting sword was becoming a part of his body little by little, merging with his life. Qin Shao also felt the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit did not resist and directly chose to submit and accept Qin Zhao's natal fusion. The fusion process was very smooth, and soon it was completed. As soon as the fusion was completed, the artifact spirit immediately came back to life with full health. Qin Zhao's first natal weapon was finally completed. Qin Shao waved his hand, and the weapon spirit appeared and bowed respectfully to Qin Shao. "Greetings, Master. Thank you for reviving the weapon spirit so quickly." The weapon spirit was just the spirit of the sword, not a life. It was just a consciousness, but this consciousness had a lot of wisdom. Qin Shao waved his hand and took the weapon spirit back. The heaven-splitting sword itself was a middle-grade sacred weapon, and its grade was quite high. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 27-24. Previously, because the weapon spirit was injured, it had always been in a sealed state. Now, tens of millions of years had passed, and Qin Shao finally repaired the heaven-opening sword completely, allowing the weapon spirit to recover and become his own life weapon. After becoming his life weapon, Qin Shao also clearly felt that the heaven-opening sword had become much more powerful. With this heaven-opening sword, if Qin Shao performed the heaven-opening sword technique with all his strength now, the power would be at least doubled. The power of Qin Shao's sword with all his strength was already terrifying. If it was doubled, how powerful would it be? Qin Shao had every reason to believe that his current sword with all his strength was probably enough to fight against a second-step ancient saint. He had the confidence to do so. He didn't even need to use the power of the Great Path or the Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror. Having a life weapon was indeed of great help to the improvement of one's strength. After cultivating the heaven-opening sword, Qin Shao didn't stop and continued to cultivate Li Sheng's flying dagger. Compared to the heaven-opening sword, it was much more difficult to cultivate Li Sheng's flying dagger. Perhaps it was also because Qin Shao hadn't obtained Li Sheng's flying dagger for a long time, that he hadn't used it in battle. The compatibility between him and Li Sheng's flying dagger was not high. Secondly, it might also be because Qin Shao already had heaven-opening sword, this life weapon. If he had another life weapon, it would naturally be a bit difficult. Since it was a life weapon, it was obviously impossible to have many of them. Generally speaking, one could only have one or two, and two was considered a lot. For the vast majority of people, they only had one. In fact, having one was already enough. Using all of his efforts to nurture one life weapon was obviously better than nurturing two. However, Qin Shao couldn't help it. He only needed one sword, so he had to have Li Sheng's flying dagger. Moreover, this was also his master's intention, so Qin Shao naturally couldn't compromise. Although it was difficult, Qin Shao had never been afraid of difficulties. No matter how difficult it was, he would find a way to solve it. Although it was very difficult, it took Qin Shao 10,000 years to completely fuse with Li Sheng's flying dagger and become his second life source weapon. After becoming a life weapon, Qin Shao also clearly felt that the efficiency of using the flying dagger was obviously much higher. He felt that he could use it at will. In terms of power, it naturally improved a lot, and he could really fully release the essence of the flying dagger. If it wasn't a life weapon, even if he used Li Sheng's flying dagger, it would be more or less limited. It was difficult to release all of its power. The difference was a kind of realm. Life-bound weapons, on the other hand, could directly raise one's level to the highest level, directly reaching the level of Empyrean Life 1. Naturally, it would be completely different when he used it again. It was precisely because of this that Li Sheng asked Qin Shao to quickly cultivate his own life weapon. This was indeed very necessary. If it weren't for my master's guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought of cultivating my life weapon. Even if I knew it later, it would obviously take a lot of detours, and it would waste a lot of time. Moreover, not all weapons are suitable for cultivating life weapons. Ordinary weapons can't be used to cultivate life weapons at all. There aren't many places that are suitable for cultivating a natal weapon. It's very hard to find one. Therefore, ordinary ancient sages don't have life weapons at all. At least, I haven't seen any so far. Having a good master will indeed make a lot of detours on the road of cultivation. I could do long-term things earlier. Qin Shao secretly thought in his heart. He was still very glad that he could be apprenticed to Li Sheng. The previous integration of the original body and the doppelganger, and then the cultivation of the life weapon were all forward-looking measures, which were of great help to his future cultivation. Moreover, such things indeed needed to be done very early, otherwise it would be very difficult to do in the future. Doing it early would eliminate the big trouble in the future and pave the way for his future cultivation. It had been 10,000 years, and baby Mo still hadn't broken through. She was still digesting the sapphire. Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. He continued to wait. After all, he wasn't a person who liked to join the fun. Seeing Qin Shao stop, Xiaogu immediately came over. Master, I'm so bored. Why isn't baby Mo done yet? It's been 10,000 years. Bored? If you're bored, you can go play by yourself, Qin Xiao said to Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu immediately nodded excitedly. Okay, I wanted to go play there for a long time. Master, how about I go find Master Lang? Sure, go ahead. Then you'd better make sure you don't get killed by others before you find Lang Jinghong. You're not a member of the 8 Territories Alliance. If you get killed, I don't know what excuse I can use to avenge you. Qin Xiao said. Xiao Gu's interest was immediately lost. He looked sadly at Qin Xiao and said, Master, please don't scare me like that. Are you still my big brother? Can't you say something nice? Forget it. I won't go there then. I'll just walk around here. It should be fine. With that, Xiao Gu slipped away. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. He was just scaring Xiao Gu, but was indeed possible. After all, there were always people with bad intentions. Besides, he had offended some people before. Therefore, he had to be careful. There was no harm in being careful. It seemed that Baby Mo still needed some time. Qin Xiao had finished cultivating his natal weapon. Next, he would continue to cultivate. He continued to study the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror. Qin Xiao hadn't studied this treasure properly yet. He had a feeling that it wasn't that simple. The complicated Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror above could have thousands of transformations. Perhaps different transformations would have different powers. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xiao suddenly sensed that someone was walking towards him. Qin Xiao put away the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror and looked over. He saw 2 familiar figures walking towards him. It was Jeffrey. Alice, the female magician, was with him. She was a very princess-like woman. Jeffrey was holding Xiao Gu in his hand. The corners of Xiao Gu's mouth were still stained with blood, but he couldn't break free from Jeffrey's grip. Seeing this, Qin Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. He stared coldly at Jeffrey, and anger surged in his heart. Qin Xiao didn't really get angry when Jeffrey provoked him earlier. But this time, Qin Xiao was really angry. He didn't let Xiao Gu run around just now because he was afraid that something like this would happen. He didn't expect that what he was worried about would happen. Xiao Gu didn't run far, but he was still caught. Jeffrey looked at Qin Xiao with a strange expression. He smiled and said, Don't you know the rules of the 8 Territories Alliance? Is this your spirit beast? Qin Xiao looked coldly at Jeffrey. He didn't answer, but his anger had already surged. Jeffrey sneered and continued. According to the rules of the 8 Territories Alliance, the 8 Territories Divine Palace is a place that only members of the 8 Territories Alliance can enter. Even if you brought your spirit beast in, it can only follow you. It can't leave. It has a distance of 30 feet. Boy, you've got guts. Not only did you let your spirit beast run around, but you also dared to be rude to me. Tell me, how should I deal with your spirit beast? I think it's good to kill it and eat its meat. It should be able to make a good pot of soup. This was clearly a blatant threat. In the face of such a threat, Qin Xiao was not anxious. She only coldly said, Before I lose my temper, you'd best release Xiao Gu immediately and properly apologize to him. Then I can consider letting this matter rest. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ha ha ha. Jeffrey laughed wantonly as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. After laughing, Jeffrey looked at Qin Xiao with a playful expression and said, Boy, what did you say? Say it again. I didn't hear you clearly. What did you want me to do? You want me to apologize to this beast? Is there something wrong with your head? You still don't understand the situation? You're a member of the 8 Territories Alliance, so I can't do anything to you here. But do you think I don't dare to kill this beast? Now that this beast's life is in my hands, you still dare to be so arrogant? Who gave you the courage? If you don't care about this beast's life, then so be it. I'll end it for you. But actually, this matter doesn't have to be in such a tense situation. We can still discuss it. You know what I want, so I won't make it too difficult for you. As long as you're willing to hand over that treasure, I'll let this beast go and won't bother with you. Otherwise, humph, this beast will definitely lose its life. Oh, right. You have a spirit beast behind you, right? It looks like a black qilin, right? It's said to have the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Not bad, not bad. The meat of a black qilin should be very delicious. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten a black qilin before. I can give it a try. Boy, I don't have much patience. Don't wear out what little patience I have. I'll only give you 3 breaths to consider. 3 breaths? Humph. Qin Shao didn't need to consider it all. How could he, Qin Shao, compromise with such a threat? Hey, what's going on? It looks so lively. At this moment, another light, ear-piercing voice sounded. The voice was filled with schadenfreude. 2 young men in gorgeous clothes walked over with smiles on their faces. Qin Shao glanced at the 2 young men. They were none other than Sheng Konglai and another person from the Shenkong clan. The other person was a 2-step ancient saint. These 2 people were obviously targeting Qin Shao. At this time, seeing that Jeffrey was dealing with Qin Shao, they were naturally happy to watch the fun. Young Master Sheng Konglai and Young Master Sheng Konglai are also here. Jeffrey knew the 2 people from the Shenkong clan and greeted them with a smile. Only then did he explain the situation to the 2 of them. After listening, Sheng Konglai chuckled and said, "Wizard Jeffrey, I support you in doing so. He's just a beast. Since he dares to be so disrespectful, he naturally needs to be taught a lesson. If Master doesn't teach him a lesson, then we naturally have to teach him a lesson on his behalf. I know this guy. He's from the Immortal region. His name is Qin Shao or something. He's a very insensible guy. And he's arrogant and supercilious. I've always scoffed at people like him. If he wasn't a member of the 8 Territories Alliance, I would have killed him long ago." With Sheng Konglia's support, Jeffrey was naturally even happier. Jeffrey nodded and said, "I can't kill him, but I can teach this arrogant boy a lesson, right?" Chapter 27-25. Ah, sure. Some people just need to be taught a lesson. It's necessary to teach them a lesson. Just don't kill them. After all, we're all members of the 8 Realms Alliance. It's enough to teach them a lesson. Sheng Konglai was enjoying the show. He was not afraid of things getting out of hand. In fact, he also wanted to attack Qin Shao. However, it would save him a lot of trouble if Jeffrey did it. Of course, if they really fought, Sheng Konglai was not confident that he could deal with Qin Shao. Jeffrey was a 2nd-step ancient saint stage magician. If he were to make a move, there would be no problem in crushing Qin Shao. Therefore, Sheng Konglai was more than happy to watch the show. Seeing Sheng Konglai, Qin Shao looked at him and said, "You're not a member of the 8 Realms Alliance either, right? How dare you enter the 8 Realms Palace so shamelessly? Or do you really take the promise as a joke? Or do you really think I don't dare to spread the news about you? You can play with me if you want. I'll play with you until the end." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Sheng Konglia's face darkened and he trembled with anger. What happened just now was the greatest humiliation in his life. Qin Shao did not give him any face and said that in public. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jeffrey and Alice looked at Sheng Konglai with astonishment. It turned out that they had known each other for a long time. Moreover, it seemed that there was a story between them. They didn't know what had happened between them. Also, what did he mean by saying that Sheng Konglai was not a member of the 8 Realms Alliance? Sheng Konglai was clearly a member. Sheng Konglai did not speak. Sheng Konglai, who was beside him, said in a deep voice, "Can't I bring him into play? Don't worry. Konglai has already left the 8 Realms Alliance. I'm the one leading him now." Qin Shao snorted at Sheng Konglia's explanation. To put it bluntly, wasn't it a shameless act? However, it seemed that Sheng Konglai had indeed left the 8 Realms Alliance. At least Qin Shao had achieved his goal. Qin Shao chuckled and said, "Why? Doesn't the 8 Realms Alliance have a rule that outsiders cannot enter the 8 Realms Palace?" Sheng Konglai glanced coldly at Qin Shao and said, "There is a rule, but didn't your 2 spiritual beasts follow you into the 8 Realms Divine Palace? The rules are good, but if you're an attendant or a servant, you can also follow in. Just don't go more than 10 meters away." Konglai to me. So, Sheng Konglai, interesting. I, I... Yes, yes, of course you can. Since you said you can, what does it have to do with me? Of course you can, as long as you're happy. Sheen shouted and say anything more. After mocking him and venting his anger, that was enough. That was enough. Seeing these two people gloating over his misfortune and wishing for the world to be in chaos, Qin Shao was very angry. Therefore, he naturally had to fight back and let them know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. When had Qin Shao ever been afraid of trouble? Although Jeffrey and Shang Konglai were very curious, now is not the time to be curious about this matter. They had to solve the problem of Qin Shao. Qin Shao, right? 3 breaths have passed. Have you made up your mind? Jeffrey asked domineeringly. This overbearing attitude really made people feel very uncomfortable. Brother Qin Shao, I'm here to support you. Today, I want to see who dares to bully the weak with numbers. Do you really think that we're easy to bully? At this moment, a forthright and angry voice was heard. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao knew who it was. It was none other than Lang Jinghong. Lang Jinghong quickly stood beside Qin Shao and expressed his firm attitude. He wanted to stand on the same side as Qin Shao. Whoever dared to touch Qin Shao would be touching him. I knew that you people would cause trouble. You're really fast. You're not even half a beat slower. You're already here to cause trouble. A second step ancient saint bullying, a first step ancient saint? Bullying with numbers? Do you really think that we're easy to bully? If you want to fight, then try. I'm not afraid of you. Here comes another ignorant brat. I really don't know where the courage of young people nowadays comes from. No matter what the occasion is, they dare to jump out. Did their brains get caught in the door when they came out? Jeffrey was obviously very disdainful of Lang Jinghong's appearance. He did not take Lang Jinghong seriously at all. So what if there were 2 first-step ancient saints? He was also very confident that he could take on 2 of them alone. Wouldn't they be at his mercy? Forget it. Both of you can come at me together. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you, Jeffrey said domineeringly with a wave of his hand. Qin Shao already had some confidence in dealing with Jeffrey. Why would he need Lang Jinghong's help? However, Qin Shao was a little afraid that Jeffrey would really hurt Xiao Gu. Qin Shao was clear about Lang Jinghong's intentions. In Qin Zhao's heart, he had already raised Lang Jinghong to the level of a brother since Lang Jinghong had stood up without hesitation when he was in danger. True feelings could only be seen in the midst of adversity. Who said that they wanted to attack together? How about we join in? At this moment, another voice was heard, and a few figures were flying in this direction. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao was stunned and looked over in surprise. Sure enough, he saw Xia Dongho, Chao Zhanyang, Countess Xiao Yu, Ming Yuexian, and Yuan Yuan walking over. Qin Shao was naturally pleasantly surprised to see the 5 of them together. The 5 of them had all broken through to the Saint Realm. He didn't expect that they would also come to participate in the 8 Territory Alliances gathering. It was truly a pleasant surprise to see the 5 of them here. Xia Dongho, Zhang Yang, why are you here? Qin Shao asked with a smile. Although he had not been out for long, it felt like a long time. Seeing the 5 of them, Qin Zhao's mood was naturally very good. Haha, we are all handsome and talented people. We are all the representatives of the immortal domain's younger generation. It's only natural for us to participate in the 8 Realms Alliances gathering. At the same time, we have to show off the glory of the younger generation of the immortal realms. Otherwise, the other Saint Realms would think that there's no one capable in the immortal realms. Zhang Yang spoke narcissistically. His narcissism naturally caused Jeffrey and the others to snort in disdain. Brother Qin Shao, you are so naughty. We are all angry at you. We are really angry at you. Humph. This time he left without saying a word. It's fine if he just left, but he actually left the immortal domain without telling us. That's too naughty. Yuan Yuan wrinkled her jade-like nose and said angrily. If Yuan Yuan was angry, then she must be really angry. She was the one who was the worst at hiding her emotions. No matter if it was happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy, it was all written on her face. That's right. That's too much. Qin Xiao, I have to give you a good scolding this time. Leaving the immortal domain is such a big thing. It's fine if you didn't take us with you, but you didn't even tell us. You really don't treat us as your own people? Prince Zhongyang said. Qin Xiao laughed awkwardly. However, Princess Xiaoyu also shouted at him. Don't laugh. If you confess, we will be lenient. If you resist, we will be strict. If you admit your mistake, we will consider forgiving you this once. That's right, that's right. Otherwise, we will ignore you and break off all relations with you. Yuan added angrily. Looking at her, she was really angry. Qin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only beg for mercy. I know I was wrong. I had some private matters to attend to. So, I didn't tell you. Next time, I will definitely tell you so that you won't worry about me. However, no one reacted. It was as if this apology wasn't enough. Qin Xiao suddenly felt helpless. He looked at Ming Yuexin, who didn't speak, with a pleading look. Unexpectedly, Ming Yuexin ignored Qin Xiao and said, Why are you looking at me? I will definitely stand on Yuan's side. I'm already merciful enough that I didn't say anything about you. Okay. Qin Xiao completely admitted defeat. Yuan, what do you want me to do? Qin Xiao said. Yuan pouted and said, Unless you sing a song for us, then we will forgive you. I have already chosen a song for you. Just sing Two Little Ducks. Qin Xiao suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Singing was fine, but it was actually a nursery rhyme? Was she really not deliberately making fun of him? There were so many people here. Singing a nursery rhyme? Did he not want to lose face? Fortunately, at this time, Jeffrey came to Qin Xiao's rescue. He couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his hand and said, Hey, can you guys chat later? You don't want this beast's life anymore, do you? At this time, Princess Xiaoyu completely showed the valiance and heroism of a heroine. She pointed at Jeffrey and said domineeringly, Try it. Let's see if you can walk out of here in one piece today. Don't you want to bully us? Then come on. Our realms are not as good as yours, but we have more people. We will fight 7 against 1 of you. No, let's count it as 2 of you. Let's see who will be at a disadvantage. At this time, Qin Zhao's lineup became stronger. There were as many as 7 people. 7 against 2. They indeed had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. In the face of such a situation, Alice was a little timid. She hid behind Jeffrey in fear and said with a very pretentious face, Jeffrey, this woman is so fierce. She is so ugly. These people are so fierce. I'm scared to death. They are so annoying. They are all one-step ancient saints. How dare they be so arrogant to you? I can't stand it anymore. Jeffrey, you must protect me. I'm a little scared. Jeffrey obviously enjoyed Alice's coquettish words. He comforted Alice and said, Don't worry, dear Alice. With me here, no one can hurt you. Not even a strand of your hair can be hurt. These annoying people, I will let them know how to write the word cry. Just leave it to me. What's the use of having more people? They are just one-step ancient saints. They can't withstand a single blow. Although Jeffrey said so, he actually felt a little pressured. Alice certainly could not fight. In fact, it was equivalent to him fighting 7 against 1. 1 against 7. Although he was a 2-step ancient saint, 7 one-step ancient saints would definitely not be easy to deal with if they joined forces. Moreover, he was not a fool. When he saw the confrontation between Qin Xiao and Sheng Konglai just now, he also understood that Qin Xiao was definitely not a simple person. He was definitely not someone he could bully. This guy's strength was probably not inferior to Sheng Konglai's. Chapter 27-26. Who was Sheng Konglai? He was the young genius disciple of the Sheng Kong clan of the Great Tao Sanctuary. He was very famous. How could his strength be weak? Therefore, He was also very nervous about going against 7 people by himself. None of these 7 people was simple. But now that things had come to this, how could he retreat? He could not retreat even half a step. He could only fight hard. He had to fight this battle. Who are you calling ugly and fierce? Did you hit the wrong person with your coquettish words? Which of the 3 of us is not more beautiful than you and more charming than you? Are you a transvestite? Seductive, coquettish. I'm afraid only this one would like you, right? If it were someone else, they would be disgusted to death by you. Princess Xiaoyu was not someone to be trifled with. She was not as gentle and pleasant as Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan. She had a heroine side. That's right. You're the ugly one. You're so coquettish when you talk. Can't you talk properly? Yuan Yuan immediately echoed. After being beaten up by Princess Xiaoyu and Yuan Yuan, Alice became even more coquettish. She said to Jeffrey coquettishly, "Jeffrey, look, they're bullying me. They're bullying me. How am I not good looking? How am I not charming? Jeffrey, do you think I'm prettier than them?" Although Jeffrey also thought that Princess Xiaoyu and Ming Yuexin were prettier, he naturally did not dare to say it out loud. He could only think about it in his heart. Thinking of this, he became even more unhappy. Qin Shao, that brat's luck with women wasn't bad. He actually had 3 such beautiful women by his side. He was so outstanding and experienced, but he only had 1 woman by his side. It was fine if she was by his side, but he had not even gotten her yet. However, Jeffrey immediately tried to coax her. "My dear Alice, of course you're the prettiest. How can the 3 of them be compared to you? You're the only goddess in my heart. In my heart, you're the elemental sanctuary. Oh no, you're the most beautiful woman in the world. I will only ever like you. No matter how beautiful other women are, they are not as good as you in my eyes. They are far inferior to you." Alice immediately felt her body go limp, and she threw herself into Jeffrey's arms. Jeffrey could finally hug the beauty. This feeling was very wonderful. He also enjoyed this moment and was very proud of his actions. However, when he hugged Alice, his eyes involuntarily drifted to Princess Xiaoyu and Ming Yuexin. These 2 women really made him feel a little stunned. They were really too beautiful. Princess Xiaoyu was a woman with a peach blossom body. She was born with the attributes of a goddess. With the halo of the peach blossom body, no man would think that Princess Xiaoyu was not beautiful, right? Perhaps no man would not take a second look at Princess Xiaoyu, right? Ming Yuexin was the saintess of Kunlun, the first saintess of Kunlun. Her beauty went without saying. When the 2 women stood together, the breathtaking feeling was absolutely incomparable. Even Sheng Konglai and Sheng Kongchun were a little stunned. Their eyes could not help but linger on the 2 for a while. "Young Master Sheng Kongchun, what do you think about this matter?" Jeffrey took the opportunity to ask Sheng Kongchun. Obviously, he wanted to ask for help. Sheng Kongchun looked at Sheng Konglai. Sheng Konglai nodded, indicating that he wanted to participate. Sheng Konglai could not bear it if he did not take this opportunity to teach Qin Shao a lesson. This time, Jeffrey took the initiative to stir up this matter. Now it was a good opportunity. Therefore, Sheng Kongchun immediately said, "Saint Master Jeffrey, you and I have known each other for a long time. We have a good friendship. Back then, you also helped me once. Now that you are in a little trouble, since I am here, I naturally can't stand by and do nothing. These people want to bully you with their numbers and join forces to deal with you. How can I sit by and do nothing? If they want to bully you with their numbers, they have to ask for our permission first." As he said that, Sheng Kongchun and Sheng Konglai walked over to Jeffrey and stood beside him, indicating their positions. In this way, Jeffrey's side had a lineup of 4 people. Even if Alice was put aside, there were still 3 people, 2 second-step ancient saints and 1 first-step ancient saint. Jeffrey's and Sheng Kongchun's strength was needless to say. They were definitely extremely powerful in the second-step ancient saint realm. Sheng Konglia's strength was also needless to say. In the first-step ancient saint realm, it was difficult to find a match. In terms of numbers, Qin Zhao's side had 7 people, which seemed to have an absolute advantage over the 3 people on this side. However, After counting carefully, it was clear that there was no advantage at all. Although Princess Xiaoyu and Ming Yuexin had also broken through to the Saint Realm, they had just broken through and should not be particularly strong. As for Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho, they should at most be on par with Lang Jinghong. Yuan Yuan should be more powerful, but it was unknown how strong he was. If they were dealing with 2 or even 3 ordinary second-step ancient saints, perhaps Qin Shao and the others would have some confidence in defeating them. However, the problem was that Jeffrey and Sheng Kongshen were not ordinary second-step ancient saints. They were extremely powerful second-step ancient saints. The battle array of both sides had been set. Prince Zhongyang and the others were not afraid of anything. They stood firmly by Qin Zhao's side and wanted to fight side by side with Qin Shao. They were not afraid of anything. Qin Shao and the others all showed strong determination and vowed to defend their dignity to the death. The strength of the 7 people had already been twisted into a rope. Qin Shao was very gratified to have these friends. With them around, Qin Shao felt that he could sweep away all obstacles and was not afraid of any bullying. Qin Shao, I advise you to be sensible and not make the situation too tense. If you really fight, you will only be at a disadvantage. So let me give you a piece of advice. It's better for you to lower your head, or you come out to fight with Jeffrey alone. There is no need to get your friends involved. Sheng Kongfeng uttered. Although they were under the pretense of helping Jeffrey, in fact, he did not want to fight at all. He knew the strength of Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong. These 2 guys were definitely not easy to deal with. As for the other 7 people, he did not know where they came from or how strong they were. However, he still knew the most basic truth that birds of feather flock together. To be able to walk so closely with Qin Shao, it was obvious that they were not simple. Their strength was definitely not weak. Therefore, these people were not to be trifled with. If they really fought, even if they could win, it would not be so easy. They might even have to pay a price. Moreover, if the situation was really blown out of proportion and caused too much commotion, it would not be a good thing. Therefore, it would be best if Qin Shao could only fight with Jeffrey to solve the problem. But as soon as Sheng Kongfeng's words came out, Prince Zhongyang immediately retorted, "Go to hell." In Meng Dali's words, "I don't believe you. What do you mean by lowering our head? What do you mean by sensible? We don't have such words here. It's you who bullied us. You want us to lower our heads? There is no such reason in the world. If you insist on this reason, then use your fists." With that, Prince Zhongyang pointed at Jeffrey again with an arrogant and domineering look, saying, "And you, Saint Master Jeffrey, don't think that you can do whatever you want and look down on us just because you are in the second step ancient saint realm. I can tell you very responsibly that you are not qualified. Don't stir up trouble. You may not be able to bear the consequences. I'm not trying to scare you. You could try if you don't believe me. If you know what's good for you, let Xiaogu go at once. Otherwise, you will really know how to write the word regret." How domineering. Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, Lang Jinghong immediately looked at him with admiration. He thought to himself, why is this person even more arrogant than Qin Shao when he speaks? Are all Qin Zhao's friends so domineering? For a first-step Empyrean saint to speak so arrogantly to a second-step Empyrean saint, it was truly amazing. Jeffrey felt that he had been deeply insulted. He increased the strength in his hand and held Xiao Gu tightly, causing more blood to flow from the corner of Xiao Gu's mouth. Fortunately, Xiao Gu's life was very tough, so he would not die easily. Is that all you've got? Bah, you are a second-step ancient saint realm. That's all you've got. That's all you've got. You're just scratching my itch. You want to take my life? I'm a member of the Giant Beast clan. My life is so tough that it's enough to make you despair. Little Gu Tao licked the blood from his mouth and said arrogantly to Jeffrey. He was currently being held in Jeffrey's hand, but he was not afraid at all. Not only was he not afraid, but he also dared to say such sarcastic words. One man. All of you deserve to die. You deserve to die. All of you are so arrogant. Damn it, damn it. Jeffrey was so angry that his whole body trembled. He really wanted to kill Xiao Gu immediately, but Xiao Gu's life was really too tough. If he wanted to kill Lil Gu, it was indeed not an easy task. The situation seemed to be a little stiff for a while. Jeffrey and the other two were not in a hurry to make a move. The main reason was that Sheng Kongying and the other two were not in a hurry to make a move. Naturally, Jeffrey would not make a move easily. Qin Xiao and the others were also waiting for Qin Zhao's orders. Brother Qin Xiao, can Xiao Gu still hold on? If he can, let's kill them directly. We have 7 against 3. We won't lose anything. This battle is too aggrieving. We have to fight no matter what. Let's fight first. Anyway, no one will die. Lang Jinghong sent a voice transmission to Qin Xiao. The biggest obstacle now was Xiao Gu's life. They had to ensure this first. From Qin Zhao's understanding, Xiao Gu's life was not in danger. Unless there was an accident, it was hard to say if Jeffrey still had other means to harm him. In theory, there was indeed no problem. I'm not 100% sure, but there shouldn't be any problem. It doesn't seem like a good idea to drag it out. Why don't we fight directly? Qin Xiao thought for a while and replied. Lang Jinghong immediately agreed. That's right. Since you're not sure, let's fight first. I still trust Xiao Gu more. Qin Xiao nodded. He glanced at the others and got ready to make a move. Jeffrey and the other two naturally saw Qin Zhao's movements and knew that a great battle was about to break out. Humph, are you courting death? Jeffrey snorted angrily and immediately took out his means. An elemental sword was directly pressed against Xiao Gu's forehead. It seemed that if Qin Xiao and the others dared to make a move, he would kill Xiao Gu first. Author, Cruel Death Say, the 4th update. Chapter 27:27. Oh, it's quite lively. What kind of drama is this? Do you have the advantage in numbers? If that's the case, then it seems that it's necessary for us to join in the fun. And at this time, another voice came over. Another group of people came over. This time, the 3 people who came were Shengkong Wu and the other 2, the 3 people from Shengkong clan. It seemed that they had made some preparations in advance. At this time, they came out in the name of justice and did some dirty things. This was what the so-called sanctimonious people would do. Seeing that Shengkong Wu and the other 3 had come, Qin Zhao's expression couldn't help but become gloomy. They came in the name of justice. Obviously, they wanted to join in the fun. Shengkong Wu and the other 2 had come. With the addition of the 3 people from Shengkong clan and the existence of the 3rd step ancient sage realm, the momentum of this side naturally increased immediately. Humph, let's see if this master doesn't play you to death this time. Jeffrey was happy. He didn't expect that Qin Xiao could be so arrogant and headstrong. Moreover, he had so many helpers who were not afraid of death. Now, with the help of the people from Shengkong clan, he had the confidence to rush forward. At this time, the situation was naturally very unfavorable for Qin Xiao and the others. If they really fought, they would definitely suffer. Qin Xiao had to carefully consider this matter in his heart. He was not afraid of anything, but he didn't want to implicate everyone. But Qin Xiao also knew that everyone was not afraid of anything, and they would certainly not shrink back and leave him alone. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't know how to deal with this matter now. Humph, Qin Xiao, this master will give you a chance to avoid making a big fuss. You can either obediently hand over the item and apologize, or I'll give you an apology. Or, you and I will have a one-on-one fight. Let's talk with our fists. If you win, then I'll let this beast go. If you lose, then you have to hand over the treasure. How about it? Jeffrey's purpose was originally that treasure. As long as he got that treasure, he was too lazy to care about other things. He didn't want to make a big fuss, so he might as well do something simple that he was confident in. Now that he was able to completely crush his opponent, Jeffrey naturally became even more arrogant and overbearing. Release Xiao Gu first, and I'll fight with you, Qin Xiao said in a deep voice. He had never wanted to fight Jeffrey. Looking at the current situation, It was indeed better for him to fight Jeffrey alone. If that's the case, then let's fight. Release him? You think I'll let him go just because you said so? Jeffrey sneered and said, let's talk about it after you beat me. You're dreaming if you want to release him now. Qin Zhao's face became even colder. How could he let them off so easily for daring to hurt Xiao Gu? Qin Xiao looked at Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu was very strong. He said to Qin Xiao, Big brother, don't worry about me. My life is tough. I won't die. At this time, there was indeed no other better choice. Qin Xiao was also about to agree to Jeffrey's request. Qin Xiao wasn't sure about anything else, but he still had some confidence in dealing with Jeffrey. Even if Jeffrey didn't say anything, Qin Xiao definitely wouldn't let this fight go. How could he let go of someone who had hurt his people so easily? He had to get back all the dignity he had lost. Qin Xiao, don't worry. My uncle and the others are here, Xia Dongho suddenly said. Sure enough, at this time, two powerful auras surged over. Two figures came over quickly and landed beside Qin Xiao. These two men had impressive appearances, extraordinary heroic looks, and a sense of maturity that came from a young man who had transformed into a middle-aged man. Based on the powerful aura emanating from these two men, one could tell that these two men were third-step ancient saints. Moreover, they were obviously people from the immortal region. All of a sudden, two third-step ancient saints had appeared. Xiao Duanquan, Ji Baiguan, you guys are here too. Shen Kongwu was shocked when he saw the two men. Jeffrey, on the other hand, was taken aback. These were two third-step ancient saints. Moreover, Xiao Duanquan and Ji Baiguan were very famous. Both of them were above Shen Kongwu. Even Shen Kongwu had to be wary of them. At this time, the two of them had appeared at the same time, and they were both people from the immortal region. Obviously, they were here to support Qin Xiao. Uncle Chun, Uncle Baiguan, you guys are here, Xia Dongho shouted. Xiao Duanquan and Ji Baiguan sized up Qin Xiao and nodded slightly at Qin Xiao. They had obviously heard of Qin Xiao's name and admired Qin Xiao very much. Xiao Duanquan glanced at Shen Kongwu and chuckled. Shen Kongwu, why don't you know how to write the word shame? You're a third-step ancient saint, yet you're reduced to bullying a few first-step ancient saint juniors. Don't you feel ashamed? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to attend the gathering of the Eight Realms Alliance. I knew you were a little thick-skinned, but I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. I've learned something new. Why? Do people from the Great Tao Sacred Realm like to bully people from other sacred realms? Do you really think there's no one in the immortal region? Shen Kongwu's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard Xia Duanquan's words. To be honest, it was indeed a disgraceful thing. However, it was fine if no one at the same level said it. Shen Kongwu's face was cold as he said, Xia Duanquan, only you guys are allowed to protect your own, but I'm not allowed to do the same. They have the advantage in numbers, so I naturally have to come and see what's going on. Why can't I, as an elder, come and see what's going on when someone from my Shen Kong clan is in trouble? What kind of logic is that? Xia Duanquan chuckled and retorted sarcastically. Is there a need to say what's right and wrong? Don't you know? We're all people with some status. There's no need to be so blunt and unpleasant, right? Shen Kongwu's face suddenly turned ugly, and he couldn't refute for a while. Shen Kongwu's expression was ugly, and he didn't say anything. The Shen Kong clan's arrogance was obviously suppressed. It couldn't be helped. Xiao Duanquan had two third-step ancient saints on his side. The deterrence of this force was too strong. Moreover, the Shen Kong clan was in the wrong in the first place. The previous matter had already embarrassed them. If the same thing were to happen again, it would be even more unsightly. Jeffrey's face turned ugly. The good situation had collapsed in an instant. Was this playing with him? Now that the situation was so bad, what should he do? Xiao Duanquan's gaze fell on Jeffrey and said, What's wrong? Still not letting her go? Jeffrey looked at Xiao Duanquan and then looked at Xiao Gu. Although he was very unhappy in his heart, facing the oppression of a third-step ancient saint, He was indeed very weak and didn't dare to resist. Therefore, after struggling in his heart for a while, Geoffrey chose to compromise and let her go. Xiao Gu quickly returned to Qin Zhao's side. After Qin Zhao patted Xiao Gu, he motioned him to go to the side to rest first. Geoffrey suffered a great loss. At this time, he naturally didn't want to stay here any longer. He wanted to leave with Alice. But at this time, Qin Zhao said, "Did I say you can go?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Geoffrey gritted his teeth angrily and looked at Qin Zhao. "Then what do you want?" Although Geoffrey was very afraid of Xia Duanquan, he really didn't put a Qin Zhao in his eyes at all. "You beat up my people and want to leave just like that? Do you really think there's such a good thing in the world? You think you can beat up whoever you want without taking responsibility? Then I'm sorry, you're far from qualified," Qin Zhao said coldly. Geoffrey was very angry in his heart and was very unhappy. When he heard Qin Zhao's words, Geoffrey gritted his teeth and sneered. "Then what do you want? You want me to do anything to him? That's absolutely impossible. If you want to fight, then do it. If you want to bully me with numbers, then do you really think there's no one in the elemental saint realm who can stop you? Qin Zhao, what do you want? Just say it, and I'll accept it." Boom! At this time, the heavenly Tao's saint aura descended, and the saint light enveloped Baby Mo. Obviously, Baby Mo was about to officially break through. This day had finally arrived. He was going to break through from the ancient saint realm to the ancient saint realm from the first step. Everyone looked at Baby Mo's breakthrough with surprise, but they didn't pay much attention to it. Qin Zhao looked away after a glance. All of this was within his expectations. He had been waiting for this moment to come. It was only a matter of time. On the other hand, Xiao Gu looked envious. Baby Mo had caught up with him. He became a saint much later than him, but he broke through to the ancient saint realm much earlier than him. Xiao Gu didn't know when he would be able to break through to the ancient saint realm. It was too difficult to take another step forward. Baby Mo was really lucky this time. After obtaining a treasure, he immediately broke through. Just thinking about it made Xiao Gu very envious. He also wanted to be as lucky as Baby Mo to break through to the saint realm after obtaining a treasure. Qin Zhao continued to look at Geoffrey and said, "You have to give me an explanation for beating up my people, right? My people are never easy to bully. Qin Zhao, will definitely pursue the matter to the end, no matter who the other party is, what background they have, and what realm they are in. You were very generous to give me 2 choices just now. I'll be very generous to give you 2 choices now. First, you apologize to Xiao Gu and let Xiao Gu punch you. Then, I'll forget about this matter. Secondly, you and I will fight. The 2 of us will fight one-on-one. If you can beat me, you can leave. If you lose, you'll do the first choice. What do you think?" Geoffrey laughed when he heard Qin Zhao's words. He asked, "Qin Zhao, are you sure it's a one-on-one battle between the 2 of us? You won't ask for help?" "Yes, it's a one-on-one battle between the 2 of us. I won't ask for help." Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Ha ha ha." Geoffrey laughed out loud. Interesting, really interesting. Young people are young people. You're really frivolous. There has never been a young person who dared to be so frivolous in front of me. You're the first, but I think you'll be the last. Okay, very okay. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. It's a very simple matter. But are you sure about the conditions you just mentioned? Are you sure you won't regret it? Are you sure others won't interfere?" Qin Zhao nodded with certainty and said, "Of course I'm sure. I've made it clear enough." As he said, Qin Zhao glanced at Lang Jinghong and Prince Zhongyang and said seriously, "Don't do anything later. This is my business. I'll solve it. Trust me." Originally, Zhongyang was still somewhat worried. But since Qin Zhao said so, they could only choose to believe Qin Zhao. Cruel Death said, "It's the 5th update again. Brothers, it's the end of the month. If we don't send the flowers, they'll be wasted. There are only 3 days left. 18 years will pass. If we don't work hard, we'll have to wait until next year. So in the last 3 days, Cruel Death will continue to explode and pass this year perfectly. Tomorrow, 5th or 6th update. You have a final say. Chapter 27-28. Xia Duanshun and Ji Baiguan looked at each other with interest. Both of them were slightly surprised by Qin Zhao's strong performance. They knew a little about Qin Zhao and had heard about Qin Zhao's deeds, so they knew what kind of person Qin Zhao was. It was good to be strong, but there were some things that needed to be done according to one's ability. Originally, this matter was basically resolved, but now Qin Zhao wanted to take the initiative to start a fight. Given Qin Zhao's character, since he dared to do this, he must have some confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. Qin Zhao's strength was indeed very strong, and they knew this very well. But no matter how strong he was only a first-step ancient saint. Moreover, it hadn't been long since he broke through to the first-step ancient saint stage. It was only a little more than 10 million years. For an ancient saint, 10 million years was really a very short period of time. Therefore, Xia Duanshun and Ji Baiguan were indeed a little surprised by Qin Zhao's actions. They didn't know much about Jeffrey, but his realm was still there. Those who could come to the 8 Regions Alliance were all people with some background. They were definitely not ordinary second-step ancient saints. Was Qin Zhao really confident that he could deal with a second-step ancient saint? The 5 people from the Shenkong clan thought that with Xia Duanshun and Ji Baiguan's interference, this matter should be considered over. They didn't expect that Qin Zhao would come looking for a beating. He actually dared to challenge Jeffrey alone? Jeffrey, it seems like you're really not that famous. Even a one-step ancient saint kid dares to disregard you and take the initiative to challenge you, Lin Feng said with a smile. TSK. If you can't even deal with this, I'm afraid you won't be able to face others anymore. Jeffrey, it's up to you whether you can protect your own dignity. Shen Kongwu teased him with a smile. He looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. To him, this was indeed a good show. Jeffrey chuckled disdainfully. Thank you for your concern, Sacred Venerate Kongwu. Such a thing definitely won't happen. He's just a one-step Empyrean saint brat. He's just a little arrogant in his youth. But the truth will be far crueler than what he imagined. So, I will teach him a good lesson. Jeffrey had absolute confidence in himself. He had been a second-step ancient saint for nearly an epoch, and he had long consolidated his cultivation base. He believed that his strength should be at the top of the second-step ancient saints, and he should be very strong. After all, how far could a mere ancient saint realm cultivator go? Jeffrey walked out and looked at Qin Zhao with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were filled with provocation. Qin Zhao did not hesitate and immediately walked out. Everyone retreated to the side to watch the battle, leaving the battlefield to the 2 of them. The smile on Jeffrey's face was very wide, and he looked very relaxed. Facing a second-step ancient saint, although Qin Zhao was not completely confident, he did not feel any pressure, because this was something he had to do. For the sake of Xiao Gu and his own dignity, this was something he had to do. Even if it was a little difficult, he had to face it head-on and overcome all difficulties. Qin Zhao was absolutely serious about defending his dignity. Moreover, Qin Zhao also had some ambition and confidence. Why would he be afraid of fighting a second-step ancient saint? This was also Qin Zhao's first real battle with a second-step ancient saint. It was also a battle to test his strength after he had improved. Facing a second-step ancient saint like Jeffrey, Qin Zhao naturally did not hold back. He made the first move and attacked without saying a word. The great battle had begun. Everyone was watching the battle attentively. It was definitely a rare thing for an ancient saint to fight someone who was at a higher level. It was very rare and almost impossible to see. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not hold back when he attacked. He directly displayed the heaven-splitting sword art with all his strength. He used the space law, immortal Tao law, light law, and the power of his inner world in addition to the power of the heaven-splitting sword itself. The heaven-splitting sword had been awakened. It was a treasure that was equivalent to a middle-grade sacred weapon. It possessed great power. In addition, the heaven-splitting sword was Qin Zhao's natal weapon. Therefore, its power was naturally even more powerful. Now that he had unleashed his full power, the heaven-opening sword art was pushed to its limits. The sword could split open the sky, sweeping everything before it. Its sharpness was unstoppable. The sword slashed down with a loud bang. The incomparably sharp sword Qi was enough to shake the heaven and earth. The area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was violently shaken. When Qin Shao slashed out with his sword, it felt as if the heaven and earth had changed colors. Whether it was the power of the law, the supreme sharpness of the sword itself, or the strength, they were all extremely powerful. What was even more powerful was that Qin Shao had completely blended these three forces together and coordinated them. Therefore, when the sword slashed down, it was naturally extremely terrifying. It was enough to threaten the existence of a second-step ancient saint. The moment Qin Shao made a move, it truly shocked the surrounding crowd quite a bit. The big movement here naturally attracted the attention of people in other places. At this time, some people had already cast their eyes over here. However, it was not a rare thing to have a martial arts competition here. It was normal. Therefore, when they heard the movement, most people did not take it seriously. They did not have the intention to come over and see what was going on. Sensing the terrifying power and sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword, Jeffrey's originally relaxed and indifferent expression instantly froze, and his expression became somewhat solemn. He knew that he had underestimated Qin Shao. It was no wonder that even Sheng Konglai of the Sheng Kong clan seemed to be afraid of him. It turned out that his strength was really above Sheng Konglia's. He really had such powerful strength. It was no wonder that a mere ancient saint lad dared to be so arrogant. This kind of strength was indeed indescribable. Although I have underestimated you, so what? No matter how strong you are, you're just a first-step Empyrean saint. There's no way you'll be able to cross that chasm. Jeffrey snorted coldly and adjusted his mood. He was still full of confidence that he could control everything. Jeffrey also made his move. He vigorously waved the magic staff in his hand towards the sky. Suddenly, a scorching light gushed out from the magic staff. In an instant, it surged and danced in the sky. It made the sky shine brightly, and the power of the elemental laws between heaven and earth suddenly surged violently. It was like the roar of a raging sea, surging incomparably. The elemental cultivation Tao had 5 major elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition, there were the 5 fundamental laws: space, time, light, darkness, and all things. The 5 major elements and the 5 fundamental laws were the Tao that elemental cultivators cultivated. As soon as Jeffrey made his move, the earth suddenly seemed to come alive. Blades made of mud stabbed at Qin Shao with a whistling sound. The earth seemed to have opened a huge mouth, wanting to swallow Qin Shao and bind Qin Shao. It was not only the power of the elemental law of earth, but also the power of the elemental law of fire. Fire dragons roared out, spewing terrible flames at Qin Shao. The power of the 2 major elemental laws between heaven and earth was used by Jeffrey, turning into his weapons. They both launched a fierce attack at Qin Shao, as if they wanted to kill Qin Shao on the spot. With the support of Jeffrey's powerful power and the mid-grade sacred staff in his hand, his power was like the sea, endless, and could be released to his heart's content. After all, he was a second-step ancient saint. Under the surge of his powerful magic power, Qin Shao was instantly swallowed up. Ahem, Xia Dongho, I say, why is the gap between us and Qin Shao getting bigger and bigger? What do you think is going on? You, Xia Dongho, are easy to explain. After all, you're not as handsome as Qin Shao, you're not as good as Qin Zhao's master, and you're probably not as lucky as Qin Zhao's. But I'm different. I'm as handsome as Qin Shao, and I have the same master. My luck is about the same. But why is the gap between us still getting bigger? It's really puzzling, really puzzling. Prince Zhongyang was shameless again. Although what he said was a little shameless, it was true that such a situation existed. Xia Dongho smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said to Prince Zhongyang, "You can slowly compete with Qin Shao. I won't compete with him. I'll just admit defeat. Don't be like this. We're not salted fish. How can we admit defeat so easily? That's not right. We still have to have dreams. We still have to chase after them. Although Qin Shao is temporarily ahead of us, we still have to work hard to catch up. We can't be too far behind Qin Shao, right?" Prince Zhongyang put his arm around Xia Dongho's shoulder and said. Xia Dongho smiled. Of course, he knew this. Of course, he had to work hard. He really had to learn from Qin Shao. "Brother Zhongyang, I think you have a better experience than Brother Qin Shao," Yuan suddenly said. Hearing this, Prince Zhongyang suddenly became happy. Yuan is so obedient. What is it? It's that your skin is thicker than Brother Qin Zhao's, and it's much thicker. In this regard, you can definitely maintain an absolute lead. All of us combined are not as good as you, Yuan said with a look of certainty. Prince Zhongyang was suddenly irritated. Was his skin so thick? Bah, not friendly, not cute, not obedient. Brother Duan Chun, I've heard many stories about Qin Shao. Today, I see that he really lives up to his reputation. This Qin Shao is really interesting. He's really a rare character, Jibai said. Xia Duan Chun nodded and smiled. It's more than just living up to his reputation. He's even more powerful than the rumors. Those rumors have underestimated Qin Shao. No wonder he dared to take the initiative to challenge Jeffrey. It turns out that he really has enough confidence. Given his strength, he's more than capable of challenging second-step ancient saints. I dare say that what he's shown now is definitely not his full strength. He's probably just testing the waters, right? I don't know how powerful his true strength is. If he can really defeat Jeffrey, then it's really a little too heaven-defying. Our immortal realm is probably going to have an extremely amazing young man. He's worthy of being the genius ranked first on the saint rankings, worthy of being called the #1 genius in the immortal realm, and worthy of being the young genius favored by sagely. His performance is indeed worthy of all these titles. Jibai nodded and was not stingy with his praise. Yes, it's indeed so. I have to admire him. Chapter 27-29. At this time, Qin Shao was engulfed by the monstrous power of earth and fire elements. Coupled with the power of the laws of space and time, Qin Shao felt as if he had fallen into a deep pit of mud. This mass of power that enveloped him was very powerful. All kinds of magic means, all kinds of power, and the power of laws were surging toward him. The combination of all kinds of power could be said to be seamless. So it was indeed very powerful and brought a great impact to Qin Shao. No matter what, Jeffrey was still a second-step Empyrean saint, a second-step Empyrean saint. Moreover, he cultivated the elemental cultivation path, so he used powerful magic means. It was also the first time Qin Shao had seen magic means, so it could be regarded as a novel means and power. It was his first time dealing with it, so he naturally felt a little unfamiliar, which made it more difficult to deal with. Although Qin Zhao's sword was very sharp and powerful, However, Jeffrey's means were like the sea, directly enveloping Qin Shao. The sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword was difficult to completely cut open in a short time, so he could tear a hole and rush out from it. How to describe this feeling? It was like no matter how sharp a sword was, it could cut off the water for a while, but the water would quickly recover. No matter how heavy an iron hammer was, it could smash a deep hole in the water. But soon, it would return to its original state. Therefore, Qin Shao was facing such a situation at this time. The means of the elemental cultivation path were indeed very strange in the hands of Jeffrey, and the defensive power was very strong. The power of Qin Zhao's sword was strong enough, but he could not tear it open for a while. "Can I break it open?" After trying several times, Qin Shao found that he could not tear open the power of the magic means that wrapped the sword. Since he could not tear it open, he would have to strengthen it a little more. Using brute force to break through all techniques was definitely a principle that would never change. When one's strength reached an extreme point, all means would seem a little superfluous. At most, they would just be icing on the cake. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to push the power of the sword to the extreme, to the point where it could tear apart all obstacles. Qin Zhao's sword once again burst forth, pushing its power to the extreme. The power of the laws of time and the laws of ways all surged into the heaven-splitting sword at this moment. It immediately pushed the might of the heaven-splitting sword to a whole new level. It became even sharper, more powerful, and extremely heavy. With the addition of the power of the Great Path Law and the Law of Time, the power of Qin Zhao's sword suddenly increased a lot. The power of the sword had increased a lot, so at this time, Qin Zhao's sword slashed down and immediately broke all the obstacles, directly tearing a hole. As soon as the hole was torn open, Qin Zhao quickly rushed out and slashed at Jeffrey with her sword. A monstrous might came crashing down. Seeing that Qin Zhao had actually managed to escape from his magical means, Jeffrey was immediately frightened, and his face instantly turned pale. How could this be? How could this be possible? Qin Zhao was just a boy in the one-step ancient saint realm. How could he break through his spell? For a moment, Jeffrey was indeed in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Qin Zhao was actually able to do this. This was far beyond his expectations. This was his strongest spell. It could trap a person to death. He was waiting for Qin Zhao to beg for mercy. However, he didn't expect that Qin Zhao would break through his spell and rush out. Jeffrey's strongest spell had been broken by Qin Zhao. At this time, in the face of Qin Zhao's monstrous attack, how could he block it? He was going to crush him. No, it can't be like this. Jeffrey gritted his teeth. He found it hard to accept such a turn of events. He desperately wanted to block Qin Zhao's attack. But how could he block it? He couldn't block it at all. Under Qin Zhao's powerful sword, Jeffrey, who had lost his most powerful spell, was completely defeated. He was directly sent flying by Qin Zhao. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air. His saint body was damaged. It was obvious how formidable the might of Qin Zhao's sword strike was. Of course, Jeffrey's defensive power was not strong. After all, he was an elemental cultivator. He was still somewhat weak in this aspect. However, even if his defense was not strong, it was still hard for him to accept the fact that a second-step Empyrean saint like him had been defeated by a first-step Empyrean saint. I actually lost. I actually lost to Qin Zhao. I actually lost to a first-step ancient saint kid from the immortal realm. Jeffrey's soul suffered a heavy blow at this moment. He was greatly traumatized. It wasn't that he had never tasted the feeling of failure, but this failure was too big for him. It was so big that he couldn't accept it for a while. Losing to a first-step Empyrean saint brat? Oof. How ridiculous and ironic was that? If this news spread out, how could he have a foothold in the world? Therefore, Jeffrey naturally couldn't accept this fact. He really didn't want to admit that he had lost. The 5 people of Shengkong clan looked at Qin Zhao with a strange expression. They really didn't expect that Jeffrey would lose. This was simply unbelievable. Shengkong Line gnashed his teeth. He was actually very unconvinced that he had lost to Qin Zhao before. When he fought with Qin Zhao before, he was indeed restricted by many rules, so he always felt that it wasn't his real strength. If he really fought with all his might, he might not lose to Qin Zhao. But now that he saw that Qin Zhao had defeated Jeffrey, Sheng Konglai naturally understood that the strength gap between him and Qin Zhao was too big. Even if he fought with all his might, he would still lose. He had always been arrogant, but at this moment, Qin Zhao had dealt him a heavy blow. He had suffered a huge blow. Xia Duanchuan and Ji Baiguan also had a new level of respect for Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao was indeed much more outstanding than they had imagined. To think that a second-step Empyrean saint would be defeated by Qin Shao. Moreover, it was obvious that Qin Shao didn't use all his strength. To be able to defeat a second-step Empyrean saint without using his full strength was something that was rarely seen in the history of the world. Qin Shao was so powerful because he was Sage Li's personal disciple. However, Qin Shao didn't use the Flying Dagger Dao. Qin Shao looked at the stiff Jeffrey and said, "You lost. According to the agreement just now, you should know what to do." Lost. Lost. At this time, Jeffrey felt as if he had been struck by lightning, making his whole body tremble and want to vomit blood. He couldn't accept this result. He absolutely couldn't accept it. "No!" Jeffrey roared angrily. He looked at Qin Shao crazily and said, "Who said I lost? I didn't lose. I haven't lost yet. Just now, there was no agreement that I would lose if I lost by one move, right? Since there is no such agreement, as long as I don't admit defeat and I'm still alive, I won't lose. I haven't lost. So, let's continue fighting. Let's talk about it when you have the strength to make me admit defeat. Or you can just kill me." Hearing Jeffrey's shameless words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. It wasn't a battle of life and death. It was supposed to be a battle of life and death. Losing by one move was considered a loss. This was how it should be. But if one had to be serious, it could indeed be said that if one didn't admit defeat and didn't die, it wouldn't be considered a real loss. Of course, there was no point in fighting anymore. After losing by one move, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. What was the point of continuing to struggle? If they continued to fight, it would only make Jeffrey more embarrassed. But Jeffrey didn't care so much at this time. He was incomparably crazy. He just refused to admit defeat. If he kept refusing to admit defeat, it would indeed be a headache for Qin Shao. After all, it wouldn't be good if he really killed Jeffrey. Qin Shao didn't want to cause too much trouble. And with Jeffrey's crazy words at this time, it was probably impossible to make him admit defeat. He probably wanted to drag it out with his life. As long as he didn't admit defeat, if Qin Shao didn't dare to kill him in the end, then they could discuss it again and consider it a draw or something. Wasn't it more difficult for him to apologize to a spirit beast than to kill him? How could he do such a thing? He still wanted to save some dignity. He didn't want to be ashamed in the future. Therefore, Jeffrey chose to be crazy and chose such a path. Come on, let's continue fighting. I was just careless just now. Otherwise, how could I let you win and let you take advantage of me? Come on, come on. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Jeffrey said to Qin Shao provocatively. Still want to fight? You really don't want to admit defeat? Since you want to be tortured, why don't I fulfill your wish? Originally, Qin Shao also wanted to torture him for a few more moves, but due to the rules, he stopped after one move. He didn't expect Jeffrey to come to him now. Since that was the case, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be polite. Therefore, Qin Shao attacked again. Jeffrey was defeated by Qin Shao just now, so it was no surprise that Qin Shao couldn't defeat him now. Besides, Qin Shao still had some tricks and treasures that he hadn't used yet. Jeffrey did use some means, but he was still suppressed by Qin Shao, and Qin Shao repelled Jeffrey several times in succession. Although Jeffrey was continuously beaten back, he was still unwilling to lower his head, unwilling to admit defeat. He had a crazy determination. After beating Jeffrey back several times, Qin Shao also had a headache. It was indeed not a good idea to keep fighting like this. I'm not afraid of you being strong or ruthless, but I'm afraid you'll go crazy. Once a person went crazy, it was indeed a very terrible thing. Master, let Baby Emo stomp him to death. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Baby Emo soared into the sky and withdrew the heavenly Tao's holy aura. Baby Emo had completed his breakthrough. Baby Emo, who had just completed his breakthrough, was also very high-spirited. His whole body was also a size bigger and more mature. The hair on his body became even darker, so dark that it shone brightly. With a shout, Baby Emo flew towards them. After flying over, Baby Emo immediately pounced on Jeffrey, its forehooves stomping heavily on Jeffrey's body. With a single stomp, Jeffrey spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed heavily onto the ground. Baby Emo didn't let him go so easily. Instead, he pounced on Jeffrey and madly stomped on him. His forehooves flew, and in an instant he didn't know how many times he stomped on Jeffrey. Chapter 2730. As soon as Baby Mo attacked, Jeffrey could not resist at all. Like a cockroach, he was trampled by Baby Mo's forehooves. Little Gu Yuan and the others were shocked by such an explosive scene. They could not help but widen their eyes and stare at Baby Mo dumbfoundedly. Especially little Gu, who had been with Baby Mo all the time. He had always thought that Baby Mo was a very cute baby who was still a child. In all aspects of his mind, he was very immature, similar to Miss Yuan. However, he did not expect Baby Mo to have such an explosive side. He was so domineering that it was poles apart from his cute image. It was the first time that little Gu had seen Baby Mo like this. Little Gu could not help but feel a sense of danger and vigilance. It seemed that the way he interacted with Baby Mo in the future had to be changed. He must not provoke Baby Mo, otherwise he would be the one being pressed to the ground and rubbed against. This scene made everyone feel that it was too cruel. Even if it was used against the enemy, it still felt too crude and cruel. Everyone could not help but sympathize with Jeffrey. He was a second-step ancient saint, yet he was being pressed to the ground by Baby Mo. He did not even have the slightest ability to resist. It was a complete trampling on him. Shun Konglai felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but have a thought. It seemed that he could not get Qin Shao to take revenge. Otherwise, it would be terrible if he also ended up like this. This time, Jeffrey's reputation was going to be completely tarnished. The big commotion here had already attracted some ancient saints to watch. Some people from the 8 great holy regions had also come. When they saw this scene, the surrounding ancient sages were all shocked, and they were momentarily speechless. In private, many voices of discussion sounded. What the hell is going on? Is that Black Qilin a first-step ancient saint spirit beast? Yes, I came early and this is what I saw. That Black Qilin is the spirit beast of that young man named Qin Shao. The guy being trampled on is called Jeffrey, a second-step ancient saint of the elemental saint region. Originally, it was a battle between Jeffrey and Qin Shao, but Jeffrey was no match for Qin Shao. Later, the Black Qilin seemed to have completed its breakthrough, so it came to help its master. That's what happened. What? You said that Jeffrey was no match for Qin Shao. How could a second-step ancient saint be defeated by a first-step ancient saint? Yes, that's right. That man named Qin Zhao's man. I wonder what kind of existence he is. Yeah, I really don't know where he came from. It's really Tai Li's fault. You have to admire him. He's too strong. I really wonder if he's a first-step Empyrean saint. Exactly. I know Jeffrey. I know his strength, but he's definitely not strong. Although he's not the strongest, he's definitely very strong. No matter how powerful a first-step ancient saint was, he would not be a match for him. But this Qin Shao actually really defeated Jeffrey. It's unbelievable. A second-step ancient saint was defeated by a first-step ancient saint. How is Jeffrey going to live in the future? Who cares? That's his business. What does it have to do with us? Let's just watch the show. That's true. He's not from the Great Dao Saint region anyway. Baby Mo trampled on Baby Mo fiercely. After a long while, Baby Mo stopped as if he had vented his anger. But when Baby Mo stopped, the crowd immediately discovered a terrible problem. Jeffrey was actually dead. He was trampled on by Baby Mo while he was still alive. He was probably the most tragic second-step ancient saint in history. Unexpectedly, he was trampled to death by a Black Qilin. Such a way of dying was a little strange. He's dead? Seeing that Jeffrey was really dead, Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. He didn't want Baby Mo to kill Jeffrey. Although Jeffrey was indeed a little hateful, that was another matter. Jeffrey didn't provoke Qin Xiao to the point where he had to kill him. Moreover, Qin Xiao didn't want to violate the rules of the Eight Territories Alliance. In principle, the Eight Territories Alliance didn't allow its members to kill each other. Of course, the members of the Eight Territories Alliance were also distributed among the 8 Great Saint regions. There wasn't really a strong binding force. It was just a rule. Therefore, even if one of their own killed another outside, it would be very difficult to deal with this matter. However, in the 8 realms' divine palaces, everyone would restrain themselves. After all, this was the headquarters of the 8 Realms Alliance. Many of the 8 Realms Alliance's core members were here. If they killed one of their own here, the higher-ups would definitely come out. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't want to kill Jeffrey. Previously, he was having a headache about how to make Jeffrey admit defeat. He couldn't really kill him, could he? Now, Baby Mo helped him solve this headache by killing Jeffrey directly. It saved him a lot of trouble. Now, he didn't have to think about it or make any choice. Baby Mo, you're a real man. I'm impressed. Xiao Gu opened his mouth. He was impressed by Baby Mo. In the past, Baby Mo was just a little brat in his eyes. Now, he had a whole new level of respect for Baby Mo. We're in big trouble now. Lang Jinghong shook his head. If Jeffrey was killed, the situation would be different. Things would definitely be very troublesome. This was something that no one had expected. Xia Duanchuan and Ji Baiguan couldn't help but look at each other. Their expressions darkened, and a hint of seriousness appeared between their brows. Killing a member of the 8 Realms Alliance in the 8 Realms Divine Palace wasn't a laughing matter. The onlookers were as silent as cicadas in winter. The way they looked at Qin Xiao and Baby Mo changed. They didn't expect that Baby Mo would really dare to kill Jeffrey. Qin Xiao. Oh, Qin Xiao, you're really brave. You actually dared to kill Jeffrey. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, you're a little too arrogant. You won't have a good ending. How can it be so easy to kill someone in the 8 Territories Divine Palace? He killed someone from the Elemental Saint Realm. How can the people from the Elemental Saint Realm give up so easily? If the people from the Elemental Saint Realm don't stand up, how can the people of the Elemental Saint Realm establish themselves in the 8 Territories Alliance in the future? Won't they become the laughingstock of the other 7 Saint Realms? Shen Konglai laughed happily in his heart. The people of the Shen Kong clan were gloating. The people of the Elemental Saint Realm would naturally demand an explanation for such a matter. This was a matter of dignity for the people of the Elemental Saint Realm. Therefore, even those who didn't know Jeffrey and had nothing to do with him would definitely stand up. Jeffrey is dead. That kid from the Immortal Realm really dared to kill Jeffrey. He must have asked that Black Qilin to kill him. It must be. If the people of the Elemental Saint Realm don't stand up now, we'll become the laughingstock of the Great Thousand World in the future. Yes, quickly inform the people of the Elemental Saint Realm to come over. We must make that Qin Xiao pay with his blood. People of the Elemental Saint Realm, stand up. Among the onlookers, there were originally some people of the Elemental Saint Realm. Through them, they quickly informed the people of the other Elemental Saint Realms. When the people of the other Elemental Saint Realms heard the news, they were all filled with righteous indignation and gathered here angrily. The people of the Elemental Saint Realm, who came first, had already stood up. The 5 people of the Shen Kong clan also quickly retreated to one side, far away from the troublesome place. Now, they just needed to watch the fun and clap their hands to cheer. Now that this matter had become so big to the point that someone had died, it would not be easy to end it. Jeffrey. Seeing that Jeffrey was dead, Alice, the coquettish woman, was so scared that her face turned pale. Soon, she began to cry. No one knew whether it was because she was wronged, scared, or really sad. The people of the Elemental Saint Realm began to gather here quickly and surround this place first. The situation was obviously not good. Everyone's expression became a little solemn. Master, did I do something wrong? Seeing the situation, Baby Emo finally realized that she seemed to have done something wrong. She looked at Qin Xiao with a pitiful face and asked weakly. Qin Xiao smiled, touched Baby Mo's head, and said, "It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. Your starting point was right, so what you did was wrong. Don't worry, it'll be okay. Master can handle this matter well." Baby Mo was relatively simple and trusted Qin Xiao very much. So when she saw that Qin Xiao did not blame her, she did not think too much about it. She became happy again and retreated to Xiaogu's side. Yuan, on the other hand, liked Baby Mo very much. She pulled Baby Mo along and started chatting. At this time, only the two babies were in the mood to chat. Xiaogu came to Qin Xiao's side and said through gritted teeth, "Big brother, the situation is not good. I think it's best for us to run. If we delay any longer, the ancient saints of the elemental saint realm will all come here. When that time comes, we won't be able to run even if we want to. If we run now, we might still be able to escape." Baby Mo is too domineering this time. Although it's very satisfying, it's also very troublesome now. "Big brother, don't hesitate. Let's go quickly. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to make it in time." Lang Jinghong also said seriously, "That's right, brother Qin Xiao. You should take Xiaogu and Baby Mo and leave quickly. Here, we'll block them for you for a while and buy you more time. If we leave now, we'll still be able to make it in time. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. As long as you return to the immortal region, this matter will be considered over. At worst, you won't come to the Eight Realms Divine Palace in the future and just leave the Eight Realms Alliance. It's no big deal. Isn't it just killing a person? What's the big deal? As long as you run away, this matter will soon be forgotten. But if you stay here, the ancient saints of the elemental saint realm will definitely not let you off so easily in order to protect their dignity. Sometimes, dignity is more important than anything else. Listen to me, brother Qin Xiao. Hurry up and leave. We can still be your strong backing for now. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything. At that time, if we really make a scene, things will be even more troublesome." Chapter 2731. Should he leave? Qin Xiao had thought of running away. But was this how Qin Xiao would do things? Run away? Qin Xiao really couldn't do such a thing. Qin Xiao would admit that he had killed Jeffrey. So what if he killed him? He was indeed the one who killed him. What was there to be afraid of? But if he ran away now, wouldn't it mean that he didn't dare to admit it? Was he afraid? Was he going to admit defeat? Was he a coward? Qin Xiao really didn't want to do such a thing. As a man, he dared to admit what he had done. He had to be indomitable. However, Qin Xiao knew that the current situation was troublesome. Many ancient sages of the elemental sanctuary had already gathered, and the number was still increasing rapidly. What was certain was that the ancient sages of the elemental sanctuary in the Eight Realms Divine Palace would all rush over. Under such circumstances, the elemental sanctuary would have the advantage of numbers, and they would have a good reason to do so. If there was strength in numbers, then the unity of will would be as strong as an impregnable fortress. The ancient saints of the elemental saint realm would definitely unite like never before. They would use this opportunity to display their might and defend the dignity of the elemental saint realm. If they didn't regain their dignity, the people of the elemental sanctuary would definitely be laughed at in the Eight Realms Alliance in the future. How could Qin Xiao not know that staying here would bring him great trouble and even great danger? Once the people of the elemental sanctuary really went crazy, he was afraid that they would really kill him to avenge Jeffrey. Therefore, Qin Xiao had some hesitation in his heart. Should he leave or not? However, Qin Xiao chose not to run away in the end. Firstly, he really didn't want to bear the crime of fleeing after killing him. Secondly, Qin Xiao didn't think that he would be able to escape even if he ran away. Instead of running away and being stopped by the people of the elemental sanctuary, it was better not to run away. If he ran away and was stopped, it would be even more embarrassing. Qin Shao, although I don't like to be a deserter, the current situation is really very unfavorable. I'm afraid it's really hard for us to protect you. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and said to Qin Shao, "So, you should go first. We'll hold them off and buy you some time. Hopefully, you'll be able to escape." Everyone could see that the situation before them was very bad. Xia Duanchun and Ji Baiguan were still frowning. They didn't know what to do. Although he was protecting Qin Shao, it was true that Jeffrey was dead, and Qin Shao had broken the rules of the Eight Realms Alliance. Most importantly, he didn't have the ability to protect them even if he wanted to. In the end, he would only get himself into trouble. Therefore, the two of them were naturally hesitant about whether they should help Qin Shao or not. Emotionally speaking, they naturally wanted to help Qin Shao. They were willing to stand up for Qin Shao just now. But now, the situation was indeed somewhat different. There were more and more people from the elemental sanctuary. Zhang Yang and the others became more and more nervous, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Only Baby Mo and Yuan Yuan were very relaxed. The two of them were still chatting happily. When these two babies were together, they were really like-minded and had a lot to talk about. Anything could be said in the same channel, so the two of them naturally chatted happily. "Brother Jinghong, don't interfere later. I'll handle it. You're from the Sword Cultivator's Sanctuary. If you interfere, it'll be very unfavorable for you," Qin Shao said to Lang Jinghong. But as soon as Qin Shao finished speaking, Lang Jinghong scolded unhappily. "Brother Qin Shao, what are you talking about? Am I, Lang Jinghong, the kind of person who is afraid of death in your eyes? If I shrink back like a coward at this time, will I still treat you, Qin Shao, as a friend? Will you still treat me as a friend in the future? Qin Shao, don't say anything else. Don't say anything else. I'll definitely be with you. I stood up just now. Do you think I'll shrink back because I'm worried about myself now? If I, Lang Jinghong, only have this bit of courage, then do I still deserve to be friends with you, Qin Shao? If you say such things again, then you don't treat me as a friend. As long as you, Qin Shao, say that you don't treat me, Lang Jinghong, as a friend, then I'll leave immediately without another word." Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and smiled. Although he felt a little helpless, he still felt warm in his heart. Lang Jinghong was indeed a brother worth befriending. This trip was worth it to be able to get to know a brother like Lang Jinghong. Qin Shao did not dare say such things to Zhang Yang and the others because Qin Shao knew that if he said it, he would definitely be scolded back by them. It would only hurt their relationship. But Qin Shao really did not want to implicate everyone. Now, Qin Shao only hoped that this matter would not become too serious. If there was really no other way, then he would kill. He would kill his way out first. Jeffrey had been killed. There was nothing much to say about it. Qin Shao did not regret what he did to Baby Mo. Soon, more than 300 ancient sages of the elemental saint realm had gathered. Among them, there was no lack of ancient sages of 2 or 3 ancient sages. They had already formed a large circle. Qin Shao and the others were trapped inside. Xia Duanchun and Ji Baiguan were also inside. The news of Jeffrey's death quickly spread throughout the Eight Realms Divine Palace. Many people in the market area ran over to join in the fun. There were also many ancient sages of the immortal domain who came over. Among the crowd, a man's face was filled with a sinister sneer. He was happy and also relieved. Naturally, the person who was gloating was none other than the geniuses. He had been in the crowd for a long time and witnessed what had happened. Naturally, he could not wait for someone to come out and teach Qin Shao a lesson. Although he hated Qin Shao very much, he wanted to kill Qin Shao even in his dreams. Some of the ancient sages of the immortal domain also began to discuss. Aren't those people over there from the immortal domain? That should be Qin Shao, who has been very famous recently, right? To think that he actually managed to kill a second-step Empyrean saint. He wasn't the one who killed him. It was that Ink Qilin. That Ink Qilin seems to be his spiritual beast. I heard that he was suppressing that second-step ancient sage at the beginning. His strength is very heaven-defying. Xia Duan Chun and Ji Baiguan are also over there. They seem to be standing up for Qin Shao just now. Now they're also in trouble. What should we do? Should we go and help? Our immortal domain can't be suppressed by the elemental saint realm, right? I want to go out, but in what name? We have no reason to go out and help. How can we go out and help? Yeah, someone from the elemental saint realm has died. They have a reason to go out and help. Let's wait and see first. Originally, if someone from the immortal domain was bullied, as a fellow immortal domain people, they should come out and help. However, no one in the immortal domain was willing to stand up for this matter. If they went out without a reason, they would only be criticized. Everyone was a reputable figure. Naturally, they did not want to hear some sarcastic remarks. Look, Saint Sorcerer Luolan is here. It's really Saint Sorcerer Luolan is here. This is going to be a good show. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Qin Shao. An incomparably powerful saint aura surged out, suppressing the entire universe. It was as if everything in the universe had to submit to his feet. His aura was very, very strong. As soon as this person appeared and deliberately released his aura, everyone here felt as if their hearts were suddenly pressed by a huge rock. It was very uncomfortable. The air seemed to have completely frozen. So strong, so strong. At this time, Qin Shao was the closest to that person. Naturally, he could feel that terrifying aura surging towards him like monstrous waves. The mighty power was incomparably terrifying. Under such a powerful aura, Qin Shao was so shocked that he almost took a few steps back. Powerful elemental light lingered around his body, forming a mysterious mist that made people feel that he was extremely powerful. Dressed in a purple robe, his eyebrows were furrowed and his eyes were cold. His eyes were like two sharp knives that could kill. As he stood there, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone involuntarily held their breath and did not dare to make a sound. The atmosphere instantly became extremely oppressive. It was indeed rare to see someone with such a strong aura. Obviously, this was a fourth-step ancient saint. Just the elemental light lingering around him made Qin Shao feel that he did not even have the ability to get close to him. Just the elemental light alone was probably enough to kill him. In front of a powerful ancient saint of the fourth step, Qin Shao could still feel how small and weak he was. He was truly small and weak. In front of a third-step ancient saint, Qin Shao did not feel this way at all. He did not feel too much pressure. For example, when he faced Sheng Kongwu previously, he did not feel this way at all. However, in front of this fourth-step ancient saint, he felt this way. It was a very uncomfortable feeling, as if his head was being pressed down by an invisible hand. Greetings, Sacred Master Luolan. All the ancient saints of the elemental saint realm bowed respectfully to the purple-robed man in unison. From this point, it was enough to see Sacred Master Luolan's status in the elemental saint realm. When one reached the fourth-step ancient saint realm, one would be a core high-level figure in the Eight Territories Alliance. Under the pressure of Sacred Master Luolan's aura, Qin Shao and the others felt very uncomfortable. This was especially true for Qin Shao. Sacred Master Luolan was obviously targeting Qin Shao, so the pressure he exerted on Qin Shao was naturally the strongest. Qin Shao stared at Sacred Master Luolan, who was a fourth-step ancient saint. In the face of a fourth-step ancient saint, he did not have any ability to resist. However, was Qin Shao afraid? No, he was not afraid of anything. If they really went all out, he still had the life-saving treasure given to him by his master. It was not necessarily impossible for him to go all out. If that really happened, Qin Shao would naturally not care about anything. Sacred Master Luolan's gaze first fell on Xia Dongshun and Ji Baiguan as he said, "What? Are you going to participate in this matter as well?" Xia Duanchuan was silent for a moment before he said, "Sacred Master Luolan, I can't say whether I'm participating or not. However, since I've been involved in this matter from the beginning, I naturally can't back down now. This is not my style. I respect you very much, and I have no intention of becoming your enemy. However, I have the principle of finishing what I started. Naturally, I will participate in this matter to the end. Qin Shao is a member of the Immortal Region and a good friend of my family. I can't just sit by and do nothing. There are so many people gathered in the Elemental Saint realm. It does feel like you're using your power to oppress others. I'm only here to seek justice." Justice? Then tell me, Xia Duanchuan, what is justice? This kid killed a member of the Elemental Saint realm, and now you're talking about justice with me? You people of the Immortal Region don't have to pay a price for killing people. Is this the justice you want to tell me? Sacred Master Luolan sneered. Author Cruel Death said, "Fourth update. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."